Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 7 Shish Chapter 213. The family as were backing Endeavor concentrated on observing the direction of the blizzard outside, and he knew that there must be something tricky behind it. So far, almost all Nomu has been thrown from the air by the blizzard and killed. In addition to their heroes, there is also Nomu who crashed into the jar. Under the violent impact, the glass surface made a clanging sound. Endeavor cut part of the blizzard with flames, creating a moment of stability for his companions, and the group of people walked toward Nomu deeper. They haven't counted this area properly, and now they are walking and looking at it, just feel dazzled. All kinds of Nomu exist, some still maintain the human form, and some are completely beasts. They are not the same as the Nomu whom they have seen in the data, at least their heads are not exposed. Endeavor noticed this, but didn't care too much. He has been to Hosu City and also fought Nomu in the Battle of Kamiya. On weekdays, some scattered Nomu will be cleaned up. These Nomu are actually slightly trickier villains for professional heroes. No matter how large the number is, it will be knocked down one day. Endeavor and the team continued to walk inside, and soon they were in the middle of the group of corpses in Yaoi's house. The surrounding walls and shelters all fell on the ground, several jars that had hit the corpse were broken, and liquid was slowly flowing out of it. The situation is weird. The professional heroes used the miniature camera to take apart of the evidence first, and then began to look for a reliable hiding place. They can feel that the storm has not only not diminished, it has even become fierce. Everyone should not leave too far, and be sure to stay within the visible range. The wind and snow have already begun to affect everyone's visual range. Endeavor lit up the flames, evaporating part of the snowflakes, but more mist came up from his hands. At the same time, Shankuyu smashed a Nomu jar hard, his only hand dripping with blood. His thin clothes trembling in the wind, he pulled apart the fragments and unplugged the tube from Nomu's body in the jar. 20 Nomu gathered scattered behind the Shankuyu. Maybe, they shouldn't be called Nomu. These people don't know why they became Nomu, but there is no doubt that they still retain part of their memories and self-recognition as human beings. From a social perspective, they are a complete individual. They are people. Shankuyu pulled Nomu out of the jar. This was the last Nomu to successfully connect with him. Unlike other Nomu, this is the only Nomu with a minor body and the most obvious Nomu with human characteristics. Half of his face was exactly like a 10-year-old child, and Shankuyu held the whole little Nomu in his arms with one hand. The wind was too strong, and his open-mouthed voice was completely overwhelmed by snowflakes, and the salty-mouthed fish could only hold up the will to pull all Nomu into one group. The difficulty of connecting with Nomu is about 6 times that of ordinary people. Shankuyu can finish a chat room of about 20 people with no difficulty on weekdays, but today it takes him almost 10 minutes to get everyone in a group. No one in the group speaks, all people are confused. Salted-mouthed fish is also confused. He said, "We all want to live, right?" Mirko and Tunbaki walked ahead together, and the sound of the snowstorm above their heads became stronger and stronger. It was so dark all around, I couldn't see everything clearly. Mirko hit the wall and reached for a test. She touched a layer of glass, which was cold. 3. She took a closer look, trying to recognize the name of this thing more clearly. She will sniff her nose habitually. There is a smell of potion. Advertisement 2. Endeavor leaned his back on the glass jar. In the blizzard, the fire heroes was at a disadvantage. His voice was already a little hoarse. "What's wrong?" Reported in time. He still shouted vigorously. The glass behind him iced his body with sweat. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. He shivered. 1. Shankuyu stood up tremblingly, and knelt down in the snow. Nomu's signal seemed to come from Shen Yamanaka. Except for the 2 dozen Nomu in front of him, he once again received a new distress signal. "Help me. Help. Help." Shankuyu wrapped Lil Nomu in his arms and struggled to stand up. LB, Mirko, who was closest to the glass, was overturned by a small explosion brought by Nomu. She relieved her strength on the ground, and something fell behind her back. Endeavor was suddenly hit in the back. In the exclamation of the players, he turned his head and widened his eyes. A feast of flesh and blood unfolded in front of Shankuyu. 20 Nomu's brains exploded at the same time, and the air was filled with faint blood. The little Nomu he was holding in his arms was the only one who was not unusual. Shankuyu's head was blank. He remembered the faint calls for help from those people in his mind. Now, he dared not look back. In the broken glass jars, Nomu, who lost his brain, fell one after another. Here is the slaughterhouse on earth. In the cemetery of Quanyue's family, there were more and more flames, gradually illuminating the entire dark sky. Even if it is clear that the sky here can change at any time as long as the ancestors think, Quanyue still feels that this kind of change by relying on foreign objects is the most beautiful. Advertisement. The rest of Quanyue's family were not idle. They held the flames in their hands one by one, checked, coded, and sorted. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Quanyue Changsuo was sitting next to Quanyue. He was his father. He was a man who taught him to treat others generously and inherit the Quanyue family business to be a hero's. He is no longer Quanyue at the time. Quanyue clenched his fists, took the plate, and turned to leave. "Thank you. This is the responsibility. I told you when I was very young." Quanyue Changsuo stood up when she heard someone greet him. "I want to sort out the quirk too. After all, they are not Quanyue's family. Classification is much more troublesome." This time, he really didn't hesitate anymore. Be sure to live happily. I said, don't take us too seriously. Quanyue's family is Quanyue's family, and Quanyue is Quanyue. You have to take care of yourself. Grandpa came over with a plate on which 3 kinds of flames were placed. He lit a little flame and smiled. Don't you dislike Quanyue's lack of aggressiveness? These 3 are one-time aggressive quirks, you can use them first. But I still have to fulfill the long-cherished wish of the Quanyue family, right? Powerful things are usually beautiful. Quanyue Changsuo said to Quanyue. From today on, you can do whatever you want and become the person you want to be. Why thank you. Grandpa smiled. I told you when you first came. The entire Quanyue family is your solid backing. Whether you are ordinary or glorious in your life, you are it as the glory of our Quanyue family. But they still diligently classify these disposable items and put them away. The cemetery of Quanyue's house can receive undead and quirks from outsiders, but the effect is not good. Generally speaking, the quirk of the unrelated person is a disposable item. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. It is discarded after being used once. Everyone is busy, only Quanyue is watching quietly. He looked at the courtyard where people came and went, looked at the erratic flames and ghosts, his heart was like Shisui. He touched Quanyue lightly with his forehead and laughed, please. Right now, things are not. Quanyue remembered that when he first entered the cemetery, he had really disliked his own quirk. Healing system, can't attack, even in terms of treatment, it is a type that hurts the enemy by 1800. Chapter 214 Get a tie. The Quirk Society seems to limit a person's life. Your quirk determines whether you will have the opportunity to cross class and become a master in the future. It seems that your hard work and your dreams disappeared in front of the phrase, oh, it turns out that it is this kind of quirk. Strength has been reduced to the strength of quirk. Quanyue returned from the cemetery, and his departure was only an instant. The word Setsuna is too imaginary, and it is always unclear how long it is, but in scientific calculations, Setsuna refers to 0.018 seconds. What can be done in 0.018 seconds? For Quanyue before, nothing could be done. After all, he pulled the trigger at that time a bit slower than this. But for Quanyue now, 0.018 seconds can go to the cemetery, for a cup of tea, which can easily kill 100 people. For the strong and the weak, the flow of time is different. It is not only in terms of power, but also in terms of efficiency, rate of return and other issues. It's like Shueba can memorize 50 words in 10 minutes, but for learning scum, he may only pass all the words in 10 minutes. This is the gap. Yuzuki Inuichiro clearly noticed this gap. He put the headless man in his arms on the ground, stood up and glared at Quanyue. The blizzard formed a barrier and bounced Yuzuki Inuichiro back again and again. Quanyue looked at him quietly, not in a hurry for this moment. Until the end, he told Yuzuki Inuichiro, if you had asked for the quirk of Izumizuki's house at that time, you could come over and confront me now. Yuzuki Inuichiro fell to the ground, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. Did not answer Quanyue's words. Quanyue didn't want to hear his answer either. He held the box of blizzard and left. My name is Yuzuki Inuichiro. His voice was hoarse and crying. Quanyue did not look back. Every sentence of Yuzuki Inuichiro's words fell in his ears. I will remember, this day. I will remember how you killed Quanyue in front of me. I feel powerless for my weakness, but I will not always be weak. Someday. You will regret it. Blood was dripping from the corner of Yuzuki Inuichiro's mouth. He stared at the figure in the blizzard, and refused to lower his body and close his eyes. Advertisement. No matter who you are, you will regret not killing me together. Quanyue really didn't look back. Hearing what Yuzuki Inuichiro said, he stopped and unlocked the short sword belonging to the Yuzuki family at his waist. He put the sword on the ground. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Really never looked back. In the snowstorm in the North Sea, Kurogiri once again tried to construct a portal. But every time I was interrupted by something, as if someone was deliberately throwing something at him. He was panting, and Dabi did not appear to help. Kurogiri is also helpless. He himself serves the deadlock. This time he originally did not agree to travel, and even started to oppose Quanyue's policy. Kurogiri didn't feel that Quanyue had to kill Fur Lengshin. Our team originally lacked a treatment department. But he makes me unhappy, said the dead wood hanging coldly said. I can accommodate a few people who can't understand it is already the limit. Let me accept a man who has a relationship with Inuichiro. You might as well just kill me. They were directly exposed to the wind and snow, but they were slightly better than the others. The wind and snow here are a little bit smaller, and not strong enough to sweep them away, but it didn't say that they could move freely. A group of people is equivalent to being trapped in a blizzard, with no one around, and there is nothing that has nothing to do with the whiteness from a long way to the eye, and there is no one to be seen from a distance. The dead handle wooden hanger thought, now I can only suffer here. He turned his head to discuss the situation with Kurogiri, only to see a hand sticking out of Kurogiri's chest. He saw a lot. Kurogiri stretched out his hand from someone else's body. This was the first time I saw someone else's hand emerge from Kurogiri's body. A hand as white as ivory. The hand fumbled for a while and then retracted. The blizzard was straight, and all the snowflakes were perpendicular to the ground. With a light wave of those hands, the snowflakes quickly hugged Kurogiri and pressed his body tightly. Dabi moved without waiting for the dead handle wooden hanger to call out. His blue flame has a cold physique, and it is not very affected in the ice and snow. The most important thing is that unless his flame is automatically extinguished, it is difficult to be suppressed under normal circumstances. But this is not the general situation. Quanyue has never felt how easy it is to deal with things. He only needs a thought to appear, and the quirk of the whole body is mobilized to assist his behavior. The blizzard in the communicator did not hesitate at all. If you compare the previous damage replacement as a network speed that can only be used for text chat. AGA month requires a stopwatch to count the time. Pain memory. It is the internet speed at which you can listen to a song, and you can buy a data package with a squeeze. When it comes to relics, it is use the national annual traffic casually, watch the ultra clear video, click to open it, and download it. If it is slower than 3 seconds, he loses. It is a gap. Time became slow in Quanyue's eyes, and he could clearly see the micro-expressions on Dabi's face with the help of many Quanyue's quirks. There is even leisure to observe the shape of the snowflakes in front of you. Advertisement snap snap snap. Snow formed a solid shield, hindering Dabi's first attack. Between a breath, the ground rushed away. The solid snow block trapped Dabi's feet, and then a huge snow lifted off the ground. Dabi was crushed underground. 2 breaths, the ground is flat, and there is no one who ever existed. Quanyue held the box with both hands again, knowing that the use time of the box was about to end. But it doesn't matter, he has already achieved most of the things to be done in Beihai. Quanyue said to Kurogiri, "You can call me Scar Heroes." He has no guilt about killing Kurogiri, only a trace of regret. "I am Scar Heroes Quanyue." Quanyue shook his hand, and Kurogiri's portal opened behind his back. At this point, Quanyue is willing to tell him who he is. Quanyue pierced Kurogiri's heart with the scissors condensed in his hand. "Your quirk is very useful. These 10 seconds are enough to make a hasty farewell," Quanyue said to Kurogiri. "This is one of the reasons I killed you, and it is also my purpose for letting the Villain Alliance participate in the North Sea." Kurogiri's abdomen has begun to bleed. Although he usually appears in Kurogiri's form, he is a human being after all, and he has flesh and blood. Quanyue walked over to Kurogiri, knelt down and untied his tie with one hand. Few the sound of the wind, followed by the same snow suppression as Dabi. Before the dead handle wooden hanger came to speak his question, he was stunned in the ground. "Blizzard. There are still 10 seconds to use." Quanyue smiled. He suddenly liked to laugh after he awakened. The blizzard that had ravaged the North Sea for decades slowly eased, and finally pierced in a sudden sunlight, and the sound of the wind stopped. The snowflakes stopped. There was blood flowing from the corner of Kurogiri's mouth. He was struggling to get up while holding the snow on the ground, but was poked by Quanyue with a finger. Only the last 2 seconds. Kurogiri was the first person in the Villain Alliance to release kindness to him, and he was also the first person to give him rum. Seeing Kurogiri's incredulous expression, Quanyue tilted his head and smiled again. He has a 15-year-old skin. Although he calls himself a Scar, he has no more scars all over his body. He wrapped the untied tie around his wrist. Quirk open black lens bracket relic close black lens bracket use the tie of the dead Kurogiri. To open the quirk open black lens bracket teleport close black lens bracket. You. Who are you? Red is red, white is white. Chapter 215 Confusing Thoughts. The strength of AFO is not only because of his large number of quirks, but also because of his abundance of quirks. If it's just a lot of competition, the number of Quanyue's past dynasties will not be less than that of AFO's quirk. The problem is, none of Quanyue's quirks are directly attacking. Like relics, quirks that require relics as a medium to attack are considered to be of medium to high combat power. More quirks are either purely healing or undead auxiliary systems like relics. Arranged in this way, the Super Regeneration is considered the top 5 quirk for pure offensiveness in the Quanzuki family. Although the clever use of quirk can also become a powerful person, the time and energy spent on it is proportional to the final effect. You can sharpen your own quirk for 20 years and match the quirk combination of the Quanyue family, but for the Quanyue family, not enough. Not enough time. Let the final executors spend time to sharpen their quirk and strength, and they are more inclined to do their work well in the early stage. Thus, there was the killing field in the North Sea. Shangkuyu walked silently in the snow with the child in his arms. There was only one piece of clothing on his body, and the rest of the clothes were taken off and wrapped around the child. The child curled up on the chest of Shangkuyu, shivering. Shangkuyu only has one hand. He touched the child's face with his chin in an attempt to comfort him. On the contrary, the child also touched the chin of Shangkuyu with his lips. The child's lips were purple, and the whole body was extremely cold. When he saw the black mist appearing in front of him, the chill penetrated directly into his bones. Shangkuyu closed his arms, and he hated that he had only one hand left. Quanyue looked at each other quietly and smiled. "It's easier to catch up with you than I thought." His wrist tie was loosely tied with a bow. Quanyue's hands still held the blizzard box, but time already exceeded. "What are you going to do?" Shangkuyu was spinning on the box in his hand, unhappy. Seeing his brain, he thought that the wanted copy of himself was still hanging on the black market. For some people, their quirk is directly linked to their heads. If you want to study quirk, taking out their heads is the quickest way. It just so happens that the brain network of Shangkuyu is very suitable for this research method. Quanyue guessed what the salted-mouthed fish was thinking, and shook his head. "The human brain is so sophisticated, I am afraid it will be damaged by myself." Shangkuyu backed away. His voice was dry while holding the child. He had many questions to ask, but he couldn't say anything when facing this child. After a long while, he said, "You and your uncle look so alike." Advertisement. Unlike other people, Shankuyu is a guy who has been with the men of the Quanyue family. He can even say that he is the outsider who has spent the longest time with these lunatics. Others can't recognize Quanyue's true face at first sight, but he can immediately find out the similarities between this child and his parents. Quanyue laughed. He now thinks laughter is too suitable. It seems that laughter can replace an attitude no matter what the situation, he said. I'll go to him later. Are you going to kill him? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Quanyue shook his head and nodded. You can't count it. From a physical conception, Azumaki Nagasaki is dead a long time ago. From a soul conception, even Quanyue's current ability wants to make an undead disappear completely. It's also very simple. But Izumizuki Nagasaki is best not to die. Just kill his fur cold letter. Shankuyu said decisively. That is to die. He arched his waist and said humbly. You hurry up and kill them. I am not a great quirk. Just wait here for you to come back. Quanyue took a step closer. Shankuyu took 2 steps back, squatting down on the ground. Although he usually seems cynical and sometimes a little uncomfortable, Shankuyu thinks he is not a fool. Don't think that this guy is not a lunatic if he smiles. Shankuyu's hand is broken and his eyes are not blind. Can he see whose quirk the portal is? Besides, Quanyue's family is also a Dehedao pharmaceutical factory, and it's also procuring illegal drugs. On the surface, it is a great hero who is a modest gentleman, and built a terrifying North Sea Nomu center in the background. Is everything to create an unprecedented monster? Quanyue, I'm the one left by your father. Shankuyu pleaded, it's definitely better to leave me than to kill me. The little Nomu in Shankuyu's arms realized what was the same. He tried to break out of his arms and kill him in front of Quanyue, and was strongly suppressed by Shankuyu. Quanyue closed the portal. He stepped forward and walked slowly in front of Shankuyu, knelt down, and asked, You are indeed my father's. Shankuyu was a man dug out by his father Quanyue Changsuo, and he was also the goalkeeper trained by his father to guard Quanyue's house. Quanyue looked at the man, thinking about the first time he met him and the 7 days of escape. Shankuyu strikes while the iron is hot. I took charge of the Quanyue family's property many years ago. Although the Quanyue family's contacts have been broken, I can help you recover. Besides, no matter what you want to do in the future, my quirk can help you. Brain Intranet. As an excellent auxiliary quirk, it is completely worthy of the price of salted-mouthed fish in the black market. Quanyue squatted down, glanced at the little Nomu in his arms, and smiled. It's so nice. He paused, and his gaze rolled over the salty-mouthed fish. Since I want to stay so much, why are you running? Advertisement. Shankuyu twice awkwardly. He put little Nomu behind himself. Isn't it cold in winter? He couldn't tell for a long time. Shankuyu could only sigh and give up struggling. I am you, father's person. A gentle smile makes people feel numb. Shankuyu's eyes widened, and he felt that he saw a ghost under the skin. Why kill yourself? Quanyue looked in his clothes for a while, and finally he found a crumpled card holder. Fortunately, all professional heroes' licenses are waterproof. Quanyue wiped his hand. He saw the smile of the big boy on Professional Heroes and murmured. I thought about it when I went back, and thought about why you treated me this way. Before that I didn't even know you, and you didn't know me. I remember you said a word to me before. Quanyue said. I didn't really understand before, why you have to say such things. Why do you use such words to treat me, even for 7 days? Okay, but it's all according to your ideas. I really thought about it a lot. I think it's not wrong to stand from your perspective. You gave me the 7 days to grow up quickly, which is good. Quanyue tried the angle of the sword. I just thought countless times that Senior Yin died for me. It's really too wasteful. He did not understand. Why do you have to die? Shankuyu was pierced by this ray, and not only himself, but also the children behind him were also strung together. He looked at Quanyue, who was wiping the sword in front of him, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Are you really going to kill me? This one-time quirk means the same as literally. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. From the perspective of the family, the Quanyue family is kind to themselves, and Shankuyu thinks that it is loyal to the Quanyue family. From the point of view of benefits, Quanyue's absolute advantage outweighs the disadvantages of leaving himself. It's gone after it's used, and it's a real consumable. He was laughing. But you are not mine. Quanyue said softly. A white light from the tip of his finger pierced into the heart of the salty-mouthed fish. One-time quirk. Ray. This kind of ray can cut or penetrate the human body quickly, and it is not easy to see the cause of death because of its fine lines. Quanyue took away a small sword from the salted-mouthed fish. For other things that are too big, only a small sword fits a little bit, and it is easy to confuse people. Think about it again. I don't know if I am wrong. Quanyue cut through the neck of the salted fish with a sword. I don't know if you are wrong. Everyone seemed to love him. Chapter 216. The end of 15. Quanyue drew his sword, and he opened the portal. He only heard a whimper like a beast, and a thing rushed in front of him. It's that little Nomu. He bared his fangs and pressed Quanyue's arm, and his scarlet pupil stared at Quanyue viciously. A bit of tears rolled in his eyes. He was still a child, and he remained in the jar for many years. Quanyue quietly threw him to the ground. There is already a large block of bloodline on the child's chest, which was caused by the previous rays. Even if he left it alone, he would die. Quanyue thought of this, gave the child the last blow and decisively left the scene. No. He heard the child's voice, he was talking, no, don't, even crying. But, it has nothing to do with me. Quanyue held the sword. He has memories of the Quanyue family through the ages, and he knows very well that the people who are put in the jars to make Nomu are people who have lives in their hands. Don't underestimate that little Nomu, but his memory tells himself, he was also a murderer. It's disgusting. Quanyue looked at his hand and smiled again. He has killed Kurogiri and salted mouthfish, and the Nomu quirk in the North Sea is almost harvested. I am disgusting myself. As if it was not enough, he said to himself. Others must also disgust me. Everything in Japan should be over. Don't look at a small Japan, look long. Quanyue muttered as he walked out of the portal. Kurogiri's transmission needs a preset location, which Quanyue can rely on other auxiliary quirks to complete the preset. He said softly. Our goal is definitely not a Japan, and it will not be a small Japanese society. Stepping out of the portal, Quanyue is on top of the torch of the Statue of Liberty in the United States. It was 1 o'clock in the morning, New York time, and Wan Lai was silent and silent all around. Quanyue sat alone on the top of the stone statue, and he suddenly felt so tired. The body regained the consciousness and 5 senses of a living person, and all kinds of feelings filled up in an instant, drowning Quanyue. Before, Quanyue hated injuries, because it hurts. But it hurts, indicating that the person is still alive. Quanyue sat down and lay on his back on top of the goddess statue. He looked at the bright starry sky and laughed. Our goal, our goal. He stretched out his hand and said the official name of the Statue of Liberty, freedom shines on New World. A world where everyone can start again regardless of national boundaries, race, or age. In Japan, trains depart from Beihai. This is the fastest train recently. Fu Langxin watched the snow scene outside the window swiftly passing by, closed his eyes and communicated with Izumi Nagasaki who was hiding in his body. Opposite him sat twice number 2. After Shan Langxin woke up, he heard Izumizuki Nagasaki's words, and left Beihai immediately and without hesitation. He didn't even care about Jufeng. Originally, they came here to win over Jufeng and provoke the inside of heroes. Now, nothing is important to escape. Advertisement. The only thing that can make the darkness retreat is the darker and more terrifying night. Accent. Not everyone is the same as me. Izumizuki Nagasaki was weakened a lot because of the stone. After he recovered, he understood what was going on after thinking about it. It seemed that his brother Quanyue Changsuo was not as foolish as he thought. My brother has always been dissatisfied with you, right? Izumizuki Nagasaki broke the matter apart and said in a cold letter to Cedar. Think about it now, my brother may have learned about the things behind Izumizuki's family earlier than I did. Things. I only learned about these things after death, so is it possible that my brother learned about these things as heirs? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Izumi Nagasaki sank down, and he clarified all the order. In the beginning it was me. As the person who was most likely to be the executor that year, I worked hard to support Honghu's ambition and coordinate all parties. According to me, I shouldn't have died in the Dahei Dao incident. Fu Langxin was even more ashamed. It's my fault. It's not your fault. Azumaki Nagasaki stopped Fu Langxin's self-blame. Axon, Quanyue will find you sooner or later. He wanted to know the layout of Azumuki's family for 100 years. The whole person was horrified and regretted in his heart. It was too young at the time and involved his friend Fu Langxin. Cedar coldly hesitated. Will he come back? As long as Yuzuki Inuichiro is still in Japan, he will come back, Izumizuki Nagasaki affirmed. And I want to survive, Ocean. I must also be the #1 person on Quanyue's hunting list. Add him. Having been expelled from the cemetery, Quanyue's family will not give him a chance to go back. Fu Langxin is a little confused. He can't go back to Honghu's ambition now, nor does he want to go to the Villain Alliance. But apart from these two organizations, he doesn't even know where he is going. Although the previous Quirk Self-Defense Alliance is still there, the combat effectiveness and discipline of these two organizations are not good enough. It is praised by the phrase, the mob, where can we go? Izumizuki Nagasaki said firmly, Destro. Let's go to join the Power Army. Ability Army, full name Ability Solution, Release Army. The founder of the organization, Destro, was a figure in the same period as AFO. They advocated that their own quirk in society should be controlled by themselves, and they played the slogan of liberation. Unfortunately, a series of activities aimed at liberating the quirk ended in failure, the organization was disbanded, and most people went to jail. Who is the free army that Izumizuki Nagasaki is talking about now? Nagasaki, are we really going to join someone else's organization? Cedar said coldly, can Quanyue really push you to this point? Izumizuki Nagasaki was silent. After a while, he said, actually, I have been to Beihai before. Like Quanyue, he entered the pure liquid. As long as he took the medicine, at that time, the executor would not be Quanyue now. However, in an instant, I didn't make it to the end. Quanyue Nagasaki's tone returned to firmness. I am still very unconvinced. Why is Xiao Yi the executor? Such a powerful force did not come from Quanyue himself, but essentially came from the cemetery. But I don't regret it. The scenery outside the window turned into a city, and they talked a lot unknowingly. I still have a lot of nostalgia in the world. I still have a lot of things I want to do, and I want to love people. I am afraid that I will become an artificial AFO, and I am even more afraid that I will become the kind of monster that will not die. Izumizuki Nagasaki smiled. Izumizuki's people don't fear death, that's what I said. Advertisement Cunningham Langshin looked at Izumi Nagasaki like an undead, and felt that his smile was so ironic. They're all lunatics. Izumizuki Nagasaki wants to survive. Who doesn't want to survive? In this world, there are still people who are nostalgic for, things that are nostalgic for, and all the wonderful emotions that have not been experienced. Quanyue was fixed at 15 forever. The heroes found a frozen Yuzuki Inuichiro on the edge of the skating rink, clutching the hands of a headless corpse, with no dried tears on his face. The surrounding area was full of traces of the storm. The public security department in Beihai accepted the case and began to inspect the corpses present. After DNA comparison, the identity of the headless corpse was confirmed to be Quanyue, a freshman in UA High School. Sorry. The silent teenager went to see Quanyue's body for the last time, without interrupting them to say goodbye. Sorry. Yuzuki Inuichiro still didn't control himself, tears bursting and falling. I still think about the future. I think about the future. He thought about how to make Quanyue join his organization with his ambitions in the future. He thought about telling him about medicine when his relationship with Quanyue gets better. He still thought about two people again wants to eat supper. This time he will let him eat spicy food. He thought about teaching Quanyue physical skills after the matter was over. He also wanted to learn gun skills with Quanyue. And even if possible, he wanted to treat him as a brother. Many years ago, Quanyue and Yaoi were a family. Their bodies have the same blood. In this generation, they are the last and most similar legacy of each other's family. Depressed crying came from the morgue. No one disturbed, no one made a noise. They did not forget that it was a 15-year-old boy. Only 15 years old. Let's go, the police officer said to his assistant. Handling the case well is the greatest respect we can do for the deceased. This time the Beihai case started quietly and ended quietly. Unlike the big river with a plausible tale, no professional heroes died, and everything was fine except Nomu, who could not distinguish his identity from the 15-year-old boy. They obtained a lot of first-hand information about the production of Nomu in Beihai, as well as some drug matching, and found strange ores with extremely weak effects from every household in Beihai village. The police and heroes found a lot of things, but they couldn't find the culprit that Yuzuki and Ichiro said. Over time, this so-called culprit has evolved into different versions, becoming a legend in the police world. 7 years later, the high seas. It is a great honor to meet with professional heroes and special police elites from various countries on the Goddess of Spring. The core content of this meeting will start right away, the 110th time the International S-Level Criminals Cars Arrests or Kills Combat Meeting. Chapter 217 Prequel, 480,000, Ending Commemorative Remarks. There is no testimonial on the shelves. I am a salted fish who has not signed a contract. Looked at more than 400,000, write a testimonial to pretend to be. Thank you very much for the call from the underworld, the strongest writer, the penguin who loves milk, J. The second disease 12,138, the middle school, Lien. The highest Nyaozi, Long King. The second youth laziness, Lingyue Xingqian. And many book friends who gave me recommendations, thank you very much. When I was writing this book, I was facing a mental breakdown. When I wrote about my English colleagues, one was that I really liked my work, and the other was that I wanted to relax and find myself some love and confidence in writing. Both goals are almost accomplished. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. I'm applying for the 8th contract. If I can't sign the book, it's free until the end. Anyway, I am a writer of interest. When I was writing this book, many people said that I was abusive. In fact, I didn't realize this problem at first, but later I realized that it seemed to exist. Later, I went back and thought about why I wrote it like this. I felt that the problem might be that I didn't locate the character at the beginning and didn't have a clear and planned distribution of the character's growth arc. The prequel has been digging holes so far, ha 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 ha. Many things have not been completely resolved, including the development behind Quanyue and the great goal of Quanyue's family. I have recently been studying script writing, coupled with the writing on the internet. I feel that I have learned a lot of things, and I will also summarize it myself. What to write in the next book is decided. This book will definitely be over. I am a little booted to update it. I will try my best to make sure it is updated every day. After all, I have not been signed for this book now, and I can't get a penny, so please feel free to read it if you are happy. The characters in the book friend group will appear in the next chapter, so please hurry up if you want to make any request. I can talk in the book friend group or chat privately. I personally think that the 7-year post of the main text can be read without reading the prequel, but considering that it will be very abrupt to cut directly to the 7-year post, there are many private and original characters. So the appearance of the prequel is still necessary. It's almost 2 o'clock in the morning, there will be EMMM classes tomorrow. I hope that the more I write, the better. The next time I send this kind of testimony, I hope it is signing, listing and closing. Chapter 218 The beginning after 7 years. I will put the ugly words first. Daxia Professional Heroes Chen Tien said. Don't bring your domestic honors here. There were some countries where heroes didn't know themselves before. I think you can see their consequences in the video. 22-year-old Asui Suyu recalled what had just been played on the big screen, and his stomach rolled. She has graduated from UA High School for 4 years, and she can be regarded as a professional hero who has seen various scenes, but her face changed drastically when she saw the corpse mountain and blood in the video. The gangster killer Whale has risen from 10th in the professional heroes rankings to 7th in the country. As a professional hero who is good at handling marine rescue and other issues, the Japanese government sent him out for the first time. At the same time, he is also Asui Suyu's immediate boss, Mr. Chen Tian, what is the goal this time? Chen Tian slapped the wind with the information. These days he was almost driven crazy by this incident. It should be said that it is the subject of arrest and collection. He spread the information in front of the professional heroes in one breath. You guys. Take a look, I'm going to explain to India how their professional heroes died, those stupid guys you just saw. Because each national team's professional heroes has a different system, not every country can have the same high discipline and teamwork skills as Daxia. When encountering multinational cooperation, it often happens that professional heroes are restricted by inertial thinking, and contradictions and mistakes appear. Seriously, it's like being wiped out in the video. The gang killer whale observed Asui Suyu's concern and patted the little girl on the shoulder to express comfort. That won't happen. Asui Suyu shook her head. I'm not worried about that kind of thing. I believe in our team. She opened the data and analyzed. When I just watched the video, I was thinking about what the opponent is. The gangster killer whale's expression also became solemn, and he opened the information. A thick pile of materials is 5 centimeters thick. On the first side it says. Crime name. Enos, code. Scar, gender. Male, currently. Known quirk. Teleportation, flame, super regeneration, gravity, teleportation. For details, please read from page 15. The gangster killer whale turned over and found that almost a third of them were describing the criminal quirk they already knew. This makes people inevitably think of the world-famous battle 7 years ago, the Battle of the Gods. AFO was sent to prison, OFA withdrew from the arena. Advertisement. The criminal described in the information in the hand is like another AFO, but compared to AFO's criminal history, this one seems more rampant. He opened a live broadcast room called The Torture of Scars, 7 years ago, and it broadcasts on time at 6 in the morning and 6 in the evening every day. The first broadcast caused a sensation in the United States, and the number of reprints reached 500,000 times. A week later, it successfully reached the top of the list of the most terrifying criminals in the United States. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. What did this man named Enos do? He didn't do anything, but simply threw the person in a confined space and put a sword and a rope on it. Then the camera is installed. The audience will see the victims in the confined space cry in pain, hurt themselves in various ways, and confess their crimes while hurting themselves. Some are domestic violence, some are robbers, some are envoys who replace others in college. There are also trafficking in human beings, trafficking in illegal goods, and a large number of murderers hiding in daily life. All people are more sincere than they are in church. Sincerely pray for a happy death. In just 6 months, Enos killed more than 400 people in this way. The US government has blocked his videos countless times on the internet, but these videos always appear silently in every corner, rooting in people's electronic devices like a virus. Enos is the real heroes. He picked out the bugs in our lives. Dark Heroes Enos's name came up, and everyone used to call him Scars, or Scar Heroes. Only those who really understand this name know how many corpses are piled up among them. 3 years ago, approved by the United Nations, a part of the Quirk Army was specially allocated to establish a special operation team to capture Scars, centered on Daxia, the United States, the European Union, and the Russian Empire. Crime Enos unknowingly became the world's top crime, and is now the #1 person on the most wanted list. What they asked us to do is too strange. Asui Suyu turned to the last page, a little confused. Even if I read the information, I don't know why they want us to go to the sea to salvage the dead body. If it's just a dead body, let the professional heroes came too cautiously. She thought of Chen Tian's arrest and collection, and fell into deeper thinking. The gangster killer whale also finished watching. Asui Suyu, I regret letting you over here. He is optimistic about Asui Suyu's future growth space, calmly and able to handle crises properly. Villain of this level is definitely not just written on this piece of paper. Dangerous. I would rather you deal with smuggling ships and all kinds of shipwrecks. Heroes never choose difficulty. Asui Suyu smiled. Besides, this is my own choice. On the sea, there is endless, except for blue or blue. Yuzuki Inuichiro stretched his waist on the deck. These days, he accompanies several professional heroes to the magic city of Daxia to communicate. His Honghu aspiration is the largest semi-charitable organization in Japan. It is mainly responsible for the aftermath of some professional heroes, including follow-up of disaster victims, psychological treatment, and supervision of government subsidies for disaster victims. All in all, it is a job to wipe the advertisement. Although tired is tired, but the accumulation of fame is undoubtedly terrible. In just 7 years, Honghu's ambition, as the most complete semi-charitable organization in Japan, has directly linked to the heroes world, and once became the top 10 ideal organization in Asia that most want to join. Inuichiro, don't you sleep longer? Ciro Honda grabbed the bread and got up. His quirk is tape. That can shoot something similar to scotch tape from the elbow, and there are organs that can move the tape at the elbow. In terms of flexibility, he should be the top few in the ship. When Yuzuki Inuichiro watched him eat, he was hungry. The two of them went to the cafeteria to continue eating while listening to the morning broadcast. There are many unknown ships in the waters near Okinawa Prefecture. If any suspicious ships are found, please call the Bureau of Maritime Supervision 12. Today Express, Professional Heroes Deku once again repelled the Villain Alliance. Professional Heroes Todoroki expressed the hope to cooperate with Deku. Villain AFO of the Battle of Gods and Wilds on the net is back in the arena. Heroes Gran Torino, a retired professional, said that there is no news in this regard. I hope everyone will not believe the rumors. Shiro Honda listened to the news of former classmates on the radio, a little envious. When will I appear in the news? When you arrive in Okinawa, you will have to face a series of interviews. Inuichiro Yuzuki had a set in front of the media for a long time. I just hope you don't be like Daxia and throw all the reporters to me. That's a problem of language barriers, Shiro Honda quibbled. There were messy footsteps at the entrance of the restaurant, and someone shouted, "What's that?" The two put down their cutlery and came to the boat board. A tattered small fishing boat floated on the calm sea. Compared with the cruise ship they took, this fishing boat seemed to be a product of the last century, ghost ship. A crew member said, "There should be no one on it." As an island nation, Japan often receives ghost ships that follow the ocean currents. These ships are usually empty, even if there are only bones and human life. Traces of the past. Ghost ships are found in coastal areas every year. But this is the first time that everyone has found a ghost ship at sea. The deck of their ship is higher than the ghost ship, and the deck of the ghost ship can be seen. The deck of the ghost ship was overgrown with oysters and barnacles, and half of the cabin collapsed. Barren and abandoned. There is another person. Shiro Honda stepped on the railing and suddenly became serious. I saw it. He wrapped tape around the railing, and the whole person dropped directly to the sea level, and then the film in his hand quickly pasted on the ghost ship's ship body. Don't look, come and help. Chapter 219 Wrongly Confused Gender. The sudden appearance of the ghost ship caused everyone to fall into a panic. Everyone pulled Shiro Honda up, and there was already one more person in his hand. Yuzuki Inuichiro called the medical staff, and he didn't intervene to help stand aside and watch the man's face. There is no sun on the sea, and the cloudy weather and the Shanghai wind are quite trembling. The person placed on the deck frowned, clasped the hand of the medical staff leaning toward his chest, and propped up his upper body. His long hair fell, covering half of his face. He wears a pure black satin neckband around his neck, and the whole person presents an indisputable temperament. Are you all right? Shiro Honda asked. We are professional heroes, don't be afraid. Judging by the naked eye, the person in front of you is definitely not an adult. I don't know how it fell to the sea. Will it still appear on the ghost ship? Shiro Honda looked at Yuzuki Inuichiro for help. He is good at rescue, but not good at questioning and comforting. As the leader of the professional organization that wipes the A* for professional heroes, Yuzuki Inuichiro is already familiar with these tasks. He knelt down and asked in a soft voice, "Are you hungry?" Quanyue looked at the adult man in front of him and didn't react for a while. He touched the neckband, made sure it did not loosen, and said, "Professional heroes?" In the first 3 months, he was killed by Daxia heroes Chen Tien from Hawaii to the Cape of Good Hope, and then ran from the Cape of Good Hope to Taiwan, where he was killed by the Asian League professional heroes. Outflanked the siege with international organizations, and died once in a long time. Will drift to Japan, 80% is because of the Japanese warm current. Thinking of Chen Tien's troublesome quirk, Quanyue frowned. Although he said that he chased himself all over the world would not have any impact on the overall situation, but it was still annoying after all. Sooner or later we will get rid of him. Quanyue made a small goal for himself, and he returned his attention to the man in front of him. The other party took off his beige windbreaker and wrapped it on himself, while pulling the buttons, said, "It's windy on the deck. Let's go in and eat something, okay?" The speech is very gentle and the movements are very light. But don't think that this way, he won't recognize this face. Yuzuki Inuichiro realized that the person in front of him was not moved by his words, so he could only helplessly spread his hands. He directly picked up the person and strode towards the cabin. It's not a thing to always stay outside. Whether it's a detailed physical examination or subsequent treatment, it's better to do it indoors. Call the Maritime Supervision Bureau. Inuichiro Yuzuki ordered the matter down. Please contact the Kuno branch in Okinawa Prefecture again. Thank you. Shiro Honda stretched out and followed and looked at Quanyue curiously. When he found the other party, he even sniffed, and he did feel dead at the time. However, it was only after arriving on the ship that the other party could jump and talk. Shiro Honda attributed the absence of sniffles to such a human phenomenon as feigned death. Quanyue has been dumbfounded since being picked up by Yuzuki Inuichiro. He just used quirk open black lens bracket rebirth close black lens bracket, and he hasn't gotten over yet. Advertisement. Didn't Yuzuki Inuichiro recognize himself? He was carried into the medical care room, and Yuzuki Inuichiro put him on the bed in the medical care room. The doctor started to get busy. The position by the window just allowed Quanyue to see his reflection. There is no scar on his face on the glass window. His appearance is not much different from 7 years ago, only some small details have changed. The doctor did a basic examination and confirmed that there was no trauma, and asked Yuzuki Kenichiro to bring porridge and side dishes. Quanyue can eat after 2 bites. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Across the door, the doctor was talking to Yuzuki Kenichiro about Quanyue's physical condition. Slight dehydration, not very serious, may need proper training. There are no external injuries and internal injuries on the whole, which is considered healthy. The doctor hesitated and said, "It's just that his body is a little strange." Indoors, Quanyue gently touched the neck strap. Quirk open black lens bracket relic close black lens bracket. The dead quirk is launched with the entrustment item. His quirk, relic, must pass the deceased's relic to activate their quirk during their lifetime. These relics must have physical contact with themselves while activating the quirk. Doctors, oh, where did I say? His body is a bit strange. Oh. The doctor suddenly realized, that's right, I mean this. The name of the quirk brought by the strap is Cognitive Confusion. Quanyue also got it when I passed by Guangzhou, Daxia half a month ago. For this quirk, he is not yet capable of proficient operation. Open black lens bracket confusion close black lens bracket. It can reverse the existing cognition of the creature within 50 meters of the user into another cognition. Suppose that it killed someone, but this quirk can confuse the witness's perception of, I witnessed a killed someone with my own eyes. Although I directly witnessed the murder scene, I am not sure if it is a. Quanyue played with professional heroes several times with the help of cognitive confusion, can confuse the shocking perception of the witnessed killing scene, and it is quite simple to confuse the perception that, this person went to the left. Yuzuki and Ichiro looked at the doctor and stopped talking, and tentatively said, Doctor, is there something unspeakable in his body? The doctor sighed, his cognition became chaotic under the effect of cognitive confusion, and he opened his mouth, it's not too strange, but it's really not good to be a girl. There was a B********* G noise in the room. Yuzuki Inuichiro opened the door and saw that the porridge by the bed fell to the ground, and the bowl was broken into pieces. Quanyue sat on the bed at a loss. Yuzuki Inuichiro thought he was talking too loudly with the doctor, and turned the subject away. Are you still hungry? Is it not to your appetite? No, I'm full. Quanyue immediately refused. He made his request, I want to take a bath. Advertisement. He suddenly wondered what the doctor's original perception was. It should be understood that the confusion of cognitive confusion is based on existing cognition. Quanyue himself is indeed in a different physical condition from ordinary people. He thought that the doctor had discovered his secret. It's all here, he wants to eat malatang. Inuichiro Yuzuki satisfies his request and prepared washing utensils for him. When choosing a change of clothes, Inuichiro Yuzuki hesitated, and he still followed the uniform specifications on board. In addition to Quanyue's inconvenience in time, there is another point that Asui Suyu happens to be nearby, and he decides to reminisce with his old classmates. Since graduating from UA High School, students have been sent to various parts of Japan to perform tasks and join professional heroes organizations in different regions. Asui Suyu has always been active in the coastal areas, while Shiro Honda performed missions in big cities like Tokyo. The last class reunion Shiro Honda failed to complete because of temporary things. People? Yeah. The effect of cognitive confusion did not completely dissipate. The doctor pressed his temple and said, the girl has been at sea, but was blown by cold wind and frozen by the sea. Her menstrual affairs were a little bad. Specifically, she said, let us talk in detail. Forget it, we didn't salvage the ghost ship, and we can't put it on the deck. Shiro Honda pointed the direction to Asui Suyu, but I saw a kid on the ghost ship. Yuzuki Inuichiro pondered for a long time, always feeling uncertain, but there was only this doctor on board. He doesn't understand it himself, and Quanyue is indefensible with long hair. Yuzuki Inuichiro temporarily defaults that Quanyue is a girl. Shiro Honda recalled, well, it's a 15-year-old kid. When I went down, he seemed to be frozen all over, with cold hands and feet. The description of the corpse is as simple as 5 words, 15 years old, male. Is it convenient to take me to meet him? Asui Suyu asked, is it convenient to bring us some hot tea? All of them searched the sea for more than 36 hours, and some of the team members were already experiencing fatigue. Shiro Honda also noticed this and quickly took them to the cafeteria. It's really troublesome. Yuzuki Inuichiro's head exploded when he thought of the girls in Honghu's ambition. Shiro Honda is leisurely. He wanted to see Quanyue's status but decided not to bother. I didn't expect that Suyu would be near Okinawa. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Asui Suyu became alert. Her mission is the highest international secret, and the order she has received so far is to salvage corpses within 50 nautical miles of the high seas near Japan. After Quanyue took a shower, he faced the mirror with a neckband to cover a bullet hole in his neck. The hair was not dry and he stepped on slippers and went out. After dealing with Quanyue's taking a bath, he ran to the doctor again. You said he is a girl? It was a bit late when Asui Suyu arrived. She led a 5-person team to check the sea conditions in the area around Okinawa and rushed over to take a look when she heard that a ship had encountered a ghost ship. She was taller than she was when she was a teenager, and said with a smile, I didn't expect you to be here. Shiro, did you meet a ghost ship? Chapter 220. His name is Quanyue. The cruise ship that Quanyue is on is an offshore cruise ship. There are 3 floors of guest rooms on board. The ship has special amusement facilities, a gym, a meeting room, and a large dining room. There are not only professional heroes such as Shiro Honda who have returned to the exchange after the exchange, but also some business groups and overseas students. The meals are all in the form of a buffet. Now that the meal is over, I want a small stove in the kitchen and I want to pay extra. When Shiro Honda brought the Asui Suyu team to the restaurant, he saw Quanyue standing wet and watching. Is it really not allowed to make malatang? Quanyue asked. Is there anything spicy to eat? The waiter had a good attitude and patiently explained the current situation to Quanyue. Shiro Honda laughed and patted his shoulder. Can you eat spicy food now? He turned his head and said to Asui Suyu, this is the person you asked. They all work in the profession of heroes. Shiro Honda guessed that the person he picked up had something to do with Suyu. As for the specific task, there is no need to know. Hello, I am a green spirit. Professional heroes are used to tell people their hero's name, and Asui Suyu's hero's name is the green spirit. Well, hello. Quanyue said openly, call me Quanyue. He spoke out frankly, and couldn't fault anyone. Asui Suyu and Shiro Honda sat down casually and asked about each other's current situation, and they talked about the sea. These days it may be a bit stricter. If possible, it is better to make some proofs on the ship. Asui Suyu knew that the search of the high seas was not a country in Japan. Quanyue took a bite of the meatballs and went to the waiter for chili sauce. Asui Suyu stared at Quanyue's figure, thoughtfully. It doesn't look like someone who has just been rescued. Shiro Honda also noticed this, and became strange. The door was pushed open, and a man in a suit walked in and asked the waiter for the news. He said a few words, and then started a conversation with Quanyue. Shiro Honda waited until Quanyue sat down and asked the two to talk. Quanyue smeared the chili sauce and said casually, "Oh," he said, "I look good." In all fairness, Quanyue is not actually a type that is amazing at first glance, and even looks a bit ordinary. But as long as he laughs, he has a special charm. No one can speak harshly to someone who shows this smile. After they sat down and ate a few bites, the man in the suit leaned in and asked politely, "May I join you?" Advertisement. The surroundings were empty, neither Asui Suyu nor Shiro Honda mattered. I have heard about the names of the two professional heroes for a long time. I only have a chance to see them today. The man in the suit nodded and bowed, and handed his business card over, politely not. I am the person in charge of 3000 Ocean Park. Just call me Odagiri. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Long admired a big name. Shiro Honda hates this kind of entertainment the most. Asui Suyu took the business card and looked at it. The front of the business card was printed with the logo of 3000 Ocean Park. The bronze mermaid statue. On the back is the position and name of Mr. Odagiri. 3 adult business touted it, and finally led the topic to Quanyue. Are the two guardians of this kid? Odagiri said. I just saw this kid, and I thought he has the potential to be a star. It just so happens that our Sanshin Ocean Park is carrying out related performing arts activities. Mr. Odagiri, please give up unrealistic ideas. Yuzuki Inuichiro, who couldn't find Quanyue, walked out from behind. If Sanshin Ocean Park continues to carry out workplace quirk discrimination, let alone launch related performing arts activities, the court's subpoena must be resolved first. Where is it? The last time Mr. Yui came to our side to make a big rectification, we all implemented it well. Odagiri smiled and looked at Quanyue. Besides, I hope to have a good talk with this kid and his guardian. Such a smile should be seen by more people. Quanyue finished eating the balls and started to eat melon seeds. I'm not a kid, he said solemnly, I'm already an adult. It is a pity that he is now 15 years old, and no one associates him with adulthood. Yuzuki Inichiro sat directly next to Quanyue, staring at Odagiri. Mr. Odagiri said a few words casually, emphasizing his company's welfare system and development prospects, and hurriedly bid farewell. Do you know this Mr. Odagiri? Shiro Honda asked Yuzuki Inuichiro. Honghu Ambition had received several disaster victims before, and later recommended to Sanshin Ocean Park when he was working and helping. It was also an accident that Yuzuki Inichiro and Sanshin Ocean Park were able to forge a beam. After we introduced the work, there is still regularly observed the situation of the victims. When we went to do a follow-up investigation, we found that this company has serious workplace quirk discrimination. Discrimination against quirk in the workplace is a practical problem in quirk society. Although 80% of people will have a quirk, everyone's quirk is unique. Some quirks have unusually obvious appearance, with symptoms such as animalization and alienation. These symptoms cannot be reduced or disappeared by their will, and they become unusually prominent in the crowd. Advertisement. Anomalies are heretics. Sanshin Ocean Park is such a company with serious quirk discrimination. Because most of the work is related to water, 90% of the employees in this company are marine animal quirks. Among the 90%, quirks, mainly fish, accounted for half. They have a bad attitude towards outside workers. When Yasuki Inuichiro paid a return visit for the first time, he found scars on the bodies of other non-animal workers. During the second return visit, I directly witnessed a cold violence in the workplace. In the name of the young master of Honghu's ambition, Yasuki Inuichiro issued a warning to Sanshin Ocean Park and published the actions of Sanshin Ocean Park in the newspaper. So far, huge interest issues have erupted between the two sides. Honghu has the ambition to announce that it will not list Sanshin Ocean Park as a good company that can accept victims, and refuses to provide the other party with the convenience of acceptance unless the other party completely corrects the workplace quirk discrimination. But since the two sides tore their faces so far, for more than 3 years, Yasuki Inuichiro did not see that Sanshin Ocean Park had any regrets on this point. As quirk discriminatory, Asui Suyu put his business card away. I heard that the selling point of this ocean park has always been mermaid. The mermaid here is not a legendary mermaid, but a mermaid quirk in body shape. I haven't been to see their performance. I have watched the video. There are several mermaid performance videos about Sanshin Ocean Park on the internet. Naturally, Yasuki Inuichiro had also seen it. It can be said to be a difficult underwater performance that combines skill, technique and beauty. But this shouldn't be the reason for them to make workplace quirk discrimination. Quanyue put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. I'm full. He was not interested in adult topics, and stepped on slippers to leave. Yuzuki Inuichiro originally came out to look for Quanyue, but when he saw that he was leaving, he got up and said goodbye. I'll go and give the kid an identity certificate. Both Shiro Honda and Asui Suyu understand that it is better to back up and ask clearly for things like identification.
Shiro Honda smiled and said, "Don't be like that kid, he has a name. He is called Quanyue." Yuzuki Inuichiro was stunned. Chapter 221 Meeting of Professional Heroes. What is his name? Shiro Honda repeated, "Spring Moon, Spring of Spring Water, Moon of Moon. Quanyue." He said the name silently, nothing strange on his face. Shiro Honda didn't notice the strangeness of Yasuki Inuichiro, and said, "Hurry up and catch up. I don't think that kid is easy to get along with." Yasuki Inuichiro nodded and chased after him. He muttered two words silently in his heart, Quanyue. There are not too many people who call this surname, and it is not too little to say less, but the most famous in the heroes world is the Spring Moon family of the Heroes family of the Healing Department. Quanyue, the last heir of the family, passed away 7 years ago. The person who collected his body was Yasuki Inuichiro. When he walked out of the restaurant, he happened to see Quanyue hanging out his hand half-man on the railing, and asked, "Are you blowing cold wind here?" Quanyue did not answer, but took his hand back and started walking casually in the corridor.
The dragging sound of slippers was extremely loud, and Yuzuki Inuichiro didn't stop him. He followed the child behind and watched him stroll around. "Are you free?" Quanyue walked around for a while, basically remembering all the room numbers and layouts on this floor, and Yuzuki Inuichiro was still walking slowly behind him. Quanyue was surprised that he listened to other people's exchanges and didn't think that Yuzuki Inuichiro was an idler. Yuzuki Inuichiro put his hands in his pockets and stared at Quanyue's face quietly. He felt like where he had seen this face, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it clearly.
"It's not too busy. Anyway, the most troublesome thing on this ship is you." Yasuki Inuichiro took out his phone from his pocket and looked through the photos. "Have we seen it somewhere?" "I don't know." Quanyue didn't want to leave, and said, "Where is my room?" "You live in my room." Yasuki Inuichiro looked it up in the photo and confirmed that there were no similar faces. "Don't worry, I will live with Shiro Honda. It turns out that my single room belongs to you. There is a problem. Just come and find us next door." He arranged all the details, and when Quanyue returned to the room, he also saw the underwear in the bathroom worn by the girl. On the table are also boiled hot water and brown sugar ginger tea bags. If Quanyue is a girl, Yasuki Inuichiro must have a very high degree of affection in his heart. Unfortunately, Quanyue is a boy. On the Goddess of Spring, many professional heroes and international policemen were sitting in the conference room, and distributed a piece of information to their audience. Chen Tian projected it out and said, "These days, some of the dead bodies we salvaged on the high seas and in the waters near Japan. Block, it can be confirmed that Inos from the wound is indeed dead this time." Advertisement. The people below made a noise. Asui Suyu returned to the meeting room. She also got a copy of the information, but the information was obviously heavier than the others. The gangster killer whales also held the same information, and all their professional heroes from Japan sat together. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. But I want to say that we are not killing this man for the first time. Chen Tian tapped the microphone twice. "Quiet, everyone, please be mentally prepared before opening the information in your hands. This is a new piece of information, and it contains all the corpse scenes in high-definition picture quality."
Chen Tian's quiet voice sounded, "This is our report on the most recent autopsy, as well as the relevant information on the previous killing of Inos. We have witnessed his death 5 times in total. Only this time, Inos was killed near the strait. The body fell into the sea and was carried to different places by the ocean currents. Although the body was incomplete, Chen Tian finally got some news about Heroes Quirk. Although we witnessed Inos' death the first 4 times, we all know that this man has not disappeared. He will appear strangely in another place, as if he had never fought. The enlarged picture shows an earthworm and another. This is the cover of the comic book. To me. Drawn by Genji Ito.
At present, it seems that Inos has the quirk that accounts for other quirks. We can infer that he has a quirk that has been resurrected multiple times. This kind of quirk is similar to an earthworm and can be reborn with severed limbs. The earthworm divided himself. After being 2, it will become 2 earthworms. Another comic cover, Fuji, is also very easy to explain. This quirk has something in common with Fujong. If it's true, it would be terrible, the gangster killer whale murmured. He has seen the comic, Fuji, and reproliferates after the corpse is divided and each individual has his own consciousness. This is not just for fun. From what we have learned so far, Inos has never appeared one by one, and there have not been multiple Inos at the same time. This is the corpse piece salvaged from the sea today. You can find that the part of the corpse piece has begun to grow. Chen Tian looked at the picture and felt a little uncomfortable.
It was too challenging for people's limits. But the good news is, the corpse had stopped growing when it was salvaged. We speculate that Ino's scar is not equivalent to Fu Yang's ability. His specific ability should be that only one of several flesh bodies will eventually become a real human body. When his new body grows, the other corpses will automatically stop growing. In line with the above picture that the face should not be mosaicked, a conclusion has emerged.
The man they were hunting has been resurrected. Trouble you guys, in addition to salvaging the corpse, we will also increase the search mission. Chen Tian ordered, the suspicious persons who appeared in the coastal areas of Japan within 3 months must be investigated. Special attention should be paid to this half a month. I've come here. Bakugo's temper was a little less tempered than when he was a student. He kicked the chair in the conference room and sat down, cocked his legs and said, Feiju, what do you want us to do? I'm sorry. Bakugo has a little trouble. Hiroshima Eijiro said sorry, I will let him over right away. Advertisement. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Later, I will explain some of the experience that I have had with Innos. The whole meeting should have ended after the notice was completed. As a result, Chen Tian passed the microphone to someone behind the scenes. A foe's quirk is a plundering and granting quirk. This kind of quirk is extremely rare. I have always felt that there will be no second AFO until Innos appears. All Might thought of the day when international organizations contacted him. Said with difficulty, Innos has targeted professional heroes and special quirks so far. You can check the specific information in the data in your hand. After communicating with Chen Tian, I believe that the occupation of Japan as heroes will become his first goal.
In accordance with Innos' habit, he will start sweeping down the leaderboard. All Might worked as a guest teacher at UA High School after retiring. He often educates and enlightens students. Half of the professional heroes present have received his favor. In Japan, Midoriya Izuku and Shoto Todoroki sat together after a long absence. Compared to 7 years ago, Midoriya Izuku's body is stronger. Although he does not have the explosive muscles of All Might, he has a simple sense of strength.
Shoto Todoroki just rushed back from the field, sitting in the meeting room and grabbing time to have lunch. The professional heroes of the other countries left one after another, and Chen Tian stood aside with his hands hanging down. The door was closed, and a ray of light shone in the pitch-black venue. Hello, professional heroes, this time I didn't want to appear. The focus of the entire survey will be biased towards 15-year-old men. Chen Tian made a gesture to him, and All Might nodded. It's not a secret in the professional heroes world who is the opponent of the Battle of the Wild. Every new student in the heroes subject will watch the video of the battle under the leadership of the teacher. After he finished speaking, he put down the microphone. Chen Tian said, so far, the United States, European countries, Daxia, and other small countries in Central Asia and Africa have all been cleaned up. Japan should not be unexpectedly the next target. All Might waved his hand to stop them from saluting and said, I used to think that AFO was the most evil symbol. Since the Battle of Kamiya, society has been slowly deconstructed and reorganized. There were many setbacks in the process, but everyone worked together to overcome them. Up. When the light is on, there is only the sound of paper splashing. This is the heroes of the Kamana battle 7 years ago, and it is also a symbol of peace in Japan. Excuse me, please keep the Japanese professional heroes. The man's voice was weak and his back looked abnormally weak. Ms. All Might. All Might looked much better after 7 years of recuperation. He is wearing his old professional hero's combat suit, and the bottom of his clothes may be slightly yellowed under the box for too long. No one would despise that old dress, and no one would despise the weak old man in front of him.
Chapter 222. All Might revealed to me that some of us may have been targeted by Innos. Midoriya Izuku worried, the transnational criminal Innos. Is the Innos in the Scar Live studio? Shoto Todoroki obviously knew who it was. He was a little strange. How many of us? Why? Japanese professional heroes are basically active in Japan and rarely go abroad. Innos is different. This guy travels all over the world. Sometimes it's normal to change 3 or 4 countries a day.
Bakugo Katsuki didn't have much impression of Scar heroes Innos. Oh, it sounds like a great guy. He raised his head and glanced extremely arrogantly. As a professional heroes, I don't have the consciousness of being pursued and killed. Midoriya Izuku is used to Bakugo Katsuki stabbing a few words from time to time. He said to Shoto Todoroki, the specific situation has not been passed back, but I think it is definitely not easy to make All Might pay attention to the guy. Although this is the case, who is Innos and how much power does it have? Neither knows. Be careful during this time and don't be alone. Bakugo Katsuki stared at Midoriya Izuku's figure for a while, then snorted and lowered his legs, boring. On the offshore cruise ship, Quanyue opened the quilt and rolled around inside. It's boring. Although there is a TV in the room to watch, it seems to be a dumb entertainment program. Quanyue laughed, too lazy to laugh, and ran out of the room to find Yasuki and Nuichiro. He didn't find Yasuki and Nuichiro, but directly ran into Mr. Odagiri at 3000 Ocean Park. Hello. Odakir stepped forward and shook hands. Would it be convenient for me to ask about your relationship with Mr. Yeyu? Quanyue smiled. What do you think is the relationship? Mr. Odagiri hesitated. He didn't directly witness Shiro Honta saving people that morning, he just heard a little afterwards. However, the person whose thoughts of normal people were picked up should lie in the infirmary, and it is absolutely impossible to appear in the room of Yasuki and Nuichiro. Can come out of an adult male's room. Couple. Relation. Odagiri had just finished speaking, shivering all over his body. He found that Quanyue looked at him without speaking, but his eyes were gleaming. Mr. Odagiri rubbed his eyes and found that the sparkle in the opponent's eyes disappeared. Quanyue smiled brighter. Mr. Odagiri looks like that kind of pretty person.
After speaking, he bypassed Odagiri and ran away. Odagiri felt his back numb and itchy, and there was some dizziness in front of him. He gritted his teeth and didn't pay attention to these small details. Damn, it's not someone who won't get it. Odagiri complained in his heart, shouldn't I still have to you? He admitted that he was shocked when he saw that smile. Girls who can laugh are not too bad luck. One of the reasons is that women who can laugh easily make people feel good.
After I sign you in. He cleaned up his expression and returned to his adult appearance. Advertisement. The next day, Mr. Odagiri was found dead in his room. It was Mr. Odagiri's secretary who found the body. He found that Mr. Odagiri's phone could not get through and came to the room and knocked on the door. No one responded until the secretary went to the concierge and asked for the key. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It was suicide. The maritime police searched the scene and came to several conclusions. First of all, the entire environment is completely enclosed. The deceased died in the bathroom and the doors and windows of the room were locked. Secondly, the bloodline and meat in the nails of the deceased were his own, and there were scratches of different depths on his body and back. Do you mean that Mr. Odagiri himself caught himself to death? It was the first time that Yasuki and Nuichiro heard this method of death. What does it have to do with me? Yesterday they called the Maritime Supervision Bureau. Today, not only the Maritime Supervision Bureau, but also the Maritime Police have arrived. Now the entire offshore cruise ship is under control, and everyone, including professional heroes, cannot leave their room without authorization. Yasuki and Nuichiro returned to his room, and Quanyue sat on the bed and played games. An eyewitness provided that you and Mr. Odagiri had a quarrel yesterday in the restaurant.
Moreover, the Honghu ambition you led had a direct conflict of interest with the Sanshin Ocean Park to which Mr. Odagiri belongs. The maritime police opened their hands and expressed helplessness. The restaurant surveillance video also proves this. Yuzuki Inuichiro wiped his face to calm himself down. I have run into any bad things. Well, I admit that I have a direct conflict of interest with the ocean park to which Mr. Odagiri belongs. Is it a motive? Then what should I use to get in to kill myself? Talcum powder?
Before boarding the ship, everyone's belongings will be checked, because it is the summer and autumn exchange season. There is still a box of talcum powder in Yasuki and Nuichiro's room. As a standing item after bathing in summer, it will naturally be prepared on board. The maritime police hurriedly said, of course it won't be talcum powder. He poked his comrade who kept laughing, and made a serious expression. In fact, we guess this should be a quirk crime. From Quanyue, there was the sound of gold coins falling as the game cleared. Obviously, he passed the customs again. Can we go out and talk about this kind of thing? Said this strongly suggestive remark in front of a 15-year-old child. Anuichiro Yasuki wanted to blast people out. He himself was a quirk-free. The maritime police said in this room that quirk crime was almost explicit. The police realized that he did not use the appropriate words. He apologized to Inichiro Yasuki and Quanyue. I'm very sorry, I was abrupt. Quanyue threw the phone away, hugged the pillow and looked at them and said, do you suspect that I killed someone? Ah, no. Suspect that a 15-year-old kid killed someone. The maritime police ranked this possibility the lowest. In terms of motivation, Quanyue and Odagiri have no grievances or conflicts of interest. Advertisement. I haven't had time to help her test the quirk. Yasuki and Nuichiro said, why don't we test it now? Although there are no tools for quirk testing on the offshore cruise ships, there are definitely there on the ships of the Maritime Supervision Bureau and the Maritime Police. However, professional heroes' work became hectic after the Battle of Kamiya. Most offices can only solve the problem, but there is no way to perform the aftermath well. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Before the victims expanded further, Honghu's ambition appeared in people's sight as a semi-charitable professional aftermath organization.
Only professional heroes will hand over their aftermath tasks to Honghu Ambition, sign a transfer contract, and all the aftermath work will be taken over by Honghu Ambition. Unless Quanyue's real parents emerge in the middle. But we still want to ask, kid, what is your quirk? The maritime police looked at Yuzuki Inuichiro. Does Yuzuki know? Just yesterday, Shiro Honda also signed a transfer contract, transferring Quanyue from his responsibilities to the name of Inuichiro Yuzuki, the head of Honghu's Ambition.
How long is it going to go? The snake in the phone was wandering desperately, and the light of the game reflected in Quanyue's pupils, which looked like a blurry brilliance. The government has issued policies to strongly support the appearance of Honghu's Ambition, and the professional heroes community warmly welcomes the emergence of Honghu's Ambition. At the beginning, there were still many firms that were not good at this kind of cooperation, but 7 years was enough time for this set of open government heroes firm Honghu ambitious semi-charitable organization triangle relationship to be deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Yasuki and Nuichiro was busy with formalities yesterday. According to the rules in Japan 7 years ago, professional heroes have the right to be responsible for a series of aftermath work after the rescue. The government will give certain assistance and subsidies. The government will not pay too much attention to people afterwards. After all, this is a thankless job. Quanyue picked up the phone and started the next game. Many firms have signed long-term aftercare contracts with Honghu Aspirations, which include proper handling of corpses after extreme events, psychological treatment of survivors, work and life, and coordination of various incidents. Quickly, just test the quirk. The greedy snake made a big fork. Quanyue raised his head and tucked his hair. I don't want to test it. He was wearing his pajamas and said casually, nothing can be tested anyway. The maritime police also agreed with this point, so let's look at Quanyue's statement.
Ordinary people who were attacked by evil forces led by the Villain Alliance not only suffered severe damage to their property, but also suffered different psychological and physical traumas. These wounds will produce new evils under the fermentation of time, thus forming a set of vicious circle. Legally speaking, the temporary first guardian of the minor Quanyue automatically became Yuzuki Inuichiro. Chapter 223 The current quirk test has begun to use the improved quirk test machine of the invention. You only need to lie down to automatically detect the quirk on the person. The latest version is suitable for children who have not motivated quirk to make quirk predictions.
This quirk testing machine was approved by the government as a special machine for testing quirk, which is full of authority. Quanyue naturally knows this quirk testing machine, and he even tested his own quirk. The result was that the machine exploded. The quirk test machine will print out all your quirks. When Quanyue tested it for the first time, it waited until the machine started to smoke and it hadn't finished printing. Judging from yesterday's visit by Asui Suyu, Shen Tian's group must be looking for themselves again. Quanyue knows that once he goes to the quirk test machine, he will easily expose the fact that he has many quirks. It would be great if Shen Tian's quirk could be directly deprived. Quanyue sighed. Yasuki Inuichiro didn't understand what a good kid said inside. He persuaded, it's okay, just go to the test once. It doesn't matter if it can't be tested. He thought Quanyue was a non-quirk. In recent years, everyone's attitude towards quirk has improved, but due to the promulgation of the quirk self-defense regulations under special circumstances, quirk's experience in times of crisis is still unsatisfactory. Many non-quirks easily become the primary target of kidnappers, or the first choice for some perverted vents. Because there is no quirk, there will be no sudden fire or strange gas, and it will not use your own quirk to attract the police. If you want to use your dark side, the best target is no quirk. Quanyue glanced at Yasuki Inuichiro, and he handed the phone to Yasuki Inuichiro. Is my quirk really that important?
Yuzuki Inuichiro waved his hand. I just said that the test quirk is not harmful to you. Then I am treating quirk. Quanyue sat next to Yuzuki Inuichiro and said, my quirk can transfer other people's injuries to myself. Yasuki Inuichiro seemed to have been hit in the head. He grabbed the quilt and looked at the child in front of him. His brain was in a mess. Quanyue. Yi? No, Quanyue is dead long ago. Isn't it? Yuzuki Inuichiro. You know best in your heart that Quanyue is dead long ago. The Quanyue family has long been annihilated, but his hands were shaking, and even the quilt scratched.
Yasuki Inuichiro was dry for a while. The name of this quirk. Is it damage replacement? Quanyue did not answer his question, saying, I don't want to do a test, and I haven't done a test. Advertisement. The Maritime Police intervened and said, the current test does not require you to show your quirk, and you will never get hurt. But it needs to be entered into the public database. Quanyue got out of bed to search for snacks. His mouth was a little weak. Mr. Yeyu, is there such a thing as spicy noodles on board? Just spicy. I don't want others anyway. Know your quirk. He found a bucket of instant noodles and a bag of chocolates. Quanyue threw away the chocolate and said, as far as I know, there is a family that is just like me. What about the last? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. You know Izumizuki's family. Who are you? Yasuki Inuichiro stood up abruptly, stepped forward and grabbed Quanyue's hand, and said, what is the relationship between you and Izumizuki's family? The Maritime Police hurriedly controlled the emotional Yasuki Inuichiro. Yasuki Inuichiro's eyes were red, a heavy snow flashed before his eyes, and the endless red of Beihai. Who are you? Quanyue looked at Yasuki Inuichiro quietly and smiled, regardless of what he said. When he laughed and his expressionless face was different, I don't know who I am. Can Mr. Yeyu lend me some money? I saw that the canteen sells spicy noodles before. A maritime policeman followed Quanyue out to sell food. Another person watched Yasuki Inuichiro. Mr. Yasuki, please control your emotions, otherwise we have the right to interrogate you and your ward separately. Yasuki Inuichiro grabbed his head and closed his eyes in pain.
Inuichiro, Inuichiro. He seemed to be able to hear Quanyue's somewhat hoarse voice calling himself so. That voice had been smoked by fire. It's different. He put down his hand and drinks a glass of water to calm down. Quanyue is different from Quanyue. Yuzuki Inuichiro tried his best to recall Quanyue's appearance. He relied on his memory to restore every scar on the 15-year-old boy. There were stab wounds on his arms, his feet, deep burns on his chest, his neck, and his face even more.
Strange. Quanyue, what exactly does he look like? Yasuki Inuichiro raised his head abruptly, and he watched his hands walk towards the depths of his memory. What he saw was a scarred face, a face like a ghost, but under the scar he had forgotten Quanyue's facial features. What are Quanyue's eyes, his nose, his mouth, what is his original appearance? No one seems to have thought about this problem. Quanyue, what was it like? Sorry, I want to make a call. Yasuki Inuichiro made his request to the police. On the other side, in the canteen, Quanyue chose the spicy noodles he wanted. A cruise ship is from Daxia to Japan, so there are a lot of Huxia snacks on board. Quanyue chatted with the aunt of the commissary when choosing the goods, and knew that they would stop at the port of Okinawa in 6 hours according to the original journey. Now I don't know how long it will be. This is the first time I have encountered this kind of thing. The aunt complained. I hope it can end sooner. Advertisement. 6 hours. Quanyue looked at the police in the corridor outside. It looks like a big man died. The aunt waved her hand and said, I don't know if it was a big man. Anyway, I can often see him on the boat. The policeman at the door kept looking inside. The canteen is a semi-enclosed room, and there are no other passages or windows in the room. Quanyue talked with the aunt for a while, then settled the price and left.
Mr. Odagiri often does this route. About 3 years ago, he would take a route, and every time he went there were 1 or 2 people. When I came back, several tour groups from Daxia followed. The aunt of the commissary remembers this very clearly, because the leaders of the few Daxia tour groups often buy old godmothers to eat with her. Maybe it's time to hit it. That's how the aunt explained. Quanyue opened a packet of spicy strips. The spicy taste filled his mouth. He took a breath and let the whole spicy go to his throat and abdominal cavity.
Only the strong spiciness made him feel that he was still alive. The police turned on the phone, turned a corner, and they walked into the opposite passage. Quanyue asked, "Where are you taking me?" "I'm sorry, I still have to do a test," the policeman said apologetically. "After all, this is a process." He looked up, only to find that there was no one around him. Quanyue was gone. The surveillance video was tuned out, showing that the child was just walking beside the police and eating spicy sticks. After a blind spot for surveillance passed after the turn, the person disappeared. The police and professional heroes searched for other surveillance videos and found nothing. There have been speculations whether the murderer had acted on the child. After all, from the monitoring of Odagiri that day, Quanyue was the person who had contact with Odagiri. Maybe there are relevant clues in this child. Just shook a hand and said a few words. Why did the murderer kill her? Shiro Honda thought this was nonsense. Why don't you say that this kid is the murderer? The first priority is to find someone. It was late at night, due to the demands of most of the passengers on the ship. At 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, the cruise ship will continue on its original route. Yasuki Inuichiro was sleepless all night. He sat on the bed and recalled Quanyue 7 years ago. The ashtray was full of cigarette butts. In the hallway, Quanyue stretched out his hand, his eyes emitting a faint white light. The sea slowly stirred up a whirlpool, and then a small black shadow in the sea spurred out and fell into Quanyue's hand. With the help of moonlight, you can see that it is a severed hand. It can be seen that on the cut surface where the hand was severed, new tissues used to grow slowly, and a villain had grown in the most core area. There is a silver ring on the middle finger of the hand.
Quanyue took off the ring and put it in his pocket. In the moonlight, it can be seen that there is a small trace of a square meter of space behind Quanyue. "Sure enough, it's my original quirk," he said softly, and once again the energy fluctuations, a square meter of space slowly disappeared into the air. Relic. Ring. Trigger quirk open black lens bracket 1 square meter space close black lens bracket. Chapter 224.
Quanyue's quirk, Relic, must have physical contact with the thing used by the deceased before it can be activated. All quirks have restrictions. Quanyue's Relic restriction. You cannot activate multiple quirks on multiple relics at the same time, a single. The relic cannot be used for more than half an hour in a day. With relics, the things to do next are much simpler. Quanyue put the ring on his finger, and the Shinigami green fingers looked small and cute in the moonlight. He sighed and hung his whole body on the railing. The 15-year-old boy looked the most beautiful. Even sighing and sadness have a different feeling. When Yasuki Inichiro went out, he saw Quanyue's appearance. He was a little annoyed and stepped forward and grabbed Quanyue's hand and asked, "Where did you go during the day?" "Wandering around." The moonlight shone on the sea, sparkling. "I didn't go anywhere." Quanyue turned his head to look at Yasuki Inuichiro. He clearly saw his reflection in the opponent's pupils, and smirked. "Mr. Yasuki seems to be eating me during the day." Yasuki Inuichiro took a step back, and raised his head to make himself more prestigious. But the gaffe during the day made him understand that he had lost his manners in front of this girl. Quanyue asked, "Could it be that Mr. You didn't want to mention anything about the treatment department?" He jumped to the ground, not knowing where the slippers were. "Go back to bed early," Yasuki Inuichiro said bitingly. "I do not." Yasuki Inuichiro stepped forward and twisted Quanyue's hands and clasped them backwards, shouldering Quanyue's whole person on his shoulders. He said viciously, "No matter what your excuses are tomorrow, give me a test of quirk."
He has a little hope in his heart for this kid's quirk. What if it really has something to do with the Quanyue family? What if this child is an orphan left outside by the Quanyue family except Quanyue? Quanyue slumped his mouth. He did not resist and let Yasuki Inuichiro carry himself back to the room, threw himself on the bed, and lay flat and said, "The test quirk will be recorded in the government's filing." He smelled residue in the room. The smell of smoke. Yasuki Inuichiro was looking for a change of clothes for Quanyue and ignored him.
"Hey, do you really have the heart to let me do the test?" Quanyue was aggrieved. "Isn't it easy for me to be a quirk as a surrogate? What age are these? It's not so dark, okay? Then why are you so excited?" Quanyue smiled and leaned forward, taking out the ring in his hand and said, "I found this outside, and you can help me manage it." The ring in his hand is exactly what he found out of the sea. That vegetarian ring. Yasuki Inuichiro glanced a few times, but he didn't notice anything unusual and helped Quanyue put it away. As soon as he put the ring in his pocket, Quanyue turned his face and did not recognize the person. "Okay, you go." The quilt looked like he was about to go to sleep. Yasuki Inuichiro didn't leave, and he opened the stool to sit down. Advertisement. He won't sleep tonight. Judging from the daytime situation, the child may be missing when he can play, just in case he wants to prevent him from escaping in the middle of the night. "Are you going to stare at me?" Quanyue was so angry, Huh, how tired it is to sit. You are in bed. Yasuki Inuichiro shook his hand for instant coffee and poured hot water on his hand. Hold it back, Inuichiro. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The other party is just a 15-year-old child. She is just a girl who knows nothing about the world. You are not so lively during the day than at night. Because there are other people during the day. Quanyue opened the quilt and said maliciously, I'm only so passionate about Mr. Yeu. After all, there are only me and Mr. Yeu at night. This unflattering tone almost made Yasuki Inuichiro, who was on the verge of an outbreak, spilled the whole coffee on the bed.
No, Inuichiro, hold back, the other party is really a child. It is a bit too uneducated to speak. Mr. Yei, don't you really plan to come to bed? I won't care. To shut up. At the same time, the goddess of spring, Shen Tian and All Might are watching the latest episode of the Scars live studio video. At the very beginning of the picture, a man is in a narrow room. A single shot allows everyone to see the entire room. The walls of the room are basically dark red, the chairs are full of bloodline, and there are unidentified tissues on the ground.
Shen Tian and All Might opened Shizun. During the whole process, they watched the man in the picture tearing his clothes and screaming hard, then began to scratch their upper body with both hands, and then their feet began to rub their thighs and calves, and then the man in the picture lean against the wall and rub his back with the rough wall. The expression on his face became more and more strange, from the pain and intolerance at the beginning to the enjoyment later. Even though the flesh and blood had been reduced to only one layer, he still let out a comfortable sigh. This is a time for the victim to be too late to himself. All Might couldn't bear to watch it, and looked away. This is the lightest kind, itchy. Shen Tian turned off the video and clicked on a folder. We asked a crime expert to do a profile, but as far as I am concerned, it is nonsense. Scar Heroes Inoc is not such a person. All Might noticed that the other party used the word, heroes. The most famous Dark Heroes Stain in Japan was arrested and imprisoned 3 years ago. Now it is difficult to have a Dark Heroes in Japan's underground world. But to compare Stain with the global criminal, Scar Heroes Ino's, the gap is not 1 or 2 points. His targets: murderers, quirk criminals, criminals who have caused major harm to society, criminals at large. Shen Tian released the information, these are in the live broadcast. Strong quirk, professional heroes. Advertisement. What do you want to find me for? Someone in Japan told us about the Battle of the Gods and Wilds. Shen Tianyi pointed out, Scar Heroes Ino's prefers the quirk that breaks the balance.
For example, OFA and AFO. Find yourself, then it is definitely related to OFA. All Might clenched his fists and looked at Shen Tian, who smiled to give him time to digest. I can help you. The quirk's fire has slowly disappeared. If you want to be the bait, it is to emit the last bit of light and heat. For All Might, this is a good way to die. Shen Tian shook his head, All Might, we will not let the glory of the past die. Enos will not be soft when he starts. He took a photo from his pocket and threw it on the table, the photo spinning several times right in front of All Might. This is a photo of 22-year-old Midoriya Izuku attending the Heroes rankings. He got the 3rd place in the rankings last year. A tribal prophet in Africa, quirk returning time, can make people travel to 1 day ago. I was spotted by Enos and disappeared for a month. After returning, the quirk disappeared. At that time, we sent a platoon to protect him. Angina, the daughter of an American congressman, quirk predicted, can only predict one person at a time, but the prediction accuracy is extremely high. After being targeted by Enos, she disappeared for a week, and quirk disappeared. The 7th professional heroes in Daxia's original ranking list, Joe Sho, quirk Oxygen, can fight by controlling the oxygen content in the air. After being targeted by Enos, he was robbed from the heroes base camp of the Huxia professional and disappeared for 3 months. The quirk disappeared when I came back. There are people in Australia, Europe, and even Siberia who are being targeted by Enos because of the quirk. They have been taken away and disappeared one after another. When they returned, there was no memory of the missing period, and the quirk disappeared. Shen Tian smiled kindly. Do you think the successor of OFA will be left behind? I believe in Midoriya boy. Shen Tian smiled and said nothing. He put a post-it note on the agreement, pushed the agreement in front of All Might, and turned to leave the meeting room. A few thin sheets of paper like a mountain pressing on All Might's heart, and Shen Tian's words continued to hit and fade like seawater. All Might's sight shifted from the cooperative combat agreement on the first side to the 2 big characters on the sticky note. Bait. Let your disciples be bait. All Might's heart was garbled. For a long time, he took out his cell phone and dialed the number, Midoriya boy. It was about Midoriya Izuku, and he couldn't make the decision alone. The world belongs to young people, and OFA also belongs to young people. He has retreated behind the scenes. Probably so. I'll come back to talk to you in detail. I'm very sorry, Midoriya boy. What kind of heroes is the same as the Diehui Basai society? Is it to destroy the heroes society based on quirk? Unlike Shizaki, if Shizaki gives people the impression of a bottom-up change, this Enos is more like a declaration of killing from top to bottom. Midoriya boy, I'm afraid this matter is not that simple. I understand, All Might. Midoriya Izuku said softly on the other end of the phone, if they say that this person's evil deeds are true, then I will voluntarily become the bait for action. Chapter 225. I'm really fed up.
Quanyu turned his head and looked at Yasuki and Nuichiro viciously. Are you going to follow me when I go to the bathroom? Since last night, Yasuki and Nuichiro has been guarding every step of the way. By his side, he is looking up, and he is him when he opens his eyes. When you close your eyes, you can feel the presence of another person beside him. Yasuki and Nuichiro calmly opened the bathroom door for Quanyu and said, don't even think about running. Today, you must give me a test. It is impossible to do a test. Quanyu won't be tested even if he is killed. Had it not been for the crowds on board, Quanyu would have used a few one-time quirks to run away. Where is it like now? He needs to maintain his image as a victim, while restricting his abilities while relying on Honghu's ambition to find a foothold.
This cruise ship could not arrive at the port until 3 o'clock this afternoon, and there was a period of time to interact with the Shanghai police. It was during that time that Yuzuki Inuichiro took Quanyue to do the test. I can do it alone. No, Yuzuki Inuichiro's trust in the dead child reached its lowest point. Last night he tried to sneak out of the room several times by himself, but he was all pressed back by Yuzuki Inuichiro. The identity of the little guy Quanyu is suspicious, and the consequences would be disastrous if he let him out without authorization.
All right. Quanyu gave up resistance in the toilet and said, go and go. He just collected a set of jamming electronic devices, forged printed documents, and so on in the cemetery. A one-time quirk. I am not afraid to speak with confidence after revealing the stuff. After the two of them had lunch, they went to the sea surveillance ship for testing. There is a special room for the test. Because Yasuki Inuichiro is quirk-free, he can accompany Quanyu into the room with an exception. Quanyu was lying on the test bed, the machine swept across his body slowly, and after a few clicks, he typed out his quirk report. Name: Quanyu. Gender: female. Age: 15. Quirk: damage transfer. Quirk explained. You can transfer the damage suffered by other objects or creatures to your own body. Check the quirk for the first time, enter the quirk electronic directory. For comparison, the quirk already exists. In the monitoring room, another piece of information clearly jumped out. Advertisement. Name: Quanyu. Death: S*X. Male. Age: 15. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Yasuki Inuichiro looked at the quirk that had just been printed out, speaking incoherently. His mind seemed to be full of stormy waves. Reason is the only boat among them. On the shore of Okinawa Prefecture, the foggy Tengu yawned with a briefcase. He didn't understand why the young master let himself roll over when he got something. After 7 years of reorganization and transformation, the Wutiango, who was the main combat force in Honghu Aspiration, became the head of the Honghu Aspiration Executive Department. The name changed to a better one, but the essence remained unchanged, mainly to solve some things that could not be solved by nonviolent means.
The rare Yuzuki Inuichiro directly asked him to come over and do errands. But why do you want this information? Wu Shengdu opened the briefcase and took a look, and sighed. I thought the young master had put it down. He was so hungry that he walked to the opposite ramen shop and ordered a large bowl of Yilei ramen to suck and eat. It is 3 hours before the boat reaches the shore. Shiro Honda is still worrying about the bizarre death of Odagiri. As one of the few professional heroes on the ship, he and the policeman can't figure out why this man would arrest himself alive.
It would be great if Suyu didn't leave so quickly. Asui Suyu is thoughtful and has a very logical approach. In comparison, Shiro Honda is not so good at this kind of thing. The office he is in is too late to ask for help. The big men in the office. Hiroshima, Bakugo, Uumi. Forget it. Shiro Honda was going out to relax, when a man's painful wailing suddenly came out in the corridor. Ah, kill me. It hurts so much. A man covered in blood hit the door and fell directly in front of Shiro Honda. His eyes widened and he grabbed his collar and tried to lift it up. Started tearing and saying, kill me. Quick. Please. The tape in Shiro Honda's hands burst out, binding the man's hands firmly. The man jumped up and down like an electric shock, and bumped his head against the railing. The railing is sunken in its entirety. The whole process lasted less than 3 seconds from the appearance of the man to his death. Shiro Honda glanced at the surveillance in the corridor. In front of him was the late police comrade. They apparently rushed over by hearing the movement. What happened? Advertisement. He hit and died on the railing. Shiro Honda grabbed his hair and struggled. Do you have a forensic doctor on board? I think the two bodies need a more complete autopsy report. Don't even think about it. Quanyu counted the time. When he got to the shore, he could find various ways to approach his goal. Who will care who Yasuki Inuichiro is then? Speaking of this, Yasuki Inuichiro has a reason. According to the current laws and systems in Japan, I am your guardian. The first guardian. Quanyu has been in the testing room, coupled with the quirk detection, basically got rid of the suspicion of killing. When he asked if there was hot sauce for the third time, and refused the mustard sauce.
Yuzuki Inuichiro put down his chopsticks and said, I want to add a physical test report to you. Yasuki Inuichiro had practiced anyway, and steadily caught the opponent's broken face fist, and twisted the child's hand behind his back. The hands of the two of them are something similar to handcuffs. On Taobao in Daxia, this thing has a special term called, children's anti-loss bracelet. This is not like a question, more like a notice. You, untie it for me. The murderer was definitely someone on the ship. Quanyue poked the beef balls in the bento, suddenly felt his wrist heavier, fixed his eyes to look over, and punched Yuzuki Inuichiro unceremoniously in the face.
On the marine surveillance ship, Quanyu and Yasuki Inuichiro sat together to eat a boxed lunch. Because there is no way to return to the cruise ship for a while, the two of them will arrive at the port of Okinawa together with the marine surveillance ship. Inuichiro Yasuki saw Quanyu's little expression at a glance and said, "Don't even think about running away after disembarking. Japan's law and order are now stricter than before. Homeless people on the street must have their identity records. Once a child with an unknown background is caught, he will be sent to an orphanage. Instead of putting a time bomb like this, it's better to stay by your side. Popular point. Slip baby artifact. Leave me alone. Go away." Quanyu's hands were stopped, and his feet could still move. However, his body that was reborn after death had not undergone any exercise, and it was naturally soft. Quanyu's 7 years of wandering outside obviously made him reckless and reckless. "Are you sick?" Yasuki Inuichiro held the opponent firmly and did not let go. "If I don't watch you, you will run away when you get off the boat." Quanyu looked at Yasuki Inuichiro coldly, and splashed the bento on himself in the next second. He drenched himself from head to toe, the rice and vegetable leaves stuck to his hair, and his body was wet. Quanyu raised his chin and said to Yasuki Inuichiro, "I want to take a bath." Chapter 226.
It is impossible for Yuzuki Inuichiro to keep Quanyue dirty forever, but he was not willing to let go of the anti-loss bracelet. Quanyue looked at him as if looking at a dead person. Had it not been for the indispensable part of Yuzuki Inuichiro in the plan, Quanyue would have blown the man's head long. He didn't know how much blood he had in his hands outside for 7 years, and he had long forgotten what he was like in the beginning. Killing one person and killing 100 people have long been a matter of numbers for him. Who is the killer is particularly important here. There are no clothes here. Yasuki Inuichiro intends to bring people to his own territory. At least he has absolute certainty on his own territory. Quanyu rolled his eyes, pointed to his shirt and said, "Isn't this clothes?" Yasuki Inuichiro couldn't tell him clearly, but he really couldn't leave the child sloppy until disembarking. He had to find a few regular clothes on the boat that no one wanted, and took Quanyu to the public bathroom. Quanyu pointed to the anti-lost rope on his hand, and Yasuki Inuichiro shook his head. To the maximum extent, Yasuki Inuichiro just found a small single room for Quanyu. The others are outside, Quanyu is inside, a small gap is opened in the middle door, and the rope is pulled straight in the middle. Quanyu snorted coldly, and did not continue to care about Yasuki Inuichiro. He snapped the door shut and opened the shower head directly. The water splashed on him, and Quanyu took off his clothes while rushing. But because one side is locked, the shirt cannot be taken off cleanly. Quanyu directly let the clothes hang on the rope. Yasuki Inuichiro leaned at the door and listened to the sound of water splashing inside. He felt that the impact he had suffered during the 2 days on the ship might be greater than the impact he had received in the past 7 years. Quanyu. He gnawed this name. Control yourself not to think about it. The rope in his hand was heavy, and he asked, "What's the matter?" "I can't take off my clothes and hang them on it." With the sound of pressing the shampoo and the sound of turning off the faucet, Yuzuki Inuichiro smelled mint. He gradually stiffened up and down, and a 22-year-old adult and a 15-year-old girl coexist in an extremely ambiguous situation in and out of the bathroom. Quanyu naturally knows what others think, but the more he wants people to think like that. Quanyu's identity as Quanyu's orphan is the safest only when others in the parties regard herself as a girl. He was born in Japan and grew up in Japan. All the people who have a relationship with him are in Japan. This is also the reason why Scar Heroes Inos has been famous all over the world in recent years, but has never visited Japan. It is too easy for Quanyu to expose himself. Once the relationship between Quanyu and Quanyu's family is exposed, coupled with various information and clues inquiries, his most fatal weakness will be exposed. Except for Quanyu's activities in the first year when he first arrived in the United States, he would pretend to be people of different ages, races and identities for the rest of the time. In Daxia he can be a young and promising philanthropist, in Europe he can be a white young vagrant singer, and in Africa he can be a local black-skinned mercenary. It is easy to change your identity and image as long as you need it. After several years of fighting, international organizations are not vegetarian. They have gradually begun to master the frequency and template of Quanyu's disguise. Quanyu was almost taken apart by these people on the way to escape. Quanyu turned on the faucet, and the water flowed across his neck, making the thumb-sized hole more obvious. As the only country that I have not visited, coupled with the existence of AFO and OFA, it is a delusion not to be noticed. Chen Tien will definitely spread the net in Japan. To avoid his eyeliner, in the long run, Quanyue needs an identity that is safe, reliable and will never be guessed. He pulled the towel, wiped his hair, and asked, "Hey, what are you going to do with me when you get to the shore?" After that, he kicked the door. At this time, the two people opened the skylight to speak brightly. Advertisement. Quanyu has wet hair and is wearing a large and long white sweater with a girl's safety pants underneath. Yasuki Inuichiro put the cigarette that he took out back into his pocket, wiped his hair, and said, "What can I do to you? What should I do when I'm 15? Yasuki Inuichiro also thought about this problem outside. He had made a lot of ideas in his mind, but he still chose the most common and seemingly safe option. When you are 15, you should go to school. But it might be a matter of which grade you are in. Yasuki Inuichiro intends to arrange an exam for Quanyu after disembarking, and test the bottom.
Quanyu did not reject the movement of Yasuki and Nuichiro. His hair is too long is also a problem. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Am I going to high school? Not yet, but if you want to go to school, you still have time from the 3rd grade. This year's high school entrance examination has just passed, and the new batch of aspirations is still filling. There are many Honghu ambitions of Nuichiro, Yasuki and Quanyu. Children of the same age, there are also many high school students and junior high school students who come to volunteer in the activities organized by Honghu Aspiration. Hey, I don't want to study. Yasuki and Nuichiro put a handful of towels expressionlessly, copied out the hair dryer and said, what do you want to do without studying at the age of 15? Without the slightest hesitation, Quanyu's going to study was settled. At the port of Okinawa, when the misty dog who doubted his life held the information, he wanted to cry without tears. In order to send information to the young master, he refunded a concert ticket and a ticket for the literary girl autograph event.
But this time he is not alone. There was a teenager waiting together by the port. He is obviously a Heroes, but judging from his age and appearance, he should be an intern professional Heroes. He held a sign in his hand with the name of Zero Honda's Heroes.
Both of them came to pick up people, and it's another matter whether they didn't pick up. The boring Wudiongo lost 7 games in a row, and was so painful to be abused that he simply chatted with the teenager. Are you an intern at the blast firm? Hey, our office is not called by this name. Oh, it's okay. We all call it that way. Bakugo Katsuki, your chief executive, is still the most suitable hero's name to kill the king. Although we privately call him Durian Head, Hot Monkey, etc. Wu Tiango is really idle. He said, are you new here this year? The boy smiled shyly. I have been an intern in the office for almost a year. Before that, Mr. Ryo's Yuto was responsible for leading me. Renu Sei Yuto, is Kirishima Eijiro. A man of very male style. Wu Tengu counted in his heart and counted, it seems that you are quite good, this is the second in command of their firm. Quote. Perhaps the main reason is that the temper of the leader is completely unsuitable for educating students and bringing newcomers. At the moment when Bakugo Katsuki locked up the awards at the UA High School Games in high school, he was already far ahead of his peers in booking the first place in the list of the most bad guys in the professional heroes, and he couldn't afford it. Honghu's ambition, an organization that is mainly responsible for logistics and aftermath, actually hates the hero's office, which is full of enthusiasm and destructive combat style, and is not good at handling things behind him. Since you are a half-disciple brought out by Renous Shongdu, you will surely be famous on the ranking list in the future, so please report your name. The boy smiled shyly. My name is Hideiki Saruta, a third-year student in UA High School. The two of them talked about some things in the heroes industry, and they were quite happy. Wu Tiango added the game account of Hideiki Saruta. After 2 people played 3 games to kill time, Wu Tiango firmly held the thigh of Oh Huang.
Yu Quirk is lucky. The foggy dog can already see the shadow of the ship, and he tears up the last game with Saruta Hideyuki. Advertisement. Saruta shook his head and said, I am a melee type. Your office is mainly close combat, it's time to find a treatment department. The sound of the boat arriving at the shore engulfed the words of the foggy Tengu. On the boat, Yasuki and Nuichiro packed up his things and gave Quanyu a ponytail for the last time. You move my head again, I chopped off your paws. Quanyu patted Yasuki and Nuichiro's paws and styling his own hair. You were about to comb the comb. Yasuki Inichiro apologized while walking outside with Quanyu. Originally, he said he would wait for Zero Hontas. Later, the police station said that they could not release people for the time being, so they had to go back by themselves. The most conspicuous person on the pier is Hideiki Saruta. He was the only one in the group who brought a big brand, and the rest were either acquaintances or relatives. Wu Tiangu wanted to go up and cry about the hardship he was waiting for. When he saw Quanyu who was locked with a child-losing rope next to Yasuki and Nuichiro, he opened his mouth and came, sister-in-law. Quanyu glared over. Foggy dog poo 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 several times, younger sister. Yasuki and Nuichiro slapped his face with a slap. The Wushin Go reacted after knowingly, you got out of the single. You got out of the single. Why did you get out of the single? A single voice was filled with accusations from the single dog. Quanyu couldn't bear to look at it. He focused on Saruta Hideiki. Saruta Shu shook his whole body. He tried to control his urge to scream. The upper and lower teeth were welded to each other, and the inside of his mouth had been bitten and bleeding. The board in his hand was almost cut out of the hole. This person, Shu Yi. Wushin dog shook his hand, jokingly said, is this kid so good looking? Don't stare. This person is from Beihai. Yuzuki Inuichiro had a headache. You are here to pick up Zero. He needs some hard work. Are you going to sit with us first, or go to the police to wait? This person is that person from Beihai, one of Hidechi Saruta's quirk, unforgettable. However, his quirk is only limited to the image type, and he is strong in non-text memory.
It was a snowy day on the most feared day in his memory. I just thought countless times, it's really a waste of senior yin to die for me. The benefactor protected him behind his back and guarded him tightly. Over the man's shoulders and snowflakes, as a child, he saw those white eyes. And the owner of those eyes. In reality, these eyes are still the same as before, but they don't have the suffocating whiteness of death. He showed his emotions like a normal person. He did not recognize himself. Hideiki Saruta comforted. He didn't recognize me. Crackling, the brand was completely broken. With the death of the fear engraved in the bones, only hatred and disgust rushed into my heart. The other party did not recognize that he was the little Nomu. Chapter 227. Paste Heroes. Quanyue pieced together the name on the sign and said to Yasuki and Nuichiro, "Is it Heroes?" He left Ua High School early, and after the sports meeting, he gradually alienated from college life, and he had forgotten to talk to him. Unrelated classmates. For Quanyue now, if anyone wants him to remember, then his brain storage is too cheap. Although there is a one-time quirk related to memory, it is obviously a waste to use it in some innocuous places. Foggy Tengu first asked Yeiyu Kenichiro to take people to the customs for inspection. Considering that Quanyue's identity might take a little longer, they used some of the privileges of Honghu's ambition to do the inspection and verification in advance. Here, they once again met Asui Suyu. Asui Suyu was assigned a task. The third search has already begun on the high seas and offshore waters. After Chen Tian negotiated with the Japanese government, he transferred a group of professional heroes who were mainly engaged in cleaning and search. After working for 3 or 4 days, Asui Suyu can finally change to a slightly easier task.
Customs must be strictly guarded, at least after Enos enters Japan, they will never be found. The gangster killer whale is responsible for another piece. Now the Okinawa customs only has Asui Suyu, a professional heroes.
After the meeting, she walked out the door with the customs police, just in time to see Yasuki and Nuichiro walking over with Quanyue. Nuichiro Yasuki and professional heroes have been dealing with early, and he can record almost all professional heroes' offices and related professional heroes in Japan. Asui Suyu is the heroes who performed most prominently in floods and shipwrecks in recent years, and he naturally knows them. The two people exchanged a few words and got into the topic. Is that the kid who picked it up from the sea? Asui Suyu suddenly asked. It seems that she has been wearing the necklace all the time. It's not a necklace, it's a necklace. Nuichiro Yasuki once mistakenly said that he had become a caller, and Quanyue directly beat him. Although it is not particularly painful for girls to fight, they still feel a little bit. Asui Suyu stared at the strap for a while, and asked, "Can you ask her to take it off?" Quanyue sat there alone and continued playing mobile games. His long hair was tied into a ponytail. It was obvious that he was not skilled enough and the tie was messy. It's rare for a girl of this size to wear a ponytail badly. Yasuki and Nuichiro tried to ask, but was pushed back by Quanyue. Obviously disagree. In his mind, the child had no choice but to say to Asui Suyu, "What is the customs inspection today?" Check a man. Asui Suyu didn't give much news. Yasuki and Nuichiro felt that this had nothing to do with him. After all, Quanyue had been examined by the doctor and was a girl. The basic data of the quirk test on the marine surveillance ship also showed that Quanyue was a girl. Of course Quanyue is a girl. Quanyue glanced at Asui Suyu, and when he heard, "Check a man," he understood that Chen Tian had acted. The best way to avoid a search is to take a path that is completely opposite to the other party's search direction.
He manipulated the Tetris on the phone to drop. Chen Tian must have obtained part of his corpse, at least there are bones in this part of the corpse. Through bones and some genes, a group of people led by Chen Tian can infer their main age and gender. Quanyue has always been cautious, even if he died in the Taiwan Strait, he ruined his face in advance. It is to prevent Chen Tian or someone from a certain faction from seeing his true face.
Quanyue is a girl, the doctor's certificate and the quirk test information. He tampered with most of his information on the machine through a few one-time quirks. These data will be directly entered into the government database as a record. Once entered into the official procedures, a personal data file of Quanyue will be generated. Advertisement. Who would have thought of pretending to be a girl? Mr. Yeiyu, I'm hungry. Quanyue dropped his phone and rushed over and said, "I want to eat Sichuan hot pot." Yeiyu and Nuichiro hung this Quanyue and bent over unexpectedly. He pressed Quanyue's head and comforted him. "Don't now, I am getting you a temporary residence permit." Although it is not an ID card, the temporary residence permit allows Quanyue to enter Japan legally and logically. Quanyue, who leaned on Yasuki Inichiro's arm, smiled. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. OFA. And, AFO. I booked your quirk. I'm almost starving to death. Quanyue stepped forward and gasped. Duck blood, beef slices, hairy belly, fish eggs, prawns, beef balls, crab sticks, octopus silk, fish tofu, tribute balls, lunch meat, baby dishes are also delicious. Fine. Yasuki and Nuichiro signed the Guardian Agreement, and he almost lost to the other party. I know how to eat. At the dock, Hideiki Saruta broke the sign bit by bit. He cleaned up the debris on the ground and threw it into the trash can. The Wushan dog looked at him, opened his mouth and smiled. Concentration is not enough. Saruta shook his hand, and he did not dare to look back. Think about it carefully. I just showed too many feet, but even now, Hideiki Saruta can't forget the feeling of being dominated by fear. He packed the ticket, as long as the man showed a trace of murder at that time. He will be defeated and turned away. Wu Tiangu smoked a cigarette, thinking that Hideiki Saruta was still a student. He put the cigarette back, patted the other's shoulder and smiled. The person our young master is looking for is good looking or good looking, but don't think about it.
Saruta looked at each other with pity in his eyes. No, I don't think about each other at all. The Wushan dog grinned and said, I guess it will take a while for the young master to do things. I will take you to find heroes with this effort. Before Saruta nodded, the man used quirk, flash, to bring the person there, on board.
He is very familiar with Honghu's ambitious senior and professional heroes and the police. Just before landing, I heard the sound coming from under my feet. Wu Tianghu stretched his waist and said, "Sorry, I'm not familiar with staying in places I haven't been." They were in a dark room, and Hideta Saruta fumbled for the switch and opened it with a snap. 3 or 4 huge water tanks appeared in front of them. In each tank there is a mermaid tied up by a rope. As the mermaid fell into a coma, the water in the tank showed a strange aquatic blue under the incandescent lamp. Luck. The Wushan dog covered his forehead and took out the phone. "Hey, policeman." "What? Oh, okay, I sent it to your evidence storage room." Oh, then you come and open the door instead. What?" In the end, not only the police, but also Shiro Honta who finished the transcript. "Mr. Wu Tianghu, please don't bring bad luck to our newcomer." He calmly dragged Saruta Hidaiki behind his back, righteously saying, "Your bad luck is contagious." Wu Tianghu's face changed from white to pig liver color, and he suffocated the word, for a while. Advertisement. The 3 of them got off the boat and met 2 Yasuki and Nuichiro, and the 5 of them found an unauthentic hot pot restaurant for dinner. Yasuki and Nuichiro went straight to buy a suit and put on it, and Shiro Honta also put on his own formal suit. The adults are going to work in a while. There is also a press conference and several internal meetings waiting for them. Here, Yasuki and Nuichiro buckled the anti-lost rope on the hand of Wu Tianghu, took the information he wanted, and said, "Watch a little, if people run away, I will smash your new swimsuit figure." Quote.
Ah, are you the devil? Tengu turned his hand and buckled the anti-lost rope on Hidechi Saruta's hand. "I won't give you a chance to smash my hand, huh?" "No, I don't want to pick it up," Suichi Saruta cried silently in his heart.
Saruta had no doubt that if he said yes, he would end up with a dead body. Murderous aura permeated the narrow seat. Maybe he can use this opportunity to kill the opponent. Quanyue chuckled, and mocked. "You seem to be afraid of me." He patted Saruta's face twice with money, and said in a frivolous tone, "No me." Without giving anyone a chance to react, this big man decisively used Quirk, Flash, and ran away. Hidaiki Saruta almost wanted to kill. He broke the key and put it in his pocket. In just a few seconds, he experienced, "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Why would I trap my enemy? What are you saying? No, I was wrong." Numerous villains in Saruta's brain snarled frantically. If he could, he wanted to put the hot pot bottom on Wu Tengu's head while eating. The man who has been ranked 3rd in the Trash Heroes Partner for 6 consecutive years and the number 1 in the online ranking of strength and brainpower are inversely proportional, and is a man who has made everyone fully aware of the magic of Honghu's ambition to contain this weird flower of an existence. The 2 teenagers sat together, relatively speechless. What can't be done is better. This is the most important point. From the time of eating, Wu Tianghu judged that this child named Quanyue is definitely a big thorn. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Quanyue took the bill, and the 2 adults exhorted a few words and hurried to get things done.
Yuzuki Inuichiro looked at the phone, and they were too late. But the Wushan Go, who had at least guaranteed strength, had already run away, and he exploded with a swear word after a long absence. Shiro Honda couldn't help laughing. He said, "It's okay, Saruta is also good."
Anyway, it's a rookie in our firm. Is it Saruta? Quirk, Flash, a rare quirk of the space type, the effect is similar to teleportation. Hidaiki Saruta pulled out the most handsome smile and replied, "Yes." Shiro Honta patted the young man's shoulder sympathetically. "It's okay, it's not bad to take such a beautiful girl to play. After all, Shuichi Saruta is still a newcomer. It is normal for him to not understand the internal affairs of the industry. For example, the hero's world, the top of the pit, the top candidate of all professional heroes who don't want to cooperate. Wu Tianghu. Yasuki and Nuichiro called the car directly and began to carry the luggage. He drew a few large bills from his wallet and handed them to Hidaiki Saruta, and said broadly, "Just play." Chapter 228. Quanyue heard the word, "You guess," and looked at each other with foolish eyes. Don't look at Quanyue playing the 15-year-old barbaric girl at the dinner table. In essence, he is still a murderous adult. Adults must look like adults. He clicked the banknote and said chicly, "Go, accompany me to buy clothes." From the time of the boat, Quanyue has been wearing an unfit white sweater with only a pair of safety pants inside. To pretend to be a girl is to pretend to be a little bit. Before Saruta could react, he was dragged by Quanyue. The 2 walked to the street and took a taxi directly to the nearest shopping mall in Okinawa. "Wrap this, and this skirt for me." Quanyue scribbled directly on his body, and threw it on the chair as if it was pleasing to the eye, making Saruta not soft at all. "Help me find the scissors, wait a minute, I'm going to change clothes." Hideta Saruta was beaten severely in his head, and he stumbled on the anti-lost rope just after he got up and walked 2 steps. The shopping guide girl chuckled. Anti-lost rope is common between father and son or mother and son, but it has become a bit of fun among couples. From the appearance, Hidaiki Saruta matches the outfit of Quanyue's girl very well, and it is not surprising that he was mistaken for a couple. When Quanyue changed into a pleated skirt and came out, the temperament of a female student suddenly appeared. "Oh, the 2 are really good match." The shopping guide girl clapped her hands and praised. Obviously, the compliment of this lady did not make anyone happy. Quanyu threw the shredded sweater in the trash can, and threw the packed clothes to Hideaki Saruta. He is not stupid. Although Hideaki Saruta said he knew something, from the performance point of view, he would not rashly say what he knew. If a person feels afraid of you, he will lose psychologically. As long as it is done properly, it is easy to turn the opponent into your own dog. Do you want to eat crepes? Quanyu asked Saruta Hideaki. Saruta Shu shook his head and nodded again. He held the bag in his hand regretfully, and his previous thought of trying to kill the man was a little shaken. With the image of remembering Quirk, I am sure that this person's face is exactly the same as it was 7 years ago. Know that you don't necessarily find people with exactly the same face in the world, even twins will be different in details. But what happened in just one afternoon has begun to shake Saruta's perception of this enemy. For at least the past 7 years, he would never have thought that his enemies would pull him on a shopping spree. Quanyu smiled and ordered a super spicy meatloaf.
At the dinner table, he knew Hidechi Saruta's current identity and ability. He is one of the big three in this UA high school. To be specific, it should be the second-ranked strength. The Big Three of UA High School represents the pinnacle of UA. Every Big Three has attracted the attention of the public and the industry. It can be said to be the rising rookie king in the heroes world.
The UA High School Big Three of Yasuki Inichiro's class was Bakugo Katsuki, Midoriya Izuku, Shoto Todoroki. The three current professional rankings last year are 4th, 3rd, and 2nd. After 4 years of debut, such an achievement can be said to have a limitless future. As the current Big Three, Hideaki Saruta naturally has his uniqueness. I heard that you are the heroes of the melee school. Quanyu smashed the meatloaf in one bite, and said, come with me to play the dance machine. Shuichi Saruta didn't want to play with this kind of thing, so he refused. Quanyu glanced at the underwear shop next to him, and said amiably, then you can buy underwear with me. Saruta Shu's expression changed a lot. After all, he was a boy. The great demon king Quanyu can lose face, but he can't. I won't go to any underwear store. Advertisement. Quanyu stared at Shuichi Saruta's red ears and said, really? Then accompany me to the dance machine. Why do you want to play this kind of thing? Quanyu remained silent, and directly pulled Shuichi Saruta by the collar and started walking towards the underwear shop. Hideyoshi Saruta was about to explode. He wanted to break the opponent's hand, but in a panic he couldn't even touch his fingers. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Wait. I choose the dancing machine. The big boy still felt ashamed to go to the lingerie shop, and more importantly, he absolutely didn't want to choose underwear in the lingerie shop with his enemy. But playing the dance machine with the enemy is not an option. Hideaki Saruta found sadly that he was afraid Izumi, deeper than he thought. He now most wants to cut the anti-lost rope in 2 cuts, and then give the opponent 1 blow to kill.
Do not exclude the possibility of being counter-killed. Quanyu watched Shuichi Saruta's face change from blue to white, then from white to purple. He felt that the child might have an enemy with him. But with this knowledge of hiding emotions, it's a long way from trying to get rid of myself silently. The possibilities are infinitely close to 0.
However, his purpose is not in this child. Let's go. Quanyu glanced back and saw a figure hiding quietly. Come with me to play the dance machine. When Saruta was tortured crazy by Quanyu, Yasuki Inichiro and Shiro Honta were enjoying the bombardment of reporters. Paste heroes, are you necessarily related to the death of Mr. Odagiri and Secretary Odagiri? Does the murderer know you? Is it true that Mr. Odagiri was itched to death? Mr. Yasuki, may I ask if you were motivated by the murder of Mr. Odagiri? A good exchange meeting was reported, and the reporters turned it into answering questions at the murder scene. Shiro Honta is a reliable person with a tight vent. Yasuki and Nuichiro ignored all the reporters who asked questions and began to answer questions about the exchange with Daxia step by step. There was a boo below, but the scene was slowly controlled. Yasuki Inichiro and Shiro Honta replied mostly mild. Suddenly a reporter took a photo and said, Mr. Yayu, what is the relationship between this girl and you? As the largest and most widely received heroes logistics organization in Daxia, the private life of Honghu aspiring people in power has also attracted some people's attention. The things of love and love are the most widely spread and the most clicked, and the web editors like these things the most. Yasuki Inichiro and Shiro Honta frowned when they saw the photo. The angle captured by the trail reporter is very clever. It looks like Yasuki and Nuichiro lowered his head and kissed the girl's forehead. In fact, only 2 people are talking normally. Please don't talk about topics unrelated to this conference.
It's reported that Odagiri sent an invitation to this girl before her death. Mr. Yaoi refused on the spot on behalf of the girl. Is Mr. Yaoi and the girl a couple? Is Mr. Odagiri's death because of love? This can be compared to a conspiracy theory. Much more interesting. The scene once again fell into the looting scene, and everyone squeezed toward the front.
Shiro Honta backed away protecting Yasuki and Nuichiro. Mr. Yayu, please answer this question. Mr. Yayu, Mr. Yayu. Yasuki and Nuichiro patted the microphone in front of him and said, the matter about me and this girl is my personal business, please keep my privacy. After speaking, he left the scene. Advertisement. Maybe I have to deal with the photos later. Yasuki and Nuichiro himself is used to gossip, but Izumi is still a 15-year-old child and should not be influenced by social opinions. Do his best, Yasuki and Nuichiro will provide a safe space for Izuki to grow up. Until the child can be independent at the age of 18. The two of them arrived backstage, and before they could breathe a sigh of relief, the organizer brought the policeman. Sorry, Mr. Yeiyu, we need to confirm a few things with you. Please speak. Yasuki and Nuichiro cheered up. The police took out a few photos and report materials. During the previous searches of Sanshin Ocean Park, did you find anyone who illegally modified the fish quirk? The photos are of several water tanks once seen by Wudiongo. Those mermaids are tied up in it, indulging in not waking up. We found 3 years of illegal human trafficking and crowd-gathering obscenities in the notebooks of Mr. Odagiri and his secretary. The people on the cruise ship are currently under our control. If you have any clues, please contact us in time. The police said. The more angry they are, they abduct women from Daxia and small Southeast Asian countries all the year round and transform them into fish-like quirks.
According to the records in their notebooks, the number of abducted people has exceeded 1,000. Yuzuki and Ichiro's brain buzzed. He remembered that he had visited Sanshin Ocean Park several times to investigate, and he thought of seeing the magnificent mermaid show in the ocean park.
Behind the beauty is the sorrow of countless innocent people. If it weren't for the accidental death of Odagiri, how many victims would be born? The police looked at Yasuki and Nuichiro and couldn't help but say a few words. The majority of their targets are girls aged 14 to 19. Once they are successfully transformed, they will be sold at a high price. There are some lucky ones. I will stay in the ocean park for performances. At that time, Quanyue was also a target that Odagiri looked at. Although it is wrong to kill, I still want to say that it was a good kill. Shiro Honda said, does the murderer have any eyebrows now? The police shook his head and became very depressed. No trace of the murderer has been found yet. It is said that more people will be sent to investigate the entire 3000 Ocean Park, and the malignant tumor must be removed. The danger behind the 3000 Ocean Park incident may be beyond their imagination. Quanyue. Yasuki and Nuichiro read these 2 words, and suddenly took out his mobile phone. After saying sorry to others, he hid in the corner and called the head of the Okinawa branch. While looking for the information he put in the locker, he instructed, help me check the local records of Okinawa and Sanshin Ocean Park, all of them. In addition, check the recent marine actions, international ones. And domestic ones. The person who can decisively tear through the darkness is absolutely extraordinary. Are you so good at dancing machines? Quanyue was beaten again, his hands and feet were born out of harmony. Even if there are more quirks later, there is no way to make up for the birth defects. On the other hand, he has good dynamic vision, and his spearmanship talent is scary.
Shuichi Saruda didn't want to play with him anymore, so Rubicon said, no. Quanyue leaned over and smiled. He laughed and raised his face. He laughed to the bottom of people's hearts. You may be really strong. Is there a direct relationship between the dancing machine and the strong ability? He glanced at the corner of his eye and saw a man behind Quanyue quickly put away his phone. He put the phone camera away from under Quanyue's skirt. The man and Hideyoshi Saruda looked at each other briefly, turned their heads and ran. Saruda Shui stepped forward and pushed aside the crowd, and scolded, stop. It's shameful to sneak pictures of girls' skirts. Chapter 229. Saruda's movements are very fast, even if he consumes a lot of physical energy on the dancing machine, but in the blink of an eye he caught the strange man under the skirt. As soon as he grasped the opponent's hand, he said, hand it over. What are you doing? Hideiki Saruda said righteously. Mobile phone, what did you take? Quanyue's wrist was a little painful because of the anti-lost rope. Just now Hideiki Saruda rushed out directly without any scruples about his existence. While Suchi Saruda's attention was still on the cameraman, Quanyue took his dislocated arm. He shook his arm and ran behind Shuichi Saruda to look at the sneak shot. As a boy, he doesn't want to see this sneak shot, but it happened to a boy. Quanyue himself doesn't have much opinion. It's hard to say what is under the skirt. But Saruda's attitude was very tough. Not only did he take the other party's phone and delete the photo just now, he also said, apologize. Quanyue shook his hand, forget it. He didn't have any loss himself. Suchi Saruda firmly said, I can't forget it, this time he can sneak a photo of your skirt. Next time I will sneak a photo of another girl's skirt. If he didn't get punished today and didn't suffer, he will make this kind of mistake next time. These few words made Quanyue look at him with admiration. Saruda may have a bit of grudge with himself, but the essence is not bad. Because Saruda Hideo yelled at him, the people around him also surrounded him. They just watched the excitement, but they embarrassed the sneak shots. Sorry, I won't do it again. In the future, do not do this kind of mischievous things. Mobile phones are not used to do such dirty work. Hidechi Saruda returned the phone to the other party and said, respect women. And many more. The guy next to him is not a girl. No, you are not a girl and you can't sneak a photo of the bottom of your skirt. Hideiki Saruda bit his head and finished speaking. In short, don't blame Heroes for sending you to the police station. The sneak shot nodded and bowed, took the phone and slipped away. Someone around picked up the phone and took this scene. Quanyue carefully hid his face behind Hideiki Saruda. He can imagine that this incident was posted on the internet and ushered in a wave of praise, and what Hideiki Saruda showed here is the hero's behavior that can be seen everywhere. Unfortunately, he didn't really solve this matter yet. The quirk of that sneak shot has some unique features. Quanyue yawned and said, should it be time for dinner? The sky was getting dark. Before they left, they had agreed with Yasuki and Nuichiro to meet at the Okinawa branch. As soon as he was too upset,
Hideo Tsuruta stuffed several bags and was summoned by Quanyue to the Okinawa branch. Yasuki Inichiro and Shiro Honda have just returned. Shiro Honda refused Yasuki Inichiro's intention to stay, and left Okinawa with Tsuruta overnight. Quanyue stuffed the big and small bags into Yasuki Inichiro's hands, and sat down in his seat to start ordering. It can be said to be quite rude. Yasuki Inichiro asked him what he did today and if he had encountered strange people. Quanyue pushed the menu directly and said, "What do you order?" "Did you not listen to me?" Quanyue was surprised. He said, "You didn't send anyone to follow me." Yasuki Inichiro raised his brows. "Isn't Tsuruta?" Quanyue thought that Yasuki Inichiro would look for his subordinates to stare at him, but it seemed that there was really no such thing. Quanyue knocked on the table and told Yasuki Inichiro about the sneak camera mad incident he met today. This attracted the attention of Yasuki Inichiro. Girls must protect themselves when they are outside.
Advertisement, yes, good. Anyway, the person who needs protection at the end must not be him. Quanyue nodded blindly. Yasuki Inichiro looked at the careless child in front of him and stopped talking.
He is a head and a half taller than Quanyue. Quanyue lowered his head to study the menu, his long hair hanging down to cover his eyes. From the perspective of Yasuki Inichiro, the more he looks like a person. Quanyue is 15 years old. But he hadn't seen Quanyue showing no scars on his face, and he didn't dare to determine the relationship between Quanyue and Quanyue. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. More importantly, Quanyue is a girl. After being identified by doctors and officials, the cognition that Izumi is a girl was firmly rooted in Yasuki Inichiro's mind. Naturally, he treated Izuki in the same way as a girl. Quanyue was forced to listen to Yasuki Inichiro babbling about how to protect yourself when a girl goes out. 2. I will personally educate you on the 36 style of guarding against wolves, and then to you must be careful in seeing people in the future, scumbag. It can be seen everywhere. Quanyue felt that he had met Yasuki Inichiro once again. He put the tableware in his hand and decided to shut up the other party completely. Girls are vulnerable both emotionally and physically. Mr. Yeyu will protect me anyway. Yasuki Inichiro paused and turned his head to look at Quanyue. He always felt familiar with these words. Mr. Yeyu is my guardian. Isn't it a matter of course to protect me? Quanyue knew that this sentence must be the scar of the other party, but he just wanted to open it. Mr. Yeyu will protect me forever. Use everything you can use just to achieve your goal.
Yasuki Inichiro's expression broke down. He put down the tableware in his hand and looked at Quanyue quietly. He didn't speak, but he didn't know where to put his eyes. The doubts that have been constructed in my mind for a long time are revised again, always thinking of touching that possible absurd idea, but what if, isn't it? Do you know someone named Quanyue? Quanyue asked back, is it someone Mr. Yeyu knows? Yasuki Inichiro stood up, picked up the coat on the back of the chair, and went to the front desk to pay. He didn't want to chat anymore. The front desk gave him some napkins and asked him to go to the balcony to blow a hair and cool down.
Sure enough, I still can't forget. He took out the cigarette from his pocket, but couldn't light it. The phone rang appropriately, and the information he asked for in the afternoon has now been sent to the mailbox. A compressed package, there are still a lot of things. After unzipping, there is a folder containing the exit records related to Sanshin Ocean Company, and the other is the recent major events at sea. International joint organizations have intervened in the seas of Japan and launched searches on the coast in recent days. The Japanese government fully supports. Something may happen. Yasuki Inichiro threw the cigarette into the trash can, even if the cigarette was not lit at all. The whole Japan seems to be caught in the undercurrent, like an invisible hand holding everyone's throat. Quanyue yelled after eating, Mr. Yeyu. He leapt over and asked a little flatteringly, I want my ring. On the boat before, he gave the relic ring he had salvaged from the sea. Yasuki Inichiro keeps it. As an outsider, you will be strictly inspected, and any handy items will not be let go. But Yasuki Inichiro, who maintains a good relationship with various departments, will not encounter this situation. Advertisement. Yasuki Inichiro remembered this, he searched it, and found the ring from the inside of his clothes. As early as when he got the ring, he found that the ring had no ornaments, but an English name and 2 abbreviations were written on the inside. The English name is Enos. Why is it called this name? Inichiro Yasuki didn't ask much, but handed the ring to Quanyue. In the car driving to Tokyo, Hidechi Tsuruta and Shiro Honda ate a little bit of food and began to talk about the 3000 Ocean Park incident this time. The police department decided to cooperate directly with Heroes because of the possibility that the incident may face some fierce battles. Sticking Heroes Shiro Honda, as a direct intervention person, must participate in this action. You can come here, but I remember that you were asked to guide you in UA's entrance examination. After so many years, UA High School has also made some changes to the entrance examination, and the campus system has also made great changes. The most typical change is in the entrance examination. Hideki Tsuruta pulled his consciousness back from the business, and responded, yes. But I want to participate in this operation. Shiro Honda didn't agree directly, so he decided to go back and consider it again. Hiroshima told me something. We plan to send you to Deku Heroes these days. Shiro Honda hesitated. He said, you can refuse, mainly because of some internal affairs of us. And Tsuruta, your quirk. Very suitable. May I ask what's the matter? It's not very convenient, and we haven't confirmed it. But it doesn't hurt you. Shiro Honda analyzed it to Hideo Saruta. First of all, you will go there and go on missions with Deku heroes to increase experience. Second, it does not affect your joining our firm at the end. In the end, it was Bakugo Katsuki who decided to let you go. Bakugo Katsuki, a well-known professional heroes on the rankings. With its arrogant working style and unique fighting mode, it has been recognized by everyone, and it belongs to the highly controversial professional heroes on the internet. It is rumored that he has always had a bad relationship with Deku heroes Midoriya Izuku. Although he was a childhood sweetheart, Bakugo Katsuki never showed a good face to Midoriya Izuku.
Now, you actually sent yourself to protect Deku heroes? Yes, how do you feel about that girl? Shiro Honda found a new topic. Fortunately, he didn't mention it, but Saruta's bitterness did not know who to talk to. I had to pick some things I could say to Shiro Honda. Candid photos of girls' skirts? This kind of thing is too shameless. Shiro Honda turned on the radio in the car. Today's news began to be broadcast on the radio. Deku Heroes destroyed an underground stronghold of Villain Alliance today. According to the analysis of Heroes testers, Deku Heroes is expected to move forward in this year's rankings.
Recently, international organizations announced that they would cooperate with our country. Launch search operations in the sea, suspected of salvaging cultural relics, and hope that coastal residents can actively provide information. The female voice on the radio spoke orderly on today's evening news. The candid man who met Quanyue's group in the mall held his mobile phone, holding a blank sheet of paper in his hand, and saw that he put the mobile phone and the photo paper together. Silently the phone became hot, and the next second, it's done. The heat on the white paper slowly dissipated, and finally showed a girl's skirt. When the white paper became completely cold, there was an object on it that the man could not believe. Ah, he grew his mouth wide and didn't say anything yet. A cold voice came from behind. I really used Quirk to wash it out. I don't know when the window opened, and the curtains were blown high, like angel wings. A figure was hiding behind the curtain, and he said softly, is your netizen urging you to share these things? The candid man can only see his white eyes. He felt that he was attracted by those white eyes, as if he didn't have any strength. Those eyes looked at him tenderly, as if looking at a dying person. Using his own power to become the backbone of the 16 sneak shot groups. He even made a living on this. The wind blew the man's long hair, and the sneak shot man widened his eyes and saw the person in front of him clearly. A hand wearing a ring nodded on the head of the sneaky man. You don't seem to listen to what the little heroes said today. The candid man widened his eyes, as if something was stuck in his neck. For a moment he didn't know what was inside. He coughed hard to get it out, but there was nothing inside. The candid man opened the mineral water bottle next to him and swallowed water.
The more you drink, the stronger the feeling of being up and down. Shish. The man gently took the white paper from the man who was photographing the camera, and he smiled, don't disturb the neighbors. Chapter 230. According to the plan of Yuzuki Inuichiro, they had to return to the Tokyo headquarters to deal with some things after the press conference in Okinawa was over. But Feng Nu called and told him that for some special reasons, he had to stop and go all the way from Okinawa to hold a presentation. The current situation of Honghu's ambition seems to be thriving, but it is not optimistic. The analysis and prediction given to us by the management department has been sent to your mailbox. At present, we need to mobilize more people to join the team of Honghu's ambition. Because the quirk of the Dehidao incident went wild, Feng Yuo has no way to use the quirk anymore. Although Yuzuki Inuichiro thinks that the wind that can only blow white paper is also a quirk ability, Feng Nu said that this kind of quirk is not as good as no quirk. What's going on again? Young master, don't think about retiring at a young age. Feng Nu said, it's a bit troublesome, we can still solve it here. And the tour propaganda matters except you, young master. There is really no one to choose. Yuzuki Inuichiro is the highest status in the organization. There is no quirk, coupled with the young and promising appearance, which is sought after and admired by many young people. It has a good appeal among the younger generation. Yuzuki Inuichiro rolled his eyes and said, all right. Help me arrange admissions to Tokyo High School. I want to send a child there. His schedule needs a big change, but Izumizuki can't delay it. Children still need to read. He put on his suit jacket, tied a tie and went downstairs for breakfast. Quanyue had been sitting in his seat for a long time, and his plate was piled up with noodles, sprinkled with pepper and chili sauce. Yuzuki Inuichiro sighed, took some light things, gave Quanyue a bowl of porridge, and said, in the morning, a spicy stomach can't stand it. Quanyue said, oh, inserting a small piece of apple and threw it into his mouth. He was watching the morning news. At 3 o'clock in the morning today, a report from the residents was received. A horrible cry was made in a residential building. After the police arrived at the scene, they found a man coughing constantly and eventually died of coughing up blood. The police were in the man's computer. Several illegal secret filming groups have been discovered, and the group owners have been arrested and blocked. It was the first time that Yuzuki Inuichiro heard that he died from coughing and coughing up blood. In addition to being itchy, coughing can be at the top of this year's strange way of death. Quanyue looked at the white porridge that Yuzuki Inuichiro handed over with disgust. He pushed the bowl away and said, where are we going down there? You go back to Tokyo. I'm going to preach. Yuzuki Inuichiro took a bite of the bun and read the news sent by Feng Nu. It contains the place and matters of the preaching, as well as the pre-selected schools that Izumi will go to. Am I going back alone? Yuzuki Inuichiro didn't care about this. He said, I'll take you to the airport. It just so happens that a professional Heroes is going back to Tokyo. Quanyue frowned. He had planned to follow Yuzuki Inuichiro all the time. One is that Yuzuki Inichiro's current status allows him to access more professional heroes, and the other is that Yuzuki Inichiro is convinced of his female identity, which is a good umbrella when necessary. More importantly, the importance of Yuzuki Inuichiro in the family plan. He said to Yuzuki Inuichiro, can't I follow you? No, of course Yuzuki Inuichiro refused. The nature of their ambitions is a bit peculiar. They were originally the posthumous children of the Dark World. In the beginning, they were parasitic organizations under the AFO and the Villain Alliance coexisting. 7 years ago, with the help of the Nomu incident in the North Sea, whitewashing ashore became an important supporting role in the hero's world. I don't know how many people are thinking of pulling down Honghu's ambition. There are white and black in the middle. As a treatment department, Quanyue's own quirk is eye-catching, and by her side, it is inevitable that she will be attacked. Yuzuki Inuichiro had a headache thinking of the disgusting scene at the press conference. When he is away from home, he also has to keep a little distance from the child. After being reported by those unscrupulous reporters, he may not know what kind of psychological shadow will be brought to the child. He completely put himself in the position of a protector to think about all the questions about Quanyue. If Quanyue is really a 15-year-old girl, he might be touched by this old father's care. Advertisement pity. Quanyue is a 22-year-old big demon in the skin of a 15-year-old girl. He directly said to Yuzuki Inuichiro, I don't want to leave you. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Yuzuki Inuichiro was still thinking about what school to send Quanyue to. Suddenly he was sluggish when he heard this sentence. He finally felt that the other party was a little open to himself, but it was a pity that Yuzuki Inuichiro didn't dare to send people. Put it beside yourself. I'm not leaving, I just have something to do. Goodbye, I will go to Tokyo when I'm done. Quanyue looked at Yuzuki Inichiro's eyes and couldn't help but wonder what the man thought. I don't want to go to Tokyo, I don't want to go alone. Yuzuki Inuichiro was embarrassed. He had to say, I'm not alone. There are professional heroes to accompany you. As if thinking of a killer, Yuzuki Inuichiro turned on his mobile phone and found a few handsome battle photos for Quanyue to see. It is the best on the entire network. As for the popular Todoroki heroes, they are very nice and handsome. They are not weak. Shoto Todoroki, as the hero's second generation, has attracted attention from the first day of Ua High School. After his debut, with his strong quirk, outstanding battle and good looks, he was ranked 9th in the Men Most Wanted to Marry by Women list. As he grows older, his name appears on various rankings. Just last year, by mistake, the battle scenes taken by passers-by swept the internet, surpassing many veteran heroes to become the most popular professional heroes #1. It can be said to be a heroes loved by everyone. When Quanyue attended UA High School 7 years ago, he didn't have much contact with him. However, he remembered that this hero's second generation would make delicious soba noodles. Oh, but does it have anything to do with yourself? He is not a fan of this professional heroes. Yuzuki Inuichiro was disappointed. He thought that all the little girls would have admiration for this handsome heroes. But there was a little bit of rejoicing besides disappointment. This strange emotion was ignored by Yuzuki Inuichiro. He talked with Quanyue for a while, and asked the organizer to send him to the airport directly. Todoroki Heroes was already waiting for them at the airport. Unexpectedly, you were also in Okinawa. Inuichiro Yuzuki greeted as usual when they met. I heard that you and Deku Heroes have been together for a long time. After graduating from Ua High School, these three ran far and wide, except for a year. Once the rankings were announced, it is rare to sit down and have a cup of tea. There are many problems in society, large and small, and there are always criminals active in places where people don't pay attention. Shoto Todoroki shook hands with Yuzuki Inuichiro. He didn't have much to say, and directly asked who Quanyue was. The two sides understood a little bit before he explained his purpose of coming to Okinawa this time. I'm here for some things about Deku Heroes, and I hope Honghu will tell me if there is any news about Deku Heroes. The news here is definitely not the message on the surface. Yuzuki Inuichiro understood it as soon as he heard it. Deku Heroes Midoriya Izuku is afraid that he has encountered some ulterior troubles in the Dark World. There are some places that professional heroes don't understand. They break in without getting news, but they also fold themselves in. At this time, Honghu's ambition, once born out of the Dark World, is suitable as a pioneer in exploring news. Your relationship is as good as ever. Yuzuki Inuichiro handed Quanyue to Shoto Todoroki and said, this kid will trouble you too. Shoto Todoroki looked at the girl in front of him and nodded. After meeting Midoriya Izuku, he went to find his father Endeavor. As a partner who has competed together since his school days and is also a goal he pursued, he absolutely does not want Midoriya Izuku to die before he can tell the winner. The news that Oulu Might got, his father also learned about it through his own network. In order to show his sincerity and to better understand Villain's movement and purpose, Shoto Todoroki hurriedly took a helicopter to Chen Tien's place on the day of the end of the interview. You mean, the other side targeted Deku Heroes? Advertisement? Chen Tien didn't say anything to death. We think OFA is the real goal. If this Deku Heroes, like his teacher, passes on his power, he will not be the one who suffers. 10 generations of inheritors. Is there no way to find that person? We're looking for it. Customs, see. The point is that we don't know where that guy is reborn now. Shen Tian pointed to the ocean current map behind him. Boring, maybe it's not in Okinawa, Ryukyu Island, Kyushu, or even Tokyo. Certainly. To exaggerate, maybe the Scars hero Xenos is not in Japan at all. He may be able to drift to an uninhabited island. Shoto Todoroki read the information in his hand again and confirmed what he saw. Is he an AFO? Or is he the heir of AFO? Shen Tian didn't know how many times it was the first time he answered this question. No, absolutely not. They have a special analysis team that disassembled the behavior of heroes Enos from the Scars bit by bit. AFO and him are two types of crimes. Enos, this man has a bottom line. He is guilty in the live broadcast. R******, murderer, terrorist. In short, all the harm you can think of people in society are on his list of shortcomings. Shen Tian has a headache thinking of this, and because Enos has goals and principles, he still has a group of loyal fans in the society. This group of people all say, Enos is the most real heroes. What hypocritical society will be torn apart by Enos? What can I do? Shoto Todoroki pays attention to what is in front of him. He understands what kind of villain he is going to face, so he focuses on what he can do and what he should do. I can't do anything until I find someone. Shen Tian looked at Shoto Todoroki's hair color and asked, You are the child born from the quirk marriage. He remembered that the quirk of this professional heroes was half cold and half hot. In most cases, it will be treated as two quirks. Shen Tian thought of Enos's other hobby that likes to deprive people of quirk, and said, Take care of yourself. What's the situation? Tell us. By the way, don't look at each other when you see the white light. Run right away and find a chance to contact us. Me. The sooner the better. Shoto Todoroki kept thinking about the white light that Shen Tian said on the way back. He thought for a long time without knowing what the white light was. When I wanted to ask more questions, Shen Tian had already been sent to Okinawa Airport. It doesn't matter, he can go to Tokyo and tell Midoriya this warning. Shoto Todoroki returned to his senses and focused on the girl in front of him. The girl wore a dark green slim polyester dress with a black neckband wrapped around her neck. She looked at Shoto Todoroki, smiled and bowed and said, Hello, this is Izumi. I'm going to trouble you next. Yuzuki Inuichiro took the opportunity again and Rory talked about a lot of precautions like an old mother. He closed his mouth when he was about to enter the venue and looked straight at the back of Quanyue and Shoto Todoroki leaving. He couldn't help but step forward and say, Remember to call me when you get off the plane. But he didn't buy a phone for Quanyue. You are so stupid. Quanyue complained. Yuzuki Inuichiro sighed, not knowing what to say. Shoto Todoroki said that he would lend his mobile phone to Quanyue. Inside the airport, a maintenance worker came down with a box, and he turned into a blonde girl with a proud figure as he walked. Ah, it's really fun. She untied her long hair, took out a can of blood from her sleeve and slurped her drink. Knocking the second-ranked professional heroes, Alili is really great. Idea. When she spoke, her appearance had become a charming black-haired stewardess. Clang. Throw the jar on the ground. The crocodile jar rolled to the side of one arm, and the arm was leaning on a head that was exactly the same as the woman's. Chapter 231. Flight of the Oil Spill Crisis. Knowing that the rival of the Villain Alliance, Midoriya Izuku, had converged with the former Big Three in high school, the leader of the Villain Alliance, the Death Handle Wooden Hanger, immediately dispatched personnel to investigate the matter. In his mind, he expected that the long-lost private meeting of the three would become a huge turning point. After receiving the exact news from the ghosts and heroes, the Dead Handle Wooden Crane immediately decided to let Himiko Toga handle the matter. Unlike the arrogant bird that was exposed to the light in the Dark World 7 years ago, the number of Villain Alliance has not increased as rapidly as Honghu's ambition, but his level of elitism has continued to increase, as the Deadwood Hanger himself is in the dark. The prestige in the world has increased, and more people are no longer pursuing the ideas left by the Dark Hero's stain. They began to spontaneously support the heir to the Dark World, the world envisioned by the Dead Handle Wooden Hanger. Himiko Toga, as an admiral who has been more casual since the beginning of the Villain Alliance, in addition to his beautiful face and wonderful figure, he has become a famous devil head through his own efforts. In Japan, the bounty for Himiko Toga has reached 2 million. Some time ago, Midoriya Izuku fought Himiko Toga and almost sent the woman to prison. When the Dead Handle Wooden Hanger learned of this, he sent people to Okinawa to relax. Ah, this is a super exciting relaxation. Himiko Toga drew the small suitcase from the cabinet. Don't underestimate this small suitcase. This is a key prop for them to kidnap an airplane. Take my predecessors. A handsome and unrestrained young master said, I'm ready. He also loosened his tie. As a newcomer who has just entered the Villain Alliance, he can directly work with excellent predecessors. And he's still a predecessor with a particularly good figure. Young Master Kong gets serious, and definitely wants to leave a good impression on seniors. Himiko Toga didn't care so much. She looked at the target passing through the security check through the glass window, smiled, and walked quickly onto the plane. Security checkpoint. Quanyue walked beside Shoto Todoroki with a small bag. He refused Shoto Todoroki's help, and found a place to sit down by himself. The waiting time was a bit long, and Quanyue picked up Shoto Todoroki's mobile phone to play a standalone game. He looked for the contents of the phone and found that there was no Tetris and no snakes. Shoto Todoroki's phone is too clean. There are only 2 social communication apps, a calendar app, a UA high school forum app and an app used by professional heroes. Quanyue didn't see the 2 software on Yuzuki Inichiro's phone. He silently wrote down the name, returned the phone, and complained, "Does Todoroki Heroes not play games? I don't play mobile games very much. I usually play cards with my family at home, but more often I do confrontation training with my father in the practice room. If possible, adult Shoto Todoroki prefers to see it as a game with his father to make up for the lack of childhood." Quanyue also had nothing to talk about. The stewardess came to remind passengers to turn off their mobile phones and fasten their seatbelts. Shoto Todoroki turned off his phone, took out his blindfold and prepared to rest. Quanyue asked the flight attendant if she had any snail powder. It may be that this kind of lethal weapon is not suitable for use on airplanes, and Quanyue reluctantly accepts sushi with wasabi. "I swear I will never eat mustard again next time." I don't know why Quanyue just can't enjoy the taste of mustard. He asked the stewardess to bring himself a glass of rum. The stewardess was a little embarrassed. "Sorry, kid, you are not an adult yet." Quanyue. A flight attendant just said yes. "Your family bought you a child seat." The flight attendant apologized. "According to the rules, we cannot serve you a drink." Quanyue was so wronged, it's not good to pretend to be a minor. He also wanted to argue. The lights in the airplane interior flashed, and then the fuselage shook violently, and the sushi plate Quanyue placed on the chopping board was dumped on the stewardess. The stewardess grabbed the seat handle and stretched her legs to stabilize the center of gravity. Passengers who were not sleeping already screamed, and the sleeping passengers shivered and opened their eyes. Shoto Todoroki took off his blindfold, and he patted his face vigorously, his eyes returning from blurred to sober. Advertisement. "Everyone, keep quiet." The stewardess held the handle and pacified the passengers loudly. Quanyue lowered his head and watched a dish of mustard spilled on his dress. His face darkened. He likes this skirt a lot, and will throw it away after getting off the plane. It may be due to air currents. The flight attendant explained this possibility to everyone before her feet. The next second, there was a clear coughing sound on the radio. "Hello?" Then came the sound of tapping the microphone. "Hello, can you hear it?" Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Shoto Todoroki unfastened his seatbelt. "Don't be afraid, everyone, there are professional heroes on the plane." The voice comforted everyone. "No matter what happens, the professional heroes will protect us, right?" Quanyue judged that this was coming, which was definitely not a good sign from the point of view that he had been doing evil for many years. But everyone on the plane was relieved. They thought that as long as there were professional heroes, things would definitely be solved perfectly. Quanyue also heard someone whispering something like that earlier. "We just passed through the troposphere and entered the stratosphere smoothly. Don't worry, everyone. We kill 2 people every minute. Todoroki heroes, what do you think?" Shoto Todoroki stood up. He didn't wear a combat suit, but he burned the flames of battle. 2-color hair and heterochromatic pupils made him stand out in the crowd, and he did not directly answer villain's provocation. "Right hand ice, left hand fire is the best answer." "Are you going to use ice, or fire?" The voice was provocative, in the dense cabin, or thousands of miles high in the sky. It seems that neither of them is appropriate. The broadcast is in the cockpit. The cockpit has always been the location of precision instruments. Wanting to capture villain without harming the instrument is a precision test for Shoto Todoroki. Fortunately, if he fails, he will lead the entire machine into the abyss. Shoto Todoroki exhaled a long breath. It is completely unknown what his quirk looks like in the sky. In this case, the first option is to let the plane land safely to ensure the safety of all passengers. He walked slowly to the cockpit. Himiko Toga naturally saw this scene. She raised her eyebrows and became a little interested. Negotiating? It may also be the first to capture the king. She gently scratched the prefect's neck and slowly sucked up his blood. Under the gaze of Kong Shao, Himiko Toga transformed from a wonderful woman into a mature middle-aged man again. She put on her clothes neatly and straightened her hat in front of the mirror. As for the captain himself, he was stuffed naked into the cabinet under the dining car. The co-pilot, who had been knocked unconscious long ago, was tied to the seat and pointed his gun at the captain, sitting in the driver's seat. The tough gunpoint was aimed at the back of the captain's head, and Kong Shao held the walkie-talkie in one hand. Shoto Todoroki walked in and saw such a picture. "What is your goal?" The hand holding the gun was trembling, but the voice was very steady. "You take one step closer, and I will kill the captain. No one can control the plane. All the people in the plane will fall into the sea. Let's end it." Shoto Todoroki looked at each other calmly and said, "You can try it. The plane is not piloted. Will anyone who wants a plane die?" Shoto Todoroki tried to stabilize villain's emotions and said, "I can fly a plane." Freedom. Advertisement. Shoto Todoroki explained. "Don't hold the mentality of being dead. When I graduated from high school, my father was sent to learn how to fly a helicopter. Do you want to see a driver's license?" No. You don't want to move forward anymore." Major General Kong turned his spearhead and aimed it at the console. "If you step forward, I will break the console." He didn't believe it anymore. How can Shoto Todoroki fly a plane if the console is broken? After all, he is the first newcomer to come out and do bad things, because he admires the villain alliance and joins them. Holding the gun in his hand, he unplugged the safety bolt and pulled the trigger at Shoto Todoroki's face. In the cabin, Quanyue slowly opened his eyes. He took off his glasses and put them back in his school bag. The quirk, Relic, was released. The quirk, Borrowed Eye, of the former owner of this pair of glasses can use the eyes of people he has seen to see the non-present scene. Shoto Todoroki was not afraid. He grabbed the barrel with his backhand and buckled the man's hands behind his back like scissors. The muzzle made 2 crisp noises, but nothing came out. No one noticed, Shoto Todoroki's strongest point is precisely the extremely terrifying micromanipulation of Quirk. Quanyue witnessed the audience with Shoto Todoroki's eyes. Shoto Todoroki stepped forward with a big slap and directly slapped the person. In the small space, he did not perform any unfolding movements, but none of them were extremely effective. The first time he took Kong Shao away from the captain. In the second time, he grabbed the opponent's hair and came to the aisle between the operation room and the engine room. Young master grabbed the pistol tightly, you. However, Shoto Todoroki stared at the rapidly declining oil volume. In the cabin, the stewardess was broadcasting, "Dear passengers, there is an emergency on the flight. Please go to the cockpit for passengers with medical knowledge. We need your help. Heroes die everything." Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. In reality, it is impossible for him to unscrupulously release the quirk. In actual combat, he pays attention to spending his abilities on the blade. For 7 years, Shoto Todoroki sharpened his ice and fire more carefully. But because he has shown a strong overwhelming power in the UA games of all dynasties, the public generally believes that this is a man who is good at amplifying moves. He knew it was not that simple. Shoto Todoroki has never operated a passenger plane, but all planes must have something in common. He found the emergency button and called for help to the ground. He had seen quirks that he didn't know how many, and he could tell at a glance that the vacant boy didn't use his full strength. His party members are also lurking in the dark. If necessary, the villain will tear up this crumbling plane without hesitation. What does this have to do with me? A pregnant woman hesitated for a long time and raised her hand. I am a nurse. In another place, a young girl raised her hand. There was a mustard stain on her clothes. I am a quirk of the treatment department. You haven't done enough with quirk. Villain destroyed the plane's mailbox in advance, and they could not fly to the destination Tokyo Airport in the state of the oil leak. Shoto Todoroki tried to wake the captain and the deputy captain, but it was obvious that both of them were in a coma. Shoto Todoroki can only play by himself. He called the stewardess, "Please go to the passenger side and ask if there is a doctor. We need first aid now." As early as when talking with the other party, Shoto Todoroki used his quirk to freeze the gun. In UA High School, he likes to use quirk in a big way, and he likes to freeze a floor or half of the ground at every turn. But as he got older, Shoto Todoroki didn't understand what his father said back then after entering work. Chapter 232 Forced Landing on the Sea Ice. Quirks are rare in the treatment department of Heroes, and the medical system has specially opened up relevant, emergency-read outpatient clinics for the treatment department. The shortcomings of these treatment quirks will be more obvious than other quirks, but it is obviously worthwhile to compare their effects. Take the most typical Healing Heroes family, Quanyue family. Their quirk can effectively save combat effectiveness with 1 enemy and 100 on the battlefield, but the drawback is that they sacrifice their own lives. The treatment quirk like the treatment girl, the big wave of gold rushes for thousands of miles. After confirming that Quanyue was really a therapeutic quirk, the stewardess took Quanyue to the unconscious captain and deputy captain. "Please do what you can, and don't hurt yourself." The flight attendant and the pregnant nurse watched and made some preparatory measures. Quanyue only needs to look at it to know what is going on. Not to mention other things, that is, he has experienced thousands of pains personally, and Quanyue knows these pains well. But he didn't want to show his abilities at this time, which would not do him any good. Quanyue lowered his body and put his hand on the captain's head. He could clearly feel every scar and every old injury in the captain's body. These existences cannot be obliterated by the human body. What is invisible on the surface? You can learn more about the damage from replacement. The captain raised his head drowsily. He felt better than before, but his face was still confused. Quanyue let go of his hand coldly, and went to the first officer's side. Those injuries are not something an ordinary person would have at all, and the true identity of the captain is worth examining. Captain, Todoroki Heroes is. The flight attendant hadn't finished speaking. Suddenly the plane tilted over, everyone's bodies slid to the left, and the cart slammed on the pregnant woman. The stewardess was the closest to the pregnant woman, and she only grabbed one hand of the pregnant woman, who was half-sided on the floor. The stewardess suddenly regretted that she shouldn't let the pregnant woman out, even if the pregnant woman is a nurse. But where is there any regret medicine in the world? Quanyue looked quicker and faster, clutching a small groove on the wall. He felt that the plane was working hard to restore stability, and more importantly, the plane was descending. From their takeoff to their descent, the time has been cut by half compared to expectations. This means that the flight has either deviated from the fixed route or made an emergency landing. Where can they make an emergency landing on the vast sea? The passengers behind began to panic. No one could remain calm after such a huge movement. Where is Todoroki Heroes? Mom, are we going to die? Someone has opened the phone notebook and started writing last words. Quanyue is not afraid of death. He may be the calmest of all the people on the scene. He and the stewardess first restore the pregnant woman to a lying state. As the plane slowly leveled, the pregnant woman was lying on the ground. But she was already bleeding. Is there still boiled water on the plane? Quanyue said. Don't be afraid, I'm the quirk of the treatment department, you have to trust me. He held the pregnant woman's hand with one hand and placed the other on the pregnant woman's belly. Not giving birth, but the fetus is a bit dangerous to be hit. Quanyue turned on injury replacement again, and he worked hard to transfer the discomfort of the opponent's stomach to his body. Although it can't bring much comfort to the opponent, it can offset a part of the damage just hit. I don't know when there will be a second impact on the plane. For Quanyue, who is treating pregnant women or pregnant women who are life-threatening, this kind of unknown may kill them. The water is coming. The stewardess finally got some hot water, because it was still a little shaken. The hot water was sprinkled on her hand. Quanyue handed the man to the stewardess and poured himself into the operating room in front. Shoto Todoroki clearly recognizes that passenger planes and helicopters are two different things. He still had a dream. He had known that he would take down the driver's license of the passenger plane and forget it. Advertisement, are you sure? Quanyue awakened the deputy captain easily. Judging from the results, the deputy captain was drugged, and the captain was fine. There was a weak hum of the captain outside the door. Both of them will be unreliable for a while. The quirk treatment can't make people live and live at once, and the effect of the medicine has already begun to take place. It is better to count on Shoto Todoroki to count on the help of the deputy captain. There is a pregnant woman on the plane. Quanyue said simply and clearly, if the collision continues, there is no guarantee that the baby will survive. The baby is not an injury. Quanyue does not have the ability to transfer the baby out. If he is a little careless, one corpse and two lives will come true. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Shoto Todoroki held the steering wheel with a dignified face, and promised, "You can do it, let me do it below." They have reached an altitude of about 1,000 meters, and the sea is getting closer and closer to the plane, and you can see the huge black surface on the water. Shadow. In front of the sea, there are only a few small islands connected together. As a maritime country, Japan has many islands. Some islands only live in one or two villages, and even more live around a lighthouse with more than a dozen households. The inhabitants of these islands rely on fishing for their livelihoods and can be said to be self-sufficient and self-entertaining. Because there are few people in disputes, there are not even a hero's office in the dozens of nearby islands. The old-fashioned vending machine kicked 2 feet to drop the drink, and the radio was still babbling news. Todoroki Heroes Flight DZ-124. Determined to be hijacked by villain, the ground personnel are currently locating the direction. Follow up for you all. Yellen Inasa had been in the old-fashioned vending machine for a long time, shook the old thing angrily, and was stunned when he heard the content of the broadcast. Todoroki. He reacted, subconsciously gloating, haha, this guy would be so unlucky, but he should be able. After becoming professional heroes, the two people often meet and learn from each other. Yellen Inasa is a frequent visitor to the bombardment dojo. In addition to playing against Shoto Todoroki, he will also play against the veteran heroes Endeavor, although he is often beaten. Okay, I can't lose to this guy. Yellen Inasa was excited and clenched his fists. This year's ranking will definitely surpass this guy. Objectively speaking, this is a difficult task, but Yellen Inasa will give it to himself. Find some goals, and more importantly he definitely wants to be the best heroes. Now, in order to become heroes who surpass Shoto Todoroki, we have to do what we are doing. A huge shadow passed over Yellen Inasa's head, and the noise of the engine enveloped the entire island. Everyone in the rice fields and huts subconsciously covered their ears. The broadcast is still tirelessly muttering. This reporter will broadcast Flight DZ-124 for you in real time. Yellen Inasa took advantage of the power of the wind to fly into the air. He caught up with the shadow and finally saw the logo of Japan Airlines and the huge number, DZ-124. Yellen Inasa quickly caught up with the wind, and the birth of the whirlwind could be seen under his feet. The wind blew his cloak, and for an instant, there were afterimages behind him. Quirk open black lens bracket cyclone close black lens bracket. If the quirk of professional heroes is to be ranked again, the quirk of Yellen Inasa among the heroes of the new era can definitely be ranked in the top 10, and the quirk of the most suitable heroes will be ranked in the top 5. The wind itself is invisible, but he can change and use various forms to fight. The aircraft was lower and lower visible to the naked eye, heading towards the sea. As far as Yellen Inasa knows that there are many reefs in the sea, even if the old captain is careless, he will die. Choosing to land on the reef is simply looking for death. Yellen Inasa tried hard to catch up. He definitely couldn't stop the whole plane from plunge into the abyss alone, but he could save a few more people from the abyss. Never let him know who came up with descendantism. Yellen Inasa looked serious. He manipulated the wind to pull himself up to the sky, chasing the plane's descent path, and rushed past like a small cannonball. Shoto Todoroki, as the decision-maker and operator who chose to land, was not as calm as he appeared to be. Even though he tried to use freezing, his palms were still sweating, and several deep fingerprints were pressed on the steering wheel. Quanyue put the pregnant woman on the seat and fastened her seatbelt, holding the pregnant woman's hand by herself. The stewardess calmed the crowd in the back. What is the problem? Are we really going to die? Some people drove shikai on their seatbelts. I'm going to get off the plane. I will definitely die if I make a forced landing in the sea. Now it's dead to get off the plane. Advertisement. Open the door. Someone yelled, the moment the plane falls into the sea, we will leave. Assuming that the plane fell into the seawater and impact that poured into it in an instant could crush everyone's corpses. Quanyue held the pregnant woman's hand, and he felt a strong fall in his stomach. There is also a squeeze from the back and chest. There was a booming sound in his ears, and he closed his eyes and listened quietly to the heartbeat coming from the pregnant woman. He can hear it. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. In this unusually noisy environment, a powerful force can be felt. This kind of power is like an active volcano, waiting for an opportunity to act recklessly. Quanyue opened his eyes, and a white light flashed through them. Quanyue turned his head to look at the situation in the cab. He firmly believed that he must not feel wrong. The power was greater than anyone he had contacted before, but this power had not undergone any training, and it was like a beast in the entire space. Rampage. Although this remark made him say it seemed particularly unconvincing. One-time quirk has time to use. He wants to use the wind to hold the entire plane to land safely. That person's quirk is so powerful that it can summarize the entire aircraft. One-time quirk open black lens bracket ability investigation close black lens bracket, use it. This quirk can only quickly see the strength of the quirk's energy, but cannot know the detailed capabilities of the quirk. Just like napkins, a one-time quirk can be used again. Quanyue rarely uses these one-time quirks. There were dots of white light in his eyes, and a pair of pupils seemed to reflect white gypsophilia. He quickly swept over everyone, large and small energy groups unfolding in front of him, but he never found the power that made people feel terrible. Click, a crisp sound came from the surface of the sea. The plane shuddered abruptly, and it taxied across the sea. The thick fog broke through the wings on both sides, and Yellen Inasa saw what became the glide support. This guy. Yellen Inasa opened his mouth and smiled. It's number 2 as expected. One is that he feels that it's not very cost-effective to use it once and once less. Second, he thinks that quirk is more expensive to use instead of in large quantities. If Quanyue can get off the plane, look outside, he will find that the entire plane is exuding quirk energy. Quanyue saw Shoto Todoroki's ability stronger than the others, but that strength was not Shoto Todoroki. He shook his head disappointedly, clutching the pregnant woman and watching this one-time quirk slowly pass the time limit. Everyone is quiet. On the radio, Shoto Todoroki gritted his teeth and said, "All back to my seat, I am Todoroki Heroes." His voice was full of power. "I will definitely bring everyone back safely." He raised the nose of the plane, so that the entire plane raised its head slightly. The smooth ice stretched from one end of the island to the other side of the sea. Below the plane, a white mist can be seen rapidly rising from the surface of the sea. Yellen Inasa, who was flying in the air, could no longer see the land from the top. He landed himself on the fuselage of the plane and walked forward against the strong wind. Chapter 233 The whale that shouldn't appear. Shoto Todoroki pulled the steering wheel, and fine frost began to appear on his hands. It is far from easy to create a smooth ice path on the sea. First of all, we must consider the fluctuation of seawater, the length of the passenger plane taxiing after landing, and the thickness of the ice surface. There is a slight inconsistency among the three. Either the passenger plane rushes out of the runway or the landing pressure is too high and the ice surface is broken. This is more difficult control than micromanipulation. Quanyue held the pregnant woman's hand, and he saw the outside through the window glass. In his understanding, there are only two kinds of strong people who are born with extremely terrible quirk and strength, and the other is gradually strengthened through acquired training. Shoto Todoroki's quirk is not the strongest, but his ability to control quirk ranks first in Japan. He was able to sit in last year's number 2 position, definitely not only relying on good popularity and high popularity. Strength is his cornerstone. Quanyue lowered his head. He was writing Shoto Todoroki on his notebook. He had a lot of notebooks in his mind. Some of them didn't sound like a name, such as, prepare to clear the quirk. 100% need to clear the quirk object. And some others, more cruel and even dark book. He divides people according to different quirks and different levels of danger of quirks. When Quanyue had already begun to figure out how to make a person lose quirk, his face was still smiling. He opened his eyes wide and said in an admiring tone, "It's amazing." The plane was still taxiing, and they could feel their bodies trembling violently. The fat on a chubby middle-aged man's body surged over his head like waves, and finally turned into a Mediterranean sea. The young men and women squeezed each other's hands tightly, they curled their toes, and the boys screamed first. "What is this? What is this?" Kacha, a huge tail is exposed on the window. From the perspective of the passengers, you can see the water ripples flowing down the whale's tail, as well as some scars caused by parasites. Dark shadows appeared on people's faces, and they seemed to see Shinigami's sickle. Yellen Inasa also saw this scene. He never expected that whales would appear here. There are whales in the coastal areas of Japan, but they are extremely difficult to see. He stood taller than the person in the plane and saw more comprehensively. Once the tail was smashed, the icy road created by Shoto Todoroki would be destroyed. The lives of hundreds of people on the plane were instantaneous. Yellen Inasa quickly used his power, and the wind in his hand quickly rolled up. At the moment when the whale's tail was about to fall, several winds stepped forward and lifted the whale's tail, and a huge stream of water spouted out of the sea. The whale is coming out. Shoto Todoroki wanted to use fire to relieve the stiffness of his whole body. But the delicate instruments around made him afraid to act rashly. After consuming a lot of power, Shoto Todoroki didn't know if he could control it. He took a deep breath and clenched his hands. A small sword was cut on his neck. The captain, who was safely placed aside, showed a lovely smile. His smile looked like a person. Shoto Todoroki once went to annihilate the villain alliance with Midoriya Izuku. He heard that there was a girl with a cute smile among the tenacious dark forces. What about Todoroki Heroes? The disguise on Himiko Toga slowly receded. She didn't have enough blood to suck up until she got off the plane. You Scar is really handsome. It's a pity, I already have someone I like, yeah. She lifted the sword and drew out the needle tube and pierced it into Shoto Todoroki's artery. The bright red blood moved quickly through the tube, and then entered the small mouth of my quilt body. A suspicious blush appeared on her face, and she made the gasping sound that should have appeared on the bed, ah. As the time in the villain alliance increases and more people are in contact, the better Himiko Toga knows about herself. She not only chooses the prey she likes, but also likes the blood of the strong. Shoto Todoroki can be regarded as the second man who can satisfy her after Midoriya Izuku. Ah, it's really too strong. Todoroki heroes, Himiko Toga ate too fast, she licked her lips and her face changed to Shoto Todoroki. She held this face and smiled like a child. Shoto Todoroki pulled out the opponent's needle, but the steering wheel could not be removed. He had to hold the steering wheel with one hand and fight Himiko Toga with the other hand. Himiko Toga didn't think about going to fight, she licked the corner of her mouth, grabbed the tied-up boy, and made a gesture of goodbye. Advertisement Shoto Todoroki was clutching his bleeding neck and was dizzy for a while. He opened his mouth to talk, but he couldn't make a sound in his throat. Quanyue's heart moved, he unfastened his seatbelt, and leaned on the doorframe to rush towards the cab. Kong Xiao raised his hand, his quirk is the space department. Although not comparable to the Kurogiri of the past, it is more than enough to send two people. Shoto Todoroki watched the blood flow from his wound, and then the strange mucus smeared his eyes, and he tried to reach out his hand. The hand slapped on the chair. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. After Quanyue, the stewardess also caught up and they all saw it. Todoroki Heroes was entangled in blood, and his body disappeared into the air little by little. The culprit is long gone. Todoroki Heroes. The flight attendants have been comforting themselves with heroes here, and heroes here, but Shoto Todoroki, who is number 2 on the list, disappeared in front of them. This is undoubtedly bad news for them. Quanyue subconsciously covered her mouth, shut up. The plane is still taxiing forward slowly, and if there is any major movement on the plane at this time, no one can guarantee what will happen on the ice. But he was still a step late, and the stewardess's high decibels penetrated into the economy class without broadcasting. Everyone poked their heads out, their hearts suddenly suspended because of the slow landing. The plane vibrated violently. Quanyue leaned on the seat, he stepped forward and pressed the bloody handprint, the white light in his eyes flickered, and everything was played back to him again. Villain Alliance. It's funny, I delivered it to my door. Quanyue did not continue to track with the quirk, and the aircraft rolled over. Yellen Inasa just sent the whale back into the sea, barely standing on the wing. Through the small windows, you can clearly see that the passengers have opened their seatbelts and walked towards the safety exit. The more this is the case, the more flustered, the faster you die. Without the backbone, everyone is in chaos. Yellen Inasa tried hard to speak to the people inside, but no one heard him say. Water started pouring into the airplane, and the tail of the airplane had fallen into the water. Yellen Inasa took the lead to fly into the air, and he was stunned at what he saw. A school of whales with a long horn breaks through the ice and swims in the direction of the plane. The ice in front has been crushed by their long horns. This kind of whale is called a narwhal, and the long horns on their heads exist to break the ice. There is basically no narwhal in Japan, because this population rarely crosses south of 70 degrees north latitude. Unusual. It's too abnormal. First, the plane had an accident, then whales appeared on the ice where the plane landed, and then a large number of narwhals. Yellen Inasa used the wind to open the door of the plane. He couldn't think about why Shoto Todoroki didn't take measures to freeze the plane. Now I can only work hard to save people. Open the door. Advertisement, go this way, everyone go this way. Don't squeeze, don't squeeze. Quanyue swam over and picked up the pregnant woman. He placed his hand on the pregnant woman's belly, and a faint white light shined through the palm of his hand on the belly. The embryos, blood vessels, and smaller capillaries inside are all lit up. In Quanyue's eyes, nothing is more accurate than the instrument. In this case, it takes more time to completely cure one person, and Quanyue has to use his best to help more people. The flight attendant who witnessed the disappearance of Todoroki Heroes was full of confession. She helped the pregnant woman walk slowly. They want to protect their stomachs, so they fall behind. After Quanyue gave emergency treatment to all the wounded patients, the water had reached his chest. Someone fell down. He suddenly had a bold guess. I said, I'm the only one here. He really couldn't explain the fact that there was not even a Heroes on the island. He tried to refuel into the gas tank and looked up at the suspiciously icy road. So if there is any trouble, I need to go wherever I go. The narwhal has nothing to do with us. I know the reporters kind of thing. Okay, let's not talk about it. I will set sail. He pressed the phone and stepped on the accelerator. It was the speed of the soul.
It can be slow. I have received a request for help, and I said I received it. This archipelago is regarded as an area, except for the loyal personnel on each island, there is only the idler Wahyangshi. The idlers here are actually more suitable to be called part-time police and part-time lifeguards and part-time fire brigade. The child loosened his fist, trying to open his eyes and look at the stranger. The pregnant woman stretched out her hand with the help of the stewardess, her face suddenly twisted and she fell into the water. Quanyue plunged into the water without hesitation, and he saw blood in the blood. Hurry up. He stepped on the seat to float himself. The space reserved for the cabin and the water surface is no more than an arm. Hurry up. Quanyue stretched out his hand. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. The old ship made a belching sound. The flight attendants were trying to maintain order, but the time was too fast. Before they had time to put the lifeboat down, some people jumped directly into the sea or on the ice. The side of the plane was immersed in the water, and the water reached their calves in the blink of an eye. Some people were squeezed into the water, and the whole person made a gurgling sound.
Quanyue stepped forward and pulled the man up, putting his back on his back. He touched the man's sunken back and nose, and judged that he was trampled on his chest, and immediately used quirk to relieve the injury. Hey! Yingshi Hua Jia looked up at the sky. 123 123 stepped on the accelerator with rhythm. But there is no way, this island is peaceful, there is nothing, there is no oil or water, except for themselves. The police stations are all policemen who are over 50 years old who come to provide for the elderly. Chapter 234.
The Yingshi Hua family tossed for a long time, and finally gave up the struggle. He lay down and started to make calls, and blamed why the patrol boat was so old. The news is that everyone has forgotten to maintain the ship because it has been useless for a long time. Okay, then you count on me drifting to the scene of the victimization. Yingshi Hua Gong watched the ship getting further and further away from the shore, and added, if I drift away, remember to get me back. His quirk can't make him cross the sea. The most important thing is that Yingshi Hua Gong himself is still a duck. The good-looking big man hugged his knees like an aggrieved little daughter-in-law. He looked at the scene where only the nose of the plane was left in the distance, sighed, and started looking for a fishing rod to row a boat. After graduation, Yingshi Hanamiya automatically invited Ying to work on this island that could never be promoted. It was the first time I saw a narwhal in so many years, and also the first time I encountered a plane crash. It's so unlucky. Quanyue is also cursing in his heart. He thinks he has dealt with a lot of difficult quirks, and he is sure to clear the quirks, but this is the first time he has encountered this situation just like the baby who will shine in the first place. It was a non-accidental event that was terrible before being born. As generations multiply and intermingle, the quirks of offspring and grandchildren are stronger than those of their parents, and many children still show strong quirks in their mother's stomachs. Quanyue once saw a pregnant woman who can control blood during pregnancy.
The pregnant woman's own quirk is not to control blood, but she can use her child's quirk during pregnancy. Like a parasite, the child lends his quirk to the mother. This situation is very rare, and the probability of winning is about the same as the probability of teaching a Nobel Prize. Quanyue took the pregnant woman out of the cabin, and the stewardess and several flight attendants brought them with the last life raft to greet them. The pregnant woman has vomiting and nausea, but she can't vomit.
Quanyue has been holding the pregnant woman's hand. He is using his quirk to hold the mother's life. The child's quirk is too strong, and it may not only kill the mother, but also affect the entire plane. After Yellen Inasa counted the number of people, he began to use the wind to push the air valve to send the people to the nearest foothold. When he came back, he happened to see Quanyue peeling off the pregnant woman's pants. What are you doing? Quanyue did not take over the life, but an increasingly strong sense of badness in his heart urged him to do this. The whole face of the pregnant woman was twisted together, and she began to mourn while pulling her clothes with her feet. Quanyue was full of blood, and the blood and seawater mixed together on the life raft and gradually dispersed. The pregnant woman struggled. She held Quanyue's hand, sweating profusely. I seem to be about to give birth. After she said this, she bit her lips and leaned back. Yellen Inasa was the first to be confused. What did she say? It's about to give birth. Quanyue can only play to his characteristics as a therapy department, and strive to extend the life of the pregnant woman. Don't worry, you work hard, come on. He has no way to deprive the child of the quirk through a person's belly. Advertisement. If you want to make this child's powerful quirk disappear, at least he must be born, or let him die directly.
Yellen Inasa directly used the wind to start pushing them forward, but they didn't go far before they were surrounded. It happened to be the group of narwhals surrounding them. They looked at the people on the life raft in confusion and circled them. The life raft was like a flame in the wind, swaying from side to side under the unconscious collision of a group of whales. Quanyue grabbed the rope of the life raft and faced Yellen Inasa. You must think of a way. This sentence fell, and a whale rolled over from the side of the life raft, and the horns of its head pierced the edge of the life raft.
The sound of piercing pierced. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. She is being let go. Only a small black spot can be seen on the land, and the nearest foothold is full of people. The pregnant woman stood up half-length and screamed. A flight attendant was full of blood. She said, come out, come out. As an ordinary person, her knowledge of gynecology is limited to handsome doctor and pretty nurse. Quanyue mainly focused on first aid knowledge at home and UA high school, and he also didn't know about giving birth. But there is a good beginning for now. It is a pity that the child comes out with feet. Relying on poor TV drama knowledge, all women feel that this is a harbinger of dystocia. It's not feasible for us. What if there is no professional doctor present, even if there are heroes of the treatment department? Shove him back and get the fetal position straight. The pregnant woman grabbed Quanyue's hand with a few red seals, and she said 4 times before expressing the whole sentence. Everyone panicked and didn't know what to do, so they had to stuff back the exposed feet of the child. What should I do? Who knows? Yellen Inasa landed himself on the sea and plunged his hands into the sea. The wind rises from under the sea, and the sea tornado rises quietly. Yellen Inasa used to collaborate with Shoto Todoroki, and the two of them created a powerful combination technique, Fire Dragon Roll. In a beautiful battle, this skill was hailed as the most brilliant hero's fit skill. The object of praise is Shoto Todoroki, a wealthy and noble son, and Hishiji's talented powerhouse. There will always be a higher low. Yellen Inasa put his hands in the sea water. At first, he would control his body to float on the sea surface, but later he simply fell directly in the sea water.
The icy water was carried layer by the wind. Under man-made natural disasters, the narwhals panicked and moved toward the deeper waters. The sound of the whale echoed on the sea like a sad song. On the uneven sea, the life raft wrapped in blood steadily headed towards the landing place. Yellen Inasa uses the wind to expel marine life and does his best to escort this dangerous life raft forward. Quanyue looked at Yellen Inasa. He had no impression of this person. But this kind of quirk control that can change part of nature can be regarded as one of the dangerous people. Quanyue temporarily put Yellen Inasa on the same level as Shoto Todoroki.
He tore off his sleeve and wrapped it around his hand, and said, "Which one of you wants something sharp?" He looked around, and finally landed on the flight attendant's hairpins. The hairpin is made of metal, so there is room for play. Quanyue used the quirk to change the metal shape at one time and barely got the shape of a sword. There is a sharp edge on one side of the sword. Advertisement. No one knows what Quanyue is going to do. Quanyue only saw Quanyue tear open the pregnant woman's clothes, completely exposing the chubby belly, and he swung a sword to make a deep hole in the belly. You can see the tumbling red and white, and the rich smell of blood fills everyone's nasal cavity. Some people turned their heads and vomited, while others condemned Quanyue. "Are you crazy?" No anesthetic detected something wrong. Quanyue stretched his hand directly into the pregnant woman's belly, and he touched the baby. Someone stepped forward and tried to pull Quanyue's hand away, but Quanyue kicked him away. Quanyue bit the sword in his mouth and lifted the baby out of the pregnant woman's belly with both hands. The child was lying crumpled in Quanyue's hands. The pregnant woman was bloody, and the sea water had soaked half of her body. She didn't know whether it was sweat or sea water. She stretched out her hand towards the child hard, and Quanyue firmly held her hands. Quirk open black lens bracket damage replacement close black lens bracket open. Quirk open black lens bracket receive on behalf of close black lens bracket open. Quirk open black lens bracket blood recovery cost close black lens bracket open. Modern Quanyue family's 3 quirks that directly transfer damage and restore chi and blood are fully opened. A white light glowed on the pregnant woman's body, which covered the hideous wound on her abdomen layer by layer. It can be seen to the naked eye that the wound is healing quickly, and the pregnant woman's color has changed from purple to faint red.
Quanyue held the baby, and he cut the umbilical cord with a sword held in his mouth. The dress turned dark because of the water, and few people found that a lot of blood had flowed out of his abdomen. If they do find out, they will be surprised to see. The color of this blood is as black as ink. Quanyue covered his abdomen, his face as usual. There is no difference between the paleness caused by long-term soaking in water and the paleness caused by injury.
Quanyue quietly looked at the baby in his hand and cut the umbilical cord wrapped around his neck. From just now, the child has not been crying. After Quanyue's quick examination, it was determined that the umbilical cord was entangled around the baby's neck. If the cutting action were slower, the child would only have 2 results. 1. Death by suffocation, and 2nd, becoming a fool. It's really troublesome. Quanyue finished this sentence softly. He held the child and patted the child on the back. The child vomited a mouthful of filth and cried. After a brief silence, everyone on the life raft burst into thunderous applause and cheers. They witnessed a miracle. Quanyue sighed. He felt that before finding OFA, he had to solve this little trouble in his hands. Newborn. Quirk open black lens bracket unlucky close black lens bracket. The role of the quirk. Within 1 kilometer, everyone including yourself will die unlucky due to the quirk. Chapter 235 Unlucky Everywhere. Yingshi Wagong used a fishing rod to come to the nearest victim. He dragged the person up and continued to slowly row towards the next person. Some residents witnessed the shadow of the plane passing over the island. After Yingshi Wagong determined that this was the location of the plane crash, various police stations began to gather search personnel and rushed towards this place.
As of today, the police are still short of heroes in terms of social status and social credit. Although the police industry still began to open quirk usage rights to high-risk work types such as anti-drug and criminal investigation. But for example, the versatile low-level policeman like Yingshi Wagong is still the same as it was 7 years ago. After the quirk's right to self-defense is popularized, the police's restrictions on the use of quirk are even greater than ordinary residents.
But this is nothing for Yingshi Wagong. He looked at the wet Yellen Inasa, only remembering to see this guy on TV, but forgot what his name was. You are a heroes. The hot water on the boat has been distributed. Yingshi Hanamiya glanced at the overloaded boat and smiled bitterly. It seems that I can only wait for rescue. Yellen Inazao sneezed. He used his quirk to let the wind push the boat, and first pushed all the people on the boat and life raft to the shore. There are many reefs here, and the tide will rise in another hour, and everyone will have no place to stand. Quanyue and pregnant women were also among the first wave of people who were sent away. Quanyue hugged the child. He tore off the hem of the skirt and took some coats to wrap the child. People who realized they were free from danger stared blankly. There was no cheering, and there was only breathing quietly in the boat. The child sobbed a few times, his little fist resting on his chest, wrinkled like a sour plum. Quanyue constantly transfers his strength to this child, and the several quirks that he uses frequently and are suitable are all treatment departments. In a short period of time, he transferred several congenital diseases from this child, but the defects attached to the quirk cannot be transferred out. Where is Todoroki Heroes? Yellen Inasa searched the crowd, but didn't see the familiar two-color ball, and asked unwillingly, what about others? The passengers who came out looked at each other first, only knowing that Shoto Todoroki had gone to the cockpit. After the count on the shore was over, Yellen Inasa learned about Shoto Todoroki's whereabouts from the stewardess. So where is the captain now? They guessed that the captain had encountered an accident before he set off.
The local old people enthusiastically vacated their own village mahjong room, and prepared enough blankets and hot water to receive the group of difficult guests. Quanyue handed the child in his hand to an old man. He was frightened along the way. Now that the child is born, the movement is a little bit bigger. Unlucky, it seems to be limited. Quanyue thought so, and the light bulb above his head swayed twice and flickered twice. He felt the whole house tremble slightly. The old man wiped the child's body with hot water and said, it's okay, it's just a small earthquake. This house is strong.
Before the words could fall, a light bulb fell in front of Quanyue with a snap. Oops, the old man was taken aback. There was no light source around, and it went dark, only to hear a pop. Oh, children. The old man's hands were empty, and when he touched it, he found that the child had fallen face to face in the basin. Advertisement. Ignoring the glass slag on the ground, Quanyue stepped forward and lifted the back heel of the unlucky child, and poured the water he had drunk into his stomach. He has a hunch that this kid must be with himself before the quirk is cleared. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. No one knows when the child will be killed by his own quirk. I have to communicate with the local police about Shoto Todoroki. Yellen Inasa didn't have time to change his clothes, and they didn't have a place to stay. They talked directly in the toilet separated from Quanyue. Yingshi Hanamiya is one of the first two big people, so I am the representative of the local police, okay. Don't think that he has no power in driving a broken ship, but he is really the representative of this small island in name. The older sheriffs who are about to retire have no energy anymore. They are still working on another difficult case. Now I'm in charge of the case of Todoroki Hero's disappearance, and the rest of the police officers are in charge of the case of strange animal behavior. Heiichi Hanamiya found paper and pen, illegal smuggling and cherishing animals and illegal hunting. Yi Lan Inazuo stared at Yingshi Wagong for a long time, and she felt that Yingshi Wagong felt a hairy heart. He had to continue to explain. It's not that I don't want to help you, it's mainly the weird state of illegal smuggling and hunting that have been going on for a month and a half on our side. Today's narwhal is also related.
I'll go by myself. Yi Lan Inazuo opened the door and left Yingshi Wagong alone, and suddenly asked, your police station? He finally wanted to go do what he did when he came to this sparsely populated island. Yi Lan Inasa took a bit in his pocket, but directly dug out a pool of mud and shredded paper. Because it is soaked in seawater, the paper has become pulpy.
All the materials and news he carried with him were destroyed, and even the identity of the target was unknown. When Yingshi Wagong wanted to say something, white ash suddenly fell from the top of his head. He opened the door without hesitation and dragged Yellen Inasa toward the mahjong room. The place where they are located is on the earthquake zone. Major earthquakes are rare. Small earthquakes have become commonplace in the past few years. The people in the house basically did not move. The old man still did things slowly, even in the mood to ask them if they would like some apple candies. The falling white ash did not affect them at all. A tall man was helping the old man to change the light bulb, and the crumbling chair looked scary. It's okay. The old man smiled. It's just a small earthquake. The tea on the table snapped to the ground. The narwhals slowly poked their heads out in the waves, they looked at the sky with big watery eyes, and blood flowed from their abdomens and dyed half of the sea. Several of the small narwhals were banished to the corners and used their horns to panic and attack the specially made fishing nets. Advertisement. I really envy them who have a quirk. Seeing a person with a power-related quirk easily lift the whale up, the big man exclaimed as a non-quirk. If I had a quirk, it would be great.
3000 Ocean Park does not give much money, but lives a lot. Those who are often hired are social people from other places, and they can run the international online running with one stick and one basket. Chisaki ate in it. The person in charge of the contact on the shore watched the fishtail gradually disappear, and the smile on his face faded. He looked around and took off his hat and threw his hat to the ground, screaming, what do you see? Move faster. These days there have been police investigations.
Under their park, they even hit their trading scene several times. Chisaki didn't answer. He moved the whale meat in silence, his robotic hands covered with blood. Jizuki, is it okay? One of the shirtless guys looked at Shizaki's hands with concern, and said, if you are tired, take a break. Unlike ordinary people, Shizaki's hands were accidental 7 years ago. Disappeared, now he relies on simple mechanical operations to work. Check the details of that heroes. The person in charge sinks his face, the hands are clean, there is no next time. I don't know if he is talking about the follow-up impact of Odagiri's death or the deal with the mermaid driver, problem. But it doesn't matter what this refers to next time, so far they only need to do the massacre in front of them. These days, I heard that the police have invited a professional heroes who specializes in animal communication. Maybe the next transaction will be the day when they seize themselves. The mermaid showed his mouth full of fangs. He is not a real mermaid. The people at 3000 Ocean Park also understand, although the goods are gone this time, we will still send our sincerity. The horns of a narwhal on the market are inextricably encountered and belong to the exclusive collection of the rich and powerful. In the Middle Ages, European royal families and churches believed that this horn had a mysterious power, and a large number of narwhal horns were made into scepters and ornaments. Doctors once believed that this horn was related to the legendary unicorn, and it was suspected that grinding the horn into powder and swallowing it could cure all diseases.
This is good news for both parties. You know the end of the empty glove white wolf here. The mermaid snorted coldly, and he fell into the water and swam into the depths. There are already 7 or 8 straight white horns on the ground. But this does not hinder the sincerity of our 3000 ocean park. The staff were dragging the narwhal's carcass onto the boat and began to mutilate neatly. They cut off the most valuable horns and placed them on the ground. In the last 10 years, the price of a horn is 10 times that of an equivalent piece of gold.
Once, these hands had powerful power. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Mr. Odagiri seems to have missed an appointment. A human head emerged from the sea of blood, and a fish tail with a thickness different from that of a whale lifted up. A man sat on the whale's corpse. He looked at the web between his fingers and said, "I heard, is it dead?" The mermaids are very relaxed. They say they are a driver, and they can't catch anyone by drilling into the sea. But these people on the shore have become criminals who are indefensible. Chapter 236. Many people may not believe that Overhaul was once the young master of a gangster organization. To say that the status is not known how much higher it is than the early Yasuki and Nuichiro. The full name of the organization is called Siwei Ba Jai Wei, which means that those who violate the 8 precepts are unclean, and they are given death to make them clean. The family members on Overhaul have been angry that the government called them the designated villain group, and encouraged them to explore the ways of subsistence in the underworld in the hero's era. As a result, until he was rescued by the police from Overhaul, he still did not find a suitable way to survive with the deadly Ba Jai Wei. Because of the anti-humanitarian and illegal research, the Bazaar Society was disbanded step by step during the search and arrest of the professional heroes police. To this day, even Overhaul, who has fled outside, does not know if he continues to stay in the organization. The Bajai will be regarded as a complete evolutionary product of social failure. Yasuki and Nuichiro, who was thousands of miles away, was called the leader of the new ways of the underworld, although he himself was very reluctant to accept this name. But Nianzai Honghu's ambition was also one of the representatives of the underworld organization in the early days.
This name was printed in newspapers large and small and became a gimmick of various media. There are rumors that when the Bajai Society of Death was on the verge of disbanding, Honghu had the ambition to accept most of the people in the organization and shouldered the task of helping to introduce legitimate work. Even people who have done wrong things can't even be deprived of opportunities for a new life. Yuzuki Inuichiro loosened his tie. He looked at the few people in front of him with headaches. Overhaul gave up the opportunity by himself, so stop jamming me, okay? They are very ambitious and think that they are really the best tempered in all the underworld organizations. Not only do they introduce serious work after the person is released, but some also assign a girlfriend to Bao, and they will work hard to take care of it during their imprisonment. The family members of the prisoners should do a good job in education. The few people in front of them were the brothers and subordinates who had entered the world with Overhaul 7 years ago. They have been looking for Overhaul for 3 years on the Honghu aspiration side. The Honghu aspiration all over Japan can directly inquire about the prison information and the non-top secret, officially open, files of the police department throughout the country and even in Asia. Overhaul was originally sentenced to life in prison as the principal offender, but he escaped successfully because of a prison turmoil. His subordinates and brothers performed well and were not the principal offenders, and they were released early. Yasuki and Nuichiro was so big, he checked the missed calls one after another on his phone. He set his phone to Shizune because he was holding a presentation and a press conference before, and now there are a total of 50 missed calls. The owner of the phone is Shoto Todoroki. This point, shouldn't it be on the plane? Yasuki and Nuichiro checked the time of the call, which spanned an hour and a half. He called back, and there was a busy tone on the other side. Hello, hello. Shoto Todoroki is the second-ranked heroes. Could it be that the plane had an accident? Yasuki and Nuichiro thought that Izumi was still on the plane, so he called back again. He didn't want the kid who was similar to Quanyue to die in his heart. Because he had been apart for less than half a day, he had already missed the man from 7 years ago. It's like you haven't drink water when you were thirsty, but when you are extremely thirsty, the more you drink water, the more thirsty you feel. The most memorable scene in Yuzuki and Ichiro's mind shows that Quanyue died in his arms. Advertisement, but now, Quanyue's eyes slowly overlap with Quanyue's. The phone lit up, and the buzzing sound never stopped. Don't have an accident. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Yasuki and Nuichiro prayed silently in his heart. Don't have an accident. No matter who it is, don't have an accident. Oh, I thought it was a fake number. The phone rang, and there was a lively female voice, with a trace of charm. Mr. Yeyu deserves to be Mr. Yeyu's brand is really big. Hamiko Toga. Hee, it's still the same, you guessed it exactly. Hamiko Toga was sitting on a reef with a small bottle of potion suede in her hand, squinting and said, "It seems that we haven't talked like this since the big river." Talking about the incident 7 years ago, Yasuki and Nuichiro was very hot, but he knew that the other party must have a purpose in bringing up this old thing. I have a lot of criminal cases on my side, how about Todoroki heroes?
Talking to smart criminals, Yasuki and Nuichiro doesn't like to go too around. Himiko Toga is also satisfied with this old classmate. She still regrets thinking about why she didn't kill this interesting man in junior high school. At 6 o'clock tonight, send Deku related information to the link address. Especially the news of the 3 talks, I know you can get it. Then, do you know Enos? Yasuki and Nuichiro had heard of it, and only knew that it was a vicious crime, but he didn't know what he did. Enos seems to be able to eliminate people's quirk. Himiko Toga injected the medicine in his hand into the needle, which was pointed and thin. It is said that he is also using a medicine. Oh, doesn't it sound familiar?
There are 2 appalling cases of illegal research drugs in Japan, the Dahei Dao incident and the Basai Society of Death. The former was also involved in the Beihai Nomu incident, with countless victims. In comparison, Sui Bajai would be more like a seedling strangled to death in a greenhouse. You are still conducting research regarding drugs, Nomu, and illegal human trials. Tomorrow we want to try the effect of the new medicine on the handsome heroes. It is a new product. Although there is no way to restore the effect of the original liquid, it is not bad. Although Himiko Toga said it was tomorrow, Hands however, he did not show mercy and directly pushed the medicine into Shoto Todoroki's body. Tomorrow is the last stitch. According to the data, the stitch tomorrow will completely lose Shoto Todoroki's quirk. As for life, God won't be rewarded. Sounds very embarrassing. Inosu's level of worldwide crime has exceeded the scope of Honghu's ambition to search for information. I suggest you change it. Advertisement. Why have I been so unlucky lately? The Yingxi Hua family rubbed his face and raised his spirits. It's better to always wait until which one comes. I have a huge appetite. Yingxi Hua is also a big head. He has just received a summary report regarding the newly discovered large-scale deaths of narwhals. A total of 13 large-scale slaughters unfolded silently under their noses. Sorry, I have advanced the time without authorization. The other party made a short introduction. I am Kodakoji, Quirk, the voice of creatures. Professional things should be left to professional people. How can we help? The people of the original Death Way Bajai Way came forward and whispered. Yuzuki Inuichiro's head grew bigger again. This. In UA High School, he and Shoto Todoroki belong to the Heroes student of Class A career that focuses on rear support. Heroes. Kodakoji. But we really can't get manpower. We just allocated all the victims to each household. We don't have a professional organization to connect with each other. There are already fewer people. Poaching. No, this can't be said to be poaching. In short, when another career heroes comes, we can definitely allocate a part of the manpower to come. This is the Hua family Yingxi to provide assistance to Yilan and Asa to the maximum. On the other side, Yuzuki Inuichiro, who was listening to the phone beeping and hanging up, sent his mobile phone to the inspection department. Because I often receive threatening calls, I asked the master inventor to track and countermeasures on each mobile phone. Tracking, reverse tracking and other technologies. He handed the phone to the police. Please, the commission will be handed over to the nearby professional heroes when the location comes out. When Himiko Toga heard this mockery, she laughed. She hung up the phone decisively and slapped Shoto Todoroki's cheek with a sword. It seems that guy is of no use. Let me see who else is there. She fixed her gaze on a specially marked name. Midoriya Izuku, Deku Heroes. There was a knock on the door, much earlier than Hua Jiang had expected. According to the appointment time, the professional heroes they invited to help will not arrive at the dock until 3 hours later. Yellen Inasa opened the door casually, and he saw a sharp-horned man wearing a combat suit standing outside the door with a suitcase. Investigations, early warnings, and hunting for murderers belong to the police, while emergency sanctions and violence suppression belong to professional heroes. Honghu Ambition is a semi-official logistics organization responsible for supporting these two industries, and is responsible for popular knowledge related to professional heroes' activities, corpse rehabilitation, free legal support, and psychological treatment of victims. Then all heroes' medical reports, quirk usage status, and the files of the personnel involved in the case. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. He has not studied searching professionally, the islands are scattered and chaotic, and there is no way for a person to find anyone in a short time. In desperation, Yellen Inasa had to negotiate with the person in charge. Yingxi Wahia, I have to work with the police on this matter. Todoroki Heroes, number 2 in the rankings, has disappeared from their turf. It is not a good thing to think about it. On the island, Yellen Inasa was exhausted and leaned against the tree, panting and taking off his coat. All the shirts inside were soaked. Because some of the weapons were soaked in seawater and damaged, the current Yellen Inasa came out to search Shoto Todoroki in regular clothes. Chapter 237 Kodakoji's request. Unlike the shyness of the UA period, Kodakoji can at least show the demeanor of an adult in dealing with people and things after being beaten by the society. He does not stutter, blushes suddenly, and shrinks. He is one of the few professional heroes recruited into non-heroes organizations in his personal capacity in the Japanese heroes world dominated by heroes. With the development of the times, professional heroes are no longer confined to the office. They can use the identity of individual professional heroes to enter some official institutions. Kodakoji is named as the Animal Protection Department of the Japanese government. This department is mainly responsible for the management and protection of wild animals. All animals in Japan are within its jurisdiction. This is also the only professional heroes that can be invited locally in the archipelago. Hearing the strange appearances of precious animals in the local area and their continued hunting, Kota Koji is willing to come here personally to contact doubts. After introducing himself to Yellen and Asa, he simply arranged things and went to the scene non-stop. Quanyue leaned on the door and watched Kota Koji leave. He returned to his position and looked at the little unlucky in the basket. His mother tried to pour water when she got up, but she accidentally fell down, knocking her abdomen on the corner of the table, causing her internal organs to break, and she died on the spot. Quanyue, as the treatment department who delivered the child, became the first nanny of the child. Although his gender is male, everyone thinks that this beautiful boy with long hair and a skirt is the virgin. They were very polite to Quanyue, and even the opportunity to communicate with their family was first given to Quanyue. It's a pity that all communications cannot be made. Later, I learned that it seemed that a small earthquake happened to have destroyed the local communication lines and communication stations. It was a matter of luck to dial the phone throughout the islands. No idea where the signal is still good. For maintenance, we are short of accessories and manpower. Let's go for a week. Try your own mobile phone. It is normal that the signal at sea is not good. Most of the passengers' phones were flooded, and the scrap rate was as high as 99%. There is only 10% of the remaining mobile phone's power, and everyone is looking for a usable charging cable in the house where they live. But they were desperate to find that the island is seriously aging, and the penetration rate of smartphones is less than 10%. After finally finding one, the model is completely unmatched. After listening to the passengers complaining about everything, Quanyue immediately decided to call the child. Unlucky. He knows that many children cannot control their quirks in their early childhood, and powerful people begin to play their quirks from the mother's womb. It's just that high-risk quirks are rarely brought out of the mother's womb. Most of them slowly awaken from the age of 3 to 5. Quanyue poked the child in the face and said disgustedly, "Sooner or later, it will be unlucky for you." All the small probabilities are encountered, but the aura of quirk basically covers everyone. If Quanyue was not there when he was born, he would definitely be dead. Yingxi Huajia looked interesting, and poked the child in the face. As a result, the little bad luck came out loud. Quanyue, who was so angry that he coaxed the child to sleep, drove him out of the room. Yingxi Hua was standing at the door, thinking that children were really interesting, as long as they didn't cry or make trouble. Quanyue also saw the hardship of taking care of children alone. In order to compensate Quanyue, he decided to bring some local specialties to him. Would you like to try barnacles? There are nearby coasts. Barnacles are clusters of gray-white cut-off animals with lime shells that are often attached to rocks by the sea. They are also called horse teeth because they are shaped like horse teeth. As a delicacy, the way to eat barnacles is very simple. Put some ginger and salt, boil the water, and then put the barnacles to boil. Sprinkle a little green onion before serving. It is delicious. The most classic way to eat on the island is to knock down the whole barnacle and stew the whole with the soup and water, which is called stewed touch in the local area. Hua Jiang thought this was the most natural delicacy on the island. After greeted Quanyue, he carried a plastic bag and a sword to the beach and knocked on barnacles. Then he never came back. Yellen and Asa looked for Yingxi Huajia for a day, and was so angry that he threw his hat on the ground and said, "Ah, what the hell? This B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** said the word B asterisk 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 D for a long time. Up. Shoto Todoroki's whereabouts are currently unknown. Finding someone one day later proves that it is even more dangerous. Advertisement. He really has no choice. He came to Quanyue, who had seen the Yingshi of the Wa family for the last time yesterday. Do you know where you went? Quanyue didn't know, and he hadn't answered yet. Kota Koji came here too. Both heroes are in. Look at him. Excuse me, are you from the therapy department? Kota Koji's attitude is very low. I heard from other people that you have some medical skills. He has always been gentle and humble, and his words don't feel offensive. Recalling that Yellen Inasa was irritated, he put the tea on the table and his eyes were red. Quanyue shook the bottle, put the milk on the back of his hand to test the temperature, and made sure that it was cool before giving it to Xiaoshan. I don't know how to do medicine, but I'm good in physiology class. Quanyue evaded. Physiology class talked about how to have children. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Yellen Inasa unceremoniously opened up and said, then how do you explain your abdominal injury? On the night that everyone was put in place, he saw Quanyue cut the clothes on his abdomen by himself, and used skillful methods to tear it up. The torn abdomen is sewn up. The method of threading needles is definitely not something an ordinary 15-year-old child can have. Quanyue smiled, and he lifted his shirt. Thanks to the projection of super regeneration, although the speed of recovery was slow, it was finally completed. There are no scars on the lower abdomen, and super regeneration will never leave any marks. Yellen Inasa was speechless for a while. He picked up the water glass to ease his embarrassment, but found that the water glass was hollow. Because of Shoto Todoroki's disappearance, he has been in a mess, unable to display his usual calmness and leadership skills. Kota Koji fell into a panic after being rejected. No, I won't bother you to do a lot of things. The main thing is to see. In addition to the initial greetings to strangers, the following is still messy, because the animals are very strange. Although I don't think it's very good, there is no suitable doctor on the island, and the elderly are also doctors, so I'm still going to trouble you. Finally, even honorifics were used. Quanyue pours tea to Kutra to listen to what he will go to field survey yesterday. The death of this kind of non-native treasured animal in the local area has been for several months. It is hard to say how long it will take. After collecting scattered news from the masses, the earliest one can be traced back to 2 years ago. It was not until a month and a half ago that the police station collected evidence to determine that this was a man-made crime and filed it as an independent criminal case. The large-scale deaths of marine animals that occurred before this have all been regarded as animal collective suicides. To end, it can be proved that as many as 20 animal species are considered to be killed, half of which are endangered species. The scene has been destroyed. The narwhal's carcass is severely mutilated, but it can be seen that there are signs of cutting on the edge. No matter in that country, unless the poachers are captured on the spot, it is difficult to sanction the offenders afterwards. What's more, what appears on the small island are marine organisms that should not be seen in the seas of Japan. From the perspective of natural science, it is difficult to explain why they appeared in the seas of Japan at this time. Appearing in itself is not in line with scientific logic, and if you die silently, it will continue to become reasonable and reasonable following the previous logic. This is definitely the quirk. Kota Koji tried to make his voice steady. Yesterday was the first time he saw so much blood. The abandoned whale skeleton was soaked in seawater. The beach was full of useless organs and minced meat. The other party is likely to be a quirk similar to yourself, but uses it to do this kind of hurtful things. Quanyue put down his teacup and said, "That's your professional heroes." Whether an animal died or indiscriminately killing innocents, it wasn't his current, 15-year-old girl, who could intervene. Kota Koji stood up and bowed deeply to Quanyue. "Please help, this matter needs your quirk. There is no need to involve a child in heroes' activities." Yellen Inasa stopped. Kota Koji is right. You are professional heroes anyway. If you can't face this kind of thing, I advise you to give it up. Career. Yellen Inasa is a standard first-line battle heroes. He is used to the straightforward style of a man. However, Kota Koji focused on logistics support during UA High School. After graduation, he caught up with the first batch of professional heroes reforms and successfully entered the Animal Protection Department, a government department that hardly needs to fight. Advertisement, I'm not. Kota Koji was dumb, and he sat down to apologize to Quanyue. Indeed, this is a matter for their professional heroes, and they should not ask the public for help anyway. Kota Koji secretly blamed himself for being at ease for too long, and I have forgotten everything I learned in UA High School. Quanyue turned his attention to the little unlucky who had eaten and drank enough and started to sleep. He silently raised the child's danger level to a higher level. 1,000 meters. Quanyue doesn't care. I'm looking for it. I started to look for it from the coast of about 800 meters recently. Really, why on earth am I looking for you? Yilan Inazuo scratched his hair, and his anxiety became stronger and stronger for days. The search for no results made his temper uneasy. A yellow-haired woman was sitting on a rock playing with a sword. She noticed that Yingxi Hua was awake and smiled at him. "Oh, I finally woke up." She bounced down, gestured with the sword, and stepped back and asked, "I heard is your quirk immortal?" "Okay, now it turns out that 2 people are missing." Yilan Daozo calculated the distance. "Not sure, it may be 700 meters, in short, it will not exceed 1,000 meters. Can you go look for barnacles? Have you really found them all?" Quanyue caught a few words inside. 800 meters? There are barnacles 800 meters away? Barnacles generally grow on hard objects that are fixed or floating in the sea, and are a large piece of creatures. So far, the unlucky infectious power is so terrible that it is not human. If Quanyue is not a collection of powerful treatment quirks, it is estimated that it would have died long ago. First, the mother embraced the little luck, and his internal organs were broken and died. Then Yingxi Wahia poked his face and disappeared the next day. After 2 hours, Yellen Inasa rushed back, smelling of sea. No, not at all. He found nothing. Quirk? Immortal. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. The infecting non-chief will be the greatest public enemy of mankind. He waited for Yellen Inasa to speak. It's nothing more than to ask where the policeman went. Quanyue recalled the conversation with the other party last night. The other party seemed to be looking for barnacles. Quanyue will take a little bit forward to eliminate the quirk. Tick, tick. The water fell, and Yingxi Hua got up from the ground shivering. He gasped and found himself in an unfamiliar cave. His leg was fixed to a stone and could not move, and the blood on his thigh was flowing down the infusion tube into a plastic bag. Beside the bag, there is a half-open foam box. 3 or 4 bags of blood have been placed in the box. Chapter 238 The Stormy Archipelago. One of the eternal propositions pursued by mankind, immortality. In the Quirk Society, as everyone has a quirk, this proposition is born with unlimited possibilities. So far, there are suspected quirks such as rebirth and borrowing corpse that can realize the theme of immortality, but immortal body has never appeared. Like Quanyue's Rich River Rebirth quirk obtained in the North Sea, it is also a kind of immortality in misinterpretation. The disadvantage is that it is prone to a long period of time. There is no combat effectiveness in the formation process, and there will be a long period of weakness when the body is just reshaped. Although Himiko Toga doesn't know the Fujiang-style rebirth quirk owned by Quanyue, she once heard of a super rebirth quirk that is infinitely close to immortality. Nomu had such a quirk before she joined the Villain Alliance. It is a pity that I was beaten by All Might in the USJ and was destroyed by the government afterwards. Himiko Toga stepped forward to draw some blood with a needle, when suddenly a clanging sound came from behind her. It seemed that a hard rock hit the wall, and there was the sound of fish tails hitting the reef. Yingshi Wahia adapted to the surrounding light, and he noticed that it was a small cave near the coast. When the tide rises, the cavern will be swallowed. Like when the tide is now at low tide, the cavern will accumulate rubbish that comes with the impact of the waves. Yingshi Hana saw a bound figure on the left side of Himiko Toga. He didn't understand it at first glance, and took a breath at the second glance. Because that person is not a rope, but a barnacle glued to the rock in circles. Barnacles have a very hard appearance and can only be loosened unless they are pried with alloy. Himiko Toga stood up, walked over to the man with a fishtail and said, "Huh? Out of potion? You don't need to give this medicine to Todoroki heroes." The mermaid claimed to be an expeller, and he said, "I came with the barnacles." This time, it was his medicine. You Villain Alliance will give you a strategy. Himiko Toga has no other potions in his hand, the last one is ready to hit Todoroki heroes' body. She spread her hands, shook her body and smiled. You can wait for the next time. The B************************* G sound came from behind the mermaid, revealing a man with white matter lumps all over his body, his face, neck, ankles, and wrists all covered with barnacles. The barnacle man dug the hard barnacle on his face with his hand, and he could see the barnacle opened and closed exposed to the air, and new barnacles grew on the body of the dead barnacle. It is a nightmare of intensive phobia. Yingshi Wahia stepped back unconsciously, his horror was horrified, and he realized that his legs were imprisoned by something when he moved. Looking down, it turned out to be a circle of barnacles. The mermaid destroyer sneered. He knew that Himiko Toga's next time would be the same as no next time. Although they are a cooperative relationship in name, the Villain Alliance has an overwhelming advantage in terms of strength or influence. Not to mention, this is the only organization they can come into contact with that publicly sells quirk medicines. I've been waiting for this potion for a long time, the barnacle man said with difficulty. He restrained his hand to dig the barnacle, and said, I can't stand it, I really can't stand this quirk. With this ugly quirk, he suffered a lot and he suffered from intensive phobia. Where does Himiko Toga manage the suffering of others? She didn't really send warmth to these poor families this time. She stepped forward to the mermaid and said, compared to this, you are more concerned about the 3000 Ocean Park the first heard. Hey, they're going to be rectified. Sanchin Ocean Park has a large number of illegal transactions through the mermaid expellers to do with the Villain Alliance. As a country with developed tourism industry, Sanchin Ocean Park was once a hot tourist destination. The mermaid expeller is responsible for providing long-term marine animals to the ocean park, which is obviously much easier than catching and artificially breeding them from the merman expelling from the sea. Some marine organisms will not be released after they exceed the requirements of the ocean park. Instead, they will be slaughtered on the spot. Some are made into specimens for sale as souvenirs, and some are made into various commodities. The person who ties the two sides is the Villain Alliance, and the person who endorses the mermaid destroyer is also the Villain Alliance. However, both the mermaid destroyer and Himiko Toga knew that they were just using each other. After the rectification of Sanchin Ocean Park, if they no longer need the mermaid evacuators to provide a large number of animals, the Villain Alliance will not hesitate to abandon the useless mermaid evacuators. Advertisement, Otakiri didn't come this time. The mermaid slapped the reef, his huge fishtail was powerful and beautiful, I heard it's dead. It's not a good habit to doubt the friendly forces. Himiko Toga put her hands in her pockets, which means that she has no intention of attacking the mermaid destroyer and the barnacles. She licked her lips, if she pointed out, here are two people. I like them. As for the troublesome guy above, if you can end it, read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. A small bottle appeared to Himiko Toga's audience. It was not the same as the liquid seen before, this time it was actually a pill. The barnacle man stared at the small bottle and his breathing became rapid. Newly developed product. Himiko Toga avoided the barnacle man's movements, she put the bottle away and looked at the two people with a smile. The mermaid expelled the barnacle man back, he looked at Himiko Toga ferociously, and dragged the barnacle man into the water. Yingshi Wa doesn't know why, but he sounds like it's a big trouble. He fumbled around and finally found the sword under his A. He silently pretended to be dead, waited until Himiko Toga answered the phone and left, drew out the sword under him and started to move to the stone and began to pry the barnacle neatly. Must leave. The tide has begun to rise slowly. When Quanyue came out for a walk alone, he happened to see the turbulent sea and strong wind, mainly because a man was acting as a demon. Yellen Inasa stood on the sea, surrounded by countless winds. These winds were invisible, only some broken leaves and petals rose and fell. Did you find it? Wait a minute. The wind can go anywhere. These years of training have made Yellen Inasa not only become a violent man like a gale, but also let him perceive everything as gentle as the wind. The wind became his eyes, his hands, and he could know the wind and grass in any place. He swept this area aside again, and put down his hands in frustration. The police station took the lead in completing the communication, and has already begun to send people one after another to take over the victims. As the first witness to the incident, Yellen Inasa was also a professional heroes who was directly involved in the rescue. He was called to sign with Honghu's Ambition Logistics Rescue Organization. He saw a figure passing by behind the reef, only saw the man's hands made of machinery. It looked like a rusty skeleton from the outside, and there were still some uncleaned pieces in the gap between the two robot arms. Quanyue smiled at the owner of his hand, and he noticed a familiar taste from him. This is the taste he tasted after he saw countless gangsters and extreme criminals. Overhaul looked at the girl on the shore and returned his attention to the water. After lying in an ambush under the hands of Ocean Park for almost 2 months, he finally found a direct supplier of 3,000 Ocean Park rare animals. His eyes fell in the darkness where the mermaid and the barnacle man disappeared. He needs new power and new organization. For so many years, it was not a great dream to support him. The man held his breath without letting go. Advertisement, hey, what are you looking at? Quanyue stepped forward and smiled and said, isn't it the sea? He noticed that Overhaul came in the same direction as Kota Koji left. The Narwhal massacre occurred in that direction not long ago. Quanyue, are you okay? Yazuki Inuichiro was also in a mess, and he had just received a series of notices. The world outside the archipelago was in chaos, from the crash of the passenger plane to the disappearance of Todoroki heroes, and then the archipelago broke out in addition to the large-scale animal deaths, and all the cases were piled up in one place, making the shadows uneasy. International organization? Quanyue became nervous. Unrecoverable scars on the neck are caused by this defect, and even quirks such as, to me rebirth, super regeneration, and injury replacement, cannot compensate for this defect. Yazuki Inuichiro said persuasively, don't go to the people of the international organizations at that time. If you are obedient, I will come over soon. Todoroki Hero's father is also on his way. Alright. Quanyue sighed and decided to run away with little luck. On the other side, Yazuki Inuichiro's phone rang. Overhaul did not answer. He didn't want to meet Chen Tien when he met anyone. If villain finds out, what awaits Quanyue is a one-stroke ending. I'm fine. Quanyue changed his hands and said, what's the matter? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. When he was away, Xiao Shan was accidentally splashed with hot water. The grandmother who helped take care of her accidentally fell afoot with a myocardial infarction and was sent to rescue. Kota Koji sat on the side and waited quietly for Quanyue. This time he brought a good news, Honghu ambitious Mr. Yaoi contacted me, and he asked you to call him immediately. After speaking, Kota Koji handed the phone up. After receiving the notice, Yazuki Inuichiro immediately adjusted his time to go. At the same time, his deal with Himiko Toga was only half done. Yazuki Inuichiro chose to investigate everything about Inos and sent it to Himiko Toga. At the same time, all of this was done under the supervision of the police and did not violate any law. But Quanyue thought of being chased by Chen Tien and his gang in the Taiwan Strait until he was as old as he was, and he held his head helplessly. Although he has a lot of one-time quirks and countless treatment quirks, Quanyue himself has a fatal flaw. More importantly, there are 2 announcements in the hands of Yazuki Inuichiro. One is the registration form of the list of suspicious persons in the recent 3 months issued by the international organization and the Japanese government. Quanyue was the first group of people to be investigated because of the unknown source, and the time of appearance coincided with the estimated time of the resurrection of the transnational wanted criminal Inos by the international organization. Uncle, your hand should have been broken for a long time. Quanyue asked with a smile. It seems that Uncle is a person with a story. Overhaul left without looking back. Quanyue stopped chasing after him. He walked around the neighborhood a few times by himself, and returned to the hapless side. Kota Koji said, I checked with the local residents about the types of dead animals. I felt that this might not be a regional slaughter, but it might be a large-scale hunting activity that has spread to the world. At this time, it must be based on the strength of a region. If it doesn't work, try to find international help as much as possible. Except, Yazuki Inuichiro looked at the remaining document and swallowed his saliva. This is the document he had just obtained. Forget it, because the people led by the international organization will be here soon. You guys, don't act rashly. Chapter 239. Yazuki Inuichiro didn't know what Quanyue was thinking in his heart. He just looked at the information he had obtained, and continued to deal with related matters after hanging up the phone. Inos, an international crime used to execute criminals on public platforms, is also the culprit that caused many powerful quirks to lose quirks. He was the most crazy in the United States, and the FBI later restored his criminal process as a teaching material and case education college. This guy broke through the network barrier in the United States and got all the high-risk quirk lists of the United States and its allies. This list includes most of Japan's own high-risk quirks. Contrary to what everyone thinks, in the early days of the emergence of the quirk, the government has begun to establish a quirk resume for everyone in every family. After discovering that a quirk that seriously endangers society appears, they will take the person's quirk. Be included in the list. This list is not released to the public. The people on the list are monitored for life, and they are strictly prevented from becoming professional heroes. At least 7 years ago, Occupation Heroes was the only occupation in the society where quirk was openly and freely available. Yazuki Inuichiro extracted a person's information separately, that's why he became a policeman? After all, he is not an insider of the government, and the information in his hand was updated 7 years ago. The latest information was sent to the audience of international organizations and frontline heroes. He noted down the person's name and appearance, and carefully posted photos of his latest years on the information. At that time, this person graduated from the police academy, wearing a police uniform and holding a graduation certificate smirking group photo. List 20,076. Name: Hua Jiangxi Quirk. Immortal body, evaluation. Able to restore physical strength and state when on the verge of extinction, With strong timeliness and quick physical recovery, spiritual guidance and quirk control are recommended. It doesn't look very good. Wu Xianggu complained that he had been arrested while eating a box of lunch. If he says he is immortal, he will still die. So the key is that his quirk has not been detected as a weakness. Yuzuki Inuichiro understood why this person was included in the high-risk list 7 years ago. He said, if you want an immune to death, it will continue to recover. A man in his own physical state can create a killing machine if he undergoes a little systematic training. Wu Tiangu sneered. In his mind, there were only 2 real perfect quirks, AFO and the current Deku Heroes quirk. In the days before AFO was sent to prison for food, Yuzuki Inuichiro took Honghu ambition to ask for life under the hands of the Dark Emperor. That strong is really strong. As for the current Deku Heroes, let alone other things, just 7 quirks complemented each other and broke several records. Wu Tiangu has cooperated with him, and his heart has long acquiesced that this Deku Heroes will become the real #1 in the Heroes world. Yuzuki Inuichiro ignored it. He put this information aside, and opened the door of the meeting room to pick up the guests. Long Yang Da Ming, Mr. Yaoi. Deku Heroes Midoriya Izuku stood up and shook hands. This is the first time we have cooperated. Yuzuki Inuichiro smiled and stepped forward. Where is it? As a no quirk, he went to the islands this time with at least 1 professional heroes. Advertisement Deku Heroes is a good choice. In an unknown corner of the archipelago, Yingxi Hua yanked the barnacle from his pants. His ankle was marked with blood dripping with a sword. Unlike the barnacles of ordinary creatures, the barnacles of barnacles can actually be attached to human skin. Yingxi Hua Zhao stood up on the reef. He wanted to use his own quirk, but he couldn't stand firmly and sat down on the ground. The same trapped person across from him shuddered suddenly and let out a cold breath.
The sea water has engulfed the place where the Hua family Yingxi originally stayed. You, don't fall asleep.
Hua Jiang stepped forward with a sword. He patted the opponent's face vigorously and found that this person had unusually obvious hair color, and there was a fading burn on his face. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Yingxi Huahia is sure that he has seen this person on TV, the second-ranked Todoroki Heroes. Hey, hello, are you okay? Gale Heroes Yellen Inasa looked for Shoto Todoroki and went crazy. Yingxi Huahia rummaged in his pocket. He really didn't find anything. He could only use the weak light to start prying the barnacle in Shoto Todoroki's hand. The barnacle is firmly pierced into the human skin, and the barnacle on Shoto Todoroki's body is just near the wrist artery. Even if he is careful, the Huahia Yingxi will make some blood. He panicked and took off his coat to cover the wound. Shoto Todoroki, who was cold and frozen, was also awakened by this operation. He subconsciously wanted to raise a flame to warm himself, but there was nothing on his body after moving twice. The familiar quirk power seems to be drawn out. Shoto Todoroki raised his head and looked at Yingxi Huahia, struggling twice. Don't move. The sound of splashing water came from the entrance. Yingxi Hana held down Shoto Todoroki's arm, and he looked back at the quiet water surface. Layers of water reflected on the walls of the cave, sparkling. Yingxi Huajia squinted and stepped back. Shoto Todoroki lowered his head and raised his arms to break free of the barnacle's control, but he didn't succeed. A fish's tail slowly broke away from the water, and the mermaid got up from the water and looked at the two of them wet. The barnacle man followed, his eyes fixed on Shoto Todoroki's body. Yingxi Hana held a small sword and guarded it in front of Shoto Todoroki. What? What do you want to do? Yingxi Hua has never encountered such a thing. What's worse is that there is no creature around him that can let him use his quirk, and the weapon is only a sword. The barnacle man and the mermaid looked at Yingxi Hua and asked him a question. Do you know a man named Overhaul? On the shore, Quanyue hung up, but he went to Overhaul anyway. Overhaul was eating a sandwich in an abandoned cabin. Seeing Quanyue's figure, he subconsciously wanted to draw out the weapon. Do you want to restore your hands? Quanyue asked. I'm the Healing Heroes. When he entered the cabin, he took off his skirt and put on men's clothes with a moth-shaped mask on his face. His disguise was not great, and Overhaul recognized him as the kid he had seen that day. It's been 7 years. It's not important. Quanyue has many healing quirks stored in his body. Not to mention 7 years of physical healing, even the dead Quanyue can snatch him from Shinigami. I have always been to men with stories. Very generous. Hey. Overhaul won't believe this guy's nonsense. Are you from the Villain Alliance? It's a bit related, but I will get rid of them. Quanyue was too lazy to talk nonsense. I will help you restore your hands. As a price, you will become my subordinate in Japan. Overhaul looked at him coldly. Quanyue smiled. It's not sold to me, and I don't need your trust, but some things are not good for me to take action. In order to show his sincerity, Quanyue threw a time limit. 2.5 years, 2.5 years at the latest. It only takes 2.5 years for him to make the final layout in Japan. After 2.5 years, the whole world will change drastically according to their Azumuki family's ideas. Advertisement Overhaul only needs to work for him for 2.5 years. I'm going to kill the dead handle wooden hanger. No problem. I want to destroy the Villain Alliance. This is okay. Quanyue and Overhaul reached a preliminary consensus. He threw out the first task. Then it will be hard. Help me save people first. He never thought of letting Shoto Todoroki die in the Villain Alliance. The audience, Yingxi Huahia is also an innocent person involved. However, Quanyue clearly knew that these two people didn't need to save them by themselves. In terms of ability, consciousness, and thought, These two individuals are all three good students in their respective fields, and they will shine brightly over time. The person he needs to save is those who need quirk to clear the potion and suffer from the pain of quirk. These things you did sound similar to what I did before. After hearing his reasons for saving people, Overhaul sneered. I also used drugs to make people lose quirk. Speaking of which, you are just walking my old way, he said more and more quietly, and suddenly Quanyue took off his mask. Under the moth mask, the boy's eyes flashed with shallow white light, and his long hair fell on the sides, looking docile and indifferent. Quanyue handed the moth mask to Overhaul and smiled, you can pull it down. He never compares himself with the Quanyue family behind him with Overhaul and Sui Ba Jai. The two forces are completely different in terms of background, determination from top to bottom, and even the hard work spent on this goal. Overhaul looked at the mask handed over by the boy and hesitated. I don't do this for any power or my own strength. Quanyue said word by word. I agree with you destroying the quirk society based on quirk, but we are more aware that the decay of society is never quirk at all. This power. Quanyue walked over gently. He put the mask on Overhaul and said in an unprecedented gentle tone, Uncle, a man with a story like you will definitely be clearer. Before Overhaul could resist, his eyes were covered by a moth-shaped mask. In front of him was a vast expanse of snow, and he saw a bright flame on the deserted snowy ground. The body of the moth was burning in the flames. Quanyue watched Overhaul cover her neck, her knees slowly softened, and finally fell to the ground with a whimper. His eyes widened and he yelled inexplicably. Quanyue knelt down gently and said, It's too much trouble to talk about, so I generally like to let my collaborators know about my pain. He grabbed Overhaul's hand, and the white light slowly lit up. Use pain to let them understand the sorrow of Quanyue family, and then use healing to let them know the power of Quanyue family. You are really a change, pervert. Overhaul squeezed out a few words, and he saw Quanyue's gentle eyes underneath an endless white ice field. Now, you are welcome to join the perverted team. Quanyue continued to laugh, the first time I cooperate, please go and kidnap the man named Yuzuki Inuichiro. Chapter 240, The Beacon Turning into Life. Overhaul has been doing his job for a long time, but the difference is that this time he gave someone else a hand. He first found the mermaid and the barnacle through clues provided by Quanyue. According to Quanyue's remarks, it is very easy to get the trust of the other party. After the negotiation, Overhaul took the ferry tickets to the dock. Quanyue himself planned to leave the island by boat with little luck. Don't hurt that man. Quanyue exhorted. If you hurt him, don't want to live. He changed into women's clothing again, and in everyone's eyes he was still a gentle and kind therapeutic girl. Only Overhaul knew what an ugly face was under this beautiful skin. But he mocked a little, women's clothing seems to be your pleasure. Quanyue smiled, and he tucked his hair behind his ears, fun. In an instant, Overhaul felt that his internal organs seemed to be entangled, and he was lying upside down in the drum washing machine. He gritted the flesh of his cheeks to prevent himself from making any noise. Quanyue held Overhaul gently, lowered his head and said, Why are you so careless? Overhaul shook off Quanyue's hand viciously. Quanyue hugged the child and waved his hand indifferently. If it wasn't for the occasion, he even wanted to laugh. Unlike others, Quanyue can see the bottom of many things at a glance because of the hole cards beyond ordinary people's imagination. He often has the illusion that he is invincible, and this illusion has not disappeared after he died several times. He was holding a little bad luck, and began to think about what bad luck would happen next. Quanyue thinks that there is no bad luck that will embarrass him, but he will die once. But other people may not think so. For example, the Wahia Yangshi who claims to have immortality. Bah, why am I so unlucky? He dragged Shoto Todoroki into the water, his limbs were cold, and the effect of the drug had not completely subsided. The mermaid and the barnacle are related to aquatic life because of their own quirk development. For the two of them, this temperature is not enough to drink a pot. Yangshi Wahia pressed against Shoto Todoroki, his head hit the top of the cave, and it hurt when he banged. The mermaid couldn't see it, and directly grabbed his leg and dragged his person to swim. Yangshi Hua's nose and mouth were filled with water, gurgling and bubbling. And many more, can't wait for the air to be gone. The mermaid and the barnacle said quickly and moved quickly. In a short while, the two of them brought Yangshi Hana and Shoto Todoroki to the surface of the water. Yangshi Hana pulled Shoto Todoroki, and he felt that Todoroki Hero's body temperature was getting lower and lower, even exceeding the temperature of the water. The barnacle man also realized this. He said, I'll take you to the shore. As Todoroki Heroes continued to soak in the water, Todoroki Hero's body temperature would get lower and lower, and eventually he was frozen to death. Yangshi Wahia would never let this happen. He slapped Shoto Todoroki's face with his hands and shouted the name of the opponent's heroes. Advertisement. The mermaid said, Shut up. He slapped the water with his tail and said, Go fast, the tide is still going on. The most important thing is that Himiko Toga might show up nearby. They talked to the man named Overhaul, and the other person did point out something unknown about those potions. This was the first step for them to trust each other. For the mermaid and the barnacle, getting the potion to clear the quirk is more important than anything else. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The first thing Overhaul asked them to do was to bring these two people out, worth 15 pills to live, and only 5 pills to die. Yangshi Wahia naturally didn't know a man called Chisaki. His heart was frantically hovering on the edge of thanking and scolding each other. Shoto Todoroki's lips were already blue. Yingshi Hua finally remembered that the person he was holding was a fiery Heroes. He trembled and said, "Hey, don't go to sleep. It's useless, the medicine is still working." The mermaid grabbed two people and swam toward the coast. "I heard that this time is a new medicine. Dead people are normal." Yingshi Hua couldn't accept this tone. He was on this island. After working for so many years, I haven't seen a dead person. To be precise, he has never seen anyone die in front of him when he grows up. "Don't you often ask for that kind of potion?" Hua Jiang was rudely thrown on the reef. He shouted. "There must be a way." The mermaid pulled his hair to the back and looked at Hua Jiang coldly, leaving without a word with the barnacle man. "Their transaction ends here." Hua Jiangshi's reply is not in any transaction category. Wait here." Yingshi Hua Jia looked around. He hung Shoto Todoroki on his body and stumbled into the sea. "You can't leave us here." Unlike other ordinary islands, there is a lighthouse that has been abandoned for a long time. It's okay if this is an ordinary lighthouse, it looks a bit old and has nothing wrong with it. But since Hua Jiangshi took charge of this area, he heard a legend about the lighthouse passed by the old people. Rumor has it that, very early on, this island was not all old people. About 40 years ago, a pair of young people came to this island. They built the first lighthouse here to benefit countless fishermen who returned late. But year after year passed, the young couple entrusted the lighthouse to a local young man before leaving. With this as an opportunity, there are fewer and fewer local young people who are cursed. About 5 years ago, someone saw a sharp-toothed monster running out of the lighthouse. This fits perfectly with the testimony of an old man 30 years ago. 3 years ago, the lighthouse was determined to be a dangerous building, due to disrepair, and it will be officially demolished probably next year. It may be about the curse of the young man. Don't go to the lighthouse, you will be sucked out of your life. Advertisement. Yingshi Wahia took Shoto Todoroki and sat on the reef. He watched the painted lighthouse and sweated in his heart. Suddenly there was a ding-dong sound from the lighthouse, and the sun seemed to be fast-forwarded, and quickly fell into the sea, and the entire sky was dyed with duck egg red. A shadow came out from the lighthouse, looking a little weird, until it reached the front of Yingshi Wahia. Yingshi Hua Jia held his breath. He slowly raised his head and saw a face that seemed familiar to him appeared in front of him. The face looked like he had only seen it a few days ago, but for a while, Hua Yingshi didn't know where he had seen it. "Huh? How did you come here?" The man was wearing a white morning suit and was only in his early 20s. He kept the kappa and smiled softly like candy. "Need help?" Without waiting for Yingshi Wahia to make a decision, the man walked up to Shoto Todoroki to himself. He placed his hand in front of Shoto Todoroki, and a white light was shining on the palm of his hand. The white light was warm and not dazzling. Seeing this white light, Yingshi Hua was finally in line. This person's face is very similar to that of Quanyue, a girl in the treatment department. It can be said that you know their blood relationship by seeing the face. "It looks like your companion needs help very much." The man retracted his hand. He got up and introduced himself gently. "My name is Quanyue." "Also, Quanyue?" Yingshi Hua Jia held his breath. He felt as if he had broken into some big secret. As soon as he wanted to refuse the man's invitation, he saw countless dark tentacles emerging from the dark shadow of the lighthouse. The tentacles were like little elf, entwined around Shoto Todoroki's body, and walked inside like a lighthouse. The man calling himself Quanyue looked at the sea and smiled. He said, "Let's go, I have prepared a hot pot for you." The Hua family Yingshi's hair is horrified. The man continued, blowing the sea breeze, "You like the hot pot made at home the most. Who is that? You?" The black door opened to Yingshi Hua's family. He swallowed his saliva and asked, "I don't eat hot pot." The man laughed and said, "You can stand outside if you don't eat, but I want to first confirm one very important thing." He stretched out his hand, and the thin white silk thread of the fingertip was wrapped around the finger. Those white glittering lines snuggled up in his palms obediently. The man smiled and said, "If you want to save your companion, you have to give me 50 years of life." Chapter 241. What a joke. Yingshi Hua Jiao glared at the morning man in front of him, which was too ridiculous and suspicious to him. The man was not angry at the impoliteness of Yingshi Hua. He put his hand in his sleeve. His morning dress was generous, and there was something heavy in it. He was wearing wooden clogs, and the sound of stepping on the reef was as dull as a death knell. Yingshi Hua Jia looked at the man in morning clothes being overwhelmed by the shadows, swallowed and caught up with him. "I don't want to be blocked by the shadows." Yingshi Hua Jia stretched out his hand. He touched the dark shadow. Among them, it exudes heat like an explosion, and it is cold. When you feel the scorching sensation, your skin has long been burned. Too high temperature can make people have an illusion in an instant. If you want to save people, you have to pay 50 years of life. The man showed half of his face, or you can exchange something worth 50 years with me. Where is there such a ridiculous thing? Do you think that the life of a professional hero is not known for 50 years? The morning man chuckled. He raised his sleeve to cover his mouth, and said to Yingshi Hua, "If you cherish your life, you can give me another thing." Yingshi Hua clenched his fists, and rushed up with a vigorous stride, hitting the man in the morning suit in the face. There was a crash. He didn't hit anything, and he staggered and fell into the lighthouse. The morning man stood in place and looked at Yingshi Hua's family quietly, not even frightened. Yingshi Hua's asterisk hit the ground, and he barely stood up, holding his waist in a fighting stance. The man in morning clothes put his hands in his sleeves, but countless small threads drilled out of his white morning clothes and became the only light source in the dark. They spread this to the feet of the Wa family Yingshi, raising their heads to look at the intruder. Shoto Todoroki was lying quietly on one of the beds, his face pale. I'm a very reasonable person. The morning man smiled, and a beam of light fell strangely in the darkness on his left-hand side, and a wisp of heat rose from below. A bite of the bottom of the mandarin duck pot is cooking, while tumbling red oil, chili and pepper, some fruits and vegetables can be seen as supplements in the boiling soup, while the other side is much lighter in comparison. And on the side of the hot pot table, there are many cold dishes, all of which are red and spicy. A guest is coming from afar, help me see the fire, the morning man said, I'm going to wait for my family. The Wa family Yingshi didn't want to stay in this kind of ghost place. He just started to speak, and countless tentacles popped out of the dark shadow to hold him on the chair. It happened to be facing the boiling mandarin duck pot. You like hot pot the most. The morning man said this softly and walked out of the lighthouse. In the room, only two people were left in a pot and a shadow. Outside the lighthouse, Himiko Toga watched the mermaid and the barnacle leave and took off the telescope. She is now wearing a swimsuit version of the combat suit, and her beautiful figure makes people spit blood. Kong Xiao changed her disguise and curled up under her feet, like a loyal dog under the queen's seat. He helped Himiko Toga wear an improved version of the equipment. Compared with 7 years ago, the blood-sucking equipment that I want to use is more powerful and easier to carry. On the basis of the original separate storage of studies, the amount of each savings has been increased, which also gave Himiko Toga's 2 new bloods a place to play. She watched the mermaid dive into the water, and took a light mouthful of Shoto Todoroki's blood. They started from the kidnapping of people, bloodletting and storage were planned and purposeful, including the negotiations with Sanshin Ocean Park and the mermaid expellers. Advertisement. Nothing can escape the villain alliance. No, more accurately, it is the eyes of a deadwood hanger. That's why the lighthouse is the target of hanging. Yeah, I don't understand at all. Himiko Toga has never been to the North Sea, nor has he personally experienced the pain of the big river. At that time, she was busy making trouble in the forest for UA High School. Kong Xiao is more of a miscellaneous fish, and this is the first time he has been on a mission. In his opinion, this is purely an ordinary lighthouse. Before the mermaids came, he and Senior Duo went to the lighthouse to survey it again. It was empty and there was nothing inside. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It's really empty without a piece of waste paper. I don't know why the boss has to pay special attention to local legends, and also ask them to let Todoroki heroes be rescued after taking blood to torture the news about the confluence of the big three. Young Master Kong couldn't figure it out, and finally he was glared at by my senior before clearing the question in his mind. After taking Shoto Todoroki's blood, Himiko Toga changed into Shoto Todoroki's appearance. She stared at the Wa family Yingshi and his party intently, but with a glare, the two disappeared from before her eyes. Lang Lang was daytime, and people blinked away. The waves continued to sound, the seabirds flew up and down, Kong Xiao was dumbfounded, and he himself found that something was wrong. Before my predecessors blamed it, people took the lead and looked at it carefully. The inside was empty, there was nothing, the walls peeled off white ash to reveal the masonry, the stairs were covered with dust, and you could see the top when you looked up. People are really gone. Kong Xiao shrank her neck and rolled back, wanting to review herself first. He only heard Himiko Toga giggling. Her face was markedly flushed, but her eyes were glowing. It's so funny. With Shoto Todoroki's face, she exploded a line of ice thorns toward the sea. Ice thorns erupted from under the sea surface, the high waves were exploded, and the mermaid's tail churned in the air. The tough barnacle grows fast on the ice surface, instantly suppressing the sharp ice surface, forming a recessed buffer zone in the ice thorns. The barnacle stood firmly in the buffer and caught the mermaid. The two of them were uneasy about the transaction. They looked like they were leaving, but they actually lurked under the sea to observe silently. Himiko Toga blew them all out with an ice thorn. If it is against Himiko Toga's face, maybe the mermaid will have a guilty conscience. But at this moment, she was holding Shoto Todoroki's face. The mermaid and the barnacle were stunned. Kong Xiao was thrown aside by Himiko Toga and dared not show up. He heard the senior he admired say in a serious tone, "Who are you?" Boom, a loud male voice came from the surface of the sea, causing the sea to panic. Yellen Inasa, who was digging 3 feet in a nearby island, finally got a little response through the wind. He received the breath and perception brought by the wind, and kept catching up. He didn't take a good rest for a few days, his hair was messy, and his beard was not trimmed, but his breath was not decadent. Instead, he got more frustrated and brave. The whole person was enveloped by the gale, with 3 points of anger. He looked at the familiar, Shoto Todoroki, in front of him, and saw that the other party used a large area of ice thorns, and said excitedly, "You are okay." Himiko Toga has already done his homework. Since he wants to pretend to be Todoroki heroes, the interpersonal relationships around him must be memorized. She nodded and said, "Yeah." Yellen Inasa took 2 steps forward, hammered his opponent's shoulder with his fist, then stood with Himiko Toga, and yelled at the mermaid and the barnacle, "Who are you?" The mermaid slapped the ice anxiously with his beautiful tail, without speaking. Barnacles are more like wood standing still. The two of them knew the state of Shoto Todoroki's body in the first few minutes, and it was impossible to recover immediately after the injection of that medicine. Advertisement: the Todoroki heroes in front of me are probably fake. However, they have nothing to say to heroes. The mermaid opened his mouth, revealing full of fangs, his tail was beaten hard, and the ice surface was knocked into 8 petals. He slammed into the water holding the barnacle man. Where would Yellen Inasa release the suspicious person? He did not speak, and snapped his fingers. The sea was controlled by the wind, and the waves rolled up. Kongdang dense growth protruding from the sea. Although their size is small, they are large in number. The accumulation of numbers forms a strong net, which weakens the cyclone by half. Some of the barnacles on the opposite barnacle were washed away by the sea. The massacre that day was not annihilation of the entire army. During the search, Kodakoji used his quirk to find the only survivor, a Shinigami narwhal. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Behind him, Himiko Toga showed a cute smile. Its body is covered with scars from the narwhal's horns, which were caused by its mother expelling it. Afterwards, Kodakoji followed the faint cry of crying, and found a stranded narwhal in a hidden corner. Before dying, its mother used all her strength to hurt her child, just to prevent the child from relying on herself and go far. As long as he is in the sea, he will be the master of all living things. What's the matter with you? Kodakoji dropped something. He stepped forward and hugged the little narwhal in an attempt to comfort him. Hi. Kodakoji put on his gloves and poured a bucket of food on the little narwhal. How do you feel today? Because the little quirk narwhal is very dependent on Kodakoji. One day Kodakoji had to soak in water accompany him in fear. The little narwhal topped its head and carried the person on its back. He issued a sad call and hurried forward in one direction. In the form of a mermaid, the quirk that can control all marine life, voice of the ocean. The sharks stopped praying and swimming restlessly. The fish schools that hadn't left gathered together to form an airtight net and attacked towards the lighthouse. The turtles in the sand raised their heads and moved slowly. The dolphins jumped out of the water, one after another. One made a tweet. With Yellen Inasa's control, the wind began to form a whirlpool on the sea, and he fell into an unreasonable sea whirlpool in the coastal area where the reef was messy, and he would only end up with his body and bones. The mermaid hid behind the barnacle man, his mouth opened, and he seemed to be talking. Because he was underwater, Yellen Inasa and Himiko Toga on the water could not hear them at all. In the sound waves that humans cannot hear, a strange sound effect sneaks into the ears of all sea creatures. In addition to the scratches left by its mother, there is a big scar on the back of the little narwhal. This was caused by humans using a gun, and Kodakoji went to ask Quanyue for help because of this wound. The scene of the narwhal slaughter has been sealed off, except for Kodakoji, only police can enter. Yellen Inasa focused on looking for Shoto Todoroki, leaving him alone here. As in previous days, Kodakoji came here with medicine and mixed food. No one can disobey his orders. As always, the little narwhal cocked his head and nuzzled Kodakoji affectionately. It was about to echo Kodakoji's words, and his whole body suddenly trembled and hit the ground directly. Yamaguchi Koji was arched away by him. The little narwhal rolled over and cried out in pain. Ada Chapter 242. A man wearing a mask. Kodakoji clutched the narwhal tightly, lowering his center of gravity so that he didn't get blown away. He was wearing heavy clothes, and his whole body became heavier after being soaked in water. He went by whale and kept using his quirk to communicate with the little narwhals along the way. The narwhal, who was originally docile, became more impatient after hearing his words, and kept piercing into the sea. Quanyue saw such a scene just when he was breathing on the boat. He insisted on leaving with Xiao Luck at the end. Except for the necessary personnel, there were only 2 or 3 kittens on board. Considering the unlucky and powerful quirk, Quanyue believes that this can minimize the occurrence of accidents. But he was still too naive. In the next second, the hull encountered a violent impact, and Quanyue quickly grasped the railing. The boat is a small fishing boat nearby. It doesn't have much carrying capacity. There are some iron thorns on the railing. Quanyue looked at the big hole at the tiger's mouth blankly. Under the boat, there are marine creatures heading towards a place, and the direction is the same as where Kodakoji went. Quanyue looked at the lighthouse from a distance, and asked the old man on the boat, when was it there? The old man glanced at it. That tower, maybe it was 40 years ago or 50 years ago, and it is no longer needed. He brought some regrets. It will be demolished in a few years. Is it dangerous over there? The old man recalled it, but he didn't remember clearly. According to him, there are no fish to catch near the lighthouse, let alone money. There are elderly people around here, and fewer people go to sea every year, and even fewer go to the lighthouse. Quanyue stared at the surface, and he saw a huge tentacle slowly sliding across the surface. He compared the distance between himself and the lighthouse with his hands, and smiled. He said, "Master, I'm a little sleepy, so go to bed first." Someone is with him in that lighthouse. But Quanyue does not intend to pass now. 7 years have changed a lot of things, such as his way of thinking, such as his criteria for judging the situation. But something in him hasn't changed in 7 years. Overhaul called. He was located at the dock and finally saw the target. Then I will do it. Quanyue watched the wound at the tiger's mouth slowly healed, and in the end he didn't even leave a scar, and said softly, "Be careful, the location changes, and wait for him to be taken to the island with the lighthouse." Overhaul couldn't see the lighthouse. Quanyue simply and roughly used quirk to cut into his electronic communication equipment, and directly located the position of the lighthouse. Is anyone answering over there? Yeah. Quanyue thought that one would be very happy where Yuzuki Inuichiro would go. After all, as the executor of the entire family, he must cooperate with the behavior of Yuzuki Inuichiro in the end. Thinking of something uncomfortable, he opened the door of the room, and he started crying unluckily. Outside the door, the old man yelled, "Oh, the oil is leaking, girl, I can't go." After he greeted Quanyue, he decided to use the remaining oil to drive to the nearest pier, the island where the lighthouse is located. In the room, Quanyue took off the neck strap in front of the mirror. The small hole in the neck didn't count as blinking. But with this small hole as a benchmark, countless scars spread quickly. Quanyue patted his face twice. These scars were quickly hidden under the skin, and on the surface it was a completely likable face. Chen Tian. Quanyue gritted his teeth and said the name. He absolutely can't let that guy run into him again, absolutely, absolutely not. The boat drove slowly towards the lighthouse. Kota Koji first reached the island where the lighthouse was located, because the whale walked too close and easily stranded. When approaching the sea, Kota Koji fell into the water by himself. He stroked the water twice, showing a surprised expression. The water was densely packed with countless sea creatures. Kota Koji believes he is knowledgeable in animals and obtained his PhD certificate in biology 3 years ago. This is the case, he has never heard of such terrible animal gathering behavior. This is artificial. Advertisement. The other party can be sure to have a quirk similar to his own, and even stronger than his own quirk. Kota Koji's quirk can only make animals like themselves and make animals willing to act for themselves. When he was studying in UA High School, Kota Koji even prayed for animals for his own use. But this person can force the behavior of animals. Unable to refuse, like the top king of the food chain, patrolling his own territory as he pleases. Kota Koji's ideas are absolutely different from him. In Kota Koji's mind, animals are human friends. If he can, he hopes that humans and animals live in harmony. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It is also because of this idea that Kota Koji worked in animal protection after graduation, and took a completely different career path from Heroes with most of his classmates. He flopped in the water, trying to beg the animal to give way. The first layer of the water was full of fish, and several fish were squeezed out by their companions to jump in the air. Kota Koji was hit hard in the face by a fish with its tail. Before he could get over, the flames of war in front of him suddenly burned to this side. Get out of the way. The familiar ice quickly sealed the road ahead. Yellen Inasa slammed the brakes on the ice. He turned and lifted his cloak, and several wind blades pierced into the water ahead in an instant. Barnacles quickly gathered on the ice, and the ice cubes under Yellen Inasa's feet corroded at a speed visible to the naked eye. As a headache parasite, barnacles often corrode the cement pillars of the wharf and are inherently corrosive. The barnacles operated by the barnacles have brought this corrosiveness to the extreme. With the help of the ice surface, Yilan Inazuo leapt on the ground and took advantage of his strength to vacate the air. The barnacle man did not show up. He and the mermaid hid under the water, but they did not move slowly. In the meantime, he quickly stretched out a fist-sized barnacle from under the feet of Yellen Inasa. Damn it. The growth rate of these barnacles once again refreshed Yellen Inasa's imagination of this creature. In just half a second, they had already pierced Yellen Inasa's soles. A ball of flame directly burned Yellen Inasa's shoes from bottom to top, and the barnacle on the sole was also wrapped in flames. Shoto Todoroki was walking on the ice, and he kept strengthening the ice under his feet, blocking the barnacle's corrosion layer by layer. His hands burned with flames and his expression was serious. Kota Koji was dumbfounded. He knew that after graduation, everyone would have their own way out, and he couldn't tell if they met again in the future. But the intuitive gap in combat power in front of him gave Kota Koji a hint of inferiority. Shoto Todoroki, they are really different from themselves. He tried to get close to the shore, not wanting to interfere with the work of professional heroes. But the school of fish suddenly became commotion, and all the fish surging forward in a suicidal manner. The sea covered Kota Koji's face. He was under the water and his eyes widened. Underwater animals include all kinds of fish, as well as some shellfish. The shiny ice surface pressed the funnel-shaped barnacle group. The dolphin moves on the ice, hitting the ice with its forehead. A huge black shadow is hidden in the darkness of the water, and suddenly a huge stream of water rushes upward from behind Kota Koji. Kota Koji turned around in horror. He saw the same eyes as his own head. Numerous plankton attached to the large suction cup in the palm of the hand. The giant octopus walked up. He did not pay attention to Kota Koji, which is a good thing. But again, it is clear who his villain is. Kota Koji raised his head and took a deep breath, before murmured directly, "Stop, don't attack. Don't attack." His request has always been gentle, because Kota Koji is essentially a gentle person. The vigor that was hard-trained in the student days disappeared again in several years of work. One Tail's gorgeous fishtail appeared on the sea. Yellen Inasa's use of the ocean vortex created by the wind no longer has much effect. Countless sea creatures used as sacrifices to fill up the power of the wind. The mermaid showed a small head, and he was placed behind a rock by the barnacle. The dolphin leaping behind him called. His eyes fell on Kota Koji, who was trying to call. It seems that this is the professional heroes found by the inhabitants of the legendary island. The ability to communicate with animals is actually not uncommon, but what is rare is the strength of the quirk. Strong quirk powers such as Mermaid and Kota Koji are rare. On land, the Mermaid Destroyer is absolutely no match for Kota Koji. But in the sea, if Kota Koji is such a quirk, let alone the hope of victory. The mermaid raised his face. He was very good looking, and a bit too gorgeous for a man. Kill him for me. Being soft to villain is cruel to his own people. Advertisement. While talking, the tentacles of the giant octopus landed on the ice, and Yellen Inasa's wind sword greeted him unceremoniously. At this time, your quirk is easy to use. Yellen Inasa gasped, jokingly. Boom, you guy likes sashimi or barbecue. Shoto Todoroki said with ice in one hand and fire in the other. He said coldly, your swordsmanship has fallen. Before the words fell, a long horn suddenly appeared on the ice surface on which he was standing, and the entire ice surface fell apart. Yellen Inasa rolled his long arms, holding Shoto Todoroki's waist and carrying him to the sky. With the next breath, 3 tentacles fell from the sky and directly slapped Yellen Inasa into the water. Ice thorns bulge, blocking the movement of the tentacles. Before Yellen Inasa could think of a buffer, the shark leapt high in the sea below, opening his mouth to bite the thighs of the two. Go away. Shoto Todoroki solidified an ice gun in his hand. Puff. The man didn't bother to pay attention to Kotokoji. He dropped his last sentence, I give you a piece of advice, don't kill mermaids and barnacles, you will doubt yourself. The man chuckled, you can't afford me, this is not a question of fighting anymore. A sudden voice appeared behind Kotokoji, and a man wearing a moth mask tilted his head and said, you will die like this. But he is too gentle. The animals that attack him are marine creatures. Compared with the quirks favored by the sea like the mermaid chaser, the gap is too big. An embarrassing expression fell on Kotokoji's face. He gritted his teeth and refused to give up, if it was. Kotokoji's thick clothes were torn long ago, and he lost one of his rain boots. A piece of meat on the foot was bitten off. The sharks that ate his flesh still wandered around the reef. Kotokoji gritted his teeth and shrank himself, and tried to use his quirk. Sure enough, No, I just worked as an assistant from the beginning. It will feel better to think so. Kotokoji comforts himself that fighting this kind of thing is left to professional heroes who specialize in fighting. The surrounding seabirds, if you hear my request, please come and help me fight. He made up his mind and began to find another way out. Birds that are not controlled by another summoning quirk may give it a try. There are few birds in the vast sea, and the island where the lighthouse is located does not have a large number of birds. Kotokoji watched desperately as a few birds flew up and were bitten off their heads by the sharks, and the scattered feathers were swept away by the waves. Just like Shoto Todoroki and Yaren Inasa, is this man here specifically to talk to himself? The man laughed, his voice was a little hoarse. Humans are also animals in the case of animal voice. After saying this, the man patted his knees and left. It's not a question of money, it's a question of justice. Yellen Inasa's hand solidified the shape of a bullet, and he aimed at the octopus's eyes and shot out bullets belonging to the wind. The octopus hurt when eating, its tentacles attacked everywhere, and the whole body fell backward. Kotokoji quickly found a place to stand, and he dragged himself onto the reef. The reef is not big, so I can barely stand alone. He pierced the shark's mouth with a shot and made it into a string. Shoto Todoroki kept resting in his hands. After Yellen Inasa exerted his force for the second time, the two rushed out of the gap where the tentacles slowly stopped. Yellen Inasa watched the pierced shark slowly sink to the bottom, looking at Shoto Todoroki with a strange expression, without saying anything. Kotokoji was shocked and could not speak for a while. Unlike Kotokoji's embarrassment, the moth-masked man walks directly on the sea. No matter how high the waves are, he can't dirty the soles of his shoes. What is even more amazing is that those marine creatures are like invisible men, and the 4 people sparking around did not notice the existence of men. The man seems to be 22 years old, at least in Kotokoji's perception. This figure should be owned by an adult man. The upper half of his face was covered by a moth mask, and the lower half had strange scars that continued to his hands. Those scars don't seem to be done in 1 or 2 days at all, and the color is still different. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Wait a minute. This man is very strong. Although Kotokoji is not good at fighting, he has been with heroes with many powerful fighting skills. He still has a vision of people. Please help us, please. Afterwards, regardless of the cost. It's okay. Chapter 243. After saying this, Quanyue landed ashore. He used his quirk, Relic, to reproduce the quirk, camouflage color, of the original owner of the moth mask. Quirk open black lens bracket camouflage color close black lens bracket. You can only create a character appearance that is completely opposite to your own. Once created, it cannot be destroyed and cannot be modified. There is no time limit, but excessive use will cause the 2 external images to be infinitely close. Quanyue decisively set up his new appearance as soon as he got the quirk. A 22-year-old tall man with scars all over his body. This is his most commonly used external image, and it is also a photo image circulated in private by the international police. Everyone thinks that Enos, who is murderous and cruel and takes pleasure in contemplating crime, is a tough man. At least before the Straits War, Shen Tian thought so. For a long time, he stubbornly locked the clues to adult men between 23 and 25 years old. In fact, our ideas are still restricted. If we have a certain number of quirks, what else in the world can't do? Shen Tian threw the information to Midoriya Izuku, Deku Heroes. We met more time it's a lot earlier. He put on his uniform and put on his armor. Me too. Lucky to meet. Midoriya Izuku did his homework, and Shen Tian is a legend in Daxia. Midoriya Izuku originally planned to find the missing Shoto Todoroki by himself, but he was invited to this powerful ship before he reached the destination. Oulu Might looked at his proud protege apologetically, and sighed, Midoriya boy, the more terrifying villain has appeared. After making repeated decisions, Oulu Might decided to let Midoriya Izuku know more about it. He had a foreboding that his disciple would be called this. The men of Enos had a fight. It was the first time Midoriya Izuku saw the scars. Heroes Enos, he had heard the rumors of this man. There is a certain time buffer between Japan and the outside world on the internet, and Japan is the only country where Inos has not personally slapped around. Everyone does not have a deep understanding of the criminal's ferocity. However, Shoto Todoroki specifically mentioned this man before his disappearance, and his master All Might also told himself rumors about him. Midoriya Izuku stared at the blurry photo, which was a frontal photo of suspected Inos kept by the international organization desperately. The man in the photo took off a moth mask. From his forehead to the chin to the neck, no skin was good. The vertical and horizontal scars made him look like a ghost as reborn. The cuffs rolled up can see that the arm has not been let go. His eyes are the most special and the only beautiful place above and below the body. It's like the stars in the sky, beyond words to describe. The moment Midoriya Izuku saw those eyes, the first word that Midoriya Izuku thought of was hope. He felt that he had seen these eyes somewhere before, and something flashed by vaguely, becoming a cloud of the past. All Might briefly explained the causes and consequences of Inos coming to Japan. Teacher All Might, although AFO has been completely defeated, the villain alliance that inherited his will is still active. Midoriya Izuku is still a fan for many years, but I also inherited your strength and will. All Might wanted to emphasize the horror of villain again, but he stopped talking. He looked at the heir he had chosen and shook his head. Don't forget the horror of AFO. This is an opponent who is no less capable than AFO, and more importantly, the opponent has faith. In many cases, the power of ability originates from the belief in power. The villain who embraces lofty ideals is far more difficult to defeat than the villain who is simply evil for evil. In All Might's professional hero's career, he did not encounter a villain who has the will to inherit other than AFO. But his master Shimura Nana once met such a pair of brothers. She commented on them as undefinable twins of fate. In the days when All Might exercised their bodies, Shimura Nana mentioned these two brothers again. There are magical and subtle twins in the world. Sometimes I wonder if they are the same head. They are all the same, but they are completely different in other respects. She quoted a Germanic legend in the ending of the storytelling story. After Odin killed the giant Ymir, the elves were born from the giant's corpse, the sunny side gave birth to the light elves, and the backlit side became darkness. Fairies. Shimura Nana never mentioned the twins again, nor did she answer All Might's questions about the twins directly. She always said vaguely, when you inherit the OFA, you will know. Until All Might handed over OFA, he still didn't understand this metaphor and its meaning. Just recently, he was uneasy and thought of this kind of thing somehow. Especially after people from international organizations gave him a considerable amount of Inos criminal psychoanalysis, this kind of strong premonition continued to appear. All Might set his sights on his student Midoriya Izuku and asked about the dead handle wooden hanger. Teacher All Might, I will never be soft. This is what you meant back then. Midoriya Izuku put down the information. I will catch him and turn him to court. The law will give us a fair judgment. From the very beginning of the creation of the professional heroes, it was clearly stipulated that the professional heroes can only capture, suppress, and use force to make suspects lose their mobility, and must not infringe on the life safety of the suspects. Later, all levels of violence have been more clearly defined by the grammar and regulations, but the life safety of suspects must not be violated, has always been a red line. Whoever touches will die. This is also the limitation of professional heroes. They are just given the right to use force. Does not have the right to trial. Even when All Might played against AFO back then, they honestly followed this rule. All Might doesn't know what to say. His influence is getting weaker year by year, watching Midoriya Izuku shine the name Deku. He should be happy. All Might coughed twice and said, it's good if you know it in your heart. Midoriya Izuku will grow into a professional heroes even better than himself. Advertisement sooner or later, people will believe in Midoriya Izuku just like they believed in themselves back then. All Might has been looking forward to this. No matter what the villain, Deku heroes will defeat them. The island, the sea breeze is comfortable. Quanyue opened his hand, and the wind swept through his hand. According to common sense, Yellen Inasa should have easily noticed an extra person. But Quanyue waited for more than 10 minutes without waiting for a wind blade. He was bored and took out Kurogiri's tie from his pocket. Because of the diligent washing, the tie has turned white. In order to put on the tie smoothly, Quanyue once looked in the mirror and pondered the way to tie the tie for a long time. At least, his tie is very handsome. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Why do you wear a tie when you eat hot pot? Quanyue tidied his tie, Jung Ding as if he didn't care about the whisper that suddenly appeared in his ear, because I'm still a good boy. He turned his head and faced the morning man face to face, wondering when the feet of the two began to grow rapidly except for the white ones, small flowers. The man in morning clothes squatted down and picked up a bunch of flowers and handed it to Quanyue. This is Gypsophilia, Yale's favorite flower. He took Quanyue inside. I like this kind of flowers very much later. He said. Walking up to the lighthouse, a small cluster of Gypsophilia emerged from the place I passed by quickly drawing paper and sprouting. Quanyue looked at the bunch of white Gypsophilia and did not interrupt. He knows who Yala is, and he also knows who the man in front of him is. He always said that he wanted to live happily, and that sentence was always what he said to us. Only when he walked from the shore to the door of the lighthouse, the man in mourning had already caught a lot of Gypsophilia in his hands. That sentence, family, it is your strong backing. I also quite agree with it. Quanyue looked at the man and sighed, Grandpa or Tai, let's eat hot pot first. The two of them passed by the Wa family Yingshi, who was entangled in a cocoon by a black shadow, skipped Shoto Todoroki, who was unconscious, and went straight to the second floor. It is different from the people of Villain Alliance in reality. In the space where the men in mourning are located, this is an old house with a retro style. The stairs will creak when you step on it. You call me old. The men in mourning clothes moved the hot pot to the second floor, and they sat on the floor and looked at the scenery outside the window. It is indeed a good choice to go up to the second floor. Quanyue can see the battle ahead at a glance. The hot pot was steaming, and the man in mourning clothes shaved the chopsticks clean and handed it over. He knows Quanyue's taste very well. The cold dishes are Quanyue's favorite. Obviously, he didn't get along with them in 1 or 2 days. You finally intend to go back to Japan. Tell me about the two people downstairs. Quanyue avoided talking about each other's topic. He fished out his belly and rolled it in an oil dish twice, and said vaguely. One is a dying person, understandable. But the other one, why can he enter the first line sky? The first line sky is the time and space there and now, a semi-structured time and space that is different from the cemetery but somewhat similar. According to Quanyue's family, the cemetery is a world of death that can only be entered by the dead or dying Quanyue's family. There means the gathering of families, the terminal without death. You can enter the first line of heaven if you die and live. This is my rule. The man in mourning clothes scalded the baby dishes. He likes to eat the white soup of the Mandarin duck pot. I used to let them accompany me to eat the Mandarin duck pot, and I chose red. Those who have the soup can survive, and those who choose the white soup will stay. As the real quirk that was triggered after his death, Yishentian, whose full name is Life and Death Yishentian, caused a huge sensation in the cemetery when he was excited, and then nothing went away. His quirk function is very simple. It can make the dead and the living coexist in the same time and space. In this time and space, the physiological functions will be fixed, will not die and will not grow again. For ordinary people, there are only 2 options for unconditional entry into the frontier of life and death. First, they are on the verge of death, and entering the frontier of life will have a chance to breathe. Second, go with a dead person and enter the front line together. Then you mean Shoto Todoroki is dead? The mourning man didn't panic and said, his quirk is very suitable, so Yala chose him. He added a bowl of rice, which will not produce a feeling of fullness or hunger in the first line sky. They eat purely to satisfy the pleasure of chewing. Quanyue disagrees with the choice of these 2 elders. He said aloud, without such a statement, according to the regulations, you don't have to participate in the final battle. Naturally, there is no need to make a choice. That's why I waited for you. The mourning suit man narrowed his eyes. You are the ultimate performer. You have done a good job these years. He waved his sleeves, chopsticks and hot pot soup base and smashed himself into white powder. The powder scattered into a flower. 1 body and 2 souls are already very strenuous. Although I want to be in the same body with Yale, the 1 body of 3 souls will cause one of them to break. There is no reason for forcibly occupying other people's bodies. Quanyue was full, talking about business, advertisement. The quirk of Yingshi Hua's family is very suitable for Yale, but I have to take it away first. He is mine. Quanyue Yale's body has been preserved in a dying state for a long time. I want to ask you to give him a body that can recover his body, quirk. Quanyue did not deprive people of the quirk, all his quirks were given to him by the dead. He can only get the quirk of the dead, not the quirk of depriving the living. Likewise, he cannot give anyone a quirk. Men who are known in the world to have given others quirks and deprive others, have served 7 years in prison, and are detained in the world's top prisons, enjoying 365-degree round-the-clock surveillance with no dead ends. You can't leave the sky, at least you can't leave until Quanyue has arranged everything. Long ago, although Quanyue's family had arranged a lot of details about the final execution, there were a lot of problems in the long-term unmaintained and unattended inspections. Quanyue spent 2/3 of the 7 years searching for those equipment and repairing their roads. The front line is an important guarantee for the last link. The mourning man was a little boring. He propped his chin and said, I don't like what you say. Things are not without room for negotiation. There are many things that can be done in the first line of life. My quirk, continued life, was very popular. Not negotiable. Then I will throw the Mandarin duck pot out of the sky. The man in mourning clothes made a decisive decision. He was drugged. You can't tell if you have so many kinds of drugs. Quanyue thought I really couldn't see it. In the entire cemetery, he is regarded as the Quanyue family with the bottom of the talents of medicine and medical. It seems that God has put all his talent skill points on spear. The mourning man became depressed. He was distressed that he had encountered a rookie who did not understand pharmacy, and at the same time he was worried about how to get the approval of the executor and reasonably enter the body of Yingshi Hua. The Quanyue family call this kind of guy who helps them reappear, volunteers. Because the real quirk of Izumizuki's family is only activated after death, not everyone can enter the corpse in the state of soul like Izumizuki's Nagasaki quirk. Borrowing the corpse, the communion of minds can also be directly lodged in the body of a living person. Most of the Quanyue family members can only spend their lives in the cemetery after their death. Volunteers are their only hope of reappearing in the world. How on earth are you going to go out for me? The mourning man asked in a frustrated voice. I really like the Hua family Yingshi. I think his quirk has great development potential. Once a volunteer is killed, the Quanyue family who possessed it will die naturally. Unless the Quanyue family is willing to mobilize their quirks during their lifetime to do an extreme treatment, the volunteer will be brought back from the edge. As a price, they themselves will completely dissipate anyway. Even the chance to return to the cemetery is gone. So I think the quirk of the Hua family Yingxi is good. The morning man was still fighting his quirk. Before he could finish his words, a huge splash of water suddenly exploded outside, in the sky of ice and water, with brilliant flames, entangled with the noisy wind to form a huge fire tornado. Half of Quanyue's face was illuminated, and he took off the moth mask on his face. The scorching fire tornado continued to shoot out small sparks like a feast of fireworks. Quanyue watched the sparks lose their light before they hit the ground, and closed his eyes. He said, "Someone is coming. This is a thin line of sky." "So I said someone is coming." Quanyue smiled. "It's a pity that this is a thin line of sky." The morning man closed his eyes. After he met Quanyue, his whole person became much more vivid. Compared with the coldness of speaking with Yingxi Huahia, he now has a faster speaking speed, his own unique tone and a little local accent. There are also different expressions on his face. But in the next second, he seemed to have been sucked away from all aura and returned to the world of wooden people. When I opened my eyes again, it turned into a gentle smile. "Sorry. There is no need to apologize, Grandpa." Quanyue relaxed and prepared to watch the show. "Are you also talking about volunteers with me?" Chapter 244. For Quanyue, he has become the only executor of the entire family in the world. From the family level, he has the right to speak second only to his ancestors. From an action point of view, no matter who is in the family who intends to reappear in the world like Izumizuki Nagasaki, he must pass the Quanyue level. Volunteers are the most important link. The dead are possessed by the body, or live on their own body like Quanyue, living in the form of walking corpses, and are given unlimited opportunities to die without death. There is another kind like Izumizuki Nagasaki, which is entrusted in the body of others in the form of soul. Quanyue prompts. If Shoto Todoroki is not dead, I think he is more suitable to be a volunteer. The current Shoto Todoroki will become a pool of rotten flesh as long as he leaves for a few days. Whether it is from quirk or character, Quanyue thinks Shoto Todoroki is more suitable. Unfortunately, he was certain that Shoto Todoroki would never agree with their family's past years. The grandfather Quanyue Yale looked at Quanyue's eyes. He rolled up his sleeves and opened the window. Outside the window is lively, the sky is full of colorful clouds, the wind and fire are playing with the sea. If you can do another thing, I don't think volunteers are important. Quanyue lowered his head. He could see clearly that Himiko Toga, who was pretending to be Shoto Todoroki, was concentrating on controlling the flames. Ice did continue to emerge under his feet to cushion the flames' damage to his body. Koda Koji began to talk to the animals constantly, and as the tide went up, the place where he could settle became narrower and narrower. He had a foreboding that Quanyue Yale had deliberately let himself see this picture. Thinking of this, Quanyue looked at the man, but Quanyue Yale's face slowly flowed down like melted wax oil as the sun was shining for a while, revealing a pair of overly gorgeous eyes behind his peeling skin. At a second glance, it is obvious that the dead ashes inside can be distinguished. This is a pair of eyes that can't see the object, and the whole face is intact. Quanyue finally knew why he had a nice skin after removing the scar only inherited 3 points from the person in front of him, enough. It's not beautiful to grow up to be a grandfather, and it should be accompanied by a demon character. This is not a compliment to a man, it is more like a mockery. Quanyue's gaze did not stay too much on the face of the coquettish elder, he listened carefully to the other party's words. Quanyue Yale's behavior is not different from that of ordinary people, indicating that he has his own way of seeing objects, or that he should have a quirk that can help him live like a normal person. I want to heal the flesh. Quanyue Yale lowered her posture, and said with a slight bow, "For so many years, I haven't completely died. Naturally, I didn't activate my real quirk because of death, but because I was on the verge of death. The state can go in and out of the sky and the cemetery at will." Quanyue said coldly, "I don't care to let you have an extra quirk." He went to the cemetery and briefly inquired about the news about the grandfather. The other party was telling the truth. For so many years, he has been hanging in a side drop. Being on the verge of death is a very special state. On the edge of life and death, you can come and go in the world of the dead and the dead at will. Therefore, the cemetery and Yishendian have been unclear about this state. Quanyue, as the final executor selected, selfishly does not want another Quanyue family to appear. If everything is achieved in the end, how long do you think I will live? Quanyue Yale retorted. You have also come to Japan. Naturally, you have seen the child from the Yei family. You think he can now does it do what we want? Quanyue looked at him quietly and said for a long time, Grandpa. The huge black hand behind him was attached to the wall, and he hooked down to wrap Quanyue in. With this small clicking sound, a short white light suddenly burst out on the black hand's phalanx. Pieces of black fragments fell around him, not even a small piece of clothing, Kakuzu. Quanyue Yale took a small step back, slowly covering her chest, a small trace of blood flowing from her eyes. The other of the twins was furious, his shape emerged from the black shards. Countless small black spots gathered together to become the second grandfather Quanyue Yayu's appearance. He pointed to Quanyue's nose and cursed, "You stinky boy." In the heart of his younger brother Quanyue Yayue, there is nothing better than brother Quanyue Yayue. It's even more important. Quanyue, who was scolded by his elders, was unmoved. He said 4 words softly, "You have passed." You, I don't know if you are talking about Quanyue Yale, who is asking for treatment, or Quanyue Yayue, who is rude to yourself. Quanyue Yayue naturally guarded her elder brother behind, and the entire lighthouse fell into the dust. At first, the black shadow that bound the Hua family Yingxi was summoned, and the prey that had given up struggling jumped onto Quanyue Yayu's arm. Yingxi Hua was finally thrown to the ground. Red marks were already visible on his neck and arms, and there was a brief shock in the Hua family Yingxi. After breathing the fresh air, Hua Jiang squeezed his throat with his hands and vomited some stomach acid. Advertisement Quanyue watched the fighting movements of Grandpa Ertai and took a step forward. The two on the opposite side took a step back together. It's not impossible for us to go out, Quanyue Yayue argued. Even if you were the executor, you can't do such unreasonable things. They have been dead for more than 40 years, thinking go out and relive the feeling of being alive. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Just like Izumizuki Nagasaki, living happily, looking for someone you miss. Performers are never reasonable. Quanyue is unceremonious. When you were preparing to participate in this action many years ago, you must know that you will always face this day. You know that I will be sacrificed. We must make preparations for this day. I am the last executor. The executor is the last person to change the world. Quanyue Yale didn't have the courage to be the person who changed the world, so he gave up. At the moment of making a choice, he should be thinking of it. If you don't want to regret it, you must consider whether the choice you make is something you can bear. I know, so this is a request. Quanyue Yale suppressed Mao Mao's younger brother, and he said softly, I also understand your hard work, Xiao Yi. Click the familiar sound of the trigger press, the gun emerging from the cuff. Quanyue Yayue hardly believed her eyes. Where is this gun coming out of it? The gun in Quanyue's hand was against Yayu's head. He was very stable, and he did not feel soft because of the kinship between each other. Quanyue Yale wondered where she provoked this little guy, and her smile became a little bit cold at this moment. Don't call my name. Quanyue put on the mask again, and his tone was steady. What good can I do? He is no longer an impulsive boy back then, and his changed hands are more callous than 7 years ago. Although Quanyue's real body can remove scars at any time after soaking in the pure liquid, he likes to leave some on purpose. Quanyue Yale was silent for a long time. He held down the restless twin brother and said a name, AFO. AFO, the former dark leader of the Japanese underground. One of the main guides in the tragedy of the Quanyue family, UC Quanyue himself wants to attack the villain alliance he left behind, and many people in the Quanyue family want to make a break with him. Quanyue Yale is one of them. He is one of the few people who have been snatched from Quirk by AFO in recent years. The quirk of the seized Quanyue's family was not fully played out, it was a projection. For example, the super regeneration, often used by Quanyue, is essentially a projection. Unless there is a lot of pure liquid stimulation, it is difficult for Quanyue to get the power of the original quirk. Quanyue's current super regeneration is floating on the surface. Most of the trauma can be treated quickly, but internal injuries still exist. Under his seemingly undamaged appearance is a body that has long been riddled with holes. Every time his body accumulates damage to a certain degree, Quanyue must cultivate or give up his current body. If the few quirks taken by AFO can be snatched back, Quanyue will become even more terrifying in terms of combat effectiveness. What do you want? Quanyue Yale's quirk, Return to Soul, was taken away. He is still a half-living person, and it is even less likely to inspire quirk after death. If Quanyue fulfills the other party's wish and recovers from his treatment, Quanyue Yale will be completely quirk-free. Using no quirk to kill AFO is undoubtedly a ridiculous tale. There is a layer of hope in Quanyue Yale's eyes. I want to get your quirk, Relic. Although it is not possible to directly give each other a quirk like AFO, the Quanyue family's blood relatives can borrow themselves through the cemetery. Quirk. It's like Quanyue used to borrow 2 quirks from his father and grandpa. Advertisement: once the quirk is lent out, the original owner will lose the right to use the quirk before returning it. For Quanyue, this is the most proficient quirk he uses. If he can, he definitely doesn't want to borrow it. But what he perceives is Quanyue Yale's determination to kill AFO, as well as some of the opponent's ability during his lifetime. He took off his ring and stored all the relics Quanyue had found so far. Quanyue placed the ring on the palm of the grandfather's palm, and a light white light emerged from the ring. Quanyue Yale felt that her limbs were dredged, and her whole person seemed to have become a feather. Quanyue Yale bowed her head and bowed a big gift. In Quanyue's family, there was no separation of seniority long ago, and they were all dead. They have a common goal, except for the old ancestor, who is in charge of the townhouse in charge of the cemetery. They will only obey the orders of the executor. On his waist side, 3 bottles were filled with pure liquid produced in Beihai Pharmaceutical Factory. The sound of explosions outside the sky is getting stronger and stronger, giving people the illusion of returning to the summer fireworks display. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. There is no need to find any volunteers. Do something right for me. Quanyue smiled softly. He will not give the tie to Quanzuki Yale. According to reason, Kurogiri's quirk is the most useful. Quanyue took off the tie, wrapped it around Quanyue Yale's neck, and tugged quickly and fiercely. Take me to your corpse. As long as Quanyue Yale's body leaves Yishentian, it will quickly age and decay. What Quanyue has to do is to give this guy a good laid body. There was a thud. Only saw the person's back. I opened up the first step to shock Japan for you. Please rest assured to do what you should do. Quanyue Yayue also knelt down. He did not speak, but his eyes were very unwilling. In a thin line of sky, the living can coexist with the dead, but they can only see the dead. On the contrary, the dead and the dead can better perceive the face of life. Yingshi Wahia didn't understand where he was. He held up his nausea and raised his head. There was no skin on these feet, and a large part of the flesh and blood was missing. Every step he took, a transparent liquid fell on the ground, ticking, but no sound came out. Yingshi Wahia was getting better, when he saw that his feet rolled up in his stomach again, and he began to vomit. A pair of feet vaguely appeared not far away. Quanyue officially lent the quirk open black lens bracket relic close black lens bracket to Quanyue Yale. He watched the white light disappear under the skin along the grandfather's palm prints and snorted, since I have taken the quirk. He took off the moth mask, and as the quirk was loaned out, his body quickly shrank, and his hair became longer and scattered. The whole person became a slender appearance of 15 years old. Quanyue's original clothes were all shattered, and the black and white combat suit was exposed. Shut up. Quanyue coldly said, don't make fun of my dead body. As long as he leaves the sky, he is still that kind and weak girl, or that rare treatment child. Quanyue saw exactly the slight twist of emotion. The Quanyue twins were happy, and they ran up and said, this is really intimidated by you. It is something like a long-haired young man, who can't distinguish between men and women. Yingshi Wajia only felt familiar, but he was not sure where he had seen such a disgusting corpse. He heard the sound of clothing rubbing, without a trace of shadow, and there was no shadow on the ground. Quanyue turned his head. He didn't say anything, and stepped on Quanyue Yayu's hand to leave the sky. He had almost no footsteps, and the sound of wind blowing and the sound of living people's breathing were louder than him. Yingshi Wa squatted on the ground and finally finished vomiting. He hadn't stood up yet, his eyes looked at the ground. Chapter 245 The beginning of fog melee. Seeing the wind and fire and the sea mixing together, the mermaid coldly slapped the reef where he was on because of the different temperature and finally exploded in the air. He noticed that his strength did not destroy the hiding place. The barnacles dived into the water at Monza and said to him, come on. Half of the barnacles on the barnacle man's body were knocked down, and most of his skin had been corroded long ago. Now there are pits one after another, which makes people look very uncomfortable. The mermaid didn't dislike the ugliness of his companions. He carried the barnacle man on his back, and the fishtail quickly shook the whole figure and rushed out like an arrow. Kang! A thick ice wall quickly appeared in front of the mermaid. The ice wall is not exposed, but the entire potential under the water. It is 10 meters long. The mermaid snapped with his huge tail, and the ice was slightly broken, and the ice was torn apart under the siege of countless animals. The mermaid did not swim from the ice. He knew that if he chose this route, he and the barnacle would be frozen in it as long as Shoto Todoroki gave an order. While dragging a person, he sank decisively. Both quirk and aquatic creatures have good resistance to stress. The deeper the seabed, the safer it is for them. The seabed near the sea is not too deep, but it is enough for them to leave in chaos. The mermaid opened and closed his mouth, and from his mouth a sound wave that humans could not hear was emitted. That was the last command he gave about marine life. Carry out suicidal behavior at all costs. Yellen Inasa, who had not had time to breathe a sigh of relief, was startled by the fish slapped on his face. He immediately burned some fish with flames, but a steady stream of fish came up to block their way. The two can only try to release the quirk to stop the animals from suicide attacks, but the marine life within a few kilometers gathered here, and there are constantly growing barnacles on their way to interrupt Shoto Todoroki's creation of ice roads. The role of Yellen Inasa wanted to fly himself, and in the next moment the octopus tentacles snapped him to imprison him like a huge cage. Yellen Inasa tried hard to use the wind sword, but there was a pain in the back of his hand. A little red Madara dot appeared on his skin, and there was a circle of white around the Madara dot. This is not a normal disease or allergy, but a mark left by the barnacle after it corrodes the skin. Yellen Inasa didn't know when he got on this thing. Probably got in from where the clothes were broken. But there was no time to worry about these painless little details. Yellen Inasa directly tore off the barnacles one by one with the wind. He watched the narrower and narrower space around him begin to generate wind under his feet. It was no longer he who introduced the wind from outside, but the wind was born from his body. Yellen Inasa's hair was windless and automatic. In a narrow space, with himself as the center, the wind cut off the octopus with perseverance. But something even stranger appeared. The octopuses were not killed quickly. New small octopuses grew out of the white octopus meat, one after another, without being frightened by the wind grinder in front of them. They changed quickly. Adult corpses piled up under Yellen Inasa's feet. In a limited space, the more things there are, the smaller the movements for Yellen Inasa will be. The octopus's tentacles twitched twice and once again reduced Yellen Inasa to only half a person's space. At this time, if Yellen Inasa didn't understand, he would be an idiot. This is an ordinary marine creature. The big octopus in front of you is clearly the same quirk creature as the principal of UA High School. Damn it, where are such easy to find quirk upgraded creatures? You know, quirk creatures are much rarer than humans. This is the second time that Yellen Inasa has lived for more than 20 years. Kota Koji also felt the extraordinary difference of this octopus, and he was forced to stand at the highest point. The whole person leaned back on the reef, closed his eyes and concentrated all his mental energy, and said something in his mouth. Calm down, animals, we have no malice against you, please stop attacking, please. But in the ocean, Kota Koji is far less powerful than a mermaid. His instructions are equivalent to nothing for all marine animals. Countless fish hit the reef, and sharks wandered around him. Kota Koji has to speak out to be able to request animals. He rarely orders animals solely by consciousness. But it must be farther in front of him as long as his orders are passed to a farther place and seek the help of other animals. Kota Koji wiped the stains on his face, he moved his body up, and in the distance was the battle between Yellen Inasa and the big octopus. Shoto Todoroki is working hard to build an open ice surface. They can't catch up. Pound, a wave of sprays suddenly burst out of the calm sea, followed by a series of bursts. From the sky, the small helicopter lowered the rope ladder. Chen Tian is wearing a special forces uniform with his own combat suit inside. He is climbing the rope ladder in one hand and a rifle in the other. For ordinary soldiers, 2 handheld guns are required, and Chen Tian can control the terrible recoil with only one hand. Advertisement: the barnacle man on the bottom of the shallow sea pressed the mermaid under him. He couldn't help but say that the barnacle grew like a spire, as if pressing the accelerator key behind him. Everything in the water became sluggish and dull, like a puff. He saw red in the beautiful eyes of the mermaid. Chen Tian put down his rifle. Blood was an extremely rare color in a piece of sea, which made it easier for their people to locate villain's location. Midoriya Izuku put on the goggles. He took the simplest free diving, without any equipment to provide oxygen. To be honest, it's not that he doesn't want to prepare, but that he doesn't have time to prepare. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chen Tiankai raised his gun, and a single 8-fold mirror could let him see an extremely shallow shadow. This is enough. The few shots in front of him have always annoyed these people. Pounds. A huge wave of water came towards the bullet, trying to build a wall of water to dilute the power of the bullet. The tail of the mermaid came out of the water in an instant, and it only took that instant. Midoriya Izuku stepped on the pedals of the helicopter and jumped down from a height of 30 meters. Behind him was the shining sun, which made people panic. The mermaid lurked in the water, and only paused for a second while picking up the hid barnacle man. He used this second to look at the sky. The silhouette of the man left by the sun rushed down towards him. His clenched fists were constantly enlarged and enlarged. It was clearly in the sea, but the wind could be felt. Wind? Wow. The next second, the tide faded, and a complete bucket buckle on the sea. The mermaid felt that he was pierced into candied haws by the fist from top to bottom. Before reaching the front, the bloodstain had been left on his body with the strong fist wind. We'll die. The mermaid hugged the barnacle man quietly. He gritted his teeth and looked at the sun. I hate. What kind of heroes, what kind of salvation, is a lie? People like them just want to live, live, is it wrong? However, it seems to be fine to die like this. Don't be discriminated against because of quirk, don't do that for a little medicine because of discrimination. In the eyes of the mermaid, the huge fist got closer and closer, and you could even see the tiny scars exposed. He closed his eyes. There was no blasting, no cheers, no sound of seawater surging back again. Don't let me get drunk here, and then wash myself away. Only a man's voice with a clear sarcasm. He said this to a mermaid. The mermaid slowly opened his eyes, and he saw the vast white mist. I don't know when the sea surface misted, and the mermaid was sure that there was no such thick mist in the previous second. Scared stupid. The mermaid shook his head frantically, because there was no water, he couldn't leave. The fish's tail could only slap the ground helplessly, and the scales opened and closed gently. Compared with the mermaid's fluke, Midoriya Izuku was only shocked. Advertisement: his body could not directly bear Midoriya Izuku's fist. Don't look at what was very easy to take just now. In fact, there are at least 5 hardened quirks on the arm to increase defense. However, these one-time consumption quirks only slow down the speed of collapse. Even if Quanyue has more treatment quirks, the treatment department can undoubtedly use one hole to satisfy the other hole for the treatment of itself, doing nothing for nothing. Quanyue watched Midoriya Izuku leave his sight. He looked at his hand, slower than the energy explosion. His hand completely exploded into fragments after 3 breaths. Quanyue's eyesight quickly retained half of his palm and front arm. Shut up. He wanted to solve the trouble in front of him. Quanyue took out the standard pistol he had stolen from him. He has only one hand, and each finger is like the most ingenious instrument, quickly and precisely placed where it should be. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. One-time quirks cannot be used as long-term combat quirks. For Quanyue, a one-time quirk is not so much a quirk as it is a prop. It disappears after use. The quirk itself can play its role, but it cannot be well developed. His fist can change the direction of the sea and create a seabed gap. Its power can be compared with Oulu Might, which changed the weather with a punch at first sight. It is difficult for any person to resist this pure force with his body. For a long time, Midoriya Izuku regretted making this action. Quanyue has been able to use quirk as little as possible for so many years, and try to use it as carefully as possible. He held a tube of ammunition in his mouth and clicked as the safety plug opened. He doesn't have so much time. He will leave with the mermaid and the barnacle, and do what Quanyue thinks should be done as planned. The healing department is purely fighting, like his own quirk, damage replacement, has requirements for the tolerance of damage. If Quanyue has been relying on the healing quirk to fight, his physical renewal rate will probably become once a month. Even if it is a quirk that has a corpse of the rich river rebirth, it will take a long time to wait for a new body to grow. Now Quanyue can take out the quirk, only some piecemeal one-time quirk. Most quirks after death do not have direct combat effectiveness. In addition, he loaned out his important quirk, relics, after he came out of the front line. The current Quanyue seems to have been weakened by 3 points, and the whole person's exposure to the crisis has increased. At this moment, there are still 3 minutes before the one-time quirk, fog, dissipates. Quanyue is far from being as powerful as it has shown, and he only needs to know it himself. He bit his palm in his mouth first, and tied his arm to his belt. This level of injury requires at least 3 months to recover if super regeneration is used. Benefactor, the thick fog covered up all human actions. The sea slowly surging towards the original place, and calmed down in less than a second. Only the energy fluctuations of other people's quirk can be felt on the sea, but the man who can catch his fist with one hand is not among them. Happiness. The late fist exploded from the palm of the two, like a huge side sword, cutting the surrounding sea into upper and lower halves. The man stepped the mermaid into the ground with one foot, and Midoriya Izuku jumped into the air with the explosive force of being late, and he stepped firmly on a bumpy reef. Just half of his body was exposed to the surface of the water. And the man who was obscured by the fog used only one hand. Chapter 246 The big and round black pot. The one-time quirk, fog, only lasts 5 minutes, and the previous quirk took 2 minutes. Quanyue kicked the mermaid lightly, and the barnacle man endured the pain and built a small platform for Quanyue so that he could stand in the sea. As the sea filled the gap, Quanyue only exposed his upper body on the sea. He said to the mermaid and the barnacle, "There's a civilian boat near the lighthouse with an old man and 2 children on it. They are not allowed to be moved." The mermaid nodded frantically. He flicked his tail and quickly led the barnacle man out of the scene. If it wasn't for being forced to be helpless, or the food was desperate, who would want to die in vain? The sound of waves from his tail flapping against the water was like a flash of light in the white mist, which was eye-catching. Wind, ice, fire, and force are keenly aware of this extraordinary, and the wind moves first among them. Fog. First, a stable atmosphere is required. Secondly, a large amount of water vapor, and finally cooling. The so-called stable atmospheric environment is just an environment with no wind or breeze. Yellen Inasa is called Gale Heroes, and it doesn't seem to have any relationship with these 2 winds. He and Shoto Todoroki are outside the white mist. The octopus that had entangled Yellen Inasa before suddenly gave up attacking Yellen Inasa after the white mist appeared, and Ishin wanted to dive into the water. Yellen Inasa wanted to catch up directly, but Shoto Todoroki stopped him. The reason is that the poor are not chasing. Deku Heroes is still inside. Yellen and Asahara charged up. Fog is related to villain. Although Midoriya Izuku is their outstanding young professional heroes this year, the enemy is always detrimental to combat. The wind in his hand began to converge, like a huge Tai Chi pattern. The wind had no color, but because it was too fast, it produced a visible shape. Before the 2 of them came to say hello to Midoriya Izuku, they watched as the white mist wrapped Midoriya Izuku in. The white mist does not cover the sea completely, but covers something around a point in a targeted manner. Midoriya Izuku naturally realized this. When he fell from a high altitude, his eyes were looking at villain on the ground. But in his eyes he didn't see the shadow of the person who confronted him with one hand. In terms of feeling, the person appeared silently like a ghost. When Midoriya Izuku wanted to look up, there was indeed a white mist in front of him, and only a vague figure could be seen. Unable to determine gender, age, and face, who is this guy? Why did you suddenly intervene? What Yellen Inasa and Shoto Todoroki didn't know was that before Midoriya Izuku and Chen Tien arrived on the scene, the ship had sent a small drone to take pictures of their battle and recorded the surrounding terrain. On the way, they made an emergency plan for villain's quirk. Midoriya Izuku clicked on his headset, "Hey," twice and found that it can still be used, and gently answered the current state. He just opened his head, and a cold tube was placed on the heel of his neck. This is the most vulnerable part of the human body. There is a reason why the powerful villain likes to twist his head. Die fast, die clean. Quanyue didn't speak, he didn't use quirks of disguise, and of course he didn't want to reveal his identity and characteristics. He squeezed the trigger directly, and whether Midoriya Izuku would die was no longer in his consideration. Sparks exploded from the muzzle, and the black whip quickly raised, leaving a red scar on Quanyue's hand. Black whip, Midoriya Izuku's second quirk. Quanyue held the gun tightly in his hand and looked at the black whip. In the white mist, this color is extremely eye-catching and the easiest to recognize. Midoriya Izuku exerted force under his feet. In the white mist, he spread his fingers and scraped hard, and the mist thinned in half a meter in front of him. Where does Quanyue let him succeed? He only needs the fog quirk to still exist, and he can continuously produce enough white fog to blind villain's sight on the sea. Unfortunately, there are 2.5 minutes left. Advertisement just need to work harder to match the strong wind outside the white mist. The black whip in Midoriya Izuku's hands has become an indispensable part of him after years of tempering. His second quirk, Black Whip, nominally his own hidden quirk, is actually an inherited quirk from OFA in the past. This is similar to Quanyue inheriting multiple quirks, but the 2 people are fundamentally different. Midoriya Izuku's quirk is his own if he gets it. He can have quirks of different directions and different attributes. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Quanyue looked at the red road in his hand, his face darkened. Now he is very fond of self-healing ability, just as a treatment department, his self-healing ability is not outstanding. He turned the muzzle towards him, and Midoriya Izuku assumed a posture without showing any weakness, but with more confusion in his eyes. He had never seen such a start. Between the sparks and the fire, no one has time to think about it. The whip was wrapped around Quanyue's gun arm, no matter what he was going to do. Quanyue pulled his backhand and Quirk, Pain Recall, was activated. The first condition for Quirk, Pain Recall, is that both parties have had physical contact. Midoriya Izuku's black whip is a product of Quirk, not a substantial existence of limbs. He didn't feel any pain, and grabbed the opponent with joy in his heart. The other hand was charged into a fist, waiting for the other side to reveal the flaw in an instant, and instantly penetrated the other side. In the white mist, Midoriya Izuku's eyes fell on the softly trembling black whip. Ding, as if an arrow is on the string, a slight tremor rushes over in an instant, occupying all of Midoriya Izuku's perception. It's now. He felt a strong wind blowing from the opposite side of him, with a strong smell of sea in the wind. Midoriya Izuku felt like an irritated beast, and an unknown danger was presented to him in front of him. This kind of prediction not only didn't stop Midoriya Izuku's movements, but also made his blood swell and use the strength of his whole body. Must be solved. This person must be dealt with. He is very dangerous. A gun handle hooked to Midoriya Izuku's elbow. With extremely fast punching speed, a small point can destroy a certain balance. Not to mention that he was still on the sea. Midoriya Izuku had left the reef on which he was standing when he hit this punch, and came to Quanyue with the determination to kill. He thought he would see the face he saw on the ship, the face of Heroes Enos with scars. The hazy white mist hasn't completely dissipated, but the person can be seen. Blue. Midoriya Izuku lost his balance and struck towards the sea, and a knee hit struck his abdomen. Frozen arrows stabbed from Quanyue's back. Midoriya Izuku didn't disperse his powerful fist. He changed his direction and struck the fist unscrupulously toward the sea. The huge spray appeared again, and the white mist began to disappear gradually as the airwaves rolled. Quanyue was out of Midoriya Izuku's attack range. He lightly touched the wave, his tail swaying constantly. Those splashes that stirred up did not fall, but were frozen on the surface of the sea and in midair, making Midoriya Izuku a perfect place to settle. Needless to say whose masterpiece is. Advertisement. Shoto Todoroki let out a long breath and clenched his fists. The villain in front of them has a slender tail, and 3 slender medicine tubes are pinned to the combat suit. There was some kind of suspicious liquid in it, and Yellen Inasa didn't keep his eyes on the tube. Himiko Toga, who pretended to be Shoto Todoroki, couldn't move his eyes anymore. It only takes a few glances, and she can match this person with the one raised by the dead-handle wooden hanger. Himiko Toga smiled faintly, but she was even more curious why this person appeared in an animal alien line. Quanyue shook his slender tail. To be honest, he is not very willing to use an alien quirk at this time. Using animal-based quirks, Quanyue's physical posture will change dramatically in an instant. The advantage is that it cannot be recognized. The disadvantage is that the failure is short, and every move is carried with the body's pain due to rejection. If you switch to another person, you are destined to not be able to bear the pain caused by body rejection. Standing on the ice, Midoriya Izuku saw Quanyue's state more intuitively than anyone else. His skin showed a faint blue color, his hair turned a light gray, and his face was surrounded by a layer of soft texture. Looking up, it would give the illusion that it was a ghost. Because of the softness of this layer, Midoriya Izuku did not directly see Quanyue's true face. Because of little contact with marine animals, Midoriya Izuku did not guess Quanyue's quirk in the first place. Only one person guessed it. Is this a ray? The ray is a very common fish in Okinawa, Japan. Although this creature can be seen all over the world, there are special viewing areas for Japanese rays. Kota Koji was guessing, but was interrupted by Chen Tien, who was helping him. It's not a ray, it's a devil. The two fish are very similar in appearance, and they were both close relatives of sharks a long time ago. But their attack power is completely 2 grades. Kota Koji closed his mouth obediently. He expressed his gratitude to Chen Tien, who had not directly participated in the battle but had come to save himself the first time. However, Chen Tien has his own theory. He bluntly stated that he would definitely not be able to catch the wound Enos in this game, and his shot was for nothing. So let Midoriya Izuku consume Enos' combat power. Chen Tianchi would like to hear about it. He only cares about the result, not the process. On the other side, the escaped mermaid and barnacle, with the help of their familiarity with the sea, through Quanyue's completely undirected guidance, successfully found the ship described. Indeed, as Quanyue said, there was only one old man and 2 children on board. The old man seemed to be in a coma, lying in his room and snoring heartily. The child was lying quietly in the cradle, and he could see that his cradle was shrouded in white light, which was a sign that someone had been using quirk to protect him. The mermaid grabbed the barnacle man to climb up. He was mainly for the barnacle man. For the mermaid himself, it is far less comfortable on land than in the sea. But a young girl interrupted his thoughts. The young girl was wearing casual clothes with this black neckband around her neck. If Yuzuki Inichiro was here, he would definitely call out his name, Izumizuki. There should be no difference between leaving and sending to death at this time. The girl Quanyue sat down with a smile and explained, playing with a gray moth mask in his hand. International organizations are investigating suspicious persons offshore, and the police department also cooperates with the action. Professional heroes, as you can see, there will be more and more. As for the ocean park that has been trading with you, I think they want to kick you people to negotiate business with Villain Alliance. Needless to say, Villain Alliance, what else do you think? Retreat. Just as the mermaid wanted to refute, the barnacle man suddenly coughed violently. The young girl Quanyue used the first aid medicine that she had prepared long ago. She hadn't waited for a while, and she had obviously made enough preparations. Suspicious in the mermaid's heart, a flash of inspiration. Jizaki, is that the man named Jizaki, right? Quanyue nodded. Yes, he is our head. It seems that this pot is not strong enough. Quanyue continued to aggravate this big and round pot. It shouldn't be too late, let's go quickly. Don't break it. Good thing. Suddenly there was a noise in the room, and Yingshi Hua stumbled out. Chapter 247 1 meter neutralized. Yingshi Hua's family was confused all the way. He didn't know until the boat sailed. The roar of the engine hit the eardrum with a hammer on the silent sea. Yingshi Hua stood up and wanted to vomit, but he couldn't vomit anything. He felt like there was something strange in his body. Asking him to talk about it himself can't tell why. The two uninvited guests on the boat were in a daze, only to realize that this man was the policeman who had been taken away. They subconsciously went to find Shoto Todoroki's shadow, and then realized that Shoto Todoroki was still beating them vigorously just now. It's weird. The mermaid murmured quietly. It was the same kind of medicine. Why did Todoroki heroes recover so quickly? Their companion used that kind of drug, but the death rate remained at around 60%. To prepare to drink this medicine is to entrust his life to Shinigami. Quanyue held the barnacle man, stretched out his hand to touch his wound, and the hand lit up with white light, and within a moment the barnacle man's wound disappeared. A similar scar appeared on Quanyue's bare arm. The mermaid is not a fool. He knows how precious the healing department is, and thank you again and again. Yingshi Hua jaw held the wall to relax for a while. The boat shook twice, and he sprinted to the side of the boat and hugged the railing and spit out. He had never been seasick before, but after coming out of the tower, he seemed to be born to recoil with the boat. The detailed reasons cannot be tolerated by Hua Jiangshi. Because Quanyue was beckoning him to come, I plan to open the reservoir on the boat and let them go down first. This boat is a fishing boat and has its own small reservoir and small ice storage. It is the same everywhere for the barnacles, but the skin of the mermaid will become dry after leaving the water for a long time. It's not. You wait. Yingshi Hua had a terrible headache. Why do I? Hiss. He touched his head and squinted his eyes with the pain. In his heart, Yingshi Hua knew that these two people were the ones who kidnapped him and Todoroki heroes, but then they saved themselves because of a man named Shisaki. What now? Why is Quanyue related to these people? It's a long story. Quanyue stepped forward and grabbed the arm of Yingshi Hua and smiled. Do you want to listen? He turned his back to the mermaid in the barnacle and smiled gently and harmlessly. All of them were on the deck, and the only old man who could sail was lying in the room slumbering. The hemp rope at the bow that was supposed to be tied to the pier stone hangs in the water. The cut of the rope is neat, and it can be seen that it was cut off by a sharp weapon in one go. In the fog, the boat shook slightly, moving in one direction along with the waves. Without the sound of the engine, without the whistling of the whistle, the ship seemed to have become a ghost ship walking aimlessly on the vast sea. They are getting farther and farther away from the lighthouse, walking until they can't see the lighthouse. The real Quanyue helped them attract the firepower of all professional heroes. He changed his form, and, mist, rose up again. Before being completely formed, he was attacked by the wind and the fist. Quanyue has never been confident in his physical strength. Although he also has some quirks that can strengthen his physical body, it seems from the first confrontation that he can only fight if he can find another Ofa. The quirk needs to be exercised to become stronger. The one-time quirk has no way to go further in Quanyue's hands because of its particularity. This is his inevitable defect. I said your quirk is animal voice? Chen Tian has some knowledge of professional heroes' quirk, and he has contact with similar quirks in Daxia. That was a female professional heroes from Sichuan. Even a chubby could be trained to become a beast under the crotch and roar. The fierce temper is almost the same as the animal she greets, and it is frustrating to see what is not pleasing to the eye. So when he learned that Kota Koji, who owns animal voice, turned out to be a soft quirk, Chen Tian realized that it would be unrealistic to rely on Kota Koji to conduct maritime warfare. Recent studies have shown that quirk and the original personality of the person will form a certain complementary relationship. A person with a hot temper will become more and more direct and irritable when using the quirk, and over time his quirk will move in the direction of a melee explosion. If it is a quirk that needs to be communicated, it will be more obvious in this embodiment. The shortcoming of Kota Koji quirk is also that he can't beat the mermaid. Can you treat that guy as an animal? Chen Tian pointed to Quanyue and said, try to use your quirk on him. Kota Koji was shocked. He is human. Don't grind. Chen Tian slipped the person to safety, picked up his gun and said, the guy who ignores the law and the order of human society is just a beast in human skin. His eyes were fixed on Quanyue's broken line. Fall on the arm. Even though Quanyue's body is now in a devil-related state, his broken hand still maintains the shape that a human should have. His skin color is normal, and his fingers are stiff. Enos. Chen Tian said the name silently in his heart. He turned his gun and pointed it at himself. This action only changed from a pistol to a rifle, but the difficulty increased several times. If you are a knowledgeable person, you will understand. Quanyue and Chen Tian share the same teacher. Advertisement at least, their gunfighting skills were learned from one person. Tell me you can or not. Chen Tian's tone became solemn. I need you to control him for half a second. Half a second. Foregone conclusion. Chen Tian has this confidence. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Quanyue doesn't have this confidence. He wanted to kill, and even leveled this sea area very easily. All you need to do is to find a quirk that can kill you, and get it all done in one move. But he was unwilling, let alone wanting to do so. Scar's heroes Enos does not kill innocent people. This is the only morality that Quanyue insists on as the final executor. Even when he killed some professional heroes, he was only sure that they had the lives of innocent people in their hands, and they gave a fatal blow. It would be much more convenient if the two people in front of you were killed. You can directly use pain to bestow Ling Kai. Quanyue avoided the blow of Midoriya Izuku. He watched the ice scum flying over his cheek, and instantly the ice scum grew into sharp ice thorns and came towards him. He opened his eyes and scanned it again. In fact, if you really want to kill, you can start with the disguised Himiko Toga. But, kill Himiko Toga. Quanyue grabbed the ice thorn and threw it back towards Himiko Toga. His feet endow the devilfish with the characteristics of dual wings, and it has a good hang up in the air. Just to turn around, Quanyue jumped out of the 2-tube-77 pose with both hands. He has never forgotten the Tibetan spear technique he first learned. But after staying in the water for a long time, the Type 77 misfired a lot. It's just right now. Quanyue crossed his guns in front of him with his two-handed guns, rubbing against each other during the reverse growth of the ice thorns. Quanyue relied on the hardness of the gun to make room for himself. But not long after he was in the air, Midoriya Izuku followed suit. Midoriya Izuku didn't say much, and opened his hand to grab Quanyue by the back of his neck. Quanyue smiled, he didn't want to use this trick. After I know the pain, I often cannot bear to deal with the innocent. Quanyue laughs at his soft-heartedness every time he thinks this way, but when he does it he will still restrain himself. He has no control over the amount of this quirk. Pain memories, because the pain is beyond Quanyue's own capacity. Once it is used, it cannot be targeted for development, and it will often overwhelmingly erupt into a terrible and long-lasting state of delay. Sorry. Quanyue didn't look back. He was not afraid of Midoriya Izuku grabbing himself. He is more worried about Midoriya Izuku's endurance than this. Hope this guy can survive. Ah! An unexpected scream erupted from behind, followed by the sound of the whole person falling into the water. Yellen Inasa picked up Midoriya Izuku by the wind, but the other party was directly immersed in endless pain. Disguised as Shoto Todoroki, I was more angry in my eyes, showing an expression of excitement and sadness. It's too much. Actually hurt my favorite Midoriya. As long as she thinks of more scars on Midoriya's body, she will be excited involuntarily, which is the top professional heroes in the rankings. But when he thought that these scars were not made by himself, Himiko Toga was uncontrollably sad. Sure enough. It is more appropriate to do this kind of thing yourself. Quanyue and Himiko Toga's bright smiles met. He did not hesitate, and pulled his tail directly. Quanyue has a psychological burden to hit other people, but he doesn't have to be burdened at all when hitting Himiko Toga. Pain memories broke out again. Himiko Toga's eyes were twisted. She shuddered and felt like she had been splashed with cold water. Her eyes were black and white, and the pain started in the teeth and then in the nose. Desire tells Himiko Toga, quickly get rid of the quirk. But reason keeps saying, persevere, don't show up, don't show up. Everything is for the villain alliance, for our ideals. LB, advertisement gunshots. It's not chasing guns. The two guns were fired too fast and blurred into one. Himiko Toga dodges his shoulder and is directly grazed by the bullet. The opponent's goal is Quanyue. In Quanyue's eyes, this speed is too slow. From the moment the gun was fired to in front of him, the distance was long enough for Quanyue to dodge. What's more, it's a rival who has fought for many years, and Quanyue thinks it's a bit tricky to deal with this kind of gun. Kucha. Shen Tien put away his gun and said loudly, quirk. I order you. Kota Koji stammered and did not say complete. The timing had been missed. The ever-changing battlefield never gave people a second chance. Quanyue relied on good flexibility to avoid these two shots. From the distance, he was not affected by these two shots. But Quanyue trembled suddenly. His arms and half of his body showed visible degeneration. The quirk, Devilfish, did not arrive at the event, but was forcibly eliminated. Because it is a one-time quirk, Quanyue can't use it anymore. I can only sigh that the other party did not completely clean up this quirk. Chen Tien, Daxia, quirk, 1 meter invalidation, can use any dead object, or oneself, as the core to diffuse the neutralization within 1 meter in diameter. The same as neutralization, but Chen Tien and Eraserhead are different. Eraserhead focuses on suppressing the user's quirk, while Chen Tien's focus is on deleting the quirk that the other party has already used. Quanyue looked at the other party skillfully removing the pain he had given Midoriya Izuku, and his face was expressionless. Chen Tien's quirk can invalidate all quirk effects, and its shortcomings are also obvious. Only one quirk effect can be deleted at a time. No matter what the quirk effect can be deleted, and it is irreversible. His assessment of hazards in Daxia is at the same level as Enos. The hole in Quanyue's neck was directly pierced by this guy with a bullet to delete the quirk. No matter how many Quanyue Fujiang-style rebirths afterwards, there is no way to restore the cave. Thanks to that shot, Quanyue is essentially a breathless person. It's troublesome. After counting the time, it's almost time. Quanyue made a grimace. Stop playing. Anyway, he has reached his goal. I really want to see the facial expressions of these professional heroes crashing. He plunged into the water, and Chen Tien fired several shots and splashed countless water. The bottom of the water was empty. The big ship Shen Tian and the others took was too deep to get close to the shallow sea where the lighthouse was located, so they could only stay alone in the sea. Yuzuki Inuichiro sat alone in the conference room. He obediently stood up from the chair with his head in his hands. Overhaul held his gun and looked at him coldly. I'm very curious how you broke through so many guards to come in. Yuzuki Inuichiro said. The news said I was going to the port, but that was false news. There are more kidnappings, and Yuzuki Inuichiro relaxes. Extremely, has an insider? Overhaul never talks nonsense, pulls the trigger directly. Yuzuki Inuichiro looked at the hole in the wall and shut up wittily. He knows Overhaul, and Overhaul is much older than it was 7 years ago. If it weren't for the loyal brothers of Shizaki, holding photos and portraits in front of him every day, Yuzuki Inuichiro would not recognize him. He wanted to tell Overhaul about this, but the gun in Overhaul's hand was obviously unwilling to listen to nonsense. Are you working at 3000 Ocean Park now? Yuzuki Inuichiro eliminated the forces in his brain one by one and focused on the most recent events to come up with a conclusion. How much did they give you? Overhaul is rounded up, and I think I should be working for 3000 Oceans. After all, moving corpses is considered a paid job. He nodded honestly and said a number without thinking. This price is a bit too small. Inuichiro Yuzuki looked at Overhaul's manipulator. Maintenance costs a lot of money, right? Overhaul answered the question with his muzzle. He kicked open the window of the boat, wrapped Yuzuki Inuichiro with curtains and carried it on his shoulders. Sea breeze, seagulls, sound and waves. The height of the huge wheel generally ranges from several hundred meters. Jumping from this height will undoubtedly commit suicide. Yuzuki Inuichiro wanted to struggle again, but Overhaul smashed his head with a barrel. The blood ran down his face. Then there was a brief weightlessness. Overhaul jumped. Chapter 248. The Abandoned Weirds. Yuzuki Inuichiro had never participated in the Underworld Crusade. 7 years ago, he was still working hard for the sake of Honghu's ambition. After the Beihai incident, the authorities completely blocked all relevant information. As an important party, Yuzuki Inuichiro spent 2 years dealing with follow-up matters. Yuzuki Inuichiro didn't handle Overhaul's things by himself. He was still a student that year, and he knew a little about it. As for the good brothers of Overhaul, they came to Honghu to seek social help after they were released from prison. Overhaul himself has always lived in legend. Yuzuki Inuichiro went through the news about Overhaul quickly. First of all, the other party did not mean to kill himself directly. Secondly, Overhaul's manipulators are expensive to build, which does not rule out the possibility of him returning to new forces. Thinking of the action that Overhaul just jumped down without hesitation, Yuzuki Inuichiro silently added one to his heart. Not sure if there is still a quirk. Overhaul is not like a man who does not know anything. Judging from the events of 7 years ago and the process of his escape from prison, this man is cautious, like Lion Majesty waiting for an opportunity to bite his prey on the neck. Yuzuki Inuichiro was still thinking, only to hear an extremely soft sound of water dripping. Tick. Overhaul stopped steadily on the surface of the sea. That tick was exactly the sound of his toes touching the surface of the water. Other than that, there was no more explosive impact. Even the feeling of falling has been reduced a lot. Overhaul took a long breath. Although he and Enos raised this issue before, he didn't see the true power of Enos in Overhaul, and he was skeptical about everything. This time, he will no longer have any doubts. In the first 500 meters of Overhaul, a small boat stopped quietly. From a distance, there was no one on the boat, and it was full of weird aura just like the ghost ship that appeared on the sea a few months ago. But Overhaul knew that this was the method of the man named Enos. It can make people ignore a kind of quirk that exists around them. Overhaul understands that this quirk can cover a plane at most. And what allows Overhaul to fall silently on the sea is another quirk. How many quirks does the man calling himself Enos have? Overhaul doesn't know either. He just carried Yuzuki Inuichiro aboard the boat and threw the man on the deck. According to the agreement, he only needs to do this step. Overhaul didn't plan to do it under Enos for a long time. He had his own little 9. But before I went far, I heard the sound of water splashing from the side of the boat. A slender black tail hooked to the railing, and then a gray figure jumped out and landed on the deck. Quanyue took his broken arm and squatted to look at Overhaul. His appearance has changed a lot, and Overhaul didn't recognize it for the first time. Seeing the broken hand, Overhaul crossed the equation of Quanyue equals Enos from his mind. How could the man Enos be chopped off? Quanyue took a sigh of relief. The quirk for animals has a shorter time limit, which is only 1 minute to less than 3 minutes. But as a sequelae, the effect is more serious than others. One is the prolonged pain, and the other is that the appearance will be fixed for 48 hours. During these 48 hours, Quanyue cannot use other animal quirks. That is, Quanyue can only maintain the appearance of devilfish for 2 days. But he has lost some of the characteristics of the devilfish quirk. For example, additional quirks such as underwater breathing and natural poisoning. It's as if Asui Suyu retains the appearance of a frog, but the tongue no longer stretches, and the bounce ability is the same as that of ordinary people. There are advantages and disadvantages. Quanyue now needs appearance to hide his true identity. At least he can't let people see Liangchenue. He stood up, wringed the water from his long hair and panned it behind his head, exposing the small soft spines on his neck. Yuzuki Inuichiro curled up in the curtains for a long time without hearing any movement. He pushed it twice and was kicked by Overhaul on his stomach. Quanyue said, "Don't try so hard. The only thing he can move right now is his tail." At least the tail is still one of his flesh. and it won't disappear in a short time. Overhaul glared over, expressionless. Don't worry about it. He mentioned that Yuzuki Inuichiro strode towards the cabin. In the room, the people of Quanyue didn't know where they were going. Only the Yingshi of the Wa family and the old man were sleeping on the bed. Quanyue was not surprised. He found the rope and said to Overhaul, "You will knot it." Advertisement. Where is the Inos? Quanyue was not in a hurry. You should go to the destination first. You put the people down and I will take care of the others. He handed the rope to Overhaul and asked the guy to tie up Yuzuki Inuichiro himself. Overhaul is also welcome. He thought he was not a gentle person, and the rope was almost pulled into the flesh of Yuzuki Inuichiro. How did he tell you? Quanyue played Tai Chi, I'll know when I go. While finding a sack to put it on Yuzuki Inuichiro. He himself had done everything in an orderly manner. The people who wanted to be saved and the people who were kidnapped were all packed and taken away, leaving a barrenness to Chen Tian and his group. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. As early as Quanyue dived into the bottom of the sea, Midoriya Izuku caught up and tried to use a black whip to pull the man out. But his black whip was directly bounced back by something, and Quanyue didn't know where to go when he shot it again. Chen Tian put down his gun in a slanderous manner. He looked at the environment and walked towards the lighthouse without hesitation. The surrounding environment has been destroyed a lot because of the fighting, but it can also be seen that 2 people have been here. Chen Tian knelt down to check the direction of the footprints on the ground. You can see the outline of the lighthouse without going in. It was dark, there was nothing on the first floor, and there were some glass shards on the ground. The strangest thing is that these 2 series of footprints disappeared at the gate of the lighthouse after a few steps, and there is no sign of leaving. Chen Tian called and asked the people from the inspection department to come over, and Yilan Inasa took the lead in catching the young man who wanted to escape. Kong Xiao had a gray-headed face and was hiding outside the war zone. There were a few sword marks on his wrist, but there were not many bloodline. Yilan Inasa didn't notice it, but Shoto Todoroki knew that this meant that Xiao Xiao wanted to escape. This empty quirk medium is also blood, but he needs enough blood to complete the space movement. The length of the movement depends on the amount of blood and the amount of activity contained in the blood. The assignment of this person to Himiko Toga was not unreasonable. However, the vacant person has not done many bad things. From Himiko Toga's eyes, he is an unqualified villain. Yilan Inazuo grabbed the person, uniformed him and escorted him directly to the helicopter. Todoroki heroes, you can come up too. Chen Tian sent Kota Koji onto the helicopter and smiled. There is bad news. His smile was not so soft, it was more like a nonchalant smile. Where is Himiko Toga afraid of this kind of thing? She now has enough Shoto Todoroki blood as a backup, and she is not worried about being exposed in the follow-up. She passed by Chen Tian and got on the helicopter. Therefore, Himiko Toga did not carefully hear the second half of the bad news. Everyone got on the helicopter with ghosts and returned to the ship that served as the headquarters. They didn't seem to pay attention to the disappearance of Yuzuki Inuichiro. Everyone was doing their own things methodically, like the most precise gears on the instrument were chained together. It's a rare addition that everyone in Oulu Might had another meeting. Midoriya Izuku found that Daxia's professional heroes seem to like meetings very much. They have to hold small meetings at every turn and deal with everything before letting go. Chen Tian did not directly start to summarize, but first asked Midoriya Izuku, Yilan Inasa, and Shoto Todoroki about their feelings about the battle. It's difficult, but it's not impossible. Yilan Inasa patted the table. If it's that manta, I'm sure to catch him. But adding mermaid and barnacle man is not necessarily up. Shoto Todoroki is conservative, it's a bit troublesome. Midoriya Izuku, the only one confronting Inos head-on, looked at his hand and hesitated. He said, he is Inos? For some reason, he always felt that this person did not use all his power. Although it looks like the 2 sides are in a bitter battle, but... Chen Tian snapped his fingers. You can call him a weakened version of Inos. This guy didn't use his full strength. Inos Fujiang-style rebirth has a 1-year recovery period, during which his strength will be greater. Decline. Not to mention whether the current Inos still uses the white light, that is best at it. I tried to find Inos' whereabouts before. One was to prevent him from escaping, and at the same time, to continue to kill Inos before he fully recovered his peak strength. Quirks have their limits, even the seemingly invincible Fujiang-style rebirth has its own culmination. It is not a day or 2 for Chen Tian to study Inos, let alone behind him there are scholars from various countries who are responsible for the research and analysis of Inos' quirk. Midoriya Izuku did not agree with Chen Tian's words, nor did he refute it. He was thinking about some issues, regarding the multiple quirks displayed by Inos. Although it was a very short moment, when the fist fell, Midoriya Izuku was sure that he saw different hardened skin quirks. The effect was similar to Kirishima Eijiro's hardening. From the fall of the fist to the accurate judgment of the strength and impact point, a completely different quirk is stimulated. The reaction time in the middle is definitely not more than 0.23 seconds. Advertisement. There is also the strange spear fighting technique and the wonderful hidden spear technique. What's terrible about Inos is no longer his numerous and complicated quirks. What's really terrible about him is his technology. Has he always fought like this? Midoriya Izuku asked. How do you usually deal with him? Midoriya Izuku, who has 7 quirks, knows the most difficult part of quirks, greed. With multiple quirks, the control and accuracy of a single quirk will be greatly reduced. It takes many times more energy than ordinary people to improve the overall level of quirk. If the direction of each quirk is still different, then your effort will increase exponentially. Midoriya Izuku raised the level of danger of Inos in his heart even more. 1. Don't let this man touch a gun. 2. Work hard in close combat. Shen Tian threw an opinion. Deku heroes, Inos will come to you sooner or later. Are you interested in cooperating with us to kill this man? Midoriya Izuku didn't reply immediately. Looking at the only frontal photo of Inos, he looked at Shoto Todoroki subconsciously. Good. Midoriya Izuku said, but I want more information, and your protection. He personally confirmed that this is not weaker than AFO's villain back then, and even the level of danger is still higher than that of the dead-handled wooden crane that has grown up. A crescent moon hung in the night sky. Quanyue stretched, sitting on the bow of the boat and lighting a gas lamp, holding a needle and thread to sew his arm. His needlework was not good, but he barely made up his palms and fingers. Quanyue bit the thread and started tying the knot, and when he finished his hand, he was about to clean his arm. With a squeak, the door opened. Quanyue, who was still wearing a skirt, leaned against the door with a smile, and now he removed the quirk of relic, revealing his original appearance. The whole person is raised a lot. Quanyue rolled his eyes and complained. Go to bed, you are a rare living person now. Quanyue Yale walked over with a smile, and helped Quanyue put his arm on. He took the needle and thread and started. This is wrong, hasn't your body chart been reviewed for a long time? If it weren't for the tight schedule this time, I really don't want to put it on it. I didn't have to worry about history before I was not in Japan, and I could make waves at will. If I dropped it, I dropped it. Quanyue once dropped his head. Frozenly held his head and thrown off the chasing soldiers. This is the strangest thing about Quanyue Yale. He knew that his great-grandson was not alive 7 years ago, and there were not many relatives and friends in his family. This time he returned to Japan to show his face generously according to his ability. Thinking of this, Quanyue Yale glanced at the skirt on her body and laughed. Are you wronging yourself like this for the Yaoi family's children? Nonsense. Quanyue said stiffly. What kind of thing is he? If it weren't for Honghu's ambition to be a good umbrella, he wouldn't come over, and his purpose is to go through Honghu ambition. Quanyue Yale doesn't break him. The two of them talked some gossip in the cold wind, and finally sewed Quanyue's broken arm. Quanyue moved a little bit, feeling a little sluggish. Originally planned to adjust it a bit, but a small point was already revealed at the destination in front of them. That is a solitary buoy. With a weird scream, countless strange faces appeared densely under the sea. There are Madara's patterns on their faces, strange spirals, and some of their faces are bumpy. Let alone their bodies, some people don't even have a complete human form. But they came forward one after another, using silence to express their warning to outsiders. Quanyue probably counts, there are more than 1,000 people. 1342 quirks and their descendants abandoned by human society because of failed operations and quirk upgrades. Chapter 249 Who is catching the turtle in the urn in the long history of mankind, there are bound to be two roles. Winners and losers. This kind of role fills everyone's life, lingering in all kinds of small societies and all kinds of ideas. In a quirk society, people's successes and failures begin to become visible to the naked eye. The pros and cons of quirk personal success or failure. Like these 1342 typical quirk losers, they have been branded as losers since birth. Some of them have to live in the water for life due to quirk defects, and some have to stay away from the city because of serious deviations of quirk and hurt themselves and their families. Others choose to go abroad because they cannot accept the difference between themselves and others in the quirk. Regardless of the reason, they gave up being a member of a normal society, looking at Quanyue and his group timidly and hopefully, because they heard that these people have medicine in their hands. About the medicine that can peel off the quirk. The mermaid and the barnacle were obviously the bosses, and the two of them were relatively capable of speaking out. The barnacle man got up from the reservoir, his wounds healed a lot, and his appetite was much better after he rested. The tiredness of the mermaid car was hard to conceal, and she cheered up and said, let's go to our station first. More than 1,000 people can't be wandering in the sea, they have their own ground. With the advantage that most of them are aquatic quirks, Quanyue found that these people were just like a duck in the water. Not only did he wonder why these people never thought of building a world of their own underwater. Isn't it happy to be self-contained? The mermaid smiled bitterly after hearing it. It's not that people like them haven't thought of similar plans, we people seem to be able to fight. In fact, the only ones with a bit of fighting power are barnacles and I. They are not more than double digits. 3000 Ocean Park found us people very early, just watching us it's too unsightly to leave it alone. He said that it was a little hard to tell. Quanyue looked at him and didn't force the mermaid to continue. Everyone has their own difficulties, there is no need to be aggressive. He just turned his gaze to the enthusiastic Azumuki Yuraku, who disguised as Azumuki Yuraku had no psychological burden at all, and even lay on his shoulders and asked if he could bring Yuzuki Inuichiro out to play with him. They are now heading towards a blind spot. From the map, it is an uninhabited desert island. The island is surrounded by undercurrents and reefs. There are no economically valuable fish nearby, and few people come over. Quanyue moved his joints, he jumped off the boat and fell into the water. He doesn't need to breathe long ago, as long as he controls his body so that he won't be deformed by the bubble. Where can he not go under the water? Overhaul watched Quanyue jump down. He regarded Quanyue as the real murderer behind the scenes, and asked Quanyue directly what to do. Send people to the island. Quanyue Yale happily ignored Quanyue's meaning and said, I'll talk about it on the island. The moonlight was dim, and a lone kerosene lamp was not enough to see. Quanyue Yale supervised overhaul and sent all the people to the island. One person went up and activated the ship's alarm, covering the only old man on the ship with a quilt. He went ashore and untied the rope and let the ship slowly follow the current. Floated away. What are you doing? Wait for someone to find us. Azumiyuki Yale spread his hands and looked at the fainted Yosuke and Ichiro and Hana's Yingshi on the ground. By the way, do an experiment. He laughed, always gentle and pleasant, but overhaul I saw the shadow of my own past from it. No, it was a shadow that was more terrifying and huge than himself. Overhaul's heart reached his throat. Who are you anyway? He pressed the switch of the manipulator, preparing to subdue it by surprise. Up to now, Overhaul has to struggle a little for itself. Quanyue Yale just looked at him with a smile. Overhaul was frowned upon by him, and said loudly, "What do you look at? You are a mysterious fellow." His manipulator made a chucking sound, and an inch-long sword popped out of his palm in the next second. Overhaul used this simple sword to escape countless dangers. Advertisement. He was confident to leave again on his own strength. I like his character very much. Quanyue Yale smiled at the empty air. It's a pity. At the moment when the last bite fell, the entire island shook tremendously, and Overhaul raised his head. He saw the sky shattered piece by piece like a jigsaw puzzle. The last light in the dark woods disappeared and darkness grew wantonly, and finally formed huge black tentacles. What is this? Overhaul looked at the strange scene in front of him, turned around and ran towards the beach without hesitation. This has exceeded his knowledge of quirk, and he has never heard of such a terrible quirk in what he has seen and heard. Of course you would never have heard of this kind of quirk. Quanyue Yale guessed what he was thinking from Overhaul's expression. He stepped forward and said, sincerely regretting, "It's a pity. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi." Overhaul couldn't guess what he was sorry for. He felt that his neck would repeat the encounter with his hand in the next second. One size fits all. He remembered how Quanyue had found him for the first time, and spit it viciously in his heart. That Wangba Laozi had been calculated from the beginning, right? Overhaul stopped. He stood on the shore and said to Quanyue Yale, "What are you going to do?" Quanyue Yale looked at those eyes and smiled. He says, "Do you want to have quirk?" Under the island, Quanyue dived with the mermaids. Under the dark water, he couldn't see his fingers. Only the man leaning on the lanternfish quirk could move forward. Quanyue counted the number of people, and he found that only 2/3 of the people followed, and he knew it. After bypassing some complicated reefs, Quanyue saw dense caves under the water. The karst cave was left by the long-term erosion of the waves, and because of the terrain, the island formed a riddled underground karst cave. It is totally invisible from the normal sea surface, and only those who have the ability to dive can get a glimpse of the truth. But because there are not many people here, so far no one has discovered this mysterious Thousand-Dong Island. Quanyue's eyesight is a bit distorted here. He mingled among the mermaid and said, "Is this a base?" The mermaid has respect for the savior. He said, "Yes, if we can, we would like to ask you. Buy some potions in hand." He was not too embarrassed to come up with a way to improve his survival rate. Quanyue didn't panic at all. He said, "You can give it to you, but you have to tell me. Apart from animal trading, why can you hook into the villain alliance?" This is also the point that Quanyue doesn't understand the most. Without any group organization to rely on, the mermaid and the barnacle are just hard enough to organize their personnel to ensure their daily diet. Where did they make the villain alliance look forward to? In those days, Yuzuki Inuichiro alone led a few defeated soldiers to live under the hands of AFO, and was forced to go out to work on night shifts to support the people under him. In contrast, Quanyue has a clearer understanding of the abilities of mermaid and barnacle. They must have something to follow. The mermaid was a little embarrassed, and the barnacle man was silent. After a moment of dead silence, the barnacle man said, "I don't know if you believe it, but this secret is a bit too horrible." The mermaid shouted one tail directly on the man's face, making him shut up. Quanyue confirmed what the secret they were talking about. Advertisement that is a secret about Quanyue's family. Since it is the secret of Quanyue's family, it is not a secret to himself. Quanyue didn't show it either. He showed a trace of regret and said, "Well, then I can only provide you with some potions. After all, I don't have much here." Quanyue is as much as it needs. The two big pharmaceutical companies didn't know how much they stocked back then. They were all in a mess. Whether the past has expired is another matter. If you don't catch this guy, don't break his body into pieces. Shen Tian feels uneasy. Shen Tian grabbed his jacket and strode forward. "Let's go." In the case of Yuzuki Mansions for more than 10 years, Yuzuki Inuichiro watched his parents die in front of him. There are information about Quanyue on the table, but all the photos that can be viewed are cropped from collective photos. The boy was only 15 years old when he died, his face was scarred and he couldn't see his original facial features at all. In the North Sea case 7 years ago, Yuzuki Inuichiro watched his friend Quanyue being killed by a small bomb in his mouth, right in his arms. There was nothing on the quiet chart, as if the red dot never appeared. Only the residual data analysis proves that the signal of Yuzuki Inuichiro actually existed. The other side. Shen Tian was on duty on the huge ship that was moving at sea. He was not on duty today but he couldn't sleep, so he took out Enos's previous live studio video to watch. In terms of time, Enos has not been broadcast live since he was confirmed dead. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. So, why did Enos send someone to catch Yuzuki Inuichiro? Shen Tian looked at the flashing red dots on the computer. which was the tracker signal left by Yasuki Inuichiro. It is said that I have been kidnapped a lot, I have experience, and I have to carry a few trackers with me. Many people on the internet speculated whether Inos was really dead. After all, even when the update was the slowest, Inos would show up once a week to announce the crimes of some guys. Internet police often squatted in the live broadcast room and saw a person speaking, squatting up and grabbing a target, either with peers or with previous convictions. Report. A distress signal has just been intercepted at sea. The subordinate said. The location and Mr. Yei's location are highly overlapped, and request to be sent out for investigation. Chen Tian fell into the chair, and he pinched himself in the middle of the crowd. Be sober. Quanyue touched his chin and showed a harmless smile. He had to drive these people off the island as soon as possible. On the display, the flashing red dot suddenly disappeared. Now their ship is slowly advancing following this signal. Sleepy is really sleepy. Watching the video and watching the nausea will not be sleepy. Chen Tian once again wrote the word, abnormal, on the paper and made the key points. He had Yasuki Inuichiro's information on his hand, and he drew 2 important points on the 2 cases of the Beihai incident and the Yasuki family manman incident that changed the trajectory of Yasuki Inuichiro's life. Chen Tian listened to the screams made by fellow Ling Kai in the video, cheered up and continued to look for clues in the bloody video. To catch turtles in the urn, just see who is the B****************. Chapter 250. The situation of separate attacks. It is not the first time that Chen Tian has confronted Inos. He is very familiar with some of the other's habits. For example, when using a gun, he always subconsciously pulls the trigger and maintains a half-push state. For example, before the live broadcast, Inos would always be used to drinking a glass of pure rum. For example, he is always like playing cards, habitually putting his fancy power in a situation, slowly blowing out the cards in his hand. Inos is a very mysterious man. You can feel that there is a huge conspiracy behind him, but you can't find out anything other than this man. It seems that he alone is a great army. Call up Yasuki Inuichiro's latest information. Chen Tian ordered the order. The first and second teams are dispatched and trust the Japanese maritime police and the professional heroes near the sea to do the blockade work. The vanguard has gone to check an issue. What is the ship of the distress signal? Midoriya Izuku, Shoto Todoroki, and Yellen Inasa also got up. The 3 of them naturally joined the action as the new generation of Japanese professional heroes. As the main force in this battle, the 4 of them directly followed the helicopter over the sea. The shape of the entire island can be clearly seen from above. The island is not particularly large, but it is divided into 2 distinct parts. One part is a reef. The middle and west part of the island is covered with a layer of forest. There is no way to directly see the state of the forest at night. Chen Tian activated the lighting equipment and infrared scanning, and walked the entire island a little bit. Nothing at all. Report, no heat source was detected. There are no creatures on this island, even some small animals do not exist. At most, seabirds that come and go freely resting on their feet will stay for 1 or 2. Chen Tian directly took out his pistol and fired a shot at the bottom of the island. The quirk, 1 meter nullification, can be attached to any object, but only one object can be attached at a time. And a diameter of 1 meter centered on the object is effective. Chen Tian usually uses quirk directly on his weapon or himself. Under his quirk, all quirk effects can be effectively interrupted. The bullet entrapped the neutralized quirk, and fell into the woods without making a sound. A trace of doubt flashed in Chen Tian's eyes, and he eliminated the option of illusion in his heart. There's no large-scale illusion quirk deployed throughout the island. Where is Inos? The underwater team is investigating. It is approaching a shallow sea 50 meters deep. Chen Tian directly pulled the rope ladder down from the helicopter. In comparison, the 3 of Midoriya Izuku are much simpler. They can easily move on the island with their own quirk. Chen Tian handed them a few tactical sword and said, don't have direct physical contact with Inos. Deku heroes and Todoroki heroes can all feel this. Midoriya Izuku really felt during the previous battle on Beacon Island. When it came to the heartache, Shoto Todoroki didn't show anything on his face, but his eyes floated. Yellen Inasa took the sword carelessly and asked, is this any good? It's too painful, so I use this sword to cut my own artery. Chen Tian drew a stroke on Yellen Inasa's wrist, and he showed the 3 people the tube designed by the sword handle. The blade is smeared with paralytic poison. As long as you pinch the handle firmly, the drug will flow into the blood vessel with the blade. It can temporarily block the pain, but the body will be temporarily paralyzed. Use it with caution. Yellen Inasa became excited. This can be used for that guy. Chen Tian shook his head. It's useless. He didn't say much, and directly began to assign tasks. Taking the center of the island where they are located as the gathering place, the 4 people headed in 4 different directions, and if they encountered an accident, they directly used the whistle. In each direction, a team of 6 people was sent to search together, and the Japanese professional heroes and the police did the investigation. Chen Tian chose the south, Midoriya Izuku went to the north, Shoto Todoroki was in the east, and Yellen Inasa was the west. The 4 of them walked directly in the direction they chose without much nonsense. Boom. Midoriya Izuku called Shoto Todoroki solemnly, I have something to say to you when I finish dealing with this matter. Advertisement Yellen Inasa hooked. Let's go. Go back early and go back to bed early. When they were called up, their geniuses were overwhelming. Quanyue soaked in the cold water alone, while he soaked quietly by himself. The mermaid and his group are resting. The water flooded Quanyue's ears, spreading his long hair. The barnacle man didn't sleep, and came to reply, "There is movement outside." The barnacle man didn't need to go out by himself. The barnacles parasitic on many reefs were his eyes and nose. Okay. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. They came to you? The barnacle man complained a little, but he didn't dare. Quanyue glanced at him, half of his face was soaked in the water. His eyes are black and white is the majority, and they look a bit oozing. The barnacle took a few steps back and plunged into the water. Quanyue smiled, and he said, "Do you want that kind of medicine that much?" He took a small packet of medicine from his pocket and pushed it in the water. "Drink it without regret." The barnacle man opened his eyes wide. Just before the break, the mermaid and Quanyue said they had a pitiful amount. He looked up and down Quanyue's torn coat, looked at the other party's barely moving tail, gathered up his energy and said, "Who are you?" Quanyue raised his hand, and he could hear someone approaching this natural cave quickly. Too lazy to use quirk, Quanyue made a precise guess and said to the barnacle man, "I am the one under overhaul." The barnacle man swallowed his saliva. He grabbed the potion and hid it in his pocket. "Don't tell the mermaid about them." Quanyue smiled softly, and his tail rose from the water, bringing out a layer of splash. A thin stroke of water came from the front. His quirk, devilfish, appearance time has not completely disappeared. Quanyue like this is not afraid of going out to meet people. He stood up and moved his arm that had been repaired and iced with seawater, and some barnacles grew on the broken part of the arm. These things were used to fix and increase defense. Quanyue doesn't care about the erosion of his body. He brushed the water twice, and lightly slapped huge splashes of water instantly filled the entire space. The underwater team is out of contact. The alert that the underwater team is out of contact. The 4 people on the island received the whole news, not only the 4 of them, but also all the command levels. In the last image sent back by the underwater team, only a fast-moving long strip of objects can be seen. Midoriya Izuku recognized it at a glance. It was the tail of the murloc. "It's Enos." He clenched his fists, turned and walked towards the beach. After knowing the target mission, Midoriya Izuku couldn't continue to search here by himself. At the same time, Shoto Todoroki and Yaran Inasa have the same idea. After all, in addition to the 4 of them on the island, there are also 4 groups of 6 who are conducting searches. Profession heroes have more powerful power, so they must use their power to fight against the more powerful villain and shoulder more important responsibilities. This is what all professional heroes think. "Stop," Chen Tian said while holding the headset, "Don't go to the beach." But it was too late. Green flashes flashed quickly among the trees, and Midoriya Izuku quickly moved to the shore with the highest point on the branch. He saw Yellen Inasa catching up from behind, and Shoto Todoroki skating fast on ice in the forest. The small islands can be gathered together almost instantly. That was the land point closest to the underwater team losing contact. Pounds a huge wave burst out of the sea as soon as the 3 people landed. The fine white waves hit the reef and splashed onto the front of Midoriya Izuku's face. Apart from the cold water, there was also a hint of warmth. Advertisement Quanyue. Enos also snapped his fingers softly. "Into the urn." Shoto Todoroki and Yellen Inasa are the witnesses of that scene. Yellen Inasa patted his face hard, Shoto Todoroki's mouth grew wide, and the 2 of them watched Midoriya Izuku punch Quanyue, and then quickly disappeared into the air. Yenyang. Enos, wind blows. Quanyue smiled softly. He wiped from Midoriya Izuku's ear, and put one hand on Midoriya Izuku's forehead, and then rolled over to the ground. He removed all the strength from his body and hooked his fingers at Yellen Inasa and Shoto Todoroki. "Be careful." Yellen Inasa laughed at himself. "I don't want you to lose to me here." "Take out both hands from the white waves." Shoto Todoroki replied to his stupid assumption with the flame on his fist. Midoriya Izuku's eyes were concentrated, and with a kick, a crack broke out on the ground. His fists are faster and stronger than before. Quanyue had no doubt that the punch fell directly on him, and that half of his body would be the best ending. Behind him, Midoriya Izuku has disappeared. Don't forget the sword. Pity. Quanyue smiled silently, and strange heads emerged from the sea behind him. Everyone looked at the 2 people on the shore quietly with their eyes. Such a good punch. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. The whole figure seemed to fall into some liquid and be eaten silently. Chapter 251. What is this? At the moment when the fingers fell, an invisible and powerful aura burst out of Quanyue's body. Shoto Todoroki and Yellen Inasa were shocked and each had different feelings. Yellen Inasa felt the wind get rid of his control, and Shoto Todoroki almost faded his disguise to reveal his true colors. The powerful force cannot be described in words, and there is not even any object that represents the existence of power. Yellen Inasa straightened up, the wind in his hand gathered into a ball, and the whole person rushed up first. In terms of the wind bonus, the distance between the 2 and even the action of breathing is not over yet. Yellen Inasa's whip and fist hit Quanyue's face. Pop the white flash and the airwave lifted both. Quanyue stood on the spot, with a little ice scum on his palm. The ice wall made by Shoto Todoroki steadily caught Yellen Inasa, who was supposed to be knocked into the air. In the first round, Quanyue did not step back. This guy is stronger than before. Yellen Inasa smiled bitterly in his heart. He didn't want to admit that it might be the reason why he was far inferior to Midoriya Izuku. Shoto Todoroki squatted on the ground, keeping the attacking posture, but bloodlines slowly flowed down from the corner of his mouth. This guy was hiding before. Himiko Toga, disguised as Shoto Todoroki, licked the corner of his mouth excitedly. Things are getting more and more interesting. What is the purpose of this man named Inos? Quanyue doesn't care about the purpose of the opposite person. He retracted his hand and smiled at the two people in front of him. He began to think this was a very easy job. In the sky, Midoriya Izuku fell unsuspectingly. He protected his head and body from harm, stood up and looked around. The sky is the color of dusk, red, yellow, and white mixed together. The bottom of the hand is not soft sand, but barnacles opened one by one. Midoriya Izuku stood up, and he saw a beacon glowing with warm light. There was a man standing in the lighthouse, and that man was smiling in a moth mask. Hello, the new generation OFA. He moved quickly in front of Midoriya Izuku, as if using some quirk. Midoriya Izuku quickly backed away 2 steps away from the masked man. Who are you? The moth masked man smiled. He pointed to his mask and said, Me? Can't you recognize it? He took off the mask, revealing a scarred face with a smile in the corner of his eyes. I still can't recognize it. Is it? Midoriya Izuku looked at the scarred face, and felt that the shadow of the shadow coincided with the one in his memory. Moth mask, scars. Are you Inos? Midoriya Izuku clenched his fists, ready to attack at any time. What the hell do you want to do? Under the mask, Izumi Hiraku was a little disappointed. He looked at the heir of the new generation of OFA and sighed. Sure enough, I can't recognize it. In the next second, huge darkness surged from behind Midoriya Izuku, and the color of the sea changed to black. Midoriya Izuku didn't care about this black substance at all. He raised his fist and lunged at the moth mask. I wish you could recognize him. The moth mask man said softly. Well, I'm Inos. What he said was so strange that Midoriya Izuku silently wrote it down in his heart. The fist didn't let out any water, and the sound of the wind instantly hit the tip of the moth's nose. A circle of black mist erupted from the moth mask, and Midoriya Izuku's punch plunged directly into the middle of Kurogiri. Then he lost his center of gravity again. After a brief period of blindness, he once again came to a new space. This time, he recognized it. Is an old acquaintance. Advertisement, it's been a long time. Overhaul stood in front of him, quietly aiming the rocket launcher in his hand at Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya Izuku landed on the ground and got up quickly, with the help of a little bit of force. Without stopping, his hands burst into force, his eyes flashed, and the black whipped violently. I don't want to see you. Overhaul stood there quietly. A layer of transparent substance suddenly burst out in front of his eyes, like an enhanced version of jelly. The material produced out of thin air softly caught Midoriya Izuku's punch. Midoriya Izuku's hand was directly immersed in the substance, and he pulled it back hard, almost not pulling it out. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It was in this neutral position, Overhaul depressed the rocket launcher switch. Boom, a huge shock came from the entire island. The nearby boat landing on the island received a huge shock, and the professional heroes who came to support their eyes widened. They saw a white beam of light slowly lit up from the center of the island. Ah, it's really messy. Quanyue covered his eyes and said to everyone who came out of the sea. Leave these two heroes to you. Their plan has already begun the first round of trials. Starting to deal with several professional heroes, Quanyue believes that he should do more important things. There was a violent wind in Yeleninas's hand, and the whole person shot out like a small cannonball, and roared. Stop. His wind was blocked by the huge shells, barnacles quickly spread across the ground, and the mermaid's singing rose from the sea level. Quanyue snapped his fingers and slowly disappeared from his sight. Embarrassed on all sides, Shoto Todoroki froze the strange man who charged forward and hit the ground with the sword of the attacker behind him. The situation is worse than before. Yeleninasa sneered. If we can't beat it, can we still hide? But both of them know that the most important thing is not to run away and cover yourself, but to find the real culprit behind the scenes called Inos. The two looked at each other, and while concentrating on confronting villain, they retreated towards the woods. They are going to the beam of light. It is reported that a huge beam of light appeared on an island in the sea. The cause is still under investigation. Professional heroes and maritime police are going here. Please stay away from the sea. What the hell is the shocking giant pillar? Asuisuyu looked at the various news in the communication and switched to the channel dedicated to professional heroes. In her watch list, a post published by Todoroki Heroes Shoto Todoroki 3 minutes ago was topped. There is nothing in the post, only a solitary coordinate. The veteran hero's endeavor next to Asuisuyu snorted coldly, exited the professional heroes channel, and said, this is where he disappeared. No, Gale Heroes said that the man has been found. But now Gale Heroes and Todoroki Heroes should be on the coast, and the coordinates show that they are not in the same place. It is not ruled out that someone found Todoroki Heroes' mobile phone and logged into his account. But why do you want to do this? The Professional Heroes channel is dedicated to professional heroes. You must use the number issued by the Professional Heroes Association to log in. As a rookie in recent years, Shoto Todoroki has always received much attention, and his posts have attracted much attention in the professional heroes community. Can the coordinates coincide with the beam of light? Agni Heroes asked the staff on the side, how long will it take for us to reach the island? They were pushed out a certain distance due to the fluctuations just now, and are now moving towards the stop again. After checking 1 or 2, the staff said embarrassingly, can't go. Something just stuck the propeller and can't go. If one of them can go down to the bottom of the boat to see, they will find that there are barnacles growing in the middle of the blades. There are also some large pieces of fish carcasses stuck in it. Advertisement, kayaking. Endeavor said, I want to go boating to the island. The conspicuous beam of light has become a strange phenomenon that countless popular search words jumped into the top 10 of the internet rankings, and the news began to broadcast the beam of light. Countless professional heroes' ships have been damaged to varying degrees, and no one has arrived on the island to increase their crews. What is even more strange is that there is no sound coming from the island. There was no fighting, no noise, and no one's cry for help. Outsiders know nothing about what happened on the island. But they felt something change from here, like the gears of fate began to spin slowly. Quanyue came to the middle of the beam of light smoothly all the way. He put his hands on the beam of light, and his whole person slowly submerged in the beam of light. The uncomfortable power can be felt in the beam of light. Quanyue unwrapped the pure liquid on his waist, and poured 2 sticks down by himself. Quanyue Yale said with a heartache. You can save a little bit. Although there is pure liquid, it was prepared for the final executor from the beginning, but Quanyue only took 3 of them and was not enough. How was the test? Quanyue asked Quanyue Yale. I don't know how to do this. The executor is not a researcher. There are people in Quanyue's family who specialize in researching medicines, weapons and other things. The executor only needs just work outside. Well, the current concentration is obviously not enough. If you let one of those ocean quirks come over, the beam of light can weaken 3 people at once, but obviously this is not enough. Quanyue Yale analyzed it to his great-grandson in simple words. If we want to achieve the effect our family envisioned, the intensity needs to be increased by 300%, and the area needs to be limited. In this way, there must be those who are missing. Quanyue also fell into thinking, what if we add the water cycle? It may be useful to put weakening agents in major water plants. People in the improvement family are already doing it, but you need to mobilize collaborators in the United States to experiment. Quanyue Yale thought of the Quirk village in Beihai and said, we have also thought about the layout of the stones, but the uncertainty is greater and the speed is low. It is only suitable for some villages in remote areas. Quanyue understands. They are now rediscussing the content of the specific operation of no quirkization, because with the development of the times, people's quirks have become stronger than before, and the required dosage and volatilization effect have to be fine-tuned. Since it's here, why don't you purify the hapless child first? Quanyue said. Then start to implement the upgraded shape to restore them to their original appearance without quirk. Before implementing a large-scale promotion, it is necessary to do a certain amount of data analysis and on-site investigations, for which Quanyue spent 7 years. Finally, it has reached the early stage where it can now be widely promoted, and he needs a certain range and impact of pilot data analysis. One of the most difficult problems in Quirk. How can people whose appearance is alienated due to Quirk get back to normal? Target everyone on the island. Let's start the experiment. Quanyue took a deep breath and quickly evacuated the scene. He hid into the sky. Quanyue Yale was left in front of the empty beam of light. Standing on the top of the mountain, he could see countless ugly people hidden in the woods, and even Quanyue Yale could see the sparkle and hope in their eyes. Sorry, as many years ago, he said softly, I will give you relief. Chapter 252 Quanyue Yale is the eldest son of that generation of Quanyue family. When they were 13 years old, the careless nurse made the wrong dose of the medicine, which directly caused the death of his brother. But the younger brother survived, living in the world as a dead person, and happily calling him, brother. The cemetery will last forever, Quanyue will not die. I beg you, any money is fine. I beg you, save my wife. Once again, the person who didn't know where he was found, knelt in front of him and cried. You are therapy heroes, you are the only one I can ask for help. Sorry. Quanyue Yale avoided the man's sight. He was 15 years old, and formally took over the position of clan chief from his father and became the living chief. Even if he is the only one in the whole family, his brother died long ago. Sorry, I have vowed not to use my quirk, he said so, with a slight pain in his body. A stone hit his forehead and blood trickled down. The man who had previously begged him to save his life with red eyes stepped forward to tear his collar. Why can you treat others but not my wife? Isn't my wife's life a life? Your wife is dead. So only you in this world can save her. The man knelt down and kowtow again. Please, you will only lose one eye, but my wife will lose her life. So my eyes are not important anymore? See a visitor out. Quanyue Yale, 15 years old, has only one hand, one foot, one eye, one ear, one kidney and one half heart. Because of his quirk, people who died within half an hour can be rescued unconditionally. After being rescued, he will randomly lose any organ. The rescued person will also have random defects, such as amnesia, loss of quirk, etc. He is the treatment heroes that everyone dreams of, and is praised by the media as the rejuvenation Eucharist. Quanyue Yale watched her younger brother put on the prosthetic limbs and wrap the gauze, and suddenly smiled. He said, let's go and take a look around the world. He won't live to be 20 years old, so go for a walk while you are young. They have been to Beihai, Donghai, and traveled all over the world with the money of the Quanyue family. That's what the cemetery said. Let us observe where the layout is suitable. Brother Quanyue Yayue shook his legs and ate ice cream and said, it's too much. Such a heavy task is weighed on our twins' body. They need to go to various places to improve and supplement new test sites. Every generation has its own things to do. Quanyue Yale persuaded. Unless you want to go directly to the house and be the executor. Quanyue Yayue yawned and shook her head. I can't stand that kind of suffering. The executor is not only demanding, but also the leader of the whole family in the future. The conditions for being an executor are unbearable. Don't say it. Azumiyuki Yale didn't like to listen to these things. They went to an archipelago in the Sea of Japan this time. The sparsely populated area is best for them to make some arrangements. Do things at home, do not force people, do not kill innocent people indiscriminately. Even if I do bad things, I want to be straight and right. Brother, where is this called a bad thing? Quanyue Yayue sneered. It's just that we help these people satisfy their own choices. They are like demons, pretending to be philanthropists but peddling all the evil things about Quirk to satisfy people's selfish desires. I want to have Quirk. Everything is good. Advertisement. It would be great if you change your Quirk. I really want to be strong. I don't want Quirk, it's too painful. Reached out and rescued these people, and then watched them pounce on a new abyss without hesitation. Quanyue Yale sat on the lighthouse and said to his younger brother, Quirk is really a sin. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. People are inherently unequal, and Quirk aggravates the speed at which people move toward tragedy. In a normal society, the incomplete, sad, overly strong or weak Quirk ignored by most people is not well known. Talent completely overwhelmed effort. The fate of a person is like being sealed on a stone tablet. You try hard to escape and climb up, no matter how far you go and how high you fly, you can see him there. Born to be like this, eternally unchanged, he gave the teenager who hurt his family because of the out of control of the Quirk a stripping potion, took his brain away, and made it into a wind and snow freezer. He only came to the closed mountain villages that regarded Quirk as natural and man-made disasters, so that they would have no Quirk for generations. He bestowed a powerful Quirk with the people of the fishing village who had been invaded by Quirk pirates. We are a production home without 3 guarantees. The younger brother Quanyue Yayue said very early, I can't guarantee what happens to the experimental product. Those who were controlled by the Quirk still gave their own answer, okay. Right now, people here are no longer attacked by pirates. The public security near the Sea of Japan is getting better and better, and there are fewer and fewer people here because of the Quirk back then. People disappeared one by one, and only some of the old people still remember their 2 brothers. In a flash, decades later, they are now facing the children and grandchildren of those who pray for the grant. Quanyue Yale sighed for a long time. The beam of light is getting brighter and brighter, the sky is whitened by this powerful light, and a layer of whiteness has appeared on the sea level. What is this? Yellen Inasa felt a strong anxiety in his heart. He pulled Shoto Todoroki over, and a thin layer of ice quickly condensed under Shoto Todoroki's feet. The 2 people slid on the edge of the cliff with the help of the ice face. Wind, push. Yellen Inasa raised strong wind wings behind him, and the wind accelerated the speed of the 2 human beings. The ice on Shoto Todoroki's hand accelerates the structure at the same time, and finally ends at a place protruding 1.5 meters long from the cliff. Himiko Toga, disguised as Shoto Todoroki, noticed something wrong with him. She could feel the slimy liquid falling off her face. Her Quirk was starting to lose its effect. Boom. Jump into the sea. Jump into the sea. Chen Tian grabbed the rope and leaned against the cliff, shouting, Don't worry, jump down quickly. I'll catch you here. The barnacle man later realized that he had caught up with the ice, and the shock wave erupted from the huge beam of light knocked him down to the bottom of the water. He was smashed into the cliff, and the potion in his pocket was crushed. As the barnacle fell into the sea, the liquid medicine slowly penetrated into the water. A wailing sound came from the next step in the sea. The island has long been comparable to the hell on earth. Quanyue Yale stood on the spot. He looked at the beam of light, took off his gloves and put his prosthetic in, and then took it out. There is no effect. But his relic, that originally belonged to Quanyue, was returned to Quanyue the moment Quanyue returned it. The burst value exceeds 300% of the original plan. The pain effect is obvious, and the follow-up effect is not clear. The continuous range is waiting for testing. It is known that it will have peeling effect on the appearance. The effect of dislocation bone twisting is more obvious, and the speed is faster in the first 3 minutes. In the next 3 minutes, the human skeleton will begin to slowly recover, depending on the length of the individual's time. Quanyue Yale made a note in the notebook. He was very serious and didn't laugh this time. He densely recorded the contents of all the medicines and related experiments in his notebook. Due to lack of equipment and professional measuring tools, some of them can only be observed and estimated with the naked eye as at present. Advertisement. It is estimated that the death rate this time will be as high as 100%. Except for the characters marked with special props, there will be large-scale deaths. The main test appearance is affected by the Quirk, and what will happen if the Quirk is suddenly removed. Quanyue Yale closed the book. He closed his eyes and tried hard to go to the cemetery. Quirk, cemetery. Because the main body is not near the beam of light, I can still feel a trace of very weak induction. As a member of the Quanyue family, Quanyue Yale can still be described slightly to the edge. He tried his best to use his consciousness to call for the existence of the executor. Please borrow. Please give me the Quirk. Hold on. Hold on. The person who is like a fragile radio communication in a strong wind. Quanyue sits in the sky, and beside him sits Yuzuki Inuichiro, Hana family, and Shoto Todoroki. It's still unlucky. Except for him and Quanyue Yayue, everyone else was in a coma. Quanyue happily packed up a bunch of waste Quirk and gave Quanyue Yale a splurge. Some quirks are not as good as tasteless because of repeated effects. For example, some quirks are constantly growing acne. Quanyue didn't know when this messy quirk was put in the cemetery. He watched Quanyue Yayue create an operating table out of thin air, and the two people first put together the Wa family Yingshi. Quanyue said that he didn't like the existence of volunteers. Quanyue Yayue waved his hand and said, absolutely not. I'm just doing a little experiment on him first, just in case. Anyway, his quirk said, it's an immortal body. Quanyue was helpless. He watched Quanyue Yayue cautiously inject some weird things into the opponent's body, and ordered, this is a policeman, don't kill him. Yingshi Wa Gong's operation was done quickly, and Quanyue was a little curious about what the experiment was. Well, add a very small and very tasteless quirk. Quanyue Yayue said, my quirk is life extension. For me, the delicate work of surgery is not a big problem, it is really very tasteless. The two of them carried Yuzuki Inuichiro onto the operating table. Quanyue looked at the unconscious Yuzuki Inuichiro and said, he also wants to do a little experiment. He thought of the discussion and related behaviors and plans of Yuzuki Inuichiro in the cemetery, and had to hold down temples. Although I am a dead person, I can still think of jumping here. He can't have a quirk. Quanyue said in a commanding tone. He is the main promoter of our last link. He must ensure a quirk-free purity. You can do other experiments, and you must ensure that he does not dead. IQ is normal. Quanyue Yayue looked into Quanyue's eyes. Quanyue was the great-grandson of Quanyue Yayue in name. Quanyue, I was only 13 years old when I died. So he won't be Quanyue's father, it's just that he died early and pretended to be alive with the help of other people's quirks. This one of you is actually my brother's bloodline, but he was hunted down by AFO back then. In order to avoid suspicion, you adopted this one to me. Quanyue didn't understand why it was said. He is the current executor of the Quanyue family, and the Quanyue family has no secrets he doesn't know. No secret is a secret in front of him, pointless. Now nothing can touch him with Quanyue's family, he just wants to be a perfect final performer. Quanyue Yayue persuaded, my brother has always wanted to do things. I see him suffering for many years, and I don't want you to suffer too. In the future? Quanyue smiled gently. I will be painful in the future? He smiled, but it was full of chills. The tip of the sword pierced the bone and walked on the snow. He has gone through the most terrible hell and became the most disgusting demon. In the future, there will be no more pain, because he is suffering. Chapter 253 The world is hell. Change someone to do your experiment, don't touch him. This, he said Yuzuki Inuichiro. The last person left out of the pure quirk family in the past generations, the essential person, appointed by the imperial family in the final plan of the Quanyue family. Recognized by the ancestors of the masters of the cemetery, it is also a generation that has finally assembled the final enforcer, and no one can stop the wheel of destiny from slowly moving forward. I'm doing this for your own good. Quanyue looked over coldly, and he said, shut up. It can be seen that his emotional transformation is very unstable, being irritable for a while and indifferent, and strong negative emotions exploded in an instant. Quanyue Yayue took a few steps back, and in the eyes of one of his undead, countless grievances could be seen from Quanyue. These grievances have accumulated in the cemetery for many years and are now transferred to Quanyue. With Quanyue's original resentment, it finally created a powerful, ultimate executor, and these grievances are easy to withdraw. Just give Quanyue some time to sort out his emotions. At the same time, within a single day, in an independently circled area, Midoriya Izuku is having a one-on-one head-to-head encounter with Overhaul. Midoriya Izuku never thought that he would face Overhaul at this moment. He was surprised at how Overhaul could escape from the prison. Most heroes, most of them are concerned about the crisis that is happening and the crisis that is about to happen. The handling after the crisis is handed over to the relevant departments. Midoriya Izuku will not even notice where Overhaul has gone for so many years, and what is its current state. Overhaul was hit by the black whip in his arm. He took 2 steps backwards, and a few mirrors would quickly rise in front of him with a beacon. Midoriya Izuku appeared in the mirror, and was smashed by Midoriya Izuku's fist in the next second. Overhaul vomited a gulp of blood and rolled out. Damn, this guy is getting stronger and stronger. Overhaul watched the red line getting lighter and lighter, and he was in a panic. He remembered what the guy said to himself, barely stood up, wiped the bloodshot from the corners of his mouth, and said, sure enough, quirk is addictive. Having quirk means having power. Human good and evil will not change because of strength or weakness, but human behavior will change because of strength. With the power, you can do what you want to do. Now is the trial session. If you want quirk, I can help you and really get it. Can you believe what the person named Enos, also known as Quanyue, said? No, there is no retreat for myself. Overhaul thought in his mind that he saw the familiar fist aimed at him with the same incredible light as it was 7 years ago. Overhaul, you have already died once. Midoriya Izuku, Heroes. Villain Alliance. These people took everything from you, didn't they? Everyone says you are wrong. Everybody says your behavior is wrong. Your original intention is wrong. I just do it according to my idea, it's just that. Am I wrong? Although we have different beliefs, like you, I want to make no quirk again. Oh. The smiling face of that person appeared in front of him. How do you feel about these 7 years? Both hands are quirked. I lost my hands, lost the quirk, and became a more handicapped and useless person than no quirk. From having a powerful quirk master to a quirk-free waste overnight. Try it, if you don't want it I will take it back. Like the devil's words, this is a borrowing. What is the price? Overhaul raised his hand. He saw the red line representing borrowed time disappear step by step and began to weaken. Memories passed through his mind like a revolving lantern, and the world he saw was gray. Hey, what can you do? Arrogant, you are a cripple now. Trash. The disgusting things you did, make you often the things you did to the little girl. One step is wrong. Step is wrong. The fist smashed into the face with full force, and the huge impact smashed the whole person out in an instant. He gave up resistance all over his body, and fell to the ground like a dead fish tumbling twice. The nosebleed dripped on the ground bit by bit. I can't speak anymore. Advertisement Midoriya Izuku gasped, his face flushed strangely because of excessive force. He moved his joints, stepped forward to grab Overhaul's neck, and crushed the person to the ground. How can you have quirk? Yes, how can I have quirk? How could I? Overhaul's eyes widened. He bit his lower lip, his skin torn. Why would I have quirk? Only what the man told himself when he first entered the first line of sky in front of his eyes. Do you want to have quirk? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Mysterious, strange, masked man similar to the Dark Emperor AFO. I have nothing, no one behind me. My dream was broken 7 years ago, and now I just want revenge. All of them said I was wrong, but I don't think so. If the devil can give him strength, he obeys the devil. I want it. Give it to me, give me the quirk. Overhaul yelled frantically. I want it, give it to me. No matter what the cost, you can die, give me the quirk. After a long absence for 7 years, I feel a powerful force. I don't want to be weak anymore, give me strength. As you wish. The white light falling from the sky was like the first sunlight breaking through a dark cloud. Only the white light fluttered from the sleeves of his clothes. Midoriya Izuku felt a sense of crisis in his heart spontaneously. In the next second, a huge force broke through the barrier he had set up. The wind directly cut Midoriya Izuku's arm through 5 or 6 wounds, each with a palm length. Midoriya Izuku lowered his body, trying to open his eyes to see where it was sacred. He could only see a white light. Overhaul's face was bloody, and he saw a figure vaguely. Enos. He chewed on the vocabulary and used all his strength to pronounce another name of this person, Quan. Shish. Softly, Quanyue stopped Overhaul's voice. He looked at the embarrassed man with a kind smile. You are a person who has done evil, and I will not wash you off. I will accept all your mistakes and filth. Quanyue held Overhaul in his arms and used it. The pity of the weak looked at this man. From today, you are one of my dog. He smiled clearly, but said the words of the demon slave human. I give you strength and give you a collar. This is the price. Those who can slave evil dogs have only greater evil. Wait. You can't take him away. Midoriya Izuku could only see a vague figure taking Overhaul away. He was about to step forward to snatch Overhaul back, but inexplicably many more tentacles blocked him in place. He is a prisoner. Quanyue turned his head and smiled at Midoriya Izuku. His smile was very weak, and only he himself knew what the smile meant. See a visitor out. He is now going to pay attention to the beam of light experiment. No time to play with the rare professional heroes. On the sea surface, the sun's first rays of light were completely deprived of the beam of light. The beam of light stood on top of the sky as if pouring down from the clouds in the sky. The white light made everything on the island invisible. Everyone's plans were disrupted. Advertisement, save people, hurry up and save people. Calculating the values from the reactor on the ship, all the people who were still able to move started to move. The experimental team quickly collected nearby data, and the professional heroes and the maritime police approached the sea around the island cautiously. This is also what the man named Enos did. Heroes Endeavor looked at everything before him in shock. His anger and worry for his son could no longer be restrained. This is him. Can people do it? Have you explained to us clearly? From the surface of the sea, you can see the blood-colored mist slowly covering the entire island. Countless people's hands were struggling on the sea. They stretched out their arms hard, their heads out of the sea, their fingers in the air flexed and grabbed nothing. There is nothing to rely on. No wood, no boats. There is no last straw. Hurry up, let's go up to the cliff. Yellen Inasa realized that something was wrong in advance. He grabbed Shoto Todoroki's hand and said, it's not right here. Someone who had already alienated the quirk had an extreme reaction. Their skin peeled off quickly, and the outermost layer of skin fell off as soon as it was rubbed. There were human cortex layers floating on the sea, red, white, green, blue, and strange shapes. Shoto Todoroki stretched his hand hard, and a wave came over and broke the two directly. Use your quirk. Damn it. Yellen Inazo plunged into the sea, and he began to praise his alma mater Shiji for his forced swimming of 50 meters. Although the technique is not very good, Yellen Inasa knows a little how to say it. The situation under the sea is more tragic than on the sea. Countless people's bodies are struggling in the sea, and when you slightly open your eyes, you can see people falling downward. Yellen Inasa wanted to use the quirk, but the palm of his hand was slightly numb, and the wind that was as clever as a puppy did not fluctuate this time. It's like being cut off from yourself. Yellen Inasa stepped forward and grabbed Shoto Todoroki's arm. He tried his best to carry the person on his back and move upstream. Yellen Inasa felt that the air in his lungs was getting less and less, and because of being alone, his body was getting heavier and heavier. There are people falling into the water and sinking to the bottom of the sea anytime and anywhere around. They slid their hands and feet in a panic, staring wide-eyed, and grasping the other person's legs or hands when they saw it. Pray for the other party to bring himself out of the water, but all he gets is a strong kick or kick. Everyone wants to live, but who is qualified to live? When they lost the quirk, they all lost the ability to breathe underwater. They will become heavier and heavier, and after a brief twitch, they will completely become the nourishment of the sea. The picture that Yelan Inizuo saw strongly impacted his worldview. He clenched his fist and turned his head away to watch. With a grunt, the seawater poured into his mouth. Yellen Inasa's left foot was grabbed by someone, and the man grabbed Yellen Inasa with one hand, and the whole person tried to climb upward with his hands. She was about to climb to Yellen Inasa's thigh. Yellen Inasa was originally not good at water, but being dragged like this, he stayed in place. Grunt. A bunch of bubbles came out. Yellen Inizuo's face turned blue, and he felt the seawater poured into his throat without money. Yellen Inasa looked at the person hanging on his leg. The quirk on that person's face has not yet been cleaned up, and the severe alienation is still exposed to the sea. His eyes are like a mixture of flattery and begging. In the sea, his mouth opened and closed silently, help. The sharp sword shot from Yellen Inasa's back and slashed into the man's arm. The blood flooded Yellen Inasa's eyes from bottom to top. As the blood red became more and more intense, after a heavy blow, Yellen Inasa lost his shackles and moved up quickly. He looked down and saw a figure in the blood slowly sinking. Help. The man said to him, to a hero's, help. But Yellen Inasa couldn't save him, can't be saved. Yellen Inasa, who hadn't gotten anything wrong since his debut, felt great sadness at this moment. And deeply blamed yourself. Without quirk, can't do anything? When Yellen Inasa was thinking, the sea was close at hand. Vitality is within reach. The man on his back kicked Yellen Inasa abruptly, and stabbed him severely in the back. Chapter 254 Dilution of the Original Liquid and Pure Liquid. Todoroki. How come? Yellen Inasa's eyes were full of incredible. A sword was inserted into his back, blood slowly flowed out, and the blades of the sword were all submerged in it. Under the dim sponge, the rising figure and golden hair of the man can be seen. Himiko Toga let out a long breath. She floated on the sponge as if she was running away, coughing desperately. Oh, there is no way. Himiko Toga looked at the scar on his palm and lost his thoughts. As a member who is using quirk but don't interrupt, she has a deeper understanding of the power of the beam of light. This is really not something ordinary people can make. Himiko Toga swam slowly towards the shore. As for the life and death of Yellen Inasa, she would never care about it. The most urgent task is to clarify the scope and specific role of the light beam, as well as the influence of the light beam on the quirk. Although Himiko Toga is confident that he will continue to engage in the business he loves without quirk it will cause a lot of interference for both Villain Alliance and her. It's a big trouble. The dead-handle wooden sling must be contacted to spread the news as soon as possible. A string of bubbles rose from the bottom of the water. Yellen Inasa's mouth and nose were all invaded by seawater, and there was nowhere to hide in his lungs and mouth no matter whether he coughed or breathed. I couldn't hear the sound in my ears, my eyes began to blur, and a strong sense of suffocation slowly appeared and even occupied all of Yellen Inasa. Shoto Todoroki just now is Himiko Toga, so where is the real Shoto Todoroki? Yellen Inasa worked hard to move his hands and feet, and the soreness and back pain gradually disappeared under the pressure of the seawater, which means that Yellen Inasa's consciousness is constantly disappearing. Am I dying? Putting one of his hands behind Yellen Inasa, he lifted him vigorously. The water stream hits the face, and after a brief glow, fresh air enters the lungs. A person took Yellen Inasa and swam hard towards the shore, and finally put him on the reef leaning against the shore. Hey, hello. Don't die. The dense barnacles on the barnacle man's face have peeled off. His whole body was trembling, his lips were blue and his teeth were white, and there were circles of white marks around his exposed facial features. There is hardly a single spot in his skin with pits and pits. These are the souvenirs given to him by Barnacle Quirk. The barnacle man panted, and he sent Yellen Inasa to a higher place with both hands. Adjust your breathing and dive into the water again. A figure in the shallow water was rolling in the waves. As the person approached, Yellen Inasa finally saw who it was. Mermaid. His legs were also affected by the beam of light, but he was a bit more injured than the barnacle, and all the inside of his legs were blood. It can be seen with naked eyes that the meat on the inner side of the legs was washed by seawater, and some areas have been soaked. He walked over with difficulty, caught off guard, and Yellen Inasa met his eyes, and yelled, "Is Barnacle a fool? Save anyone." With that said, the mermaid stepped forward and grabbed Yellen Inasa and carried it on his shoulders, leading people toward the safe area. Wait until the high tide can't drown you. Your quirk. I don't know, it seems that everyone's quirk is not available now. The mermaid felt worse and worse. He tickled his teeth when he thought of the man who had the Manda quirk and the overhaul who came to the door first. He said to Yellen Inasa, "You have to testify to us, we are also victims in this matter." About 20 people gathered on a piece of beach that finally arrived. There are 5 young and middle-aged people who are trying to find people just like the mermaid. There is no time to search the huge sea area one by one. Advertisement as much as you can save. Yellen Inasa was thrown on the beach. He tried to prop up his body, tore open the combat suit and took out the phone from the inside of his clothes. His vision began to blur, and after pressing the switch several times, Yellen Inasa finally couldn't hold it anymore. He was in a coma on the beach. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. There is a certain amount of medicine in the seawater. The specifics have not been analyzed yet. A message from the headquarters came from the headset, and Chen Tian's hand holding the rope had rubbed a circle of blood. He hung on the wall and listened carefully to the data given by the headquarters test department. The molecules contained in the air will continue to sink. This is not a quirk, it is a gas, and our database of ingredients cannot be searched at the moment. I know, some of us are already experiencing physical discomfort. Chen Tian's chest became stuffy, and he showed his waist, covering his mouth and nose with a damp cloth. He said, all professional heroes should not let them be close to the island's 500 meters range. Are there no quirk team members in place? A helpless voice came from the headset. Captain, we have no quirk members on board. Go to Japan to transfer people. Isn't there in the maritime police team? There are only 20% of quirks in the world, and quirks are a rare species in the cutting-edge field. In this quirk society, it is even more difficult to get to the top of the pyramid in all fields without quirk. In fighting, others are more tricky than you, and your physical strength is not at the same level as you. In the performing arts business, other people's quirk can add to the performance. Without quirk, one can only rely on hard work step by step. In terms of learning, the quirk of some people's talent is added to their wisdom, and those without quirk will never see the other side's back no matter how much they chase. Physically, appearance, interpersonal, there is no room for growth and no direction of development can be seen. The quirk-free effort is just trying to stand on the same starting line with those who are born with quirk. Chen Tian understood this and sneered. He said, how much can the helicopter be moved? Does the picture of the drone predict a safe area? We may not be able to hold on for long. There is no wind on the island, and the light and gas radiated by the beam of light are in a misty state. With the beam of light as the center, the visibility is less than 5 meters, and the range is 100 meters. The visibility is about 10 meters. If quirk is not applicable, the distance between the beam of light is 632 meters and there is no obvious impact. The center of the beam of light has a humanoid heat source, and the drone was shot down when it drove to the 30-meter area of the beam of light. The following is the detailed data. Kong Dang, a potion bottle dropped on the ground. Quanyue Yale covered his mouth. He walked toward the periphery of the beam of light, and while walking, he was launching the borrowed quirk, Relic. Because the sky is still near the island, Relic, intermittently can still be connected. Testing, yes. It seems my guess back then, although the effects of the two medicines are in conflict, but the effects are hoarse. Quanyue Yale suffered from a splitting headache. He did not take a few steps and knelt on the ground. It can be within 100 meters of the beam of light. Use quirk, but the normal medicine is obviously not enough. He took out another bottle, a mouthful of boredom. The pharmacy bottle is affixed with amplification original solution, but it is a bit old, and it tastes a bit like Huxiang Zhengqi water. Quanyue Yale spit out her tongue, not daring to imagine the taste of a pure liquid that was more concentrated than the original liquid. He went down 2 bottles of medicine and used quirk again. Under the action of the potion, the relic burst out with a stronger force than usual, and was gradually suppressed to its normal level after confronting the beam of light. Quanyue Yale tested his pulse and heartbeat, and he also drew 200 milliliters of blood from his body. After Quanyue awakened him, he could be said to be the only one living in Quanyue's family. Stay in a dying state and wait until the final executor arrives. Restore vitality through Quanyue family's healing system quirk, and burn all vitality for the final execution. Quanyue Yale recorded his body data in the notebook and began to use relics to do various tests. He used the quirk on most of the items, but the time was very short. Advertisement mainly for the record. It's still not enough. The several medicaments that Quanyue's family have researched, including the amplification medicaments mass-produced in Dehedao Pharmaceutical Factory, are mainly divided into dilution, original solution and pure solution. For example, what Yuzuki Kenichiro once fed Quanyue was diluted medicament. The medicament will cause some harm and overdraft to the human body, but as long as it is not taken for a long period of time, it can be replenished by recuperation. The original liquid will have an irreversible effect on the human body just once, while the pure liquid is even more terrible, and the mortality rate is almost 100%. But Quanyue Yayue was astonished in her heart, knowing that her first-line sky should not exceed 3 hours from the time she was handed over to Quanyue's management. Now in the entire front line, Quanyue's status and has begun to surpass his original master. You drink this thing now, the effect is not strong. Quanyue Yayue regretted. The first time you strengthened the increase in the year, you did not spend the full time in the Beihai Pharmaceutical Factory. If Quanyue had been honestly soaking for 20 years. After 4 children, the speed of Rich River rebirth alone will increase at least twice. The arm that was rough stitched with thread has not been repaired, only a layer of skin has grown to cover the appearance. You can feel that there are no bones inside by pinching it with your hand, and the picture has an empty appearance. For the current Quanyue Yale, 2 bottles are already his limit. In the sky, Quanyue borrowed a certain elder's quirk, sleep, to make Overhaul fall asleep. He snapped his fingers and a chair appeared automatically in the sky. Quanyue sat up generously, and the space on the left automatically split a piece, and the dark tentacles pouring the highly concentrated pure liquid respectfully into the teacup. Yi Shentian's original owner, Quanyue Yayue, clutched her nose and said in disgust, "You will interfere with my quirk control." Only their family can do it, relying on the quirk after death, ignoring physical defects and maximizing the ability. But it is enough for now. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. He is going to act. In a sense, the current Quanyue is not only the ultimate executor of the plan, but also the patriarch, with real power in the family, who can completely fight against the cornerstone of the family, cemetery. However, this is far from Quanyue's limit. Grandpa is going to hold on. Quanyue carried Inuichiro Yuzuki and Yingshi Hana on his shoulders one by one. Then you don't control it. Give me control. Quanyue waved his hand, and the black tentacles were as obedient as a puppy, quietly crawling under his feet. The speed at which he took over any one of Quanyue's quirk was beyond ordinary people's imagination. That's why, Quanyue's step in strengthening the quirk has to be done by a dead person. Quanyue hit a haha, and said indifferently, "It doesn't matter. Drinking this thing is the same as taking big tonic pills." As a full glass of pure liquid was eaten, Quanyue's alienation that belonged to the devilfish quickly faded. The appearance has become a 15-year-old Quanyue. Chapter 255 Quanyue stepped into the sky with one foot, the huge pressure crushed his knees from top to bottom, creaking crisply. Quanyue didn't change his face, and directly threw Yuzuki and Ichiro and Hana's Yingshi on the ground, and then tore his clothes to pieces, and he used a sword to create some scars on himself. Finally, I used the mental quirk to create a little trance for myself. Afterwards, Quanyue put a concentrated pill in his mouth and lay on the ground. He closed his eyes as if he was in a coma. Breathing began to become rapid, and his face showed a pale color. But he still kept the most primitive quirks in his body in constant operation, and the amount of medicine in his body was constantly increasing in order to fight against the high pressure of the outside world. Quanyue bit his lip and plunged his hands into the mud. He counted silently in his heart, 120, 119, 199. When he counted to 27, Yuzuki Inuichiro began to slowly regain consciousness. Unlike Quanyue, who was always awake, he felt like he was being beaten viciously in a sack. Yuzuki Inuichiro pressed his forehead, and the joints made the sound of rust. Hiss. Yuzuki Inuichiro turned his head and saw Quanyue's desolate state. In an instant, a basin of water poured down from his head, and all the confusion was thrown into the country. Izumi, Izumi. Yuzuki Inuichiro stepped forward to lift Izumi's long hair, and tested the temperature of his forehead with his hands. Not hot, but terribly cold. Yuzuki Inuichiro grabbed Quanyue's wrist and was about to measure his pulse. Quanyue barely opened his eyes, held Yuzuki Inuichiro's hand, and said softly, "Don't. I'm cold." His voice seemed to be crying, his voice was hoarse, and there was a bright red mark on his pale lips. He bit it out by himself. Yuzuki Kenichiro was startled in his eyes. He took off his coat and carefully wrapped Quanyue into a small bun. This kid always reminds him of Quanyue, who died long ago. I don't know why, it is completely irrelevant, even the gender is different, but Yuzuki Inuichiro always has a strong sense of sight. If you really have something to do with the Quanyue family. I couldn't say whether it was joy or sorrow in my heart. Yuzuki Inuichiro helped Izumi walk to a dry place and sat down. Yuzuki Inuichiro walked over, preparing to transfer the Yingshi Hana family, rumbling under his feet. An empty bottle rolled twice, probably kicked by him. In the bottle, there is a very obvious watermark. Yuzuki Inuichiro walked over, he picked up the bottle, sniffed it against the bottle fan twice, his face changed drastically. No one else can tell what kind of potion this is right away, but he can. Because he had spent a period of time studying the recovery and use of this medicine from the death of the door to the age of 15. In addition, there is no quirk, and Yuzuki Inuichiro can be said to have no taboo. He will use various methods to research this potion with increasing quirk strength. Advertisement after the Dahei Dao, in addition to the government and related military factories, the only one who has the ability to independently produce this augmentation effect potion is Villain Alliance. Yuzuki Inuichiro put the bottle away, and his heart became murderous. In the Great River incident, the two complete pharmaceutical production lines taken away by the Villain Alliance have always been placed in the heart of Yuzuki Inuichiro. In particular, an artificially created heroes criminal group like Nine Phoenix has become a model for the success of the drug. Yuzuki Inuichiro was irritated, and it happened that Yingshi Wahia also became aware. After a brief exchange of news, the two of them looked at Izumi. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. There is no doubt that Quanyue may be the one who knew all the truth after the two of them were unconscious. What's wrong with her? It looks like she's dying. Hua Jiang volunteered to carry Quanyue on the road, but as soon as she squatted down, blood came out of her A. Yingshi Wahia touched it by himself, and he didn't know when there was an extra suture on his hip. However, because of the action just now, the line collapsed. It can be seen how poor the technique of the person who performed the operation is. I don't have hemorrhoids. Wahia Yingshi was confused and surprised. Who did it? I'm crazy, it's okay to be operated on the A*. After all, it is a private place, and Yuzuki Inuichiro can't tell, on-site inspection. Especially there was an underage girl on the spot. In the end, it was Yuzuki Inuichiro who was responsible for the road on the back of Izumi. Before going on the road, all the communication equipment of the two of them was damaged, and Quanyue did not have a mobile phone on her body. Yuzuki Inuichiro even took out the tracker and GPS location he had hidden, without exception. It's weird. Yuzuki Inuichiro put the GPS location on the heel back and said, "What is your quirk?" Let me first explain that I don't have a quirk. Yingshi Wahia smiled and said, my quirk is an immortal body. He observed the expression of Yuzuki Inuichiro, and interrupted, passive quirk, the one that does not die if you don't die. The flaw is very big, although it is said, it's not dead, but it's just recovering quickly. After each recovery, it hurts the foundation a lot and is not very suitable for professional heroes. Listening to Yingshi Hua's own explanation, this quirk is a bit similar to Quanyue's healing system, both of which are of the type that burns oneself to illuminate others. If you go to be a professional hero, they are all those who die early and overtake their lives. Yuzuki Inuichiro always felt a little strange, but didn't ask much. Their focus now is to take Quanyue to find a safe way out. Quanyue's body was cold, and there was no warmth anymore. Yuzuki Inuichiro could see that Izumi's chest was still rising and falling, so he didn't sniff. Because of the quirk, Yingshi Wahia volunteered to go the forefront. The two big men tore their clothes into long strips to form a 5-meter rope. One is tied to the hand of Yingshi Wahia, and the other is tied to the waist of Yuzuki Inuichiro. Visibility is too low. Hua Jiang looked at the beam of light not far away strangely. It is reasonable to say that the closer you are to this beam of light, the higher the visibility. Yuzuki Inuichiro fixed Izuki to his back with the remaining self-made rope. The fog was thicker than they were before. He was a little worried and said, if there is anything, you can pull the rope immediately and I will drag you back. Okay, there are 3 long and 1 short when something happens. Yingshi Wahia checked his belongings and plunged into the thick fog. After he was sure that there was no danger around him, he would pull the rope and let Yuzuki Inuichiro lead Izumuki to follow. Although the distance of 5 meters is not very far, it is a safe range. In addition to the safety of both parties, it was also because in the thick fog, one of the 2 parties had an accident, and the other could untie his rope to keep one of them away to the maximum. Advertisement. Even if the person in front of you resembles him, he is not that young man. Yuzuki Inuichiro had a clear mind. Dad. You daddy. Izumi, who was on Yuzuki Inichiro's back, suddenly grabbed Yuzuki Inichiro's clothes, and she made an uneasy and dazed voice, don't, me. He knew that a teenager would cry, Dad, in his sleep, and his tone was panic and confused, like fragile ceramics, which could be completely destroyed by just a light push. Let's rest on the spot. Yuzuki Inuichiro said to Yingshi Hana. Look at Izumaki first, and I will explore the road nearby. He increased the length of the rope to 10 meters and tied it to his hand, went out. Yingshi Hua's family may have been tampered with. Now that the pharmacy bottle has appeared, this matter is 80% related to the 2 drug factory cases 7 years ago. There is no way to distinguish the concentration of the medicine in the bottle, and it is also impossible to recognize when the bottle appeared. Red, and it is an unnatural plateau red, he is dead. That boy died 7 years ago. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Yuzuki Inuichiro paused. He turned his head slowly and found that his back had already been fainted by tears, and Quanyue's face was covered with tears. But Yuzuki Inuichiro superimposed this crying face with another face with vertical and horizontal scars. Quanyue died in his arms 7 years ago. 5 meters is the buffer distance for any accidents. Yingshi Hua had attended a first aid class at the police academy. He counted on his wrist, but he didn't think it was right. He asked Yuzuki Inuichiro, is my face red now? Yuzuki Inuichiro shook his head. He stepped forward to pinch the pulse of Yingshi Hua and measured the other's heart rate. Your heartbeat is a bit abnormal. For half an hour, we walk a bit slower than normal. So, it is unlikely that the heart rate is abnormal due to exercise. The average height of the island where they are located will not exceed 150 meters, not even a mountain, and it is called a hill. The climate is also unlikely to be the cause of the plateau redness on his face. Yuzuki Inuichiro watched the Yingshi Hana family getting more and more energetic, his eyes gleaming, and he remembered this matter in his heart. No matter how Quanyue resembles, it is not Quanyue. The two wandered in the jungle for a while, and the person who first appeared physically unsuitable was Yingshi Wahia. Let's walk for half an hour. The fog has not dispersed at all. He proposed a new plan. Should we go in the direction of the light beam? Chapter 256. A new direction. The fog on the island did not disperse, the people inside couldn't see the outside, and the people outside didn't know what was inside. Yuzuki Inuichiro circled twice inside and made a mark. He was determined to walk towards the beach, and after discussing with the Hua family Yingshi, the two once again carried Quanyue on their backs and set off on the road. This time they saw the mark made by Yuzuki Inuichiro twice. Go around in circles. Hua Jiangshi said lowly. He touched his forehead, feeling scary hot. Due to their current situation, Yingshi Hua Jia swallowed the sudden physical condition into his stomach. He observed the heights of the trees and came to the right direction. After returning to the place again, both of them realized that it was not simply thick fog. Is anyone using quirk? Yuzuki Inuichiro himself has no quirk, and there is no way to judge it well. But he subconsciously attributed the beam of light to one of the external manifestations of quirk. In this era that is extremely dependent on quirks, the biggest use of technology is to serve all kinds of quirks, help, assist, and so on. Without the emergence of quirk, mankind would have entered the space age. This is correct. So Yuzuki Inuichiro subconsciously thought that this was a quirk outbreak after adding some assistive technology products. He put Quanyue on his back, and listed several suspicious items in the dark market in his mind. What these items have in common is derived from the villain alliance. 7 years later, the Villain Alliance has embarked on a road completely different from Honghu's ambition. The core team of the Villain Alliance, led by the Dead Handle Wooden Crane, Himiko Toga, Twice, and Po Yuguang, etc., caused the appalling 240 tragedies and 786 catastrophes. Behind these tragedies are the support of strong scientific and technological wisdom. The strength of Villain Alliance is not only the strength of its own quirk, but also the integration of technology and quirk. According to Yuzuki Inuichiro, 7 years ago, the largest quirk prop-making company controlled by the Power Army was hit by the Villain Alliance, and many important cutting-edge technologies were lost in that attack. Thinking of this, Yuzuki Inuichiro's eyes showed a trace of killing intent. Yingshi Wahia picked some fruits to satisfy his hunger. The two calculated the time. It has been 6 hours since they were unconscious. The two simply speculated about the time when the white mist and the beam of light appeared. Quanyue, who was pretending to be feigned on his back, listened secretly, a little surprised in his heart. Except for the complete error at the core, the other parts are basically two people guessed right. Here, Yingshi demonstrated a very reliable knowledge reserve in its application. Quanyue originally disagreed with this guy as a volunteer, later, but at this moment he was a little moved. Except for the reason of quirk, just the response in a crisis situation can show a person's character. However, this is not the most important thing in the Quanyue family. Quanyue thought, he moved his fingers. After drinking the potion, he is different from the others, and he will not be in an extreme situation of being unable to bear the pain, madness, and self-harm. But all the quirks he was using were at the limit, and he couldn't move his fingers. If you encounter any villain at this time, Quanyue will not have the power to fight. In this situation, there is a special term in the records of Quanyue's family, day and night line. They think this situation is a state of extreme collapse on the verge of life and death, but there is a strong uncertainty. Some people will fall into a weakened state after drinking it, and some will run away directly after drinking it. And under the strong pressure of the powerful beam of light to eliminate the quirk, no one knows the effect of the two effects on the human body. The best state is similar to the moment when day and night alternate, you can't see where the light comes from, and you can't see where the light is going. Day and night line, it means this. Advertisement. When Quanyue returned to Japan, in addition to officially starting all the plans, he also had to use the various test sites hoarded in Japan to constantly adapt to his state after taking the medicine. He must make himself proficient in reaching the state of day and night line. Quanyue gently grasped Yuzuki and Ichiro by the collar, and now it is at least safe for him to stay with Yuzuki and Ichiro and Yingshi Hana. Moreover, the villain on this island was designed in advance by himself and his grandfather. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Rub a sword light fell from the tree. Yuzuki Inuichiro backhanded up a branch to face it, and the branch was split into two pieces with a sword. Yuzuki Inuichiro changed hands and pointed the gap at the visitor. The white fog was vast, and a figure of Meow Man could be seen walking in the direction of the three. Yingshi Hua picked up the stone from the ground. Ah, it turned out to be an old acquaintance. The blonde Himiko Toga walked out wet. She was wearing a tight-fitting gel coat, and water drops from her cheeks down her neck all the way down into her clothes. Her equipment is more complete than three people combined, and it was a three-sided thorn that attacked Yuzuki Inuichiro. Yuzuki Inuichiro stayed on the blood trough of the three-sided thorn for a while, backed up 2 steps, looking for a place where he could go in and out to stand firm. Himiko Toga didn't care about his actions at all. She said to Yingshi Wahia, "What is your deal with that mermaid?" After she finished speaking, she reorganized the language. "You don't seem to be as simple as I thought." "Of course it's not easy for me," Yingshi Hua said. "I'm the people's policeman." He saw Himiko Toga in the cave, and of course he moved him to the area of villain. Knowing in his heart that Shoto Todoroki's whereabouts is definitely related to the blonde woman in front of him, he winked at Yuzuki Inuichiro quietly. Seeing Himiko Toga's appearance, Yuzuki Inuichiro felt more certain that the immediate matter was related to the Villain Alliance. It seems to be the same as what I thought. In his imagination, all of this was caused by the Villain Alliance. The person that Villain Alliance initially targeted should be Todoroki Heroes, who forced the plane to land on their preset island. There are quirk props that they designed in advance on the island. When a certain time comes, they turn on this item. Finally, the spectacle of the white mist of the beam of light was created. As for why you want to hold yourself, 80% of it is because of the old grudge between Villain Alliance and yourself. Yuzuki Inuichiro has not forgotten that he was once the adopted son of AFO, a dog, a stepping stone, and a whetstone that he raised specifically for the dead wood. He listened to the scene of Cave Blood Draw by Yingshi Hua combined with Himiko Toga who appeared in front of him, and understood this action as he wanted to get the immortality of Yingshi Hua just in case, decided to draw blood, do reserve food. Todoroki Heroes, quirk, immortal body, Honghu ambition young master. But there is still a motive. Why did the Villain Alliance go to great lengths to launch such a conspicuous weapon of destruction as the beam of light? Himiko Toga was also a little surprised. She never expected that Yuzuki Inuichiro would appear, let alone that Yingshi Wahia would be alive. She thought in her heart, it seems that the Murloc, Yingshi Hua and the guy in the lighthouse are all a bunch of people. Advertisement: the Murlocs helped Yingshi Hua escape from the cave. Yingshi Hua took Shoto Todoroki to the lighthouse and took refuge in the lighthouse. Now he does not hesitate to turn on the beam of light, a big killer that can eliminate quirks on a large scale. Their organization looks very suspicious. But, again, Himiko Toga cannot reasonably string these people together. Could it be that the organization behind the Wa family Yingshi and the information that the dead handle wooden hanger said at the time were shut down first? Himiko Toga didn't ask directly, she turned her gaze on Izumi who was behind Yuzuki and Ichiro. After returning to the mark for the third time, Himiko Toga said, "Why not change the direction?" She eagerly looked at the beam of light and said, "The most dangerous place may be the safest place." Yuzuki, Ichiro and the others left, and Himiko Toga also left. The photos are also taken from the data. The photo is a group photo of a group of people. They are standing on a lighthouse. The surrounding area of the lighthouse is densely covered with woods. It can be seen that this is a highland, and the photo still shows the sea area behind. A group of people gathered in front of the lighthouse. Two young men were wearing white lab coats. The appearance of one of them was indistinct because of the photo's disrepair. Himiko Toga, send someone to this place for the dead ghost. Find this place. The dead handle wooden hanger pointed to the photocopy and said, "Here, something is wrong." He gave an approximate sea area. Before. It was about 7 years ago, yes, it was 7 years ago. The dead handle wooden hanger grabbed his neck and got up from the chair. Before the teacher, he said that I must let that person join in anyway. In the villain alliance, but I didn't, yes, then that guy died and died. He's 7 years ago, he gave me a copy of the information before he died. In fact, I lied to him, nothing, the important thing is that information. He does not have a pinna. Yingshi Wahia stepped forward and blocked Himiko Toga's gaze. Outside the two white coats, a group of people gathered. The number is about 50, and they are embarrassed to sit and face the camera casually. It can be seen from the clothes that this is a fisherman from a nearby fishing village. But the photo of the other one who was teasing his ears clearly showed his weirdness. She remembered that before the hijacking, the deadwood hanger rarely talked to herself alone. He also wore a hand on his face, and his whole person looked decadent, and said, "Recently I heard that Oulu Might went to sea, and his disciples are still gathering together. It looks like something big is going to happen, but this is not the most worried thing about the dead handle wooden hanger." He showed Himiko Toga a printed old photo, not only the Great River in the North Sea, but also other places. That information is not complete. The words of the dead handle wooden hanger made people feel confusing, and Himiko Toga keenly sensed that he was excited. The dead handle wooden hanger's voice became sharp and crazy. "It's really distorted. How distorted is this family?" As a quirk, Yuzuki Ichiro chose to pick up the dagger and hand it to Yingshi Wahia after he was sure that it was okay. They did not put down their vigilance against Himiko Toga because of this vote. Himiko Toga did not continue to speak either, and the people on both sides kept a distance of 3 meters. Yuzuki Ichiro and the others rest where they are, and Himiko Toga rests where they are. But that lighthouse is a common lighthouse in coastal areas of Japan, and no representative objects and symbols can be found. It is even more difficult to find an island with a lighthouse. There are trees all around, and the only representative thing is that there is a hole-shaped reef in the background of the photo. "You guys are trapped here too." Himiko Toga took out a dagger and threw it at the feet of Yingshi Wa. "Why don't you try to cooperate? You can't use quirk here, right?" Chapter 257. Let me finish the line. "You are going to do it yourself." Wa Jiang was the first to object. He has a strong defense against Himiko Toga. Yuzuki and Ichiro stopped his attacking action, and he looked at Himiko Toga. Unlike the tired two people, Himiko Toga has damp clothes, but his eyes are piercing and he looks good. The three of them walked no less than 10 kilometers even if they circled in circles. Ichiro Yuzuki made a pleased gesture, and he said, "Then you go ahead first." He didn't agree with Himiko Toga's opinion in his heart, but he didn't want to conflict with Himiko Toga. 3 people against 1 person, it may not be their own victory. Himiko Toga thought of this situation, folded a long branch and walked in the forefront. The further the 4 of them moved forward, the more they felt their chests and their heads heavy. Izumi, who was on Yuzuki and Ichiro's back, was the first to attack, and the smell on his body became more and more strange, emitting a decadent smell. "Is there a dead person on your back?" Himiko Toga asked, clutching his nose. Izumi reluctantly made a sound, and Yuzuki Ichiro put the person down and poured a little water, which had no effect. Quanyue's brain seemed to be crushed by someone with a grinding disc, and his whole person seemed to be put in a cement mixer. Like once he died, he was divided into several pieces alive, and then broken into mashed meat with a mixer. The pain is honestly recorded. Don't shout out. Quanyue controls his movements. He is thankful that he does not have the option of breathing now, otherwise the heavy breathing will be easily exposed. "Izumi. Is it okay?" Yuzuki Ichiro stretched out his hand to lift Izumi's hair and check his face. Quanyue grabbed his hand and forced it to sit up. "It's okay, but it's very uncomfortable. This is what must be done in the scope of the beam of light, adaptation. Until when and where you can maintain the state of dawn and twilight line." Izumi's arm holding Yuzuki Ichiro was extremely weak. Himiko Toga walked behind him and stared at his arm. She saw the thin seams on her arm, and she reached out to grab it. "Miss me." Yingshi Wa Jia took the person back. "Let's go first." "You kid seems a bit wrong." Himiko Toga didn't see Izuki's face clearly from the beginning. Izuki's long hair covered his entire face. At this moment, Yuzuki Ichiro took off his coat again to protect the person. She can only remember it as a small matter and leave it behind. Let's see what is more important in the center of the beam of light. Himiko Toga has a hunch, and in the beam of light there is the secret key that the dead-handle wooden hanger has been looking for. Are you really fine? Quanyue smiled. He grinned reluctantly. Upon seeing this, Yuzuki Inuichiro picked him up and walked, and he gave all the ropes to Yingshi Wahia as a guide. Yuzuki Inuichiro asked with concern, if you have anything, you must tell me. Quanyue shook his head. This is the double pressure brought by the effect of the medicine in the beam of light. Even if you talk to Yuzuki and Ichiro, it will not relieve your pain. He said, Where are we now? Quanyue said very hard, as if something was squirming in his mouth. A mouthful of black blood ran out of his mouth and dripped on Yuzuki and Ichiro's chest. Blood is not like blood, with a weird flash in the black and red. Advertisement. Yuzuki Inuichiro was shocked. He knew that the beam of light might have a great impact on people, but he didn't expect it to be so great. Quanyue, who was already weak, looked like a paperman rushed out at this time. Quanyue, don't scare me. Yuzuki Inuichiro didn't say much. He took Quanyue directly and left in the opposite direction. If Quanyue's body suddenly went wrong because of the beam of light, then they were far away from the beam of light. Quanyue grabbed his collar and repeated this sentence with difficulty. Where are we? Where are we? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. On an island. Okay, give me a rest and don't sleep. Yuzuki Inuichiro couldn't wait for another speed-type quirk. Don't close your eyes, don't doze off. Am I going to die? Yuzuki Inuichiro didn't speak. He used all his strength to find the way. But it seemed that no matter where he walked from, it was the same, and Quanyue's condition had not improved. Not only did she begin to bleed in her mouth, but Quanyue's eyes also began to bleed automatically. Yuzuki Inuichiro's upper body was immersed in black and red blood. In too much panic, he ignored the abnormal blood. Bleeding from a living person is not the same as bleeding from a dead person. Especially for people who have been dead for a long time, the blood coming out is another taste. Inuichiro. Quanyue's eyes began to blur. He tried to mobilize several quirks on his body and began to measure the distance between where he was and the beam of light. His knuckles protruded, and his cyan muscles violent. I came to Japan. I met pirates when I came to Japan. I am here. Talking in this state is too tired. Quanyue knew that she still had a long way to go to reach the perfect state of dawn and twilight line. This is also the purpose of his coming to Japan. Yuzuki Inuichiro grabbed Quanyue's hand and listened carefully to his words. He looked at the bloody Quanyue, and suddenly thought of how many times he held the bloody Quanyue in this way. Quanyue, come and find someone. Quanyue's mind started to explode with severe pain, and the pain of the meat grinder doubled. I'm so afraid. He's gone. Don't close your eyes. Yuzuki Inuichiro is not in every way. Izumi, I'm listening. Don't sleep, don't close your eyes. Hello. Noisy. Quanyue's hearing was not affected, and his ears were almost deaf. He tried hard to finish the line, and he must not waste it. His name has a yi. Yuzuki Inuichiro's hands were full of blood, and he was stupefied by the last word. Yi? What is yi? He suddenly became panicked. For so many years, he had been expecting Quanyue not to die. He had just read it wrong. But whenever he remembered the head of the person he was holding in Beihai was blown up, he remembered the blood and flesh he had been soaked in, and the sentence he heard while sitting at the police station, DNA match, confirmed death. Quanyue is dead. Who are you? What is your relationship with him? Who are you? Isn't the Quanyue family the only one? Who are you? What are you looking for him for? Who are you? No matter how Yuzuki Inuichiro questioned, Izumi was unconscious, and his blood dripped to the ground. So much despair. Advertisement. When Yingshi Wa returned, he was stunned. He was always safe as a police officer. He would not even have a car accident on the island, except for the previous animal incidents. He took off his jacket in an attempt to stop the bleeding, and found that this action was really stupid. This is obviously an internal injury compared to an external injury. Yuzuki Inuichiro seemed to be beaten as mentally handicapped. He stared at Quanyue with stunned eyes, his hands trembling. Yingshi Wahia shouted a few words without replying. He shouted innocently. Oh my god, what villain did you meet? Himiko Toga knelt down and twisted a handful of blood-soaked mud. She put the mud in front of her nose and sniffed it, licked it, and immediately vomited it out. Smelly. Not new. It took more than a month to die. No, maybe more than this time. This blood and bleeding people will never be as simple as what you see now. She was about to step forward to say this. With a poof, Himiko Toga staggered forward. Her chest was blood red, and a hole appeared in her chest. Then she flew out and was thrown on a tree. The tree broke in two with a click. Elbow the temple. But I will protect everything related to you. Yingshi Wa stood up. Before he finished speaking, he put his hands on his face and threw him out. He saw a flash of gray moth mask between his fingers and the scars on the man's neck. Yuzuki Inuichiro grabbed his leg backhand and dragged the person to the ground. His eyes burst into flames, and fighting spirit broke out at this moment. No words were needed. The reason for fighting overlapped with the promise he made to someone 7 years ago. Let her go. There was a hint of interest in the eyes of the man in the moth mask, but his target was obviously not any of the three. He decisively gave up the fight with Himiko Toga and picked up Quanyue, who was covered in blood, and wrapped the person in his coat. In a moment of darkness, there is enough for a physique master to do a lot of things. Suddenly, the three-sided thorn came from the side of the man, and Himiko Toga stood up on her waist, her mouth still holding a bag of blood. It can be seen from the label that this is the blood of Yingxiwa. Himiko Toga gave a perverted smile. Take off your clothes, let's have fun. She is very friendly to everyone with scars. What's more, the appearance of this person is highly suspected, and Himiko Toga decided to use this person as a new breakthrough point for this trip. The man in the moth mask remained calm. He glanced at the beam of light and snapped his fingers. There was the sound of a helicopter spiral from the sky. The crazy wind swept the scene, and the bighorn sound of the vegetable market played cyclically throughout the island. Listen to the people on the island, we are. It is a million times more difficult to deal with than before. You interest me very much. Himiko Toga drained the blood from the blood bag, and her wound remained the same. But Yingxiwa knows that this person's body is slowly recovering because of his quirk. This person is so strong, you're already dead. There is absolutely no use of quirk. It is possible to achieve this level purely by relying on physical skills. Yuzuki Inuichiro quickly drew out the sword before, but that person was faster than him. The beam of light began to shrink, and suddenly closed in a few seconds. The sky was cloudless, the scorching sun expelled the dense fog, and the woods gradually became clear. Quirk looked like the king of beasts returning to the wilderness, showing his fangs. Chapter 258. An unknown secret. Listen to the people on the island. We are the Japanese government naval army. Please immediately give up resistance. Please put down your weapons and stop using the quirk. We will guarantee your safety. Listen to the people on the island. We are Professional Heroes Office XXX. Please move forward in the direction east. There are emergency medical treatment centers set up by medical staff in the east and south directions. Please move in the east and south directions. Our personnel will be picked up nearby. Only one speaker is different. It is magnifying the curse. Countless corpses slowly floated up and down on the sea. The boat that came quickly was pushing each corpse away with oars. The professional heroes sitting on the boat were sad. They all boasted that they had experienced strong winds and waves, but they had never watched so many people die in front of them. As professional heroes, their proud quirk disappeared under the cover of the beam of light. Barnacles, barnacles. The mermaid naturally felt the disappearance of the beam of light. The scales on his hands and face had not been eliminated, and it became obvious again at this moment. He felt that his quirk didn't completely disappear because of the beam of light, and he plunged directly into the water to find people. The role of the beam of light is not as terrible as they thought. So far, there is no way to use quirk normally in the beam of light. Record it. Shen Tian ignored the blood on his hands, and after arranging several subordinates, he directly grabbed the rope and climbed up the cliff. He was the first to rush into the dense forest on the island. The pistol has been loaded. This time, I will never let you escape again. Shen Tian concentrated on the hatred in his eyes. I will bring you to justice. In the woods, the man in the moth mask is holding Quanyue's body. Quanyue Yale said, sure enough, it's still a bit too reluctant. Quanyue replied softly, stop talking, get out of here. Yes. The masked man is the grandfather Quanyue Yale. He personally experienced the effects of the medicine in the beam of light, and collected a lot of necessary data on the spot, and the goal has been achieved. He snapped his fingers, and a black whirlpool appeared behind him. Himiko Toga only felt familiar. She rushed forward and punched the moth masked man's facade. There was something else under her hand. A long needle was ejected from the back of her hand, and the angle was pointed directly at her. Quanyue Indaxia. The moth masked man let out a cold snort. A strong explosion exploded in front of him, without any smoke or sparks. The powerful arrogance takes him as the origin and spreads out in a fan shape. Yuzuki Inuichiro lowered his body and rushed over. He ran fast, 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Let her go. Ha ha ha, you said let me go. Wouldn't it be very shameless? Quanyue Yale continued to speak his lines, but he has no talent for acting. The first few ha 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 laughed dryly. Quanyue's eyes were almost turned into dead fish eyes. What's the next line? Quanyue Yale whispered. Can I just say it? Quanyue didn't understand it. The family members are said to be not bad at school, so how can they not recite a line? However, time is running out. Quanyue Yale has arrived in Kurogiri with Quanyue in his arms. Quanyue whispered. Goal target, hurry up and take an oath. Oh. Quanyue Yale actually didn't want to say such lines in the 2nd grade, but there was no way, they still had to do it. Quanyue Yale had to be extremely embarrassed, and said perfunctorily, she is one of our important goals. It's up to you, oh, you. Humph. It's better not to read this paragraph dry. Quanyue thinks it is more appropriate to let his family do some behind-the-scenes work next time. Like the last execution, the one who needs to show up in front of the stage is still on his own. Advertisement. The two of them didn't expect that these words would irritate Yuzuki Inuichiro's whole person, and he stepped forward and grabbed the corner of Azumi's clothes like crazy. His knuckles were bleeding, his pants had been shattered in half by the previous shockwave, and his clothes were dirty. But there was a bloody madness in his eyes. That kind of madness was owned by one of Quanyue's family. The moth mask man was taken aback for a moment. He looked at Quanyue and said, I didn't expect to really care so much. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Quanyue was also bluffed by Yuzuki Inuichiro's behavior. Give me back. Give him. Yuzuki Inuichiro said in a low voice. Quanyue Yale did not hear clearly, but Quanyue did. He had no time to think about what he was referring to when he fell to the ground, so he could only move his fingers. The little corner of the tug clothes suddenly tore. Yuzuki Inuichiro then lost control. he fell hard to the ground. Himiko Toga knew the powerlessness of revolving heaven, but realized that the person in front of him was unusual. She said, "What's the matter? This quirk, he obviously died." The quirk of the dead. Reappearing in front of her, this cognition subverted all her current cognition of quirk. Yingshi Wahia stepped forward to help Yuzuki Inuichiro. But Yuzuki Inuichiro's face changed from white to dark, and he used force to get up from the ground. Yingshi Wajia heard the crisp sound of twisting bones. "Don't go. Don't go." The child had something to do with the person 7 years ago. 7 years ago, Quanyue's death was a mystery. He had no power at that time. Now still no power. Kurogiri slowly disappeared, the air was freezing, and there was nothing around. Suddenly, the trees fell to the ground, and there were broken marks on every tree. Speculated from time, it should be caused by the fluctuations from the masked man. Himiko Toga listened to the voices coming closer and left the scene without saying a word. She needs to explain the situation to the dead-handle wooden hanger and report the sudden appearance of Kurogiri quirk. She didn't notice that where the beam of light originally existed, the air was gradually distorting, as if a thin film suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The sunlight shone lightly on that area, and Lang Lang reflected in the sky except for the appearance of a lighthouse. "Is there a tower over there?" The pilot operating the helicopter rubbed his eyes. "Look at the red and white lighthouse." The companion retorted, "No, there is only a desert island overgrown with trees and weeds, and there are no buildings on the island. However, the surrounding waters of the island became a hell on earth. Let's hurry and rescue." The driver blinked again, and there was indeed an ordinary island in front of him, with nothing left. Okay. But the driver had an extra heart, and he turned on the camera and took a picture of the island, then put this matter behind. In the sea, the pain is much better than before. As soon as it entered the water, the mermaid's feet slowly grew scales, and the symbol of fish began to gradually recover. He pushed away a corpse, looking for a barnacle. "This fool, don't die. It's not easy for them. Advertisement, why do you still encounter these?" A flame smashed down from the sea, and a grim voice grabbed his hair with a pair of big hands, and the mermaid was caught from the pile of corpses without any protection. Agni Hero's Endeavor's face is cold, half of his arm is wet, but the intensity of the flame is not reduced. "Stay, don't hinder Hero's office. My friend is below. The bacteria and diseases that breed after the decayed corpse have not been disinfected by professionals. If you are a fish quirk staying below, you will be infected with germs and become a source of infection." Endeavor looked up and down several wounds of the mermaid and sneered, "Send him to disinfect. My friend is still below." Originally only 7 points anxious, after hearing Endeavor's explanation, it became 70 points. "What are you doing in a daze?" Endeavor looked for his son eagerly, but still processed a part of the corpse according to the arrangement. His flame quirk can be used as a heater to kill some germs under special circumstances. Moreover, considering the fast mobility at sea, the corpses may rot and stinks. Coupled with the highest temperature of the day approaching, the virus may accelerate its spread. The nearest inhabited island only takes 5 minutes by boat, and there is an ocean water purification plant 20 kilometers ahead. For safety and efficiency, Endeavor applied to come to the corpse disposal group and the environmental purification group. Fundamentally speaking, these drugs are the products of the research passed down by the Quanyue family for generations. Quanyue Yayue didn't look right, but her hands-on ability was one of the best in Quanyue's family. He quickly implanted the small accessories he chose into Shoto Todoroki's skin. "The medicine, you can add some buffer medicine to him." Quiet. Endeavor's son Shoto Todoroki is still alive and dead. "So, do you really plan to try Shoto Todoroki?" Quanyue watched Quanyue Yayu's movements in the sky, and while dressing herself up, she took a mouthful of spicy hot sauce, and the bowl was filled with red oil. He drank it clean in one sip and asked, "He hasn't done anything that hurts the world and can't die." Quanyue is not proficient, but the basic medicine configuration is still good. He helped to prepare the buffer medicine, but the buffer medicine could not fundamentally relieve Shoto Todoroki's quirk crisis. "Son, are you well? My friend is still below. Most of the medicines used by Villain Alliance were left over from Dehedao Pharmaceutical Factory. Over the years, they have been working hard to study the most original plan of the medicine, but unfortunately, none of these people have worked out the true proportion of the medicine in the past 7 years. The grandfather Quanyue Yale was a little strange, and the 8 trigrams in his heart was about to move. He asked, "Great-grandson, are you a little bit like that Yayui child? Then what about that little secret?" He counted the time and said, "Should we arrange a new identity?" Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Seriously, his life will disappear. Although the side effects of the drug can be delayed indefinitely in the first line sky, as long as Shoto Todoroki wants to return to a normal society, he must go out. According to the medicine Himiko Toga gave him, the best result is losing the quirk. Quanyue ignored it. His inner anxiety is 10 million times that of others, but in the face of the overall situation, he can only suppress his grief and do his own job well. He missed his son. "You have to stop the production of this drug." Quanyue Yale took off the moth mask, panting for breath. "I will never act with you again, I'm too tired." He emptied himself and felt that he was going to fight. It's better than talking lines. Yes, Scar Heroes standard, not to kill innocent people. Chapter 259 Heroes Guidelines and Bottom Line Secret. Quanyue's hand gesture of dispensing the medicine, he wanted to say, "What's the secret between me and him?" It's better to use a joking tone, but when the words came to his lips, Quanyue couldn't speak. He thought of the scene where Yuzuki Inuichiro clutched the corner of his clothes tightly. Inuichiro's hands are wider than they were 7 years ago, and they look more powerful. He remembered that one day 7 years ago, Yuzuki Inuichiro offered to take himself to learn physical skills, and they looked at the sword together. Quanyue asked him, "You have a lot of injuries on your hands." Yuzuki Inuichiro smiled. He covered Quanyue's hands with his hands, and said, "But you also have a lot of injuries on your hands." Yuzuki Inuichiro is a scar that has been sharpened by practicing swordsmanship and physical skills. Quanyue is the scars left by all kinds of suffering and injustice. Now, he has. Quanyue suddenly realized the painful reality. The hands that used to clap with him as an alliance, the hands that once held him have become not his own. He shook his head and said, "Where do I have a secret?" Quanyue Yale's thinking is not as simple as Quanyue said. He persuaded, "If you abandon the identity of the EU family, what do you think he treats you?" "Nothing." Quanyue put the medicine aside to settle, and he started to clean up his wounds with iodine and needles. Because it did not reach the morning twilight line state, Quanyue's body began to show different lesions, and some places had rotted so that bones could be seen. He said, "If he is not a child of the Yaoi family, it is as if I am not a child of the Quanyue family. We will not have an intersection at all. Besides, this assumption is very boring. Let's talk about the problem after abandoning any factor. It is a fallacy in itself. Quanyue is no longer the impulse and naivety of 7 years ago. Then, did you forgive him for the medicine he gave you a few years ago?" Quanyue Yale knew that this was a threshold that could not be bypassed. During Quanyue's UA high school days, Yuzuki Inuichiro secretly replaced the milk given to Quanyue by another classmate, and added a lot of special medicines in it. It was during that period that the thin oral medicine promoted the explosion of Quanyue Quirk step by step. At the worst, giving Quanyue the drug in the environment 7 years ago would be tantamount to his life. Quanyue knows that doing something wrong is doing it wrong. Even if he and Yuzuki Inuichiro have a very good relationship, and even have a tendency to become brothers earlier, this kind of thing is not suitable for forgiveness. "I will handle it myself." Quanyue Yale looked at the low air pressure around her great-grandson, and muttered in her heart, "What do you deal with?" Although they could not clearly see what happened between Quanyue and Inuichiro Yuzuki in those years. But I can probably feel the different atmosphere between the two. Yaoi's children cared too much about Quanyue. He persuaded, "There are so many people without quirks in the world. The ancestors also let go a few years ago. It is not necessary for Yu family to." "I want him," Quanyue said softly. "Any comments?" In the sky, all the sounds disappeared. It wasn't because Quanyue Yale closed his mouth, but Quanyue grabbed the quirk of a ray of sky with this sentence, and he forced this semi-closed small world to only release his own words. He didn't want to listen to the rest. Beyond the horizon, the island's disaster relief is proceeding in an orderly manner. Chen Tian's people almost searched the entire island. In addition to finding 2 Yuzuki and Ichiro and Wahia Yingshi, they also caught Himiko Toga who wanted to escape and some scattered fish quirks. Advertisement including the rescued Gale heroes Yellen and Asa, about 100 people were sent to the rescue fleet in batches. The government and professional heroes officially accepted the supervision of the island, and they searched the island for 2 days and 3 nights. Gained nothing. Every inch of turf, every piece of land has traces of patrols and search teams, every tree, flower, and grass are truthfully recorded in the archives, all traces of battles are preserved and the party is sealed, and the place where the beam of light appears prevents outsiders from entering. Researchers are working non-stop with the elites of the laboratory to do soil analysis and air composition evaluation. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. On the sea, buoys have been raised, and each mile is equipped with professionals and professional heroes to conduct live inspections. Once a suspicious person on the sea is found, report it directly and prepare for battle. Disinfectants check whether the seawater contains excessive substances 3 times a day, and make early warnings in various provinces and cities in advance. The border of the coast began to restrict people from entering, and every member who entered and exited was strictly checked. All this has not been announced to the public. Heroes' second-generation Todoroki heroes, the second most popular and most popular heroes, disappeared until now. A strange beam of light suddenly appeared on the island can suppress the use of quirk, and the side effects are unknown. A large number of suspected lethal objects appeared in the seawater, causing more than 500 deaths. Anyone released can feed most of the Japanese news media, and anyone thrown away will cause widespread panic among the people. The government, the police station and the alliance of professional heroes firms silenced the news while speeding up the interrogation of relevant personnel. First of all, the scars don't kill innocent people. Chen Tian was still rubbing the medicine on his face, pointing at the mermaid's head and making a pound shot. "You have to believe in his precise killing," he said. "Whoever wants to die is who wants to die. On the contrary, whoever he wants to live, that person cannot beg to die." The mermaid looked pale and was allowed to soak in the bathtub because of quirk. "This makes him look like a pet in captivity," he said. I don't know the scar." Chen Tian looked at him, stood up and said, "Don't you know? So why don't we talk about other things?" The mermaid struggled twice, and the hand that was handcuffed on the water pipe had already drawn a red mark. Chen Tian walked around casually. He picked up the documents on the table in the room and read, "Most of you are quirks suitable for water warfare. In this time, most of you were drowned." The mermaid still did not speak. "As far as I know, wound killing is still a bit peculiar." For example, he likes to chop off the hands of thieves, because these people steal things with their hands. The arsonist must end up with the firetail. Now your companion died of drowning. And you, an animal smuggler who sells precious animals, have thought about what form of punishment you will use. Chen Tian obviously watched all the early videos of Scar's Heroes Inos. He complained about Hero's simple and crude criminal thinking more than once, but he was surprised by the accuracy of Inos' arrests. It is never a joke that Scar's subordinates do not kill innocent people. The mermaid sneered, "Are you using a crime to judge my result?" Chen Tian sighed. He knew that these people still didn't know what horrible existence he was staring at. No way, Chen Tian had to explain to this little fool. He said one thing: 30 years ago, a teacher on the west coast was buried alive under the school playground. 30 years later, Heroes Inos found the murderer from the scar. Bury the murderer alive under the playground. The whole process was live broadcast across the board, with cruel live burial and torture. When everyone thought Inos had missed, a corpse that had been silent for 30 years was found in the subsequent excavations. At this point, he has been wronged. Scar's The Name of Heroes Inos became an instant hit. Advertisement: those who drowned, we are almost investigating. You, are they? They are notorious new pirates in the Japanese seas and public waters. Chen Tian pointed to the mermaid's face and said, "You will stay with villain for a long time. Alliance and Sanshin Ocean Park do business with the new pirates, right?" Looking at the expression on the mermaid's face, Chen Tian knew that he was right. The so-called new pirate refers to a group of pirates that suddenly appeared in the sea in the last 10 years. Most of them are fish quirks, and their fighting power is more than twice that of the general population. They have no ships and no fixed targets. Like locusts, they will looting when they see the ships. The ship they were looking at was dead. All the goods will be taken away, not even a grain of salt is left. All the ironware that can be knocked off from the room and the ship are taken away, even hemp rope and fishing nets. Only people, they don't want it. These new pirates will tie the crew together, throw them into the sea, and watch them drown. It is said that the evil new pirate will deliberately bind two people who are related to each other and let them choose one of the two. Wherever the new pirates passed, no nails were left, even the newly born puppies would not be let go, and they would all be thrown into the water and drowned. There was a cute rabbit painted on the jar, and his father smiled and said, "It's a big white rabbit. This is the sweetest water he has ever drunk." Then what can we do? I don't want to kill people, only to kill animals. The mermaid said with a cold face, "We are also forced to be helpless, but there is no way to integrate into a normal society." In the impression of a mermaid, he grew up on that island since he was a child. The place where he slept was an icy cave, and he ate the carcasses of fish and shells. All he knew was that his father brought him a can of small cubes that was sweeter than the last mineral water. "Dad, what is this?" The little mermaid flicked his tail and asked eagerly, "What is this, Dad? Dad, 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 dad." In fact, it's all gone. The mermaid didn't understand what the father said. "Don't go out, don't go out. You don't know what people outside think of us." The parents of those children were crying. They can do nothing but bury the child's corpse in the deep sea, watching the corpse fall into the invisible abyss little by little and become a part of the sea. What is the white rabbit? They have never seen a transparent soft bottle, let alone what it contains. It looks like water. The mermaid is the most courageous and looks good, and is the head of a child. He twisted the lid and took a sip. On the third day, the adults returned with the body of the child. "I want to go out and see. Whoever of you will go with me." Barnacle fell ill that day, and the mermaid did not follow. He also envied those children who could sneak out, always looking at the hole and thinking about when they would come back. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Until one day, a bottle of mineral water floated at the entrance of the cave. Although it is only half a bottle, it is completely different from ordinary seawater. Suddenly a new door opened in front of all the children. They pestered their parents to ask what the outside world was, and they always wanted to run out and take a look. The people who grew up with him, barnacles and other severely alienated people, didn't realize what was wrong with this. The father held the mermaid and the barnacle and said, "We are already monsters. It's a white, soft and sweet thing." The father himself had never seen a real white rabbit, but he tried hard to describe this kind of creature on the ground with his young son. He picked up a piece of candy in the jar and said, "In the future, you will see animals in this shape. The white square is just eating sweet, then he is a big white rabbit." Chapter 260. Acting is so difficult the mermaid gave the barnacle a big white rabbit toffee, and he said, "This is the rabbit. Rabbit is sweet, right? It's the best one anyway." The two children grew up slowly until the day they were allowed to go out. They ate the white rabbit candy. "It's okay, there must be a lot of rabbits outside." The mermaid comforted Barnacle. To this day, they have never eaten the white rabbit toffee again. In the interrogation room, Chen Tian interrupted the memory of the mermaid. He opened a bucket of instant noodles and had a battle meal, and then continued to chat with the mermaid, looking like he was going to take something useful out of the mermaid's mouth. But every time he encounters a certain boundary, Chen Tian first diverts the subject. He was more calm than everyone else to draw the dividing line, and imprisoned the mermaid from the body to the spirit in a small room. As a guard, he caused physical and mental oppression on this person. "What else do you think of?" The mermaid shook his head and said, "No more." His face was pale, and the medical staff came in and gave him a bottle of glucose. Chen Tian took a piece of paper and said to him, "You have a friend called Barnacle, right?" The mermaid suddenly raised his head, the needle was pulled out, and he rushed to the edge of the bathtub, clutching the corner, and his eyes were red. Don't worry, you can't die. The barnacle's water quality should be the best among this group of people, and it was found in the reef area. However, because he no longer had any quirk on his body, his barnacle appearance disappeared one by one, and he looked like an ordinary person with acne marks. Unlike the mermaid, no one has found a definitive explanation about the crime of barnacles, and even Gale Heroes Yellen Inasa is willing to testify for barnacles, saying that he has actively carried out rescue operations in this disaster. The key is the mermaid. If you really can't remember it, it doesn't matter. Chen Tian calmed down, and he lived, I bet. The scars will come to you in the end. Until the mermaid is taken into prison, he will send. The man looked at him firmly. I just killed some animals. I killed them to survive. Isn't this world? Animals are more precious than people. The mermaid asked, you don't know what life we are living. You are not qualified to be in charge. How are we going to survive? No matter it is you, heroes are not qualified. We are not qualified, but the law is qualified. Chen Tian changed shifts with another person. He especially placed the mermaid in a room without windows, and the room was guaranteed to be monitored without blind spots. There are guards at the gate 24 hours a day. He walked out of the room, packed up the documents, and went to see Yuzuki Inuichiro. Compared with the mermaid, Inuichiro Yuzuki and Yingshi Wahia looked pretty good, however, because they were determined to be the last three people who came into contact with Scar Heroes Inos. The content of their inquiry was at least an inch thick. Let's review the whole thing from the beginning. Mr. Yuzuki, first you paced Heroes Zero Honda with professional heroes on the way back to your country, tentatively claimed that you picked up a girl named Izumi Dasuki. Then you and Mr. Odagiri on the same ship. There was a quarrel. Mr. Odagiri died the next day. Then, in order to participate in the next lecture tour, you handed Uzumaki to Todoroki Heroes Shoto Todoroki, and commissioned him to take the people back to the Honghu Ambition headquarters. After 3 days, you confirmed that the plane crashed and headed to the place where the accident occurred to meet us and Deku Heroes Midoriya Izuku. So far, there are no problems. Chen Tian played a video, which was the footage of Overhaul rushing into the room to kidnap Yuzuki Inuichiro. This is a surveillance video restored by our technology, and there is no sound. Mr. Yaoi, why can Overhaul accurately come to the ship and kidnap you? What have you exchanged here? After he kidnapped you, where did you go? Why did your location message disappear strangely for more than 24 hours after entering the island? Advertisement Yuzuki Inuichiro said his opinions indifferently. He was very smart to put himself in the position of a victim, and his attitude must be in line with Chen Tian's work, but there was nothing dry in the words. In contrast, what Yingshi Hua said was very useful. I don't know, I just walked into the lighthouse, then Shoto Todoroki was snatched away. I don't know behind it, and I'm so embarrassed. I don't know, I feel like I went inside and slept, opened my eyes and closed my eyes all day. People, I think about it, don't remember. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. No clue, no progress. Team Chen, I found the information about Quanyue. A team member took the new information from the fax machine, and the ink was not completely dry. Yuzuki Inuichiro, who had been inactive, was also excited, and he pinched his hand to prevent himself from grabbing the piece of paper excitedly. Chen Tian frowned. He said, go and find some new pirates to check the authenticity. I found out the identity of Uzumaki from the information. Uzumaki's ancestor was a Japanese in the Quirk era, and he was a well-known returning doctor. His name is not Quanyue, but Quan. The old patriarch of the Quan family passed away a year ago. Before leaving, he made a will and left all his inheritance to his foreign grandniece. Quanyue is the grandniece of this family living away. Chen Tian looked at the Izumi's body report form given by the customs and poked it in the treatment quirk column. He remembered what to ask Yuzuki and Ichiro. I remember that there is a famous heroes family in Japan. They seem to it's also spring. 2 words. Quanyue's house. Chen Tian's eyebrows trembled. What a coincidence. According to the current information, the Quanyue family's quirks are all treatments. Although the Quan family is not a cure for quirks, it has a little healing effect, but the two races are like the ocean and a small drop of water. There is too much difference in magnitude, and there is no comparability. Chen Tian looked at the group photo of Shongshen's family, and found the so-called Quanyue when he was a child on it. There is a slight similarity. It may be the 18th change of the female big. Chen Tian can't tell that this is a family. He hesitated and went to search for information on Quanyue's family. The last child of the Quanyue family died in Beihai Pharmaceutical Factory 7 years ago. What about the information? Is there no picture? Intuitively told Chen Tian that the name Quanyue might have something to do with the Quanyue family. Coupled with this unique treatment system quirk, the two might be truly related. Relationship. But he was told that there were no photos of Quanyue's house. There were some before, but there was a big river incident in Japan 7 years ago. During the police interrogation, the villain alliance rushed into the archive and burned all the torch backups. Such materials, especially professional heroes and security personnel. You can't upload your internal photos to the internet. If the hard disk is burned, it will really burn, and there is no way to restore it. There are no photos, they were all burned 7 years ago. However, the other party found him a photo of the body at the crime scene. That was a photo taken at the scene of Beihai Pharmaceutical Factory. A headless photo belonging to Quanyue. Chen Tian, who had come to see his face, was completely helpless. The head was blown up. What did he look at? Could he still see a person's face from his neck? Yasuki Inuichiro listened to Chen Tian's negotiation with the other party, and remained silent. He actually has a photo of Quanyue, which is a sleeping face photo. It was the night after he murdered with Quanyue at the UA Games, he secretly photographed it. Quanyue in the photo was full of scars, and the untreated wound on his forehead was still bleeding. The whole face was dirty and red, but he was asleep because of fatigue. Advertisement instinctively. Yasuki Inuichiro didn't want to show this photo to Chen Tian. He perfunctorily asked Chen Tian a few questions and said he was going to sleep, so he drove people out. But he quietly turned on the phone and looked at the photo from 7 years ago, feeling uncomfortable in his heart. On the sea, Quanyue Yale and his younger brother Quanyue Yayue sat on the dolphin with a telescope, each with a telescope and a croquette in his hand. They talked about the 8 trigrams of Quanyue. I mean, the relationship between these two people must be different, same. Tisk tisk, Yayue's family and ours are unclear accounts. Quanyue Yayue is more leisurely. Anyway, we have all the people in the remaining sea. According to the plan, we can have a physical body during a holiday. Let's play. Quanyue was soaking in the sea. He carried Shoto Todoroki and took a deep breath to comfort himself not to worry about the old man. Sure enough, it's better for young people. You can go out and talk about love or something if you have a body. Enough. Quanyue was afraid that he would explode in the sea. He is now reverting to the image of a weak girl, with black hair floating in the water like seaweed. Hurry up, I will contact you again if I have something. The elders of twins spit out their tongues, disrespectful of the old, so ruthless. Quanyue Yale is willing to tease her children and grandchildren, so indifferent. The next time I meet you will be in the cemetery. It's not fun to be deserted inside. Are you not going to pay tolls for your poor and helpless elders? So filial. Quanyue looked at the two grandfathers, men with their 20-year-old skins, their smiles gradually stiffened and twisted. Tell me, what do you want? Does AFO's items have a head? The two elders quickly put away their skins. Their bodies were given by Quanyue, not to mention that this kid is their great-grandson. But the speed of turning his face is much faster than the speed of recognizing the ancestor, and this is the real Lil ancestor in Quanyue's house. The two of them fought haha and left with a dolphin. As for Shoto Todoroki and a series of troubles with Yasuki and Ichiro, let Quanyue explain it himself. Quanyue sighed and started to carry out his last mission this time. He dragged Shoto Todoroki onto a reef, barely standing on the edge. He dusted his clothes and face a little bit of dust, and started to treat Shoto Todoroki. While healed, he let out a desperate cry. Oh, Todoroki heroes. You must not die. After crying for a long time, Quanyue really didn't feel it. He splashed the seawater on his face, changed his tone and started crying. Ba ba ba. I always felt something was wrong. Quanyue cried for a while and gave up. Ah, acting is so difficult. I'm better at pretending to be weak. Quanyue decisively deleted the crying scene from here, showing a resolute expression, making herself look like a determined little girl. I can, even if no one comes to save me, I can take Todoroki heroes here. Live on the reef. After talking to himself to the empty sky and sea for 10 minutes, Quanyue decisively gave up his lines. He should cry. Acting is too difficult. How do you think it's not the same thing when others say lines in oneself? Why is it so ashamed to say such things? The men of Quanyue's family can't act. Quanyue comforted himself, isn't it just crying? Okay, I cry. Chapter 261 Shoto Todoroki was awakened by crying. He felt mosquitoes buzzing in his ears. After listening to it for a while, it turned into a heart-piercing roar. After the roar was fruitless, it turned into a crying fake cry. In the end, there was really no way. He even heard the man cursing a little, FK. It seems that there is really no way. The eyes are kept in the dark for a long time, which promotes the increase of hearing sensitivity. Shoto Todoroki tried to open his eyes. He felt the salty sea breeze, but his throat was as dry as a dry well. He tried to pry away a glimmer of light, and suddenly a piece of cloth covered his face. Now the sun, slowly open your eyes. Quanyue has been paying attention to Shoto Todoroki's situation. He dipped a little water and disguised his face with 2 tears. To be honest, he didn't use this kind of acting method in other countries, and directly relied on force to bombard all the way. Only in this country where he was born and nurtured would so many troublesome things be involved. Quanyue sighed, tore off his skirt and wringed it out to cool Shoto Todoroki. He prepared a set of rhetoric to tell Shoto Todoroki what happened to the two of them, and euphemistically said that Shoto Todoroki's body was constantly feverish and there was a problem. Shoto Todoroki still had a low fever, but his mobility was restored. He pulled Quanyue up from the sea, and the two stood on the reef. As the tide rose, their foothold became smaller and smaller. Shoto Todoroki raised his hand, ready to open a path with ice. It's okay, we will be able to get out soon. The expected ice road did not appear. Shoto Todoroki closed his eyes and was shocked to find that Quirk seemed to have been locked in the box. There is no movement no matter how I feel it. What happened? Shoto Todoroki looked at his hand, lost in thought. The first thing he thought about was not that he lost the quirk, but how to take Quanyue to save himself in this situation, and then he thought about keeping the information confidential. Once it is known that the professional hero's Shoto Todoroki has lost his quirk, it will be a big shock to the community and the villain. Professional heroes who lose their quirk will have their license revoked directly. Quanyue knows this naturally, but he has no way to speak to Shoto Todoroki. He could only watch the restlessness and anxiety in Shoto Todoroki's eyes increase and sighed. Before dark, the two of them were spotted by the patrolling maritime police and brought back to the headquarters to join the rest. Chen Tian separated the two of them for questioning. Shoto Todoroki knew very little, and most of them were in a coma. The focus was on Quanyue. But Quanyue also made a very simple pretense, "Don't know, I don't understand, what are you talking about?" He described his physical feelings, the beam of light he saw, and the appearance of inexplicably on the sea, indicating that he had not seen or heard anything. He speaks like an ordinary person innocently involved. Advertisement just when the plane crash has no results, just ask before. Chen Tian asked what happened before Quanyue appeared on the sea, and he learned 2 words: sad face. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Amnesia. Do you really think this is a TV series? Chen Tian restrained himself without kicking the table. The entire interrogation came to a dead end. Everyone has their own opinions, and everyone's description is very mysterious. Yuzuki Inuichiro personally thinks that this is the work of the Villain Alliance, and Himiko Toga from the Villain Alliance points to the new pirate where the mermaid is. The mermaid said that he and the new pirate were not the same, and the core leader of the new pirate died in this disaster. As for the more marginal figures, the Wa family Yingshi hasn't even figured out the distribution of forces among them. Shoto Todoroki and Yellen Inasa were constantly misled by the use of it, and the girl Izumi had no way of judging what role he played in the whole incident. The content extracted from the seawater is more than 90% similar to the banned drug ingredients stored in Dehedao pharmaceutical factory 7 years ago. The main production of Dehedao so far has been controlled by the Villain Alliance. This is Yaoi. Inuichiro's main reason for accusing Villain Alliance is valid. In the follow-up interrogation, the mermaid publicly stated that he purchased the goods from the Villain Alliance, and the goods were part of the prohibited quirk potions. They use this medicine to weaken and deprive their quirk and want to live the lives of ordinary people. But we did not put it in the sea, nor is the source of the medicine. Quanyue was really not asked what to ask. He opened his eyes innocently and said, "I don't know, I don't understand." In the end, he was judged to be key focus object, and make peace first. Yuzuki Inuichiro let him go together. Originally, they planned to issue a wanted warrant for Scar Heroes Enos, but found that the man's photo was not allowed to be published. To be precise, it's useless to make it public. Even if we determine that he is one of the murderers, what about the evidence? He didn't broadcast a live killing this time, and we have no way to prove that Enos killed someone. Even the kidnapping of Overhaul was finalized after the video was repaired. Chen Tian had a headache. He said, "Well, the Quan family provided a DNA sample and matched the child." He also showed the girl's birth certificate in Japan. Their main task was to capture Enos. According to the testimony of many people, the girl and Enos, wearing a gray moth mask, appeared at the same time. In what they said, Enos' quirks are diversified and prosperous in number, which can basically match Enos in previous records. That night, vomiting sounded from the room where government officials lived, and then several hard drives were returned to Chen Tian's hands. After they agreed, they considered that important members of the incident were the first to let them go. Advertisement: the tripartite Rashomon finally made it impossible for anyone to tell who the murderer was. Everyone has a lot of dirty things. Modern society pays attention to evidence and facts. But still pay attention. Oh, it's terrible. It looks like you all think that Villain Alliance is a backup man. Himiko Toga, the only one who came out of the Villain Alliance, was also caught, and he was about to get rid of the handcuffs and tore the night away when the court confronted him. Suki Inuichiro and the mermaid said, "If you want to talk about suspicion, no one can run away." Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. If you publish directly, I don't have any problem with you if you want to trigger a wave of crimes in the underground society in Japan. Chen Tian directly lost 3 or 4 hard drives in the past. The past Enos crime videos are all in it. If you want to publish it and watch you. The government's decision. Quanyue is the same. Yuzuki Inuichiro stopped talking, looking at Quanyue beside him, lost in thought. On the other side, from the boat to the shore, Yuzuki Inuichiro took a deep breath, feeling much better. Because Honghu's ambition has put some pressure on the authorities, he does not need to continue to participate in the following interrogation for the time being. But every month, I have to come to the local police station for safety monitoring and related inquiries. Team Chen, just let go. Finally, the government brought together Overhaul, Villain Alliance, Mermaid, and new pirates, and made a public announcement first. Generally speaking, the new pirates colluded with the Villain Alliance, and Overhaul, as the main suspect in the kidnapping of Honghu's aspiring young master, is now issuing a wanted order for Overhaul. Therefore, the possibility that these two people are one person can be ruled out. Chapter 262. He has not yet figured out what he thinks about Quanyue. Yuzuki Inuichiro covered his mouth and walked quickly ahead. Quanyue almost couldn't keep up. He sat in the back seat with Yuzuki Inuichiro, and the two did not share their thoughts, nor did they care about each other's body. Yuzuki Inuichiro couldn't hold back his loneliness and broke the deadlock first. He peeled a beef cube to Quanyue. Quanyue ate silently, and the atmosphere between the two of them eased a little. Do you have any plans in the future? The Quan family to which Quanyue belongs is willing to take her in, but it seems that there are not enough people to take care of the child. Inuichiro Yuzuki was kind and wanted to continue taking in Izumizuki, but was refused. I want to move out. Now Quanyue lent all the relics and some matching quirks to the elders of the twins in his family. It would be too dangerous to rashly expose himself to the eyes of Yuzuki Inuichiro. Quanyue is sure that he will not reveal himself, but he is unwilling to take a 1% risk. He told Yuzuki Inuichiro this way, "I don't want to go back to Azumi's family, just find a cheap house to rent." Yuzuki Inuichiro was happy in his heart, his mouth was faster than his head. "I just have a house to rent out, it's better to give it to you." When the words were spoken, the master driving in front looked at Yuzuki Inuichiro in surprise. Yuzuki Inuichiro was surprised and knew that he had failed. He smiled and said, "The house is near Ua High School." "Where did I live in high school? It was idle for a long time after graduation. If it is convenient for you, it is better to leave." After the Beihai incident, Honghu's ambition followed. With a little income, Yuzuki Inuichiro bought a real estate with his salary. Later, with the change of work, the house became vacant. Sometimes it was rented to students or parents. At this time, school had not started and no one lived in the house. Quanyue looked at Yuzuki Inuichiro's eyes and wanted to see what the man was thinking. He felt that Yuzuki Inuichiro knew something in secret, but Quanyue himself was pretty sure that no one in the Quanyue family would tell him that he was still alive. Yuzuki Inuichiro sighed, and he said, "Don't be afraid, there is Ua High School nearby. If you want to take the exam, you can also visit this school." Maybe it is because Honghu's ambition also has many girls of the right age who plan to apply for the Ua exam. In high school, Yuzuki Inuichiro used this as an excuse and said, "The house is also very good, you can take a look first. You are not an adult, and I will not charge you." Because the people of the Izumi family didn't come to complete the formalities, they just sent the money to Honghu's ambitions account to entrust Izumuki to take care of Izumuki, so for now, Yuzuki Inuichiro is still Izuki's guardian. But this guardian must add the word agency. The two of them ate their meals and tidied up when they returned to Honghu Ambition headquarters. It was already late at night. There is a small stall on the side of the road. The stall owner is an old man, who cooks bits and pieces of malatang, as well as some ramen and tempura. In front of the stall stood a short-haired girl, wearing a junior high school uniform, waiting for the shrimp tempura to be cooked. The boss twisted the gas twice, and said unluckily, "Hey, I'm old and forget things." He raised the spatula and said sorry to Yuzuki Inuichiro, "Master, I'm sorry." The gas ran out, and there was no way to find a place to change the gas late at night. The short-haired girl snorted and said, "Grandpa, why do you always forget my quirk?" She snapped her fingers softly, and the blue flame jumped on the stove. The flame didn't slip away from the girl's hand. Quanyue was sensitive to the breath flowing between her. "Natural gas. Come to eat tempura again, you really don't get tired of eating." Yuzuki Inuichiro helped Izumi take apart his chopsticks and introduced. "This is Tang Zi Tianren, a cadre prepared by Honghu's ambition. This is this one. Quanyue, I am her acting guardian." Quanyue sorted his chopsticks, and the memory of Tang Zi Tianren slowly turned out of the garbage. When he was still in UA High School, he encountered an explosion on the street with Shinso Hitoshi. The cause of the bombing was that the gangsters overcharged protection fees, and the father and daughter eagerly quirk out of control and caused a large-scale explosion. Advertisement: Tang Zi is naturally the daughter protected by his father. After the incident, Tang Zetian was also fostered in the Myomiao orphanage for one night. Quanyue only remembers that she didn't want to see herself, and she saw Tang Zi, a junior high school student, sitting next to Yuzuki Inuichiro naturally, staring at Quanyue unceremoniously. "Then is she going to call your father?" Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Cough, cough, cough. Yuzuki Inuichiro spouted a sip of wine, his face flushed. "What are you talking nonsense?" Quanyue snapped off his chopsticks, without changing his face, threw the chopsticks in the trash can, and took a new pair. Sure enough, no matter how old the child is, he is still as unpleasant as before. Yuzuki Inuichiro pressed Tangzao's natural head back, helplessly. "Go and review. Didn't you say you want to take the UA High School?" "I failed to make a recommendation," Tang Zetian said nonchalantly, "but I still have confidence in myself. I can definitely be admitted to the Heroes subject." It doesn't matter to Yuzuki Inuichiro, he graduated from general subjects. But Quanyue had some thoughts. When he learned everything 7 years ago after his death, he learned of his regret that he had failed in the Heroes exam. His grades are silently gone. Later, in order to compensate Quanyue for missing the Heroes course, he had a chance to transfer students. Quanyue didn't know the truth when he was 15 years old, and he thought it was the school's quirk sake. Quanyue tried hard on his hands and couldn't eat anymore. "I also plan to take the UA, he said to Yuzuki Inuichiro. "I want to take the test too." Originally, his plan was to mix in UA to take one thing, and to snipe outstanding quirk talents at the UA High School games. But out of his heart, Quanyue has a little desire to return to his school days. He looked at Yuzuki Inuichiro. The other party was not surprised, but said, "Okay." So agreed. "I'm going to take the Heroes course." The Quanyue family's plan is slowly progressing, and now it has reached the final moment. There is not much time left for the world to fully enjoy the quirk. Quanyue knows that he only has this opportunity to experience the UA High School student years. Yuzuki Inuichiro looked at Quanyue and said, "The exam is difficult." "I can. It's just to fight a big robot." Quanyue knows that he will be able to pass the level with full confidence. "The only part of the written test that I worry about is just a temporary holdover." Quanyue's ability to pass the test is not a big problem. The smile on Tang Zi Tianran's face was brilliant, and she said, "That's great, we can take the exam together." Advertisement Yuzuki Inuichiro has not yet eased from the blow of the phrase, "Daddy." He is happy to play and learn with little girls of the same age, without saying much. The small booth was filled with mist, and music from the song station came from the radio. It seems that the island incident did not leave too many traces. Tang Zi is naturally hospitable and lively, chatting like a little sparrow. Quanyue did not say a word and put his hands on his knees, indifferent and speechless. When they returned to the Honghu Ambition headquarters, it was still like this, and Yuzuki Inuichiro being a peacemaker in the middle finally made them chat. "Return to the headquarters in a while, don't run around." Yuzuki Inuichiro grabbed Quanyue's hand and said, "Now Honghu's Ambition is busy with new pirates and island incidents." They took a shortcut and went straight to the city, the brightest front of the building. In the middle of the night, when the red light, wine and green are tired, only this high-rise building is still burning itself tirelessly. The lights are brightly lit, like an inextinguishable torch. When Yuzuki Inuichiro walked in with the two girls, everyone passing by was greeting him. "Good young master. Good morning, young master. Young master, you are back. There are a few piles of information that you need to deal with." "Good day, young master. Young master, you have picked up the girl again and come back." The Wushan dog ran over with the ice cream in his mouth. "Hi, Xiao Tangze." His eyes fell on Quanyue's body, paused, and said with a smile, "Quanyue, hi." Obviously, Wu Tiangu also knows what the word Quanyue represents in the former Honghu Ambition. He knew more clearly what weight these two words had in the heart of Yuzuki Inuichiro. In an instant, despite the difficulty of deducting wages, the soul of the foggy dog 8 trigrams burned, and the curious little universe was expanding. But he dared not delay business. "Young master, Todoroki heroes and Agni heroes are waiting for you." Feng Nu ran over carrying a box of information, and interrupted. "Gaifeng heroes made an appointment for you to meet tomorrow. Deku heroes left a postcard. There are also a few letters to the young master. The news agency and the Rion agency want to interview you. Do you need me to arrange your time?" In an instant, the heads of various departments gathered around, wishing to turn Yuzuki Inuichiro into an octopus. Tang Zi naturally laughed unceremoniously, and quietly said to Quanyue, "Look, this is the society of adults." She was a little bit triumphant. "If you don't be a hero, you can only become a social animal." Chapter 263 The First Encounter of White Rabbit Hair Tie. Quanyue didn't know that he should have a cemetery as a support, so he didn't need to be reduced to file bombing. I still sympathize with the adult Yuzuki Inuichiro who has to work hard to make money and raise an organization. He is only a 15-year-old kid now, and of course, after sleeping until dawn, Tang Zi is naturally responsible for taking him around. This is where the young master usually works. This is the big canteen where we eat. This is the place where we practice martial arts. Tang Zi naturally remembered something. She quietly said to Quanyue, "I will take you to see a good thing." The two of them passed through the curtain of the dojo and walked to a dark place. In the inner room, Tang Zi naturally touched a trace of natural gas at his fingertips. After intense friction, the blue flame slowly burned to illuminate the pattern of the room. Quanyue was taken aback. He saw a very familiar sword, put it together with another long road. The shells of both sword are a bit rough, but Quanyue knows how beautiful and suffocating quicksand patterns are under the sheath. This sword was returned to Yuzuki Inuichiro on his last day in Beihai. That short sword was once given to him by Yuzuki Inuichiro to defend himself. Tang Zi naturally approached cautiously. She placed the sword in both hands and quietly took a look. The natural sword pattern stabbed Quanyue's eyes with the cold light. Tang Zi naturally ostentatiously said, "It's pretty, this is the young master's treasure." Quanyue asked, "Is he here?" "That's right." Tang Zi Tian put the sword back, whispered and hurried away with Quanyue. "The young master sometimes comes here to sit alone when he is in a bad mood. I used to work odd jobs to clean the cushions here. The sword, it's really good looking." Tang Zi Tian is totally different from when he was a child. Yuzuki Inuichiro and Chinian are also people from two worlds. Quanyue was too late to be sad in spring and autumn. He and Tang Zi came together naturally, facing a pair of curious big eyes. The man hung down directly from the pipe on the beam, his hair was sweeping, and he yawned with a fried noodle bread in his mouth, morning. With a mouthful of his mouth, the bread fell, and then the uncle's wailing was spread throughout the corridor. "My bread, my breakfast. Little Tangze, you pay me for the bread." Only the Wushangu was inconsistent 7 years ago, and still unreliable 7 years later. Tang Zi naturally snorted and said, "What does it have to do with me?" Wushangu thought for a while, and felt that what she said was reasonable, but he, a big man, just didn't want to pay for himself. "How can I say so? Your immediate boss in the future will definitely and never suffer a loss if you invest now." Tang Zi snorted naturally. She pulled Quanyue to make a face and ran away. The Wushan dog yawned and didn't care. He lazily walked into the inner room and closed the door. He was originally a nightcrawler who was good at assassination and fighting. He adapted to the darkness a little, and immediately opened the curtain decorated behind the props. Behind the curtain, a tablet is placed. A person's name is written on the tablet. Wushangu banged his head 3 times at the tablet and said, "The young master can't come today, so I still let me worship in the same way. Today I was really hungry, so I ate your super spicy fried noodle bread. Please, now." He folded his hands together. "Good people have rewards, rest in peace." In the darkness, no one answered him. Quanyue, you have to bless our young master in the spirit of the sky, and bless our ambition. Wu Tiangu said something. And the person he was talking about was sitting in front of the vanity mirror, his face pale. Advertisement, I don't want to comb a double ponytail. Tang Zi Tianren met Feng Nu, and the two of them were very curious. The wind girl permed the big waves, and Tang Zi naturally has short student hair. Neither of them has the long black straightness of Quanyue's end. Feng Nuo grabbed a rubber band in her hand and said with a smile. Come on, after tying the double ponytail, I will take you to the young master. I do not want. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi, it does not matter. Tang Zi naturally took out his little skirt. Anyway, my task today is to play with you. Isn't it okay to dress nicely? The wind girl accosted. Girls are only well dressed so that boys like them. Quanyue's heart screamed as a groundhog. But on the surface, he still kept his indifferent appearance and refused. I don't. He doesn't need boys to like it. 2 hours later, Yasuki Inuichiro, who was hungry and busy with work, looked desperately at the pile of documents left next to him. There was a knock on the door. Please come in. After eating this meal, he was going to talk with Midoriya Izuku, Shoto Todoroki, Endeavor and others about the follow-up of the island incident. But it was not Feng Nu, the big secretary who appeared in front of him. Quanyue put the lunchbox on the coffee table indifferently, with a terrible expression of, you have the ability to laugh, you are dead. He was holding onto the skirt and was a little embarrassed to be stared at by Yuzuki Inuichiro. You are not allowed to see. Yuzuki Inuichiro was in a daze. He reacted and quietly turned and blushed. Quanyue is now wearing a cute little skirt with double ponytails, and looks completely different from what he saw at the beginning. Quanyue saw him turn his head and knew that this person was the same as before. When he first wore women's clothing in front of Yuzuki Inuichiro, this guy was like this too. I'm leaving. This suit was so uncomfortable to wear, he wanted to go back and take it off as soon as possible. In the future, he promised to pretend to be a girl in the future. I have to insist on my pants for 100 years. Wait. Yuzuki Inuichiro took out 2 things from the drawer, opened his palm and asked, do you like little rabbits or little flowers? The palm of his hand is obviously a small flower hairpin and a bunny hair tie from the event. The words for free gifts above are not torn off. Quanyue looked at Yuzuki Inuichiro coldly. Very well, starting today, Yuzuki Inuichiro is already a dead person in his heart. Don't like it? The small flower hairpin in Yuzuki Inuichiro's hand is in the shape of a daisy, and he thinks it looks straightforward and gently clamped it on Quanyue's head. Isn't that pretty? Sure enough, compared to before, she now looks like a girl. Advertisement. Quanyue was so angry that he exploded, and he didn't want to stay here for a second. Turn around and leave. Yuzuki Inuichiro smiled and teased him. Okay, I don't like Shalwa giving you a rabbit. Go away. Inuichiro Yuzuki still relied on his status as an adult to put a bunny hair tie on Quanyue's hand. The fluffy little bunny nestled on it like a dumpling, and its 2 ears flicked and flicked. It was weirdly cute. He watched Quanyue slam the door angrily to leave and start eating. As he was eating, thinking of Quanyue running out angrily, he couldn't help but laugh, and he couldn't eat a meal. Sure enough, the kid behaved very much like him. This recognition freed Yuzuki Inuichiro from the busy day, and his mood became happy. His happiness is based on Quanyue's pain, and he looks like a demon. Quanyue ran upstairs angrily. He knew that the upstairs were mostly used to meet guests. But according to Tang Zetian, there have been no guests recently. He found a stairway, sat on the stairs and started pulling his daisy hairpin. There were several strands of hair stuck in the hairpin, and the whole hair was messed up when it was pulled out. Quanyue doesn't know how to comb her hair. He looked at the culprit daisy hairpin, thinking of Yuzuki Inuichiro's expression. His heart was angry again. It has been a long time since he died 7 years ago. Many things are in the hands of himself and his family, and Quanyue hasn't lost his temper for a long time. The main reason is that there is no need for him to lose his temper, and no one will allow him to lose his temper. But now facing Yuzuki Inuichiro, Quanyue put himself in the same posture as 7 years ago. He was still happy to stay by Yuzuki Inuichiro's side. At least for now, Yuzuki Inuichiro will become his biggest umbrella in Japan. The Quan family was just a cover, and couldn't fool the investigators at all. Within 3 months at the latest, his identity will be revealed. And I used the most skilled quirk. Relic. Now I was borrowed by 2 grandpas to deal with AFO. Quanyue can only deal with everything by relying on some one-time quirks and the 2 major quirks during his lifetime. He sighed, and he was in a mess with his messy hair. To calm down. A white figure curled up around the corner. She quietly walked to Quanyue's diagonally opposite corner, and quickly picked up the daisy hairpin he had thrown on the ground. This is a thin girl, wearing a white dress, pale as paper. That. Your hairpin. She looked scared, but there was envy in her eyes. You look so good. Quanyue said coldly. He squinted at the little girl and said, do you want? He saw the desire in the girl's eyes. So Quanyue took off the white rabbit hair loop from her hand and put it on the girl's hand. Here it is. Chapter 264. Mineta Minoru and Amamiya Flower. The little girl stepped back 2 steps as if frightened. She freed Quanyue's hand and ran downstairs. Quanyue didn't chase. He wasn't interested in these. In the afternoon, when Tang Zi naturally came to look for him, he found him in a mess. How did you make yourself like this? I will never wear a skirt in the future. Quanyue vowed to Tang Zetian and said. He went back to the room to cut off his long hair, but he hesitated again when he looked at himself in the mirror. The long hair can just cover some scars on his neck. The neck strap no longer serves as a relic, now it is just a beautiful one. Quanyue put his hair down, put on his pants and walked out. He had a cold face, his long hair fluttering, and he looked like a perfect ice beauty. The young master is in a meeting, it may be a little later. Honghu's ambition has a special floor to serve as a canteen. There are various forms of small stir-fry and buffet in the canteen. After Quanyue asked, he found that there was no hot pot, which didn't feel very interesting, but Tangzi Tianren insisted on taking him to dinner. When they walked to the entrance of the restaurant, they saw a man wearing a purple combat suit squatting down and talking to a little girl. The little girl was wrapped in a long white dress with suspenders, a long-sleeved jacket, and a white rabbit hair loop on her wrist, leaning against the wall. The man kept talking to her, sometimes covering his mouth subconsciously in a louder voice. Tangzi naturally recognized the person, and quietly said to Quanyue, "It's professional heroes grape juice." Quanyue is not clear about the ranking of professional heroes below the top 10, but the shape of the person in front of him gives him a strong sense of sight. It seems that he has actually seen a similar style very early. The man and the little girl said a few words, the little girl kept shaking her head, and finally felt like crying aggrieved. The man stood up helplessly, turned his head and looked at the gate, just in time to see the second woman. "Sorry, can you come and do me a favor?" The man was very polite, "I don't know how to deal with this." Quanyue looked at the man's grape-like hairstyle, and finally matched his memory. Mineta Minoru from UA class. Compared with 7 years ago, he finally opened up, his height is more than 1.7 meters, and there are more grapes on his head than when he was young. The most important thing is that his gaze is very different from that of 7 years ago. It was a serious gaze. They have all changed. This reminds Quanyue that everyone is changing. Mineta Minoru whispered to the second girl. "She seems to be a little uncomfortable, but I'm not very convenient. Can you help?" Tangzi naturally walked over and saw a red on the girl's white dress, and instantly understood. She left Quanyue and took the girl to change her pants. Quanyue took the opportunity to check relevant information about Mineta Minoru. The UA class was known as Breaking Dawn. Their appearance completely broke the employment situation of professional heroes at that time, and expanded the employment scope on the original basis. The emergence of the Big Three of Breaking Dawn opened up the bleak situation 2 years after Oulu Might retired, and was called the Pillar of the New Era by many media. Most people in the UA class have also become representative figures in professional heroes. Because of his personality, Mineta Minoru not only works as a professional heroes, but also acts as a host of Emotional Life on the radio. However, his work process was not smooth. He left the office where he had been working last year and was marked as workplace reason, and now accepts some commissions as a personal heroes. The girl he brought over was called Amamiya Hana, who was only 12 years old. Tangzi naturally looked a little ugly when he returned with Amamiya flowers. She just gave Mineta Minoru a weird look and smiled and led people into the hall. In private, he sent a message to Quanyue, asking her to be careful about Mineta Minoru. Somewhat weird, Tangzi said naturally, but he did his best to the landlord's friendship. The mullet noodles, blindly ramen, pork chop rice, and various delicacies were served a bit, and the 4 of them were hungry for a long time. Quanyue didn't eat much. In fact, he can survive without eating. He eats to prevent himself from looking too strange. But Amamiya Flowers also didn't eat much. Her hand holding the chopsticks was very strange. She held the chopsticks directly in the palm of her hand. When she noticed that she was different from the others, she looked at Mineta Minoru in a daze. From the posture, Amamiya Hana kept approaching Mineta Minoru, and the hand under the table was also subconsciously looking for something to grab. Advertisement Mineta Minoru helped Amamiyaka reorder a bowl of porridge and took a small spoon. After they finished their meals, Tangzi naturally arranged separate rooms for the 2 of them. During the period, Amamiya Hana was very upset. She hid behind Mineta Minoru, watching Quanyue and Tang Zetian cautiously. Tangzi naturally said with great effort, "Mr. Mineta is a boy and cannot live with you." Amamiya shook her head. She quickly grabbed a hole in Mineta Minoru's clothes. "But you live with Mr. Mineta. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi." Mineta Minoru rubbed the girl's head carefully and squatted down to reason with her. "It's late today. I'm right next door. If you call me something, I will definitely come." Amamiya Hana was trembling all over. She shook her head and said, "No. I won't lie to you, I'm right next door. You call me and I'll come over right away." "No," Amamiyaka suddenly cried out, "I don't want it." She must be with Mineta Minoru to accompany her, and she seemed extremely determined at this point. He even threw himself into Mineta Minoru's arms and sobbed. Mineta Minoru looked at Tang Zetian apologetically, and suggested, "I'm really sorry." He took Amamiya's hand and prepared to leave. Tangzi naturally blocked it. "Wait a minute, you can't leave now. I didn't see Mr. Yui today. We plan to come again tomorrow." Mineta Minoru apologized again. "Excuse me." His vocabulary is honorific, which is very different from the lively grape boy in Quanyue's impression. He turned his head and asked Tang Zetian why he must leave the other party. Tang Zetian said what he saw and heard in the bathroom. "When I just went to the bathroom to change her clothes, I saw that all her arms were bruises. All of them were bruises. There are scars from cigarette butts." "What do you mean?" Accusing these scars may be caused by Mineta Minoru. Still suspect that Mineta Minoru has something to do with these scars? Quanyue feels uncomfortable with Tangzi's natural tone, and he thinks Tangzi's natural judgment is somewhat arbitrary. Tang Zi naturally shook his head. This matter is no longer something we can manage. I need to report it to Feng Envy's sister. But at the moment, make the worst assumption. What if it is really done by the grape juice heroes? What if that little girl really had an accident on Honghu's ambition? What should I do about this matter? Who will be responsible? When Quanyue heard it, he felt that Yuzuki Inuichiro was not easy. He thought that Yuzuki Inuichiro must still be dealing with the various consequences of the island incident, completely ignoring the situation of Mineta Minoru. To be reasonable, he shouldn't be involved in this matter, but the curiosity and worry in his bones drove Quanyue to speak. How about the two of us? Tang Zi naturally calculated and said, then I will call another person over. The meeting room is full of people. In the past, it was basically the most talkative group of professional heroes, the Endeavor family, Oulu Might masters and apprentices, the head of the government heroes department. Yuzuki Inuichiro clicked and found that except for Bakugo Katsuki, the top 15 professional heroes had arrived. He coughed twice and reorganized his thoughts. Quiet, sorry you guys don't make any more noise? He has become accustomed to the hardships of the aftermath. First of all, don't let them continue to wrestle with big events. Immediately open Shikai to solve the most practical problems of money. Regarding the follow-up of the island incident, the police station is replying to us, please stay calm and restless. Advertisement if you can't solve it, immediately shake the pot and mud. What did you say? This has nothing to do with us, the superior hasn't given it to us yet. How do we know? The documents were not found. We can handle this procedure for you. How about this? You first go to the XX department to open an application, and then go to the XX department to affix a seal. Now the island incident is so complicated that it is far from being able to figure out the ambition of a Honghu. He can only appease, and then speak nicely, and try to achieve a balance between all parties. Try to solve some practical problems. Honghu's ambition can only clean up the sea and solve all aspects of the aftermath of the professional heroes. So your big problem is beyond the scope of our profession. Mr. Yezuki and the Scar heroes directly face to face. Midoriya Izuku said, what kind of person do you think he is? There is also a question about overhaul. I heard that his men often haunt your ambitions. I hope you will publish all the information about the Scar heroes to the upper middle class heroes. This is no longer a human problem. His danger is comparable to or even far beyond AFO. Endeavor felt the deepest, because his best son lost his quirk in this catastrophe. The doctor diagnosed Shoto Todoroki's possibility of recovery is very small. In addition, there are some drug complications. And we heard some rumors about your ambition in this quirk elimination potion. All Might's eyes were sharp, and every sentence was poked on the point. I hope Mr. Yui can give us a perfect explanation. Yuzuki Inuichiro looked at the people sitting around and suddenly laughed. He said, everyone, although Honghu's ambition has some bad past. But we are now a legal organization and we only do aftermath work. Sorry, I don't know, or say anything about your questions. He doesn't know much about Scar heroes. The first question can be communicated privately with Deku heroes. The arrangements under overhaul are completely legal and reasonable, and even signed and agreed by the public security organs and prisons, and no mistake will be singled out. And the information about Scar heroes. As for the information, I also want to share it. I also know that this person is a huge threat to the future of Japan. But I'm sorry, the right to publish the information is not in my hands. Honghu's ambition is also through Chen Tian. The hands get most of the video recordings and even Scar's heroes' true colors. Moreover, as everyone said, the damage and influence of Scar heroes is comparable to that of the AFO of the year. Even far beyond the Dark Emperor who only exists in Japan, he is a world-class scavenger. Playing with it in hand, his information is not difficult to get, but it needs a little bit of overseas channels. Scar's heroes Enos doesn't like to hide. From his debut live broadcast to kill people, this guy can't wait to let the world know that he is cleaning the worms. It's just that Chen Tian and the others have richer information and more reliable authenticity. Of course I will try my best to help you open the application materials. Yuzuki Inuichiro narrowed his eyes. As for the medicine, I don't know where the rumors came from. But, nonsense. Standing in the dark, the foggy dog is almost going to applaud the young master's strength wildly. If it is not the right time, he can immediately blow 100 kinds of rainbow farts to the young master. Feng Nu glanced at Wu Tiango, whispered a message to him, and pointed to the small door. Outside the door, Tang Zi naturally took Quanyue to wait for this guy. Wu Xianggu was full of interest. Oh, little Tangze, and Koizumi. Chapter 265 Backhand as a slap. The foggy dog can be regarded as an old man with great ambition. He is obviously a talking character in front of Yuzuki Inuichiro. He is liked by people in the current organization. Everyone sees him as if he sees his own husky. As long as he doesn't open his house, he likes to rub his dog's head. The premise is nothing else. In Tang Zi's natural eyes, the foggy dog is equivalent to the organization's first meat shield and the first black pot. She believes that even if something goes wrong in the end, the foggy dog will perfectly put the pot on the back and suffer a severe beating from the young master at most. Moreover, in Tang Zi's natural concept, if the Wushengu's combat effectiveness cannot protect them, no one in the whole Honghu ambition can protect them. She briefly talked about the matter with the Wuxiangu, and immediately aroused the interest of the Wuxiangu. Adult men and minors. He smiled playfully. Let me think about it, this is suspicious. The little girl named Amamiya Hana is also very strange. Her dependence on the professional heroes is already a little sick. She can't leave people for meals, can see each other when going out of the bathroom, and keeps her sight of each other even when she walks inside. Quanyue did not agree with Tang Zetian's assumption. He didn't think Mineta Minoru would be such a person in his heart. Just go and see. Wu Xinggu clapped his hands to set the time. I'm only responsible for the rescue. You two should step on it in advance. Remember, don't offend each other. After all, it's just your guess. Honghu's ambition needs to maintain a positive image in the professional heroes world. Tang Zetianren and Quan Yuming are all children on the face fooling around with this kind of thing. Honghu used a set of sets when his ambitions were still not up. Tang Zi naturally felt relieved. She and Wu Tiangu exchanged locators to ensure that the other party can arrive as soon as possible when a crisis occurs. Next, she and Quanyue quietly changed their clothes and got into the car. They squatted at the convenience store opposite the hotel, and when they saw Mineta Minoru bringing Amamiya flowers up there, they followed to the front desk of the hotel. Through the surveillance video on the computer at the front desk, they identified the room where Mineta Minoru was located. Tang Zetian is to set down a room next to him. Quanyue noticed something was wrong, and he said, "That's not good." "What's wrong with this? And we didn't interfere with each other. It was just prevention." Tang Zi blushed naturally. "The main reason is that this kind of thing really happened. Can you keep silent?" Quanyue watched Mineta Minoru squatted at the door and talked to Amamiya Hana. He felt that something was wrong again. "You said Amamiya has the scars of cigarettes on her body." Mineta Minoru didn't smoke all the way, and there was no smell of tobacco on his body, and his teeth were white, free of smoke and dirt. "I remember." Tang Zi naturally opened the room, and both she and Quanyue noticed that the exhaust fans in the two rooms are adjacent. From time to time in the corridor came the sound of TV in other rooms, the cry of children, the sound of playing cards upstairs, and the whistling of cars outside. "The soundproofing is very poor." Tang Zi naturally said to Quanyue. "If a weak person asks for help, I can't ignore it." Quanyue stared at her and smiled. He said, "Okay, whatever you want." Saying this, Quanyue and Tang Zi naturally squatted in the corner of the wall and listened to the sound of the other room. If it were true, everything happened as the worst in their hearts. Quanyue narrowed his eyes, and there was a faint white light flashing. Although he borrowed the quirk he is bested, there are other commonly used quirks that are enough to punish an illegal person. While thinking about this, Quanyue quietly opened the one-time quirk, Wall Perception. This quirk must have a wall to play, and can only perceive the existence within 10 meters of the wall. Exceeding the wall will be invalid. Without the wall, it will not be able to play. 9 out of 10 of the one-time quirks are such tasteless quirks. But as long as it is used in the right place, the chicken rib quirk can also be a perfect quirk. In Quanyue's eyes, the wall was pulled out, and Mineta Minoru and Amamiya Hana were clearly displayed in front of them. He is like an audience in front of the TV, and the people in the room are the people on the TV. Everything went on quietly. Mineta Minoru took off his combat suit and put it away in the box. His box is a souvenir given to graduates when UA High School graduates. The inside of the battle box is pasted with UA High School Class A graduation photos. However, a hole was burned in this graduation photo of Mineta Minoru. The hole corresponds exactly to a human face. Quanyue didn't recognize the students in Class A at all. He couldn't count who was missing, so Mineta Minoru closed the box. In desperation, Quanyue had to turn his attention to the bathroom. Partition wall perception. You can only pull away from the wall and cannot see the inside of the bathroom. Amamiya. Mineta Minoru knocked on the bathroom door and asked, "Have you taken your clothes?" The door opened a small gap. Amamiya showed half of her face. The water vapor made her hair stick to her body, and the yukata was so big that half of her shoulder was exposed. She was embarrassed, unwilling to speak, and sorry, I forgot. Mineta Minoru was a little hard to do. He sighed and sat on the bed and blamed himself. "Blame me. Don't blame Brother Grape." Amamiya pulled her clothes, wrapped her body tightly, and walked out. "It's me who is not good." She walked to Mineta Minoru. Dripping water on the floor, footprints all the way from the bathroom. "Go to the bed." Mineta Minoru became alert. "I'm going to buy clothes." Amamiya stood alone in front of him, trying to catch him, but withdrew her hand again. In the end, she didn't say any words to persuade her to stay, but stood silently. "Amamiya." Mineta Minoru put on his shoes, pulled out his room card, and said, "Can I wear dirty clothes?" Amamiya raised her head, not quite understanding what he meant. Mineta Minoru smiled. He touched Amamiya's head and inserted the card back. "Go blow your hair. If you don't go, how can I buy it for you?" "Is it for me? Advertisement?" "Yes." Mineta Minoru found the hairdryer and sat on the bed to blow Amamiya's hair. "I will buy you whatever clothes you want, okay?" This tone is a bit like coaxing a child. Amamiya Hana's eyes dimmed suddenly, and even after the hot bath, her hands and feet became cold. She said, "I don't want you to buy me clothes." Mineta Minoru still remembered that the child saw the eyes of a girl with a double ponytail gleaming. It was obviously joy. The girl gave Amamiya a hair tie for a little white rabbit, which was a wholesale price of 5 yuan on the street, but Amamiya spent an afternoon playing with it. Before taking a bath, she carefully smoothed the hair of the little white rabbit's hairball. She obviously likes those beautiful and cute things. Mineta Minoru asked, "Why? Don't you want that white dress with lace?" Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. But Amamiya's face became more and more ugly. She whispered, "I don't want to undress in front of you." Mineta Minoru's face turned blue. "Who said anything to you?" He stood up, gritting his teeth as if he had realized something more sinister. Amamiya, I'm talking about normal clothes, normal ones. Amamiya Hana didn't speak again, until Mineta Minoru blew her long hair well. Neither of them said a word again. The two changed into their clothes in silence and went out. Tangzi naturally took Quanyue out. Quanyue can only watch the one-time quirk expiry and automatically destroy it. He had a vague concept of the relationship between Mineta Minoru and Amamiya Hana in his mind, but the information revealed in the conversation was like bait to lure him, the man-eating shark. Dark, desperate, and faintly sad scars attracted him. Without Tang Zitian's continued urging, Quanyue found a suitable distance to silently observe Mineta Minoru and Amamiya Hana. They are really like a pair of brothers and sisters. As the brothers help the sister to choose the right clothes, do you praise her for her cuteness and liveliness? In the end, Amamiya only needed a pure white dress. This color is so clean. Amamiya Hana finally smiled. Really, it's so beautiful. She put on the skirt directly, and the 12-year-old child wore a white skirt like Sayuri in the moonlight, and the water could come out with a single pinch. Mineta Minoru took her to the surrounding night market and told her that it was late and she would come out to play tomorrow. Two people, one glutinous rice dumpling, and walking back while eating. Tang Zitian also bought sweet and greasy balls for Quanyue. Quanyue was so disgusted that he didn't take a bite. Listening to a sports car at the entrance of the hotel, you don't need to look at the brand, but you know the price is expensive by looking at the style. Leaning on the side of the car was a woman combing a woman with a pearl on her head. She turned on the lighter to play casually, with a lady's cigarette hanging from her mouth. There was an old man and a child sitting in the car. The old man was pulling the window and looking towards the road, while the child was concentrating on playing with his mobile phone. The old people's eyes are not old. They saw the shadows of Mineta Minoru and Amamiya Hana at a glance, and first shouted, "Little Hana." Mineta Minoru was stunned, and Amamiya paused. Before the old man landed a second time, Amamiya turned around and ran behind Mineta Minoru, her hands tightly holding Mineta Minoru's clothes. The woman sneered, spit out her cigarette butt and stepped on the ground, and said, "Shalwa, why are you such a disobedient child?" The sound of high heels was exceptionally crisp at night, and it became a reminder of the Hades in the ears of Amamiya Wa. Amamiya is leaning against Mineta Minoru, the whole person is. She stepped forward on high heels, and she was about to reach out to pull Amamiya's arm. I left without saying a word. How worried the family is. Mineta Minoru completely covered Amamiya Hana, and he confronted the woman. "Mrs. Amamiya, good evening." "Good evening, grape juice heroes. Thank you all the same. No matter how bad your little girl is, you can be the first to find her. You really deserve to be a professional heroes." Mrs. Amamiya was yin and yang strange, and the word, first, was severely separated. She took out a check from her purse, which was prepared long ago. "So did we. Something has been delayed. I'm sorry to trouble you to take care of your children for a few days. I heard that you have been looking for an office these days." It happened that Shalwa's father met several professional heroes. By then, "Mrs. Amamiya, please don't insult me," Mineta Minoru quietly replied to Mrs. Amamiya. He straightened his waist and raised his face with a serious tone. "Please take back your money too." Mrs. Amamiya took the check in front of Mineta Minoru. She smiled and said, "How can this kind of thing be an insult? We all admire heroes. You are all professionals who protect everyone's lives and property from destruction. I will never worry about the length of the family. Unlike us women, they are all people who do big things." Mineta Minoru didn't want to say too much, and just took Amamiya flowers on a detour. Suddenly heard crying. The old man's voice seemed like thunder, and there was a hint of joy in his crying. "Little flower, grandma's little flower. Grandma miss." Her movements were too fast, and she was circling. When he came out from behind, he picked up Amamiya Hana and walked back. "Grandma has cooked your favorite ramen. Good morning, your brother is waiting for you in the car." The child seemed to echo the old man's words and shouted, "Sister." Amamiya held Mineta Minoru's clothes with one hand, and tried to break the old man's arm with the other hand, but because there was nowhere to call her body in the air, she was constantly dragged back. With a tear, she tore Mineta Minoru's casual clothes directly. "Amamiya." Mineta Minoru stepped forward to catch up. Mrs. Amamiya went up with a big mouth backhand and cursed, "You beast. My little flower is only 12 years old, you encourage her to run away with you. Do you have humanity? Do you still have a conscience? My family has already given you money, and you still want to let our little flower? You deserve to be a career heroes, are you worthy? It's not a good thing for you to mess with flowers and grass. I don't know how many women are after playing with it. Now I still focus on our children. Is it for you to waste my hard work to raise the children? Is it for you? Spoiled it? You beast, you're not worthy of being a human being? Don't think that we won't find out those silly things you used to be after you leave. You not only grab the credit of other heroes, but also spill the dirty water on your friends. The office you were in can't bear to fire you, and you still fight their names are slanderous." Mineta Minoru was provoked by this. He grabbed his hair subconsciously and was about to throw it away. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Amamiya lay directly on the ground, not looking like a lady at all. She threw her nose into her car with tears in her nose, and said, I hit someone, come and see everyone, professional heroes abused Quirk to kill me." There were a lot of people in front of the hotel. While watching the show, someone called to the police and the local heroes for a while. Many people spontaneously stepped forward to stop Mineta Minoru. Advertisement. They did not hear the content of the two whispered negotiations, and were directly moved by the voices of Mrs. Amamiya and the old man. The old aunt and old man who stepped forward were all accusing Mineta Minoru. What? What happened? Everyone is very sensitive to children's matters. They gathered around the car and pointed. Amamiya's mouth was gagged by the old man and she was thrown into the car. She slapped the window glass hard, trying to speak, but the voice could not be heard at all. All her anxious tears fell. Mrs. Amamiya glanced at the car and cursed with hatred for iron and steel. Look at him, how old you are to coax my children. You are shameless and we still have to be shameless. You are not only G women but also men, why don't you die? Ah. You have dealt with such a small child and asked the child to take away our passbook. The people around were choked by the series of melons. Many people took out their phones and started to take photos and edit them. Mrs. Amamiya covered her face with her hands and retreated to the side of the car. She opened the car door as she said, not forgetting to spit on the ground, Bah, how can there be a scum like you in Heroes? Yeah, how could there be such a scum in Heroes? It's not that the social heroes research has been opened up this year, there are more scumbags. This kind of person deserves to be scolded, not worthy of being a Heroes. Mineta Minoru stood there and wiped the drool from her face. The car's engine hummed, the tires began to accelerate, and the crowd evacuated an aisle automatically. Mineta Minoru's eyes were red, and he pulled the crowd forward and yanked the car door, but he didn't know who was holding his hair and pressing it back. Let them go. Yes, this kind of scum will teach us a lesson. Go home and educate the children. Hey, really poor child. Looking at the chaotic scene outside with satisfaction, Mrs. Amamiya stared at Amamiya Hana coldly. She saw the white dress, her face was distorted, and she mocked. Oh, like your mother, she will seduce men. In just a few days, you can let professional heroes spend money for you. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Her hands holding the steering wheel are getting heavier and heavier, and her fingernails are about to get stuck in the flesh. Let me see how I go back to clean up you. She is about to start. Boom, one foot directly on the engine cover. The visitor wore a pair of big pants, an old man's vest, and two girls stood behind him. Tang Zi was naturally out of breath and said, it's okay. Seeing that something was wrong, she immediately went to look for the Wushan dog. As for what the Wushan dog is doing, it has nothing to do with her. My kick is probably tens of thousands. Yes, your kick is a figure. Wu Tiangu held a bucket of instant snail noodles in his hand, disgusted and ready to move. He said, where to go, what to look at. The first sentence was addressed to the people in the car, and the second sentence was addressed to the people watching the theater around him. Mineta Minoru finally broke free from the crowd when he saw Amamiya Hana in the car. Still breathed a sigh of relief. It's fine if the person is still there. What are you doing? What are you doing to stop us? Mrs. Amamiya yelled, are you blind? Don't catch the morally corrupt heroes. What are you doing to catch us? Is there a king law? She mistakenly thought that the foggy dog was when I came late. I didn't hear her crying just now and filed a new complaint. That person, he lied to our children to run away. This is abduction and deception. He also likes children and is a pedophile. The snail noodles are ready, and the smell is in the wind for 10 miles. Wu Shenggu didn't rush to open his chopsticks and chatter the noodles, and take a bite, no matter what others said. Hey, what are you doing? It smells so smelly. Come here, there is someone stopping the car here. What is it called? Tang Zi naturally scolded. The police are coming right away. Something is said in the bureau. Mrs. Amamiya was still yelling. Why, it's not my fault. Why are you arresting me? I take care of my children and the police come to do. This is our family's business. You have to arrest him. This person is guilty. He abducts children. Wu Tiangu took a sip of the soup, refreshed and put the snail powder on the car lid, with a look of innocence. What abducts a child? It's not our responsibility. You parked illegally. Wu Tiangu was chattering unhappily. This section is forbidden. Didn't you see the sign? Are your eyes blind? How do you talk? Mrs. Amamiya retorted. You are definitely not a traffic policeman. I want to complain. Wu Shenggu smiled and finished eating the snail powder. The plastic box was thrown toward the windshield, and the person walked to the ground. Hey, yelled. On my waist, hey. No, I'll never end this matter with you. No reason. I want to leave when I hit someone. Is it great to have money? The foggy dog said grotesquely. Hey, the baby must come to the police. It's not over if you don't go to the bureau. You still have to pay for the baby's snail powder. The young master specially bought it back for others. 9 Shish Chapter 266 Settlement Protection Rights. Yazuki Inuichiro finally sent away a bunch of big brothers, and finally could catch his breath for a while. Before he sat down, the door was knocked open. Yazuki Inuichiro was hit by the wind into a chair with a messy haircut. He heard his female secretary Funno say, it's not good, young master, the dog is in the game. Huh? Yazuki Inuichiro later realized and reacted, covering his forehead and glanced at the time. It's 11:30 in the evening. When he fishes the people out, he must make Wu Shenggu work overtime. This guy is also a talented person who can get himself into the game without saying a word or bubbling. Yazuki Inuichiro took out a piece of chocolate from the drawer and put it in his mouth. It was regarded as dinner. He hurriedly put on a coat and Feng Mai went out. If it were an ordinary subordinate, he would never let Yazuki Inuichiro make a move. But it's different if this person is a foggy dog. The destructive power he possesses makes people move. As long as the young master doesn't take care of it, it will inevitably become more and more tragic. It seems that at first you just let the dog bit the pillow and didn't care, then he bit the sofa, you still didn't care, and he continued to destroy the cabinet in the table at home, waiting for you to realize it. Congratulations. Home is gone. Wu Tiangu is a man with such a huge ability, no doubt. He lay on the car and was dragged to the police station with the people in the car. Originally, he planned to let the two girls, Tang Zi and Quanyue, go back to rest, but in the middle he heard that the young master came, and asked Tang Zi to stay and testify. I use my personality to guarantee the happiness of my next life. This woman is absolutely lying. The foggy dog was impassioned and stepped on the table and said, Mineta Minoru will not do such a thing. I swear, he absolutely likes the big one. Tang Zi naturally loosened his waist in silence, and turned his head to leave the scene with Quanyue. What a shame. The entire police station was in chaos and Mrs. Amamiya and Wu Tiangu were fighting each other more than each other. The old lady Amamiya sat crying and crying. Mineta Minoru guarded Amamiya Hana behind her back. This time he paid attention to everyone around him, even the children were on the watch list. The children of Amamiya moved around and continued to play with their mobile phones. Tang Ztn is calling Feng Nv to come, Quanyue is ordering takeaway. He said to Amamiya Hana, do you eat spicy food? Recognizing that he is the beautiful sister of the day, Amamiya nodded slightly, the tears on her face were still not dry, and she quietly wiped her face clean with Mineta Minoru's coat. Mineta Minoru didn't care either, it was indeed a bit hungry to be troubled at this point. Quanyue ordered a barbecue. He thinks that the most suitable food in the middle of the night is barbecue. Advertisement. Do you have placed an order for barbecue? Yazuki Inuichiro's cell phone reminded him. He casually took a look at the mobile phone. He found that the consumption came from Quanyue. A casual sentence, eat too much at night, you will get fat. The police station is just a few steps away. What's the matter? Where is the person? How much is the loss? Yazuki Inuichiro came up and asked 3 times, and the result flashed, and the foggy dog threw himself in his arms. Young master, they bullied me. Hiccups. It seems that he was not the person who yelled at the police station with Mrs. Amamiya. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Seeing more of this guy's rogue appearance, Yazuki Inuichiro pushed his head away indifferently. He found a place to sit down by himself, pointed to Tang Zi Tianren and said, Tang Zi Tian, you speak. Tang Zi Tianren's words concisely explained the cause, history and current situation. Quanyue silently took the takeaway and found a place to sit with Amamiya Flower. However, instead of preparing a barbecue for Amamiya Flower, he ordered a wonton. At noon, he found that Amamiya Hana couldn't eat the greasy food on the table, and could only drink a little porridge. The appetite was small and unlike a 12-year-old child. Amamiya looked at the fragrant wontons, swallowed, and looked at Mineta Minoru pleadingly. Mineta Minoru sighed and allowed her to eat a little bit. She eats very slowly, and she has to blow it cold enough before taking her mouth off. Quanyue finished eating, she only moved a third, and this third was already the limit of her stomach. This is our Amamiya family's business. What are you heroes going out to do? Mrs. Amamiya's nose was crooked, and she said confidently, I am Amamiya's mother, why should I take her home? Wrong. Indeed, you are the mother of your child. Yazuki Inuichiro calmed down the person first, but by coincidence, Mineta Minoru heroes submitted a report on Amamiya Flowers to our headquarters. According to the national law, our ambitions are okay. Officially take over the follow-up processing of Amamiya Flower. He motioned Fengnu to open the tablet, which was officially signed by Mineta Minoru and Amamiya Flower. Is there anything wrong with taking the kids home? What are you doing? Sorry, you should catch this scum, what are you going to do? Ms. Amamiya, I want to remind you, please don't slander any professional heroes and spread more than 300 people. We will accept the reputation damage case brought by Grape Juice Heroes. In this regard, we are also half of them, an expert. Yazuki Inuichiro made a please, action, Grape Juice Heroes, as the heroes of Amamiya Flower, has the right of placement for 18 months. This is a rare item that is equal to blood relatives. The right to place and protect minors. This is a special protection right that is limited to professional heroes and the follow-up of extremely bad events. Since the establishment of Honghu Ambition, most of the post-processing rights enjoyed by professional heroes have been passive, and will be automatically generated as long as the hero's activities are carried out. The right of placement and protection is one of the few professional heroes' rights to deal with the aftermath of the professional heroes that requires dual applications from the government and Honghu's Ambition. This right is equivalent to being the social guarantor and umbrella of the victims of the incident. Regardless of age, the first person to be found after an incident will not be the victim of the incident, but his direct professional heroes who has the right to be placed and protected. Advertisement. He makes mistakes, you bear it, it's that simple. In the past 7 years, only 30 people have applied for this right, and less than 12 people have successfully applied. Restricted by the right being too large, the maximum term of the right is only 18 months. You. Mrs. Amamiya tried to speak but stopped, and yelled at Amamiya Hana. Amamiya Hana, come here. Mineta Minoru blocked Amamiya's flower firmly and glared at Mrs. Amamiya. Yazuki Inuichiro smiled without saying a word, and after paying the bail, he dragged the foggy Tengu and left the police station. Naturally, before he left, he packed everyone and brought them to the Honghu Ambition headquarters building. Mineta Minoru and Amamiya Hana didn't even have time to pack their things, they arrived at the arranged room in the blink of an eye. The person following behind was stopped by the security guard, and Yuzuki Inuichiro looked through the window at Mrs. Amamiya, who was continuing to quarrel with the security guard. He lowered his eyes and closed the curtains. He didn't ask Mineta Minoru directly, but sent the two girls to sleep as soon as possible. Little kid, go to bed. Tang Zi was naturally unhappy with Million in his heart, but still obediently washed and went to his room. Quanyue had to leave. Amamiya Hana suddenly pulled Mineta Minoru's clothes and whispered in his ear. Excuse me. Can you let that little girl stay? Mineta Minoru knew that Amamiya wouldn't dare to sleep alone, and after explaining it with Yuzuki Inuichiro, let Quanyue stay first. The two little girls stayed overnight together in the small single room next door. It's okay to be girls anyway. Adults think so. Yuzuki Inuichiro feels a little uncomfortable, but it doesn't happen because of the standard room. He pulled all the adults into the small conference room and began to stay up late to deal with this emergency. This is a Heroes event handled by Mineta Minoru more than a year and a half ago. About Amamiya Flowers. About an unknown child Xing violation case. Chapter 267. Honghu Ambition is responsible for the aftermath of all Heroes-related activities. It is easy to see the name of Mineta Minoru's application for the aftermath of Mineta Minoru separately. The first document was that 2 years ago, Mineta Minoru's Yenshia office collectively handed in a post-processing process and designed a party, Amamiya Flower. At that time, Mineta Minoru was not solely responsible for the aftermath of Amamiya Hana, and 3 days later, as an individual, he individually handed over a professional hero's management power to Honghu Aspiration. In other words, he did give Honghu Aspiration all the right to deal with the case back then. It was only 2 years ago. Extract the files with the words Amamiya Flower and Yenshia office. Yuzuki Inuichiro displayed all the files on the big screen, which he used to do. Because the large screen can clearly see the creation time of the file, the final opening time and a series of data saved, it is much easier to make an arrangement and comparison than paper. In the month after Mineta Minoru handed over the handling rights of Amamiya Hana to Honghu Jiji in the name of personal professional heroes, Amamiya Hana was not properly placed in Honghu Jiji's branch at that time. She was taken home by her parents. 2 years ago, Amamiya was only 10 years old. Even if the professional heroes is responsible for the aftermath, as long as the professional heroes does not apply for the highest right of resettlement protection, Amamiya's parents can still cross the aftermath law and Honghu Ambition to take people home. Completely reasonable. However, after a month and a half, Mineta Minoru and his Yenshia office once again reported the aftermath of Amamiya Flower, but the level rose. They marked the case of Amamiya Flower with a star, and asked Honghu's Ambition to protect and investigate Amamiya Flower. This move was interrupted by Amamiya Flower's parents before Honghu's ambitions were implemented. She was taken home again. After meeting with the local police station and Yenshia office, Honghu's ambitious sub-bureau requested a comprehensive inspection of Amamiya Flowers. Based on Mineta Minoru's testimony, they suspected that Amamiya had been invaded and violated. But this application was ultimately not approved. Without corroborating evidence, Amamiya's parents refused the request for inspection. Up to this point, none of Amamiya's documents clearly stated what Amamiya had encountered, and the most detailed description was limited to superficial wounds and left hand fractures. This is defined as a domestic violence incident. Advertisement: a domestic violence incident involving children. 3 months later, Mineta Minoru handed in a physical examination report signed by Yenshia Professional Heroes Office. Yenshia Office acted as the guarantor of the document and confirmed that Amamiya Flower's shadows and parts were torn, and the tearing time is more than 2 to 3 years. The physical examination report was examined by a local private hospital. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. This document is uploaded to Honghu's headquarter computer as a subsidiary document of Mineta Minoru's application for the right of resettlement protection, and it is kept as a backup for 50 years. So far, it has been half a year since Mineta Minoru first met Amamiyaka. A total of 1 resettlement protection right application form, 2 Yenshia Office collective declaration documents, 2 individual declaration case documents, 3 Honghu Aspirations Division's handwritten records on the aftermath of Amamiya Flower, and 4 times about Amamiya Flower's body report card. Documents after this. All are long and boring legal documents and information submitted by Mineta Minoru. The lawsuit was filed for the first time a year ago and lost. 3 months later, the case was lost in the second trial. He rose to the intermediate court and lost the case. Lose the case. Lose the case. Lose the case. Without exception, all were lost. Half a year after becoming the resettlement protector of Amamiya Flower, Mineta Minoru voluntarily resigned from Yenshia Office. The right to accept Mineta Minoru's follow-up heroes activities was also removed from Yenshia Office and no longer accepted collective upload and approval by the office. Deal with. Here, you have applied for legal aid 13 times to the branch. Honghu's Ambition does provide legal aid, but their legal aid is not focused on criminal law. They are mainly fighting for monetary compensation and legal rights for the affected people. In addition to the case of Amamiya Hana, there were also several legal aids directed at Mineta Minoru herself. He seemed to be caught in a financial dispute with Yenshia firm. The lawyer from the Honghu Aspiration Division successfully helped Mineta Minoru resolve this. Advertisement: but Amamiya's case is too difficult. Yuzuki Inuichiro estimated that the local branch was the first to take over a similar case. It can be seen from the documents that they are trying to find a corresponding lawyer, but the results are not satisfactory. It can be said that they have achieved the extreme that a branch can do. Honghu's ambitious headquarters does not have the ability to handle affairs. It is more like a brain, dealing with difficult problems in each branch. After the branch submits an application for support to the headquarters will reasonably allocate the human and financial resources of each branch and strive to resolve various crises. In that year, the headquarters assigned them a lawyer related to the protection of minors. It was not until there was no more news about the lawsuit that Honghu withdrew from legal aid with ambition. So, do you want to seek legal aid from the headquarters? Yuzuki Inuichiro was a little embarrassed. If this is the case, I think it might be difficult. The lawyers we find may not be of better quality than before. Mineta Minoru shook his head. He was a little tired and said, it's actually embarrassing to say it. I want to request an extension of the time limit for the right of resettlement protection. He himself clearly knew that this is an extremely rare right, and it was written in black and white that the maximum period of 18 months was marked in the regulations. But if you don't try, Mineta Minoru is depressed. He thinks of what Amamiya has encountered and mustered the courage to say, I hope you understand. Yuzuki Inuichiro turned his hand to check, indeed. Mineta Minoru's right to place and protect Amamiya flowers will end in 45 days. This means that Mineta Minoru lost the opportunity to intervene in the Amamiya flower incident after the end of the protection period, and at the same time he had to send Amamiya flower back to her guardian, that is, the people of the Amamiya family. You have to know this legal rule, and even all the legal rules that Honghu Aspiration is currently operating are negotiated with the government and the Professional Heroes Firm Alliance. I want to give you individual rights, I can't do it. I don't have that. Big right. Yuzuki Inuichiro is very troubled. There is no stipulation to extend the time limit. If you want to change this rule, you have to wait at least 8 months, and the next meeting will be 8 months later. But for Amamiya Hana, she may not be able to wait. There is one more thing. Yuzuki Inuichiro opened all the files one by one. He paid attention to one point and asked, are you really sure about the suspect? Yes, it is. Because of the identity of the suspect, the entire case was stumbling, and the case was repeatedly lost. Yuzuki Inuichiro pressed his eyebrows, almost to death. He knew that he would encounter a lot of trouble, but for the first time in his 7-year career, he encountered such an absurd, dehumanizing, and distorted aftermath. I'm telling you the truth, you want to protect that child. It's very difficult, and the time limit for protection will expire soon. I will call related personnel to try to open a special channel for you, but you must never talk about this matter. Privately, I don't want to leap the wind until it's decided. The island incident hasn't passed yet, and the wind direction is still uncertain. On the other hand, I will send someone to protect Amamiya. You try not to confront the Amamiya family. Fungno. You can contact Yunshiya office and the Child Protection Agency. Amamiya's case may have another lawsuit recently. Yuzuki Inuichiro turned off the big screen. His eyes were cold. Go directly to the Supreme Court. You're welcome. Chapter 268 Quirk is a lover's medicine. Quanyue did not know the decision made by Yuzuki Inuichiro after seeing the information. He only thought about one question. Who threw him over to be alone with Amamiya? From the perspective of others, there is no problem with girls and girls together. But Quanyue knew well that he was a man or a woman. But he couldn't say casually that he didn't want to be alone with Amamiya Hana. He would not take Honghu's ambitious face to heart at all, but he was not sure if Amamiya Hana would fall into a new predicament because of her refusal. Amamiya changed into a long pajama with Honghu ambition. Her collarbone was thin and clear. Quanyue glanced down and muttered silently in her heart, burns, scratches. 7 years of experience fighting against various characters alone can help him restore the scene of Amamiya's injury. Profile is an important technique he has mastered. However, it is different from ordinary profilers who speculate through the traces and criminal behaviors left on the scene. Quanyue can only restore the entire violent process through a large number of wounds and the pain of the victim. This technique relies on Quanyue's second quirk, pain memory. He looked at the fading wound on Amamiya Flower's arm and slowly restored a scene. On a wet and rainy day, a woman pierced her arm with the tip of an umbrella while kicking her lower abdomen with her foot. A month ago, a pair of 12 centimeters long children's scissors used to scratch her wrists, unlike others. Because the wound looked more like self-inflicted. Further, a man grabbed her scalp a month ago. This caused her to have an irregular bald skin. Quanyue only saw Amamiya Flower's face, neck, wrists and ankles. The abuse exposed in this section can already be convicted. Amamiya took a shower again, and she sat on the bed very well and looked at Quanyue. The whole person hugged the pillow and curled up at the corner of the bed. Quanyue went to take a shower himself. He found a set of men's bathrobes and put it on, his hair tied up, revealing a small hole in the back of his neck. If you put your finger in, you can definitely pass through your throat. Quanyue thought to himself. As he was about to go out, he heard the voice of Mineta Minoru from outside. Amamiya, are you there? Yuzuki Inuichiro said afterwards. Izumi, are you asleep? The two of them suddenly came and made Quanyue frown. Did something happen? Amamiya is very dependent on Mineta Minoru and can't wait to open the door and stare at people. Mineta Minoru did not disappoint him, and took out a rabbit doll from behind. Where is Quanyue? Sister is taking a shower. Yuzuki Inuichiro was a little disappointed. He thought for a while and said, I'm waiting for him outside. Just say that I'll ask him to eat Odin. Quanyue pushed open the bathroom door decisively and walked out wet. What to eat? Life is so sad, only food can soothe the mood, and only food can vent everything. No matter when it is Quanyue, there is no emotion that can't be soothed by hot pot. If it can't be soothed, there will be 2 hot pot meals. Reluctantly, Yuzuki Inuichiro personally cooks oden for him. Advertisement, now, what are you looking for? The super spicy oden was placed in front of Quanyue, and he was not at all polite. Anyway, no matter how overeating he is now, it will not affect his body. Last time you said you want to take the UA test. I found a tutor, and you will go to class with Tangzi tomorrow. Yuzuki Inuichiro himself took the bowl and sat down, but instead of starting to eat it, he sat first. Peel down the orange. He peels oranges very carefully and will slowly remove all the meridians. He didn't eat the peeled oranges first, but put it in a small dish separately and placed it in the center of the table. Until Quanyue finished eating, the oranges were never passive. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. I don't want any tutors, and I can pass the UA. Quanyue himself has taken the UA high school, and has got good scores in both cultural and practical exams. He still has a little confidence. Yuzuki Inuichiro disagreed, and he bluntly said, don't think you are very smart. The UA exam changes every year, and no one knows who will pass this year. I do not want. Yuzuki Inuichiro sighed helplessly, and looked at Quanyue's eyes and complained. Are you still breaking out today? Huh. Quanyue was unhappy. He still remembered that he had tried hard to review under the pressure of Shinso Hitoshi's homework for the UA high school exam 7 years ago. At that time, it was not happy at all, and it could even be said that every day was hell. Don't mess around with Tangzi in the future, she is different from you. Tangzi naturally adopted Honghu Jige from an early age, and is a master of physical skills educated by Qingyuan, the second Honghu Chi Kishu. Although the talent is not high at a young age, he is better at working hard and having the ability to protect himself when he is young. In contrast, Quanyue, Quirk is a soft treatment system, and his body does not look very good. He also experienced the island incident before, and it is difficult to say where he has suffered and what disasters he encountered, and it is not easy to determine whether there are illegal people spying on Quanyue's life. Listen to me, I won't do anything against you. Yuzuki Inuichiro vowed, I said I would protect you, and I will protect you. He started to wash the dishes, and the lights fell on his shoulders, so that this adult looks more humane. Oh. Quanyue was extremely cold. Thinking of him sweeping the underground dark world on 5 continents, punching color casinos, kicking illegal transactions, a desperate sword, global police riots chasing him all over the world. Every day at least 3,000 people want to put themselves to death. Who dares to protect him? Also, about Amamiya flowers. You are not allowed to say anything excessive, Izumi, have you listened to me? That child used to be a bit special, don't speak too directly. Oh, don't, speak well. Yeah. Quanyue stretched and got up to go to the room. Yuzuki Inuichiro wiped his hands, and was about to say a few more words, suddenly frowned. He stepped forward and grabbed Quanyue's shoulders, his voice became serious, wait a minute. The adult man's hands pulled his long hair to the sides, and a smooth back neck was revealed in the eyes of Yuzuki Inuichiro. The small black hole was naturally not left behind. Yuzuki Inuichiro clicked around the small hole, what is this? Quanyue's eyelids twitched, and he wore a new neckband today. Only the thin strip on the back of his neck will be exposed. I thought that his hair was completely long, can be covered. Unexpectedly, Yuzuki Inuichiro's eyes were stronger than the fiery eyes. He calmed down and said, what's behind me? Advertisement Inuichiro Yuzuki is taller than Izumizuki, and he can see the purple-red Madara mark on the back under the large bathrobe just by slightly lowering his head. Those traces filled the entire back, appearing cloud-like. When Quanyue wore a skirt before, these Madara marks gradually disappeared. Yuzuki Inuichiro thought of Izumi's dress at noon, and he clearly remembered that the skirt was showing his back. Smooth and white back, no difference from ordinary people. Amamiya. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Yuzuki Inuichiro sent him to the door, but there was no response after the two knocked on the door for a long time. Yuzuki Inuichiro had to go to the front desk and get the MasterCard. Sorry. Mineta Minoru was late. He brought the doctor. I'm sorry, I didn't expect Amamiya to break out at this time. He blamed himself in his tone. The quirk of Amamiya is very powerful and often gets out of control. Yuzuki Inuichiro's throat became thirsty, and he realized that his brain seemed to be burning, and a vague figure appeared uncontrollably. Quanyue. He didn't know what he was talking about, and knelt in front of the door with a thud. He walked into the door, and a strong fragrance came out of the door handle. This fragrance is cold like snow, but with a touch of blood in the snow. Then this rusty iron like blood gas turned into a fruity fragrance. In this way, it slowly forms an indescribable breath with strong memories. Amamiya flower, quirk open black lens bracket love medicine close black lens bracket. The person who has the heart will smell the scent simulated by the person he loves in this quirk. The scent itself has a strong reminder and ching effect. Everyone has their own smell, she is the best medicine for love. The two smelled completely different smells. Quanyue tucked the pistol back in his sleeve and went back with a cold snort. Quanyue also smelled a kind of scent. The scent he smelled was filled with the scent of oranges, like a person full of the smell of sunlight, with a little oily fume scent, fused together to recall the warm soup of winter and the desserts of autumn. The key fell to the ground and was picked up by a pair of white hands. I am leaving. This is beyond doubt, just smelled. Nothing. Yuzuki Inuichiro didn't want to frighten Azumuki. He took Azumu for the examination and remembered in his heart, "You hurry back and go to sleep. If you have any trouble, come to me. Me and Grape Juice Heroes are there. You stay in the next room." His whole body was hot, his hands were out of control. The most frightening thing was, he felt it. Chapter 269. I'm falling out of my arm. The quirk of Amamiya flower is similar to Midnight Heroes of UA High School, but it is also scented and uses gas to make a fuss. The limitations and strength of Amamiya flowers are much greater. First of all, her quirk has no effect on single dogs. The first condition for her to play is that the person who smells the fragrance has an enamored object in her heart. If a loving couple smells the quirk smell of Amamiya flowers, it is basically the same as adding fuel to the fire. Because Mineta Minoru has no response, the gesture that can smoothly approach Amamiya Hana is in stark contrast with the other two people. He is obviously single. This quirk is also very powerful. Yuzuki Inuichiro, who was relieved, said angrily, "This kind of thing should be said in advance." After he said that, he remembered the content of the quirk privacy protection regulations, which is enjoyed by legal residents of non-professional heroes. Basic quirk privacy rights. It is reasonable not to mention Amamiya Hana. Mineta Minoru cannot disclose the content of the other party's quirk without getting the personal consent of Amamiya Hana. Yuzuki Inuichiro didn't swallow it, and he didn't have to spit the words into pieces in his stomach. He cared about Quanyue's state. Quanyue has much more self-control than Yuzuki Inuichiro. For one thing, he himself is a dead person, and secondly, he has experienced many influences from the quirk, and he has done resistance training similar to that of the quirk. He just changed his clothes and stood aside again. As if frightened, Amamiya Hana nestled in Mineta Minoru's arms and wept. Quanyue was really overwhelmed by the quarrel. He said, "Can I come out to live?" Yuzuki Inuichiro was annoyed. "I don't think it's good. Amamiya's mood is not very stable and must be accompanied by someone. You let others come. Honghu is ambitious and has no shortage of women." Yuzuki Inuichiro reluctantly tossed Quanyue's long hair. "You don't understand. The other women were fiercer than him one by one, and he couldn't move at night." Quanyue slapped the salted pig's feet with a slap, allowing him to control his heart. "Well, here is Honghu's ambition. Well, this person is a B**************** D of Yuzuki Inuichiro. So, don't chop off his hand," she cried, "and I can't control it." Quanyue said glumly, "Although he doesn't need sleep, his body needs a rest period." Yuzuki Inuichiro watched the doctor prescribe some sleeping pills, and a group of people watched Amamiyaka go to sleep. Yuzuki Inuichiro said to Quanyue, "You don't need to be in charge, you just press the phone." 78. "I'll be back right away, I promise." Quanyue found that as long as this guy's eyes were staring at a person, it was easy to create an illusion of affection, and said maliciously, "What did you smell just now?" The topic turned too hastily, and Yuzuki Inuichiro didn't react, and his face blushed first when he understood. He scolded Quanyue badly, "Do you want to do 5-3? What a familiar vocabulary." Quanyue directly closed the door in response to such a ruthless adult. He sat down on the bed without taking off his clothes, and fell directly to rest. Without closing his eyes, he opened his eyes and his brain slowly emptied, and his entire consciousness entered into the world of death belonging to the Quanyue family. Advertisement, Graveyard. The world of the undead opened up by the death quirk of the ancestor of the Quanyue family. Quanyue's feet fell on the ground, surrounded by the old-fashioned decorations of Quanyue's house. Flowing water and floating petals in the yard. A group of men sat at the table and studied what he couldn't understand. It was very enthusiastic to see him. The executor is back. How about it? What's going on outside? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Back to Japan. Quanyue caught the tea they had thrown over, drank it cleanly, smiled and said, "Well, I'm back to Japan." He sat cross-legged and said, "I'm going to take the UA High School. Father Quanyue Changsuo is drawing a picture of weapons and equipment. Well, it's good. But you have to find the 2 guns that year. Those are 2 weapons he created specifically for family secrets and enforcers. As for the last gun in the exclusive suit, it is the key to the final action." Quanyue agreed. He turned his head to look at his grandfather and the other tribesmen. They were divided into 2 groups. While calculating the best ratio of the Twilight Line on the front line, they were talking about the drug content in the air molecules in the island incident. It still needs to be increased, but it can't exceed this ratio. Do you want the executor's body to explode? It's absolutely okay. No, you didn't consider the time it takes for him to reorganize in Fujian style. We must save time as much as possible instead of doing wasteful work. The speed of using the sky, and considering the transmission. There is a lack of data here. The executor, forget it, I'll write a report. Father stretched and laughed at the lively Quanyue family discussion. He stood up and patted Quanyue on the shoulder and said, "It seems that these are your busiest days. It has been decades since the first version of the Quanyue family's plan was formulated, and it has long been inappropriate for the current situation. So Quanyue's family keeps improving from generation to generation. The version you are discussing now is the U version, that is improved on the basis of the previous executive reserve. Izumizuki Nagasaki. This involves more data and details to be modified." Quanyue also knew that his days would be very busy. He left this enthusiastic research area and went to the quirk management area directly related to him. This is in a small field outside the yard. The quirks of different energy sources are divided into categories and are managed by dedicated people. When Quanyue needs which kind of quirk, a dedicated person will select the most suitable quirk for him in the shortest time, so that Quanyue can save time to adapt to the quirk. Quanyue squatted down, and he took a look at what kind of quirk he had at home that he could temporarily use to show off the scene. The man who guards the quirk field is called Izumi Yeed. He is a burly man with a wound on his face and laughs like thunder. Before you speak, you have to laugh twice. Haha, what's wrong? If you give out, relic, it feels uncomfortable. I said before, let you not rely too much on your own quirk, and other people in the family also use it more often. Craving too much, not chewing badly. Quanyue held a quirk in his hand and looked at it. I couldn't manage it when I could borrow 6 quirks before, but now I can manage it with so many. It would be better to be more refined and just use a few more. Quanyue thought about the reality of amamiya flower, and today's Yosuke Inuichiro poking his throat, and said, what is suitable for covering the wound? Advertisement. Help yourself or help others. Warden Quanyue Yeed said. Speaking of which, don't you have a injury replacement that can do that? That is no longer a simple cover, but a complete transfer of the wound. Quanyue felt a pain in his chest when he thought of his first quirk. He naturally understands how powerful this quirk will be when it is fully developed with his second quirk. But because when he was alive, he drank an excessive amount of inferior potion and his physiology was not well adjusted. After several quirk runaways, the origin of quirk was seriously injured. Even after showing it to many elders, everyone thought it was abolished. There is no note. He said thankful words, but his eyes were cold. After learning about the plan and progress in the cemetery, Quanyue left the cemetery and returned to reality. A rabbit doll. He wanted to talk about pulling his arm back a little, only to hear a snap. All right, then you take this. The guard picked out a small white dumpling from the field and placed it in Quanyue's palm. The dumpling melted into Quanyue's palm. This is our family's own quirk, so you can use it indefinitely, and the strength will be weakened. After being weakened, the strength is similar to your previous strength and the effect is similar. But it is one way. In reality, the sun shines from the window. The fluff on Amamiyahana's cheeks is depicted as golden one by one. As the child's breathing rises and falls, her nose flaps gently. Quanyue's attention was on his pillow. Unless he runs out of strength and dies, quirk won't stop. It's just an ordinary rabbit doll. His first quirk, damage replacement, is like a broken switch, which can only be turned on, but cannot be turned off. This arm fell out of the sleeve and dropped to the floor with the rabbit doll. Well, Amamiyahana rubbed her eyes and got up from the bed, still not fully awake. Maybe I can only use my full strength once or twice, so I now pretend to be other people's healing quirks. Quanyue picked an undead quirk that didn't look so terrible, and said regretfully, I have discussed with the ancestors. It's more cost-effective to use at the end. His arm is open. If you guessed it correctly, it should be the rabbit doll that Mineta Minoru gave to Amamiyahana last night. Quanyue picked up the rabbit doll suspiciously, and didn't notice anything wrong. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Quanyue squeezed his fist and smiled, thank you. But his arm is a bit heavy. Quanyue touched his shoulder joints with his backhand. Suddenly, he groped down slowly. The good mood of the day was destroyed by his arm. The arm that was previously smashed by Midoriya Izuku in the island incident was sewn up, but it was not strong enough. Now a gap has actually opened. If it were a living person, this arm would have been abandoned a long time ago, and Quanyue is a corpse, so it can be so bad. Chapter 270 Sister or Brother? Sister? Amamiya murmured in a low voice, blinking her eyes as she was about to look at the ground. Quanyue quickly kicked his hands on the ground under the bed. He picked up the coat of the chair and put it on his shoulders, and said nonchalantly, yeah. Amamiya looked left and right, but didn't see the rabbit she was laying on the head of Quanyue's bed. She got up from the bed, a little strange, and was about to speak. There was a knock on the door. Looking through the cat's eyes, it was Tang Zitian and Feng Nu who took care of them. Quanyue asked Amamiya to wash up first, and squatted down to reach the arm under the bed with her hands. Damn it, he didn't expect that the speed of super regeneration had slowed to such a degree. From the perspective of the wound, super regeneration just connects the skin, and the bones and meat inside have not had time to repair. This is also the reason why the arm breaks after a little effort. Quanyue can only take off his shirt in a hurry. He finds out the spare needle and thread in the room, gritted his teeth and hurriedly connected the skin. Amamiya washed quickly, and the two people outside didn't know when they would come in. Quanyue got 5 stitches, and as soon as Amamiyahana came out of the bathroom, he hid in. His skills can only cope with it, absolutely cannot survive today. You must know that what he is best at is emergency medical technology. This type of disconnection arm is already at the technical level of a professional surgeon, and I forgive him for not being able to do it. Quanyue, are you all right? Tang Zetian urged outside. Otherwise, I won't be able to make the breakfast in the cafeteria. Quanyue was too lazy to reply. In fact, he was even more worried about whether Amamiya would see her arm falling on the ground. Azumiya, Amamiya, Yuzuki Inichiro and Mineta Minoru walked over after waiting in the corridor for a long time without waiting for anyone. Mineta Minoru said a few words to Amamiyahana through the door, and a group of people opened the door and entered. Quanyue directly pressed an elbow on the toilet button, creating the illusion of going to the toilet. I haven't changed my clothes yet. After Mineta Minoru said hello, he took Amamiyahana to dinner first. Yuzuki Inuichiro stayed with a lot of leisure. Quanyue, how long will you still have? Long time. How long is long? You go out. Quanyue snapped the thread with his mouth and placed the sewing box in the corner of the bathroom. He opened a door and said, I'm going to change clothes in the room. Yuzuki Inuichiro's eyes fell on the back of his neck. Yesterday, the misty purple Madara completely disappeared. He quickly pressed the door with his eyesight and said, 10 minutes. One more glance was sure. Behind Quanyue is a piece of white snow. Advertisement. Quanyue kicked the door up. The body has reached its limit, and he needs to search nearby for any spare body hidden by the seniors. This kind of spare body uses one less, but the current situation absolutely does not allow oneself to spend a lot of time to rebirth in Fujiang style again. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Yuzuki Inuichiro pinched the stopwatch and saw Quanyue go out in a sweater on time. Unlike in the past, Quanyue walked fast and anxiously. He caught up and said, I have arranged a makeup course for you. After all, Quanyue is going to take the UA High School, and other students have started making up classes early. Quanyue does not know the academic ability. How much? Now we can only race against time. Quanyue was upset, too lazy to pay attention to him. I've also fixed the admissions for the local middle school. Yuzuki Inuichiro said, if Tangzawa is not in that school, Amamiya will go to study somewhere. Amamiya Flower? Quanyue stopped and asked, is she in your charge now? Yuzuki Inuichiro cut the mess quickly, it's under the management of our Professional Heroes Aftermath organization. Okay, hurry up and eat. She is in the first grade of junior high school, and you are in the third grade of junior high. Tang Zi is naturally not allowed? She passed the Noble Girls' School herself and went to a special heroes preparatory class. Quanyue and Tang Zi Tianren can now join ordinary classes in ordinary high schools. Both of them switched in halfway, but the reasons were different. Quanyue needs to speed up enrollment to obtain student status and successfully pass the UA High School. Amamiya Hana lost her normal steady life because of the case. After the meeting, Honghu decided to let Amamiya Hana go to school during the appeal period. No one can deprive any child of the right to education. Amamiya Hana was naturally very happy to hear the news, and after accepting an urgent makeup course with Quanyue for a weekend, the two were escorted to and from school by special personnel. Mineta Minoru specially bought her a small pink school bag and new stationery. When Amamiya got in the car, she kept opening the school bag, opening the stationery box and counting the pencils one by one. Sister, can I go to see you at noon? Amamiya Hana's quirk can only get out of control when her mood fluctuates too much. For this reason, Honghu's ambition has found a few professional heroes similar to Amamiya's own. Ask them to briefly teach Amamiya how to control her quirks and emotions. Quanyue fooled a few words casually. These days, his arm has begun to rot from inside. He couldn't wait to go out to find the spare supplies that were hidden. Amamiya Hana didn't say much along the way, she just kept looking at her brand new stationery and school bags, her eyes glowing. She was sent to her class by Mineta Minoru. Quanyue sternly refused the request from Yuzuki Inuichiro, and walked into the class by himself. You still go to accompany Amamiya at noon. I'm afraid that something will happen to her. Yuzuki Inuichiro's mouth opened bara. Although the school is very good, but the school is a small society. You must not be reckless and ask me if you have any questions. Find a teacher. Quanyue just wanted him to shut up. Advertisement. He briefly introduced himself, and he was assigned to sit in the last row. His deskmate is a curly-haired boy with a few small TS Madara on his face like Midoriya Izuku. He doesn't seem to have to listen to lectures in class, so he immersed himself in writing notes. Quanyue took another look when he passed by after class and found that it was a book with a cover of Heroes Analysis. Since the career heroes Midoriya Izuku disclosed his high school life in an interview, he specifically mentioned that accumulating heroes' behavior and regularly doing heroes analysis will help him in the future. Countless teenagers who yearn for professional heroes have begun to do similar heroes analysis. Many stores have begun to customize a batch of notebooks dedicated to heroes analysis. Quanyue, who was also an admirer of Midoriya Izuku, hurriedly left. He didn't need to eat, he just wanted to leave. Sister. Amamiya Hana rushed over with a sandwich. Sister. Hey. Quanyue turned his head and sighed, don't call my sister. Amamiya hesitated, handed the sandwich in her hand, and said softly, then, brother? For an instant, white light flashed. If it weren't for the crowded hallway, Quanyue might not be sure what he would do. He stopped, smiled, and took away the sandwich from Amamiya Hana's hand. Great, Amamiya, how did you know that I like this sandwich? Amamiya also had a sandwich in her hand, and she looked at him quietly. Those eyes were too transparent, like a bullet hitting the bullseye through heavy rain. Quanyue's smile remained unchanged, as if she didn't put Amamiya's words in her ears at all. He stepped forward and took Amamiya's hand and said, let's go, are you going to the rooftop? The boys and girls passing by thought they were a good pair of sisters, and many boys who liked Quanyue joked. Quanyue, your sister is so cute. Thank you. Quanyue was patient and kind, thanking those people one by one. He took Amamiya Hana to the empty art classroom, without saying anything, sitting on an empty table, and slowly eating sandwiches. Amamiya took the sandwich, looked at it for a while, and apologized weakly, yes. I'm sorry, I won't be anymore. Ah, don't tell me this. Amamiyaka, your quirk. It seems not as simple as the adults say. Quanyue snapped his fingers, rest assured, I'm not interested in you. Quanyue only cares about how many secrets Amamiya Hana knows. About him. As well as her quirk, Chapter 271 Father's Love. When Amamiya was very young, she realized that she was different from other children. As a quirk kid born in the 6th generation. Her quirk awakens later than other peers, but her quirk is far more powerful than her peers. She can accurately judge some things about people affected by her quirk. She Yu can feel what has happened to that person. The smell will tell her everything, but only for those who will be affected by her quirk. For example, Quanyue and Yuzuki Inuichiro. Okay, let's talk about it now. How did you know something? Quanyue crumpled the wrapping paper into a ball and looked for the trash can, but unfortunately he couldn't find it. He originally thought that Amamiya Flower's quirk only affected this option, but he didn't expect to have a perception ability superimposed. The offspring will be stronger than their parents, and it is absolutely reasonable for Qinlong to be shot to death on the beach. Whether it is the unlucky natural child that Quanyue has seen, or the current Amamiya Flower, their abilities are powerful. It is foreseeable that if the two of them grow up smoothly, the quirk power they operate can do unexpected things invisibly. The explanation given by Amamiya now is surprising enough. Brother doesn't smell like a woman. Amamiya Flower was unexpectedly serious. A person's taste is closely related to his living habits, living space, and daily life. For example, most housewives will smell of cooking fume and washing powder on their bodies, while women in the workplace will smell of cosmetics. Quanyue hadn't really noticed this yet. He asked, "What is the smell of a woman?" "It's the smell of a woman. The fragrance is soft." Amamiya Hana is difficult to describe in words, she continued. And the smell of brother is very unique. It is cold. There is also a rotten smell. Quanyue grabbed his hand. With a friendly smile, he got down from the table and walked to Amamiya Hana and said, "Since you know, I'll just say it. You keep a secret for me, and I will fulfill your wish." He didn't. It is necessary to use harsh methods on a child. Quanyue is very happy to give a stick to a candy date. He believes that Amamiya is a smart kid. Otherwise, he doesn't care whether he cuts first and then plays well, or he has an unknown loss of quirk accident. "Any wish?" "Yes." Quanyue looked at Amamiya Hana with a smile. "I can satisfy you for whatever you want." Amamiya stretched out her little finger and said, "Draw the hook." Quanyue stretched out her little finger and hooked her hand. Amamiya Flower's hands are as slender as a flower in the rain, with a little pink on the top. She said, "Brother Quanyue won't hurt everyone, right?" No, Quanyue didn't come to Japan to completely destroy Honghu's ambition. He came to Japan for the final plan. He repeatedly emphasized to Amamiya Hana, "You are not allowed to go out and talk nonsense, and you are not allowed to tell anyone if there is a violation." Advertisement, brother, too. No matter what happens in the end, brother must fulfill my wish. When the two walked out of the classroom, Amamiya's name to Quanyue changed accordingly. Sister can't break her promise. Both of them get out of school and have a dedicated person to pick them up, and sometimes Mineta Minoru will pick them up in person. Security is good, but Quanyue becomes more anxious, and he needs to find time to excuse him. It's a pity that Wushan Dog can always find him like a fleshy bone. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Little sister Quanyue, I am looking for you, hee hee hee. Little sister and big brother go home, hee hee hee. It's me again, I'm looking for you, little sister Quanyue. Little sister. Hee hee hee. Quanyue hid in the bathroom, saw the foggy dog hanging upside down outside the window, and slammed the window severely. If it weren't for most of the quirk he used proficiently now, he had lent it to the grandfather group, he would definitely catch this foggy dog who followed him all the time. Quanyue broke it straight and went to find his nominal guardian, Yuzuki Inuichiro. It is Amamiya Hana to be protected, not me. Yuzuki Inuichiro was reviewing a trial involving Amamiya Hana. He put down the documents and was a little surprised. Who said I sent someone to protect you? Then what do you let Wushangu do? I'm afraid you will be messing around and let the two of you supervise each other. Except for the aftermath of the island incident, no major disaster has occurred recently. Wushangu belongs to the executive department. When there is nothing to do, instead of letting him go out to make trouble, it is better to take it and use it as a monitoring agent. As for Izumi, Yuzuki Inuichiro had too many worries and doubts. He went private to visit the Quan family of Quanyue's blood relatives, although from any angle, Quanyue is indeed a child of Quan family. But there was still something weird that couldn't be clear. Yuzuki Inuichiro sorted out the files, looked at Quanyue and said, "Where are you going to play and can't be watched?" The incident where Quanyue was taken away by Heroes Inos with suspected scars on the island has been found out. Yingshi Hua was also pulled out from the island to do detailed transcripts and investigations. It has been reported that some people have begun to focus on the child Quanyue. There was even a force that started to reopen two old cases 7 years ago, the Dahe Dao incident and the Beihai incident. Naturally, Quanyue can't say that he is changing his arms. His strength has been lost recently. After scientific analysis in the cemetery, he has almost reached the point where he cannot move freely without changing his body. He can only say, "I don't like people following." Inuichiro Yuzuki stood up helplessly and said to Quanyue, "This is not a question of like or not. Izumizuki, the island incident seems to be over. In fact, its influence will always exist. I did not let my guard down in all respects. Following you is also out of the idea of protecting you. Leave me alone, it's best." Of course Quanyue can't say that. He had to curve to save the country. Then I don't want to be foggy. He is too much. Advertisement. The quirk Quanyue of Wuxiangu knows very well. He was aware of this quirk 7 years ago. This is a rare and powerful space transfer system quirk. It has strong practicability, fast positioning, and transfer speed. It is absolutely comparable to a big killer in conjunction with Shangwu Tiangu's physical training in Honghu since childhood. Quanyue has a greater chance of realizing his miserable victory when he has to fight. After getting along these days, Quanyue found that he was more afraid that the Foggy Tengu was different from ordinary people's brain circuits than the fighting power of the Foggy Tengu. Who knows if this guy will find something in the road with a flash of inspiration, and then destroy a part of his plan, which will eventually lead to the failure of the whole plan. Then I'll change another person. Quanyue is dissatisfied with the Wuxiangu. After he has handled his official duties, he will go to the Wuxiangu for questioning and ask him to sort out his actions. Before Yuzuki Inuichiro thought about a new candidate, he heard Quanyue say, "I want you to accompany me." Mineta Minoru recalled his daily life with Amamiya Hana. "I think Amamiya treats me like a father." He vowed to say to Yuzuki Inuichiro. "Besides, you are the guardian of the little girl. From the law in the end, you should be considered a father." In fact, Quanyue only wants Yuzuki Inuichiro to be a quirk-free and more reliable than the Foggy Tengu in terms of status and influence. He also needs Yuzuki Inuichiro to testify that he is not alone with Scar Heroes Inos. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Then she must like you very much. Mineta Minoru asked Amamiya Hana to do the homework by herself, and analyzed to Yuzuki Inuichiro. "Although I am not a psychology student, I feel that girls are very fragile and beautiful. Sometimes they feel very upset, empty, and want to rely on others. The plan can only be started once, or it will fail or win." Think about Quanyue calling himself father. Yuzuki Inuichiro thought the picture was a bit beautiful. Why not use it when you can use Yuzuki Inuichiro more? Although it is said that it is a father-like identity in law, it is not necessarily true in reality. This time it was Yuzuki Inuichiro's turn to be surprised. Besides, Yuzuki Inuichiro is so busy, how could he really come and pick him up and down school? Quanyue will not allow himself to make any mistakes. "I don't want him." "Father. Love." It seemed to make sense. Mineta Minoru glanced at Amamiya, and murmured close to him. "Maybe it's like a mountain of father's love. Girls who lack the love of their father, and those who lack the protection of their father, will want to be alone in the storm to shelter themselves from the wind and rain." "What are you talking about? He is busy with work every day, how could he pick up children to and from school?" Yuzuki Inuichiro felt too vague. "Can you be more specific? If someone is required to take me to and from school, why can't it be you?" Quanyue said, "Obviously you are my guardian." Yuzuki Inuichiro didn't slow down. He was thinking about this when he finished eating. The ramen is cold, and he hasn't figured out how to make it. In desperation, he decided to find the grape juice hero's Mineta Minoru who was picking up the child to and from school. Chapter 272 The Current Progress of the Amamiya Case. Yuzuki Inuichiro put aside the issue of paternal love, focusing on the case of Amamiya Hana. Taking into account the time limit for the final trial of the case, he has helped Mineta Minoru strive to extend the protection period until the end of the trial. In other words, the day when the Supreme Court's trial came out was the day Mineta Minoru lost the protection of Amamiya Flower. The two of them went to the meeting room, avoiding Amamiya Hana and the others. "If we win, Amamiya will be able to leave her native family, and we will work hard to make the judgment beneficial to you. The best result is that Amamiya is directly adopted by you, and I can see that Amamiya is really dependent on it. You." Yuzuki Inuichiro sent a copy of the information to Mineta Minoru. "The case goes through the general process, and it will be over in about 3 months. What did the lawyer say?" Yuzuki Inuichiro looked into Mineta Minoru's eyes, knowing that he couldn't hide it. "The chance of winning is not great. The lack of key evidence, it is very likely that it will not be accepted because of the lack of authenticity of Amamiya's testimony as before." Mineta Minoru cursed softly, and he held his head in regret. In this kind of case, the most critical piece of evidence is the prisoner's Jing liquid. But the Amamiya flower has not been preserved, and Mineta Minoru is even more aware of the damage to the Amamiya flower to avoid secondary harm to the child and prevent the child from contacting related content. Yuzuki Inuichiro sighed, and he circled the doubts in the case. "The lawyer hopes that I can talk to Amamiya Hana when I have time. We must find 100% evidence that can make the other party commit the crime. Amamiya Hana can be used as an infringement. The only guilty of the evidence was the medical certificate in her wound report. Still not enough. Too little. There may be some clues from the school where Amamiya's family and Amamiyaka attended before." Yuzuki Inuichiro knew that both locations had been checked by Mineta Minoru several times, but he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. The elementary school teacher of Amamiya Hana said that Amamiya Hana is a child who can lie. That's nonsense. Mineta Minoru slammed a punch on the table. He always remembered that when he was about to win the case, because of the teacher's presence, as a witness of the Amamiya family, he said that Amamiya Hana is not compatible with her family. There are bad signs of not handing in homework, lying, and skipping class. With this in mind, the court ruled that the testimony provided by Amamiya was not authentic enough. Fundamentally overthrow the possibility of victory. Regardless of nonsense, but she is likely to be there again. We need to find more possibilities to win. Yuzuki Inuichiro thought for a while and said, "I noticed one thing, about the identity of the prisoner." "Yes." Asked whether the culprit was the biological father of Amamiya Hana. "Why were you so sure at the time?" Amamiya's biological father, Haruyama Amamiya, is a well-known local businessman who has relationships with many politicians. The photos he published in the newspaper show that he is a man of great talent, and every year he donates money to orphanages to help poor children. Last year, he was also named one of the 10 outstanding young people by the local government and accepted honors. On the contrary, it is Amamiya Hana, who has been controversial in her hometown. Her biological mother was the first love of Amamiya's father. The two were born out of wedlock, and Amamiya's mother died in a rental house when she was 5 years old. Many people have a prejudice against her mother, thinking that she is a profligate woman, and there are rumors that Amamiya Hana is not Mr. Amamiya's biological daughter. Advertisement: Amamiya Hana used to enter the Shinigami management office because of theft. How did she explain this to you later? What Yuzuki Inuichiro said was once made public in court as one of the evidences. This is the main point of Amamiya's lawyers attacking Amamiya Hana. Mineta Minoru sighed, because her family won't give her food. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Because I was so hungry, I went to eat bread from the convenience store. Amamiya spent less than an hour and a half in the Shinigami control office that day, but was released on bail by the family, without even finishing the key transcripts. The transcripts of the year were not entered into the computer because they were incomplete, and the originals had been lost along with the housewarming. Naturally, Yuzuki Inuichiro also found out by investigating this point. He took out the record of the second complaint separately and said, the judge's biggest puzzle now is how to determine that Amamiya Haruyama is the person who invaded and committed Amamiya Flowers. The fact that Amamiya was invaded and committed is a no-brainer. They can only find a trace of hope to convict the murderer in the messy past copywriting. On the other side, Quanyue was finally free for a short while. Foggy Tengu was obsessed with a phone call by Yuzuki Inuichiro and couldn't walk away. Boss, bring me a devil's spicy ice cream. Quanyue was very happy to see a flavor of extremely dark cuisine. The ice cream flavored with Chaoshin pepper. There was a circle of chili powder and cumin powder sprinkled on it. The cold one also carries a refreshing and strange ghostly spicy. He drove by himself to several locations provided by the ancestors to check, and decided to dig things out at night. During the rest of the time, Quanyue just walked around, swiped Yuzuki Inuichiro's card, and bought a lot of food. When Quanyue returned to Honghu Ambition headquarters, he found a group of people gathered downstairs. At the head was a man in a suit, beside him stood the notorious Mrs. Amamiya. The old man and child did not come before. A gang of them almost blocked the front door, and the security guard was talking to them, trying to persuade them to leave. The effect is weak. Amamiya Hana is my daughter, I just want to go in and see her. I'm sorry, I can't let you in. The security guard nodded and bowed. They had received relevant news a long time ago, and they had beaten up the Amamiya family. Mrs. Amamiya cried out, why, can our family members not look after our own children? Advertisement, she muttered for a while and said, I don't know either. Seeing Quanyue putting a lot of food on the table, Amamiya thought that this elder brother had brought some delicious food back for her. Happiness stepped forward and whispered, brother, did the elder brother give it to me? Holding her pen, Amamiya asked back, are they here again? Well, you have to eat and take it yourself. She is not stupid, she is just a little rusty with strangers and prefers to rely on acquaintances. So far, I can talk to Mineta Minoru and Quanyue. But there are many things. Apart from seeing Mineta Minoru every day after school, Amamiya Hana can't even speak for the rest of the time. Actually, she was a little sad, I really want to do something too, but there is no way, she can't do anything, whether in thought or action. He thought of the Amamiya family downstairs, and asked, Amamiya, have you decided to follow Mineta Minoru in the future? After confessing to each other, Amamiya was a little bit courageous to Quanyue, but her voice was small. It's not bright enough. Forget it, there is a small game hall on the 4th floor of Honghu Ambition. I'll take you to play. Quanyue thought, let the child relax, if he hesitates too much, things will happen sooner or later. As for himself, he would just play till dark and find a time to leave. It's okay. Honghu's Ambition is still very safe. After all, it is a logistics company in Japan, and safety and quality belong to the same level as UA High School. Quanyue chose Honghu's Ambition at the beginning, also considering that the security of his home is top-notch. Quanyue took a sip of milk tea, and he walked through the small door to the upper floor. Amamiya was doing her homework, and she didn't seem to know what was happening downstairs. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. He believes that Yuzuki Inuichiro can definitely handle things well. Quanyue smiled. He stepped forward and rubbed Amamiya's head, and said, why do you think so? The darkness in his eyes was temporarily suppressed. I think Amamiya is fine now, and you are not without use. Anyway, I bought it according to Quanyue's own taste, no matter how spicy it is. Your quirk, now, have you ever had the same eruption at home as before? Quanyue suddenly thought of the man downstairs. He realized that he might be touching a restricted area. Explain right away. If you don't want to say it, don't say it, sorry. When it gets dark, the Amamiya family will also leave. But, chapter 273, a slap can't make a sound. Quanyue's ideas are very good, and he is quick to do it. When he returned to the bed and took a bath and lay on the bed, his body had changed. Amamiya was reading a comic book and suddenly raised her head and said, brother, you smell so good. Huh? Quanyue couldn't smell it himself, is there? Yes, it is a very light floral fragrance. Amamiya Hana closed the book and said, did brother see my little rabbit? I have not been able to find it. It was given to her by Mineta Minoru. All Mineta the things Minoru gave her, Amamiya flowers will be treasured. Quanyue took a bit under the bed and found Amamiya wa. But because it has been under the bed for almost half a month, the rabbit doll is very dirty. Quanyue temporarily left it in the laundry basket, ready to take it out for washing the next day. As a result, he did not get up the next day. It may be because of a new body that Quanyue didn't get up until 11 o'clock in bed and ate lunch. The whole person was dumbfounded. His body is the same as the previous one, but he was buried in the soil ahead of time and needs to be ripened with a special quirk. The effect is fast, but it takes about a month of cultivation to return to normal state. During the meal, Yuzuki Inuichiro saw Quanyue yawning constantly and stepped forward and asked, "Did you play on your phone at night?" No, this is normal for him, and his body is still coordinating functions. Yuzuki Inuichiro didn't care about him too much. He just asked him for leave and made an appointment for a doctor. Continue to work on Amamiya flower. The opening time of the Amamiya Hana case has been set. The troublesome point, the government and the Amamiya family do not want to go to court, and they have begun to coordinate before the court to prepare for the matter. Neither Yuzuki Inichiro nor Mineta Minoru can keep things private. Yuzuki Inuichiro asked Quanyue, "Are you still sleeping this afternoon?" Quanyue shook his head. For him, sleeping is just a way to make coordination time for his body. Yuzuki Inuichiro thought for a while, and decided to take the person to the court. He also took a set of UA High School's cultural examination papers last year. When he arrived at the court, he directly found a reception room, threw Quanyue into it, put a set of test papers on the table, and said, "Come, sit here and do my homework. I will come to you when I'm done." Quanyue wanted to smile and rub the test paper into the smelly man's mouth. But he honestly started to study the real test papers 7 years later. The times are developing. The textbooks 7 years ago and the textbooks 7 years later have some detailed changes. In order to be admitted to UA High School, Quanyue still studied seriously. Advertisement. When he finished an examination paper, there was no sound outside. It's really annoying to fight the lawsuit again. Quanyue recognized one or two, and heard Mrs. Amamiya's voice. If Shinshan had to ask her back, I wouldn't want to care about this. Her tone, there was a trace of anger in it. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Then came the old man's voice. Forget it, you are all Mrs. Amamiya now. There are all kinds of glory and wealth, and what is not enough? Men have a bit of inferior roots, and they will pass with forbearance. Quanyue didn't like the tone of their talk. He put down his pen and went to the door to listen to the follow-up quietly. Mom, I just can't understand that girl. She's a vixen like her mother, and her quirk. It's really disgusting. Madame Amamiya thought of the ugliness of smelling the smell, and felt even more towards Amamiya Hana. Disgusted, Shinshan still likes her so much. We should close the door for our own housework. The old man murmured and persuaded Mrs. Amamiya. It's also Shalwa that the child is too naive. Her father is such a good person, knowledgeable and reasonable to the child, not just a trivial matter. It's just a slapstick. The family is all jokes, so why is she? Hey, those professional heroes are also nosy. Mrs. Amamiya felt quite relieved after listening to her mother's words. She packed up her parcel and was about to leave. Those professional heroes are talking about selfless dedication, but in fact we are not paying taxes to support them. What an air of air. The old man also nodded. Quanyue's good mood that had just completed a difficult problem was destroyed by these two men. He was about to record what they said, and footsteps could be heard in the distance. Amamiya Haruyama and Yuzuki Inuichiro and the others came in two groups. They all walked aside, waiting for the air they breathed to be divided into two. Haruyama. Mrs. Amamiya put on a delicate look and stepped forward to look at Amamiya Haruyama's face, wanting to see the situation from the man's face. But her strength is limited, and Amamiya Haruyama has a calm look again, and she really doesn't seem to be famous. Reluctantly, Mrs. Amamiya had to wipe away the non-existent tears, and said, "Does Shalwa still reluctant to go back with us?" Talking about his daughter, Haruyama Amamiya finally showed a gentle expression. He grabbed his wife's shoulders and said, "I made you wrong. Shalwa, this child." He sighed, and his inexplicable helplessness and sorrow were lost in this sound. Talk it out. If you didn't know the true face of this person, you might be fooled by this performance. Mineta Minoru wanted to go up and argue, but was persuaded by Yuzuki Inuichiro. There was a faint mockery in his eyes, and his mouth still greeted kindly. The two are really poor parents. Our Honghu ambition will definitely treat Miss Amamiya as a real relative. Inuichiro Yuzuki said with a smile, I hope that Mr. Amamiya will be as articulate as before when we meet next time. When coordinating inside, the two sides fought with each other, and no one got the slightest benefit. Mr. Amamiya squinted his eyes, showing the smoothness of the businessman. Where's the little girl harassing Mr. Yuzuki? I will pick her up soon. Advertisement snapped, a tooth fell on the ground, and the hairstyle that Mrs. Amamiya carefully prepared was messy with the wind, and her long hair confused her eyes. His eyes became a seam, only to see a long-haired young man standing at the door, holding his slab aloft. Mineta Minoru stepped forward, with a bad tone. What do you mean? That's why I said that she was 80% willing to slap nothing. Mineta Minoru and the others were blocked by such disgusting remarks. The faces of everyone were unconsciously angry. Some people rolled up their sleeves quietly, and some wiped the sweat from their hands. The corner of Mrs. Amamiya's mouth collapsed one floor. She put down her hand in the arms of Haruyama Amamiya's arms, and pointedly, Mr. Yuzuki is also very generous. Ah, I have forgotten that Mr. Yuzuki is a nonchalant. Quirk. That's easy to say. Shalwa's disgusting quirk can only be tolerated without quirk. She lifted her chin, like a monkey running on a bamboo pole, thinking that she was taller than everyone. Said, Mr. Yaoi, you have to hold him, don't be led by a little girl's quirk. Who? Mrs. Amamiya held her skirt back, about to turn her head to see what the demon was going on. Only a crisp sound was heard. Does it ring? Snapped, she was faltering, her high heels snapped and broke, and she saw that she was about to fall to the ground on the right side. Suddenly, his feet slammed forward and rushed forward. Quanyue slapped Mrs. Amamiya's face with one hand. Like a storm, a series of slaps fell on Mrs. Amamiya's face, but she didn't let Mrs. Amamiya fall to the ground. From a distance, she had only one high heel shoe as a support, and the skirt opened like a top and was turned constantly by Quanyue. Can't a slap be slapped? Quanyue slowly retracted his hand, showing a kind smile. Then I ask you. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. How old she is, think about how old she was back then. A wind came and the doors and windows crackled open. Mineta Minoru, a slap that can't be slapped, you don't need to think about it. Who will force her if she is not happy? Wouldn't we be parents for the sake of our children? Mrs. Amamiya aggressively said, it is her roots that are bad, and she is willing to be a slap in the face. The flies don't bite seamless eggs yet. Why is there nothing wrong with other people, but she has the problem? Bang bang bang. Chapter 274. I've been here as it fell to the ground gently, it crackled gently. Quanyue blew his red and swollen hands. He glanced at Madame Amamiya's peach-like face, which became swollen and bruised and bloodshot. Quanyue started to feel happy. After he died, his family members persuaded him to have a temper. Holding uncomfortable is harmful to the preservation of the body. Although Quanyue agreed, he still kept the way he was before being a good baby, unless some people had to die in front of him. Mrs. Amamiya faced the ground and didn't know how she was now. Quanyue doesn't care. The scene was silent. He looked around like a curious little mole. Yuzuki Inuichiro reacted most quickly, grabbing Quanyue's back collar and throwing the person towards the center of his team, nodding apologetically, I'm sorry, he's still a child. Subtext. He is still a child, so let's forget about this matter. All staff are clever. The whole team retreated backwards in a flash. With the blink of an eyelid by Amamiya Haruyama, a group of people have already walked through the corridor and packed Quanyue's homework. When he realized that he wanted to speak for justice, a group of people had already begun to disappear at the top of the stairs. When they caught up with the stairs and leaned over the window to watch, this group of people had been cued and took Quanyue, a child of 1.65 years old, into the special car and disappeared. The security guard and the Amamiya family who heard the wind looked at each other. Chingshan. Mrs. Amamiya was vague, tears and nose falling on her clothes. She stood up with the help of the old man, and reached out her hand in an attempt to grab Amamiya Haruyama's hand, but she was left blank. Amamiya Haruyama looked at her as if he was looking at a dead mouse. In the car, the foggy dog laughed loudly. He patted his thigh and said straightforwardly, ha 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 ha, it's great, it's good, it's good. From today onwards, Quanyue, you are in my heart. Before he finished speaking, Yuzuki Inuichiro gave Wu Tengu a vicious look. Wu Xiangu shut up consciously. Yuzuki Inuichiro looked at Izumi sitting in the seat and sighed, don't be so impulsive next time. Quanyue ignored him. He only felt that his heart was particularly refreshing after a series of slaps. However, Quanyue also slowed down that his actions might cause trouble for Honghu's ambition. He turned his head and looked at Yuzuki Inuichiro, thinking about how to comfort the guardian who was going to clean up the mess for himself. The consequences of beating in the court are quite serious, and serious handling can be said to be contempt of law and ignorance of the government. However, Yuzuki Inichiro concentrated on taking a look at Quanyue's hands. He looked at each finger and took the wound medicine to Quanyue and said, you are not an adult yet. Let us adults. Come and do it. If you have the next time, don't be so impulsive. There was no intention of blaming Quanyue at all. For Yuzuki Inuichiro, there is no fear of being blamed afterwards. After the parties have left the scene, if the Amamiya family wants to speak with a handle, they must first go through the process and get the court's surveillance video. Although the surveillance scene where Quanyue was slapped was clearly filmed, it also recorded Mrs. Amamiya's remarks of inverted perspectives, advertisement. Their contention and core contradiction are in Amamiya's case. Mrs. Amamiya is a daughter who clings to Haruyama Amamiya. As long as Haruyama Amamiya thinks, he can take away Mrs. Amamiya's name at any time and give it to the obedient woman he likes. But there is only one Amamiya flower. Don't you blame me? Quanyue was a little interested. How is the situation today? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Same as we thought. Talking about this, Yuzuki Inuichiro was in a complicated mood. On the one hand, they insisted on uncompromising and uncoordinated, and they must fight the case to the end. On the other hand, all of them were disgusted by Amamiya Haruyama's attitude and manner. Haruyama Amamiya looks like an innocent father in front of everyone, with gentle words, but alluding to Mineta Minoru when he was young, and apologized for his daughter. I'm very sorry, I have always neglected my daughter's education. Maybe it is because she is busy at work and has no time to accompany her, so she will make this move. It's all my fault, I must educate her well. Grape Juice Heroes is willing to discipline this child. I am very happy. But as a father, I don't want a 12-year-old girl to be alone with a strange adult man for too long. Please forgive me. After all, your early rumors are not as acceptable. Remembering what Haruyama Amamiya said, Mineta Minoru held his hand tightly. A patter of rain fell outside the window. This is when you open the window, you can see the red and yellow mountains and plains, and the air is filled with cold water vapor, which is exactly the phrase, an autumn rain in a cold. When the car drove back to the headquarters of Honghu Ambition, the rain splashed down with a thunderstorm, and small rain puddles were exploded on the ground, and there were mud spots on the shoes and pants. Yuzuki Inuichiro took off his coat to cover Quanyue from the rain, and they ran to the back door to enter. Mineta Minoru turned his jacket over and put it on his head, ready to run back. Through the hazy water vapor, he saw a small white umbrella B************************************* G down the stairs. Amamiya Hua's face blushed. Feng Nu and Tang Zi naturally helped her to dress her up, and the whole person was more sunny than Honghu's ambition when she first came. She walked up to Mineta Minoru under a small umbrella with red flowers printed on a white background, stood on tiptoes and tried to cover the sky above Mineta Minoru's head. She was a little embarrassed, and the dimples on her face couldn't hide. I got full marks in the test today. Both braids are up. She is still a child. Mineta Minoru's shoulders loosened, he touched Amamiya Hana's head with his hand, and the frustration in the car was gone. Amamiya is as good as I thought. Amamiya looked at Mineta Minoru with bright eyes. Like stars. Mineta Minoru suddenly remembered that the night he and Amamiya first met, it was also a rainy day. He was responsible for patrolling the street that day. Another teammate went to the bathroom and didn't come back for a long time, so he went around the convenience store. Then he met Amamiya Hana. Advertisement. Her face was dirty, with disheveled hair, her hands clasped the buttons and hem of her clothes, and she looked down at her feet. Mineta Minoru followed her gaze and found that the child had been playing barefoot. He's only 8 years old. Mineta Minoru guessed at the time that it looked a little too small. Out of the instinct of professional heroes, he knelt down and asked Amamiya Hana. Can I help you? Amamiya opened her mouth. Although she was wearing a raincoat, she did not put on her hood, and her hair was wet on her face. Her voice was hoarse, as fine as grit leaking from her fingers. Are you heroes? Are you heroes? Is it heroes? Her voice was too eager, and too pleading, not like crying, but also crying. At that moment, Amamiya Flower's voice was like the last spark extinguished by rain, shining red in the ashes. Yeah, I am heroes. Mineta Minoru said. I am a professional heroes, little sister. His eyes widened suddenly, his teeth were critical, and he saw the existence of the most evil thing in the world. Amamiya released her hand holding her clothes. The wind gently blew off her unbuttoned raincoat, exposing the intimate objects with an adult touch. At that moment, Amamiya didn't cry, and there was no starlight in her eyes. Grape juice heroes? Yuzuki and Ichiro looked at the two standing in the heavy rain and waved, come here. Mineta Minoru suddenly realized his gaffe. He knelt down and suddenly hugged Amamiya Hana in his arms. The drops of water on the umbrella were jumping around, but Amamiya Flower giggled. She held Mineta Minoru's neck in one hand and an umbrella in the other. Brother Grape. Okay, Brother Grape, I'm here. Brother Grape. Mineta Minoru rarely heard Amamiya Hana call herself that. In fact, he rarely heard Amamiya Hana's laugh in the past 2 years. If he can, he wants to keep the child laughing. I am here. I was always here. 275. Please don't save me. After the serial slap, the Amamiya family did not appear within the sphere of influence of Honghu Jiji. Quanyue and Amamiya still live in the same room, but he has been very sleepy lately, unable to talk to Amamiya for too long before fainting. This physical drowsiness prevented him from going to school and class normally. In desperation, Quanyue simply experienced the bad student journey of sleeping in class. It was also the first time that he used this method to question the seniors in the cemetery. Everyone speculated that the new body and soul were in a running-in period. So, I'm going to sleep all the time? Quanyue yawned, his eyelids fighting unconsciously. He is dead, but his body still needs to be recuperated, otherwise the rate of obsolescence will rise to the sky. During this period, Quanyue woke up and fell asleep, and it was winter without knowing it. It's snowing. Amamiya's case has also reached the final step. Quanyue wanted to help, but was driven out mercilessly by Yuzuki Inuichiro. In his spare time, he had to be bored to execute his justice, and by the way exercise the newly integrated, borrowed, therapy system quirk. Compared with his original, damage replacement, this quirk named, limited healing, is more limited, but easier to use. Open black lens bracket limited treatment close black lens bracket only organisms can be treated, but the limit of treatment cannot exceed one person. That is, the upper limit of his treatment is to save a person. On the whole, it is also very suitable for emergency medical care. Quanyue muttered and continued to write his own papers. A week later, he will go to take the practical exam and written exam of the heroes subject of UA High School. He is sure that he can definitely live it. Brother Quanyue. Amamiyaka knocked on the door quietly and came in. Unlike her timid appearance when she first saw her, Amamiya Hana can at least communicate with her normal life normally. She whispered, brother, is it convenient for you now? Convenient, what's the matter? The two of them had their own little secrets in private. When people have each other's secrets, they unconsciously draw closer to each other. If it were an adult, Quanyue might immediately cut off the connection with her. But Amamiya is still a child. Quanyue is in a strange self-confidence of her own strength, and she is fairly friendly towards her. Brother, still remember the wish I said before? Amamiya was a little worried. If If Quanyue forgets, she doesn't plan to make a slap in the face. Just leave as if nothing happened. Quanyue's snooze is one thing. Memory has not deteriorated, did you think about it? Yeah. Amamiya squatted on the table and looked at Quanyue's hand and said quietly, Quanyue brother, I'm so nervous. I'm going to court tomorrow. Tomorrow? So soon? Quanyue was a little surprised. Unknowingly, it has been almost half a year since he came to Japan. A lot of snowflakes and ice scum accumulated outside the window. There were children playing snowball fights downstairs, and an adult in Wuxiangbu had a lot of fun. He stuffed a piece of snow into Tang Zi's natural back neck, and was grabbed by the explosive natural gas girl and bombarded into small black flowers. Time really flies quickly. If you go to court tomorrow, will your wish come true now or tomorrow? Amamiya hesitated for a while, then let go and said, after tomorrow. She looked in the room for a while and became strange. Brother Izumiya, where's my rabbit doll? That was a gift from Mineta Minoru. It's white all over, but it gets dirty too easily. No, maybe it will be washed. Quanyue remembered going to the courtroom tomorrow. As a witness, Amamiya Hana is also a victim, so she must be there. She searched on the bed and under the bed, but still couldn't find it, so she pitifully came over and said, Brother Quanyue. Sorry, can you bring me a rabbit doll tomorrow? In snowy days, it is one thing that rabbit dolls are difficult to dry after washing, mainly because they are ice and hard to hold and not warm. Okay. Quanyue gave up fighting the math problems. He dropped the pen and pulled Amamiya flowers to eat the hot pot. So that on the next day, he slept until noon, and only when the sun shone on his hips did he remember that he was going to help Amamiya Hana with the doll. Oh, it's so annoying. Quanyue opened the cabinet and started looking for clothes to wear. He felt that his new body's sleep time had been reduced, and at the latest 1 week, this damn running-in period was about to pass. But let's look for the rabbit of Amamiya flower first. Strange to say, Quanyue searched the laundry room, balcony, drawers, cabinets and even school bags. Disappeared. Lunchtime has passed. Quanyue simply opened a search quirk to find the rabbit doll of Amamiya flower. The rabbit doll was never sent to the laundry room. Advertisement: it lay obediently under the bed of Amamiya flower, wrapped in newspaper to avoid dust pollution. Quanyue took the rabbit out of the newspaper, and a small rubber band was exposed from the stitches on the back of the rabbit. Sure enough, it's something girls like, he muttered, then took the rabbit into the car and went to the court by himself. In the court, every word is an invisible sword, and you know it when you come to me.
I hope that the judges will value the evidence given by us. Amamiya's lawyer plausibly said, Amamiya Hana's quirk has always been in an unstable stage. This is the quirk value given by the family doctor. Her quirk is love medicine. It is extremely seductive in itself.
As we all know, this is an era of quirks. Even if basic power control is beginning to be popularized, there are still some princes of heaven who cannot control their quirks well. There are many such existences in our next generation. Palace flowers are typical. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Although Amamiya's quirk itself is not very aggressive, her quirk can make people lose their minds. According to the law, after losing her subjective consciousness, the crime is not. Mineta Minoru closed his eyes. Yuzuki Inuichiro squeezed the railing. They sat on either side of Amamiya Hana, listening to the lawyer's nonsense. We can see that the plaintiff has committed crimes. Like the previous cases, I hope the judge will consider the credibility of the child's testimony. This is another excuse, and this is another excuse. No, this is a personal attack. Invalid objection. Haruyama Amamiya sat in the position, concentrating on flicking the needle on the watch. The farce in front of him is far less important than the clock in his hand. In the clamor, the judge rang the hammer and called out the word, adjournment. Haruyama Amamiya raised his head to face his own daughter Amamiya Hana. He was gentle and polite, and generously stepped forward, stretched out his hand and said, It's been a long time since I saw you. 2 hours later, Quanyue finally came to the court on the right path. Facts have proved that coming by car and coming by bus are totally two lengths and two feelings. When Quanyue walked down, he felt that the running-in period that he was about to heal had caused the broken car to sway to tears. Forget it. Let's go to court as soon as possible. Quanyue muttered softly. He looked at the sky and felt that Amamiya and the others were already over. Taking out his cell phone, Quanyue subconsciously wanted to call Yuzuki Inuichiro. Yuzuki Inuichiro must stay with Amamiya Hana and Mineta Minoru. There is absolutely nothing wrong with finding him. During the 6 months of Honghu's ambition, Quanyue will go directly to Yuzuki Inuichiro for many things. Without him, even if Quanyue didn't go to Yuzuki Inuichiro himself, Yuzuki Inuichiro himself would post and talk like the old mother, and arrange everything for Quanyue while disgusting. Quanyue turned on the phone, but the beep still didn't ring. The shadows greeted from top to bottom. Quanyue raised his eyes and met Amamiya Hana's. The time for their eyes to face each other is only 0 and 1 second. The phone fell to the ground. Quanyue jerked out his hand and grabbed the corner of her clothes. LB hiss. The blood trickled down. Amamiya flower fell under his feet, and splashes of blood fell on Quanyue's shoes and trousers. Amamiya. He squatted down. The rabbit doll on his arm had already fallen on the ground, and the little rabbit was dyed red with blood. Amamiya. Quanyue's palm lit up with a white light, and he knew what he was going to do. If you bear it, it might hurt a little. Advertisement: he is the quirk of the treatment department. Amamiya hasn't died on the spot. There is still help. Bloodline dripped from the corner of Amamiya's mouth, and she fell from a high altitude. Her broken ribs plunged into her lungs, and a hole in her head broke. She couldn't move her neck, so she could only roll her eyes to look at Quanyue. She saw a white light. Please. Amamiyaka raised her hand slightly, only a little distance from the ground. Quanyue grabbed her hand. The white light was getting brighter and brighter, and the warm air from the quirk enveloped Amamiya flower. She coughed twice and gently raised her little finger. Brother, please, don't save me. Quanyue's little finger was placed in the palm of her hand. Once Amamiya Hana asked him a question. Brother, can I have any wish? Yes. Quanyue looked at Amamiya Hana with a smile. I can satisfy you for whatever you want. Amamiya stretched out her little finger and said, draw the hook. At that moment, Quanyue hoped to go back in time and give himself a big mouth. He wanted to cry, but couldn't cry. The white light in the palm of the palm diminished little by little, losing its last temperature in the wind and in the snow. There was more and more blood on the ground, and more people around, and countless flashing lights surrounded Quanyue and Amamiya flowers. Mineta Minoru stumbled and ran down from the gate. He fell on the snow and his palm was torn by a stone. He stepped away from the crowd and knelt down in front of Amamiya Hana. Amamiya, Amamiya, Amamiya. Amamiya, don't sleep. Hold it up again, we will definitely win next time. Amamiya. Quanyue touched her gradually cold hand and said, she is dead. He is very calm now, not even a single tear is shed. Quanyue put down Amamiya Hana's hand, and quietly knocked her head at Amamiya Hana's corpse. What are you knocking? Amamiya is not dead. Mineta Minoru's eyes were red, and he stepped forward and gave Quanyue a push. Are you not a therapy department? Are you not a therapy quirk? Quanyue was pushed onto the snow by him. Why didn't you save her? Mineta Minoru's tears burst, and he cried, why didn't you save her? You can. Because it's useless to save. It's not. Quanyue gently grasped the piece of fabric torn from Amamiya's body. Quirk open black lens bracket walking lantern close black lens bracket activate. Chapter 276 When Yuzuki and Ichiro came to the scene, people entangled in circles like dominoes. Quanyue's face was stained with blood. Amamiya's body was turned over, footprints and muddy water on the snow intertwined with wheels, chaotically like leftovers in a swill bucket. You are the first witness, right? Do you know the deceased? You are in the treatment department, Quirk. Why didn't you choose to treat the other person on the spot? The reporters' guns slammed into Quanyue's face. One after another, the crowd lay on their backs. Keep away from me. Yuzuki Inuichiro took off his coat and covered Amamiyaka's face. His clothes were messy, and he obviously took a lot of effort to get in. Get out of me. The second voice obviously aggravated the tone, and there were a group of policemen behind him. When the incident happened, he happened to meet Haruyama Amamiya in the corridor. The two quarreled a little, and when they had finished speaking, they heard a sound, and then something went wrong. Don't shoot. Yuzuki Inuichiro knocked down the reporter's camera. He saw this man excitedly photographing Quanyue's face and the state of the dead, and said angrily, go away. The situation is getting worse. The police began to clear the surrounding area, and the yellow cordon was pulled up. When all the reporters were expelled, Haruyama Amamiya and Mrs. Amamiya walked out of the court. Their complexions were ruddy and the corners of their eyes were wet. Mrs. Amamiya kept wiping the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, looking weak and pitiful. Yes, we are her parents. Please grief. Mineta Minoru was already speechless. He cried so hard that he couldn't even accuse him. It was a humiliation to the Amamiya couple to just salivate and spit on the ground. His only request was to send Amamiya Hana's body with the police. The autopsy report came out within 3 days. The news can't wait for 3 days. For a while, the phrase Mineta Minoru said at the scene, aren't you a therapy department? Appeared on TV, newspapers, and the internet along with major headlines. The death of Amamiya Hana was fermented in just 3 days and became a major event of public concern. The court called out the camera video and posted it on the internet, and organized a formal press conference to admit that his lack of safety design led to Amamiya's suicide. Quanyue huddled in the bed and watched the released video with Yuzuki Inuichiro. In the deserted corridor, Amamiya Hana in a white dress walked slowly by herself. She stopped by the window and stood for about 10 minutes. During this period, the sweeping aunt came over and talked to her once. I was asking the child whether to close the window. Aunt Sweeper recalled. She didn't look very good. That window was a bit difficult to close, and anyone who didn't know the trick could not close it. Did you notice that this child was thinking of committing suicide? Advertisement. No. The kid said thank you. 5 minutes after the aunt left, Amamiya Hana lifted her skirt and jumped down from the tall building across the window. Died. We are very sorry for the death of the child. For this we will compensate the family of the deceased with a compensation of 30,000 yuan. The court representative's speech ended in applause. The details of the Amamiya flower case were all due to minors. The human protection law will not be published without the consent of the family members. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. This thing will be so light, forget it, Quanyue. The outside must be scolding me badly now. Quanyue is very self-aware. He understands how many people in this world show ugly faces on the internet. Even if it is not the internet, in reality he has encountered all kinds of malice. Yuzuki Inuichiro lowered his eyes. Sorry, but I don't have any protection. It has nothing to do with you. Quanyue tore off the quilt. He has been in the room these days, eating and sleeping, and his body is almost recovered. He smiled sweetly at Yuzuki Inuichiro. It's my own bad luck. He has been in Honghu comfortably for too long. After a long time, I have forgotten what my original duties and final tasks were. Yuzuki Inuichiro looked at that smile and wanted to say something, but couldn't say it. His heart was blocked by that smile, which was clearly a joyful smile, but he wanted to cry sullenly. Okay, you can go out. Quanyue smiled. Hurry up and get out. I'm going to change my clothes and go to bed. Quanyue. Yuzuki Inuichiro was locked out of the door. He patted the door and said, Quanyue, you. He suddenly didn't know how to comfort Quanyue. Finally he hesitated and said, I'm right next to you, don't be afraid. He wanted to change the room for Quanyue, but Quanyue refused. On the bright side, Quanyue seems to be happy, except for a little absent the day before, and the rest of the time is not heartless in what to do. It seemed that the death of Amamiya Hana was nothing to her at all. But Yuzuki Inuichiro knew that it was not a simple matter for someone who had been with him day and night to die close at hand. He has experienced it. It's not that simple. When Quanyue died in his arms 7 years ago, it took him half a year to get out of the shadows after a lot of psychological treatment. It's definitely not that simple. Yuzuki Inuichiro returned to his room and brought a small bench, soaked a cup of noodles and guarded at the door of Izumi's room. It seems that doing so will make him feel more at ease. At Amamiya's house, Haruyama Amamiya was in a good mood and filled himself with a glass of red wine. He has always been a businessman. Although he said that 30,000 yuan is a small amount of money, he quietly solved the troubles for many years and added a small amount of money by the way. Who was not happy? In terms of face, he did a great job. The place where Amamiya Flower was buried was the ancestral grave of Amamiya's family. The family had already contacted the funeral home to prepare for the funeral, only waiting for Amamiya Flower's body to be transported back. Friends and relatives from all walks of life were notified in place, and even the masters who thanked the guests behind closed doors were invited by Haruyama Amamiya to do things for their daughter. All the sacrifices are the most expensive and the best, and Haruyama Amamiya specifically asked Mrs. Amamiya to get the table booked twice. Advertisement. He thought it was foolproof. It's a pity, but when he thought that he would never be able to taste that taste in the future, Haruyama Amamiya was a little sad. It's a pity, my lovely daughter. He drank the wine in one glass. In the Western Hemisphere, Sleepy Tom was awakened by a phone call from the same guy. You better have a suitable reason, otherwise I will take you. The companion's voice almost penetrated the phone, and he yelled. Don't be appropriate or inappropriate, Enos. What? Companion hates iron but steel, Scar Heroes Enos, he is live. What is this? The ghost knows what his style is, but he can become a rubber man. Chen Tian also mingled among the onlookers. The conference room he was in was full of people. Everyone looked serious. The laptop was ready, video analysis and positioning were ready, and many psychographic experts had begun to write and draw with their notebooks. Talking about something in the mouth. He smiled softly and greeted the long-lost job. It's been a long time, I am Scar Heroes Enos. I hope that friends who like the live broadcast will forward the coin and praise it 3 times. But the psychology is not so easy to change. I mean the layout of this room is not like Enos' style at all. He is a guy who never stops doing 2 things. Let me see, oh, Enos is really good at playing. Don't talk nonsense, old rules. Start our first link, truth or dare. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. I don't understand a bit, but I seem to understand a bit. He must be a suave man. Shen Tian coughed twice and the audience was silent. Hi. An electronic sound was heard from the voiceover, and the barrage increased visibly. The explosive message growth caused the video to freeze in an instant. Quanyue kicked the person under his feet into the picture. In the Egyptian capital, businessmen ignored their camels holding their mobile phones in a circle and started watching the live broadcast room. What is this? I just want to see what disgusting guy is on the execution ground today. God, no matter what, Enos is finally back, our favorite dark heroes are light. This is not Enos style. In the dimly lit room, various weird toys can be seen with naked eyes. A few ropes hung from the ceiling, ergonomic chairs and tables are placed in the corners, and a triangular wooden horse is placed in one place. Similar scenes continue to appear in all corners of the world. The good guys have started betting on the black market. This is their favorite cruel game. See how long that bad guy can last under Ino's hands. Chapter 277. After finding the room, first of all, I am a very kind person. When everyone heard Kakaka's voice, it seemed to come from somewhere in this room. Under the shaking of the camera, it caught the man's face. The cloth tucked in his mouth was crushed and stepped out. He said, "What do you choose now? Is it a big adventure or the truth?" "Who are you?" Amamiya Haruyama said, "You." He stopped when he saw the camera when he was about to swear. The confusion on his face was suppressed, looking at the camera in deep thought. "How much do you want?" Quanyue stood behind the camera, and he smiled softly. The sound coming out through the voice changer is a strong mechanical sound. Amamiya Haruyama shuddered and he tried to make himself look decent. It's a pity that the whole body is tied up, no matter how you twist it, it's especially ridiculous. "Who are you? Who made you come on Earth?" Haruyama Amamiya kept asking questions. He tentatively said a few names, but he didn't get a reply. In the public waters, Chen Tian is practicing with the police in Japan. The Amamiya home has been completely sealed off, and the local security forces have begun to intervene, actively looking for the whereabouts of Haruyama Amamiya. Chen Tian looked at the man in the video and said, according to the past, Inos does not kill innocent people. The way he kills must also be related to this person's crimes. Speed up. He needs to preempt Inos before he kills. Rescue Haruyama Amamiya. Yingshi Hua was on the boat today, and he asked curiously, if he is a criminal, Inos will execute him publicly, isn't it a good thing? Even professional heroes have no right to trial. Chen Tian said, it's the same everywhere in the world. Heroes is just a profession in a violent organization. He has no right to convict anyone. Even if that person is guilty. Quanyue quietly looked at Haruyama Amamiya. He thought of the picture he had seen in Running Lantern, and walked to the cabinet to find a potion. I'll ask again, do you choose a big adventure? Or to tell the truth? He said slowly. A strange smell filled the air, strangely good smell. Haruyama Amamiya's body began to get hot, and he hadn't smelled it for a long time. Open black lens bracket love medicine close black lens bracket it has a unique taste for him. You? Amamiya Haruyama glanced at the camera, and his fingers began to beat frequently. In the United Kingdom, a man sneered in a small room, this is the Morse code. But he said that, the man still wrote the code on paper and began to crack it, Enos, Enos. The United States, inside the FBI secret base. This time, I must catch Enos. His genes and quirk are very valuable for research, and the secret behind him. The commander looked gloomy. Japan and us have always had a good relationship. This matter makes our Japan operators won the initiative. So Enos? I won't let him escape again. India, Enos, obviously is the title of the goddess of life. A man wearing royal accessories put his chin on his head, thoughtfully. I thought he would hide. He looked at the news from Haruyama Amamiya and smiled. Let's go with our secret weapon. Japan is just a small place. Advertisement, what is the goal? The man was about to speak, only to hear heart-piercing shouts in the video. Haruyama Amamiya's face flushed, one of his fingers suddenly flicked, and his whole body tossed on the ground. The devil's voice became cheerful. It seems that you have made a choice. Let me give you a close-up of this broken finger. When the camera zooms in, we can see that Amamiya Haruyama's finger was folded in the middle. After a brief period of stiffness, the fingers hang softly. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. 10 fingers connected to the heart, and the pain continued. Has the address been cracked? People familiar with the live broadcast have already started asking on the barrage, is anyone? Some, half-cracked, can only be locked to the block. The block is slow to die. It's good if this person is directly human. There is still quite a lot of news. XX households in XX block. Big guy upstairs. The question is where Enos is now. Is it really the location that this person knows? This is a metaphysics. The questions that the audience in the live broadcast are concerned about are also questions that Chen Tian cares about. If Enos was so easy for people to guess the location, he wouldn't be called Enos anymore. In the video, the man began to howl constantly. The attentive audience found that he clamped his legs, pressed his hips and kept rubbing the ground, and his hands began to touch some places dishonestly. This is quite different from before. Looking at the performance, according to the anchor's quirk, it won't be what I think. Check the code upstairs. The account 4X has been reported and is now blocked. Quanyue glanced at the barrage, and the number of people in the live broadcast room had reached 500,000. He compared his previous results and suddenly felt that he was really not diligent. Quanyue thought to himself. The anchor who is not in business is really cold. It's like a blogger who doesn't update, and his grades are bleak. He glanced at the Amamiya Haruyama on the ground, laughed twice, and muttered in a low voice. You can't kill it. If possible, Quanyue hopes that one day his live broadcast room will never be opened again. He returned to his smile and said to Haruyama Amamiya on the ground, come on, let's start. At Amamiya's house, Mrs. Amamiya was awakened by the nanny. She was wearing pajamas and standing by the window. She saw several police cars parked downstairs, and a guard in explosion-proof suits was walking in the distance. Several well-known professional heroes in the neighborhood are guarding every corner of Amamiya's house. Advertisement someone downstairs was B****************** G on the door. What's going on here? The babysitter shook his head and whispered, they want to see Mr. Found it. Someone shouted, found the same room as the video. Shinso Hitoshi looked at the villa in front of him and walked in. Don't move that, it's an antique. You are breaking into a private house, and I want to sue you. She clutched a policeman's arm with disheveled hair and said, get out. The police shook his arm, and the other two people stepped forward to hold Mrs. Amamiya and walked to the side. They threw everyone in the Amamiya family into the car, and the professional heroes in the car accompanied them. Mrs. Amamiya lost one of her slippers, her eyes were red, and blue veins violently appeared on her neck. You are illegal. Shish. There was no one on the window. Mrs. Amamiya walked to the room of Haruyama Amamiya. She was always afraid of this husband. Thinking of the way she once fell on Amamiya's body, Mrs. Amamiya trembled, and thanked that she was already an adult, and the child she gave birth to was a boy. Shut up. A man with purple hair scolded, come up if you don't want to die. Ma'am, they came up. The babysitter was out of breath, and before he could finish speaking, the sound of footsteps downstairs suppressed the whole house. The child's room was lit up, and the old man was also alarmed. They opened the door and looked at the police and soldiers. Grandma, what is that? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. He received a special task temporarily. Don't be the truth about Amamiya Hana being revealed. You are. Mrs. Amamiya's pointed mouth was about to dismiss, she just spoke, her pupils dilated, and then she sat in the carriage slowly following the man's instructions. When Mrs. Amamiya recovered, the car door was locked. She can only slap on the bulletproof windows and struggle. The men in uniform sweep the house like locusts. Career heroes traveled flexibly. Mrs. Amamiya encountered this situation for the first time and shouted. What are you doing? Chingshan? Isn't he next door? Mrs. Amamiya felt confused. She thought that tomorrow would be Amamiya Hana's funeral, and Haruyama Amamiya told herself several times before going to bed, and blamed the nanny and said, don't you hurry down and ask what it is. Chingshan? She knocked gently on the door, and no one responded for a long time. Maybe she was asleep. Madame Amamiya took a deep breath, and she pushed a gap away. The wind blew her face, and the gauze curtains looked like wings in the frost, snow and moonlight. Chapter 278. The room is located on the second basement level, and only one corner of the video was captured. Judging from the location of Shinso Hitoshi, this room is a standard 3-bedroom and 1 living room, in which all non-load-bearing walls are opened. There are some weird props hanging on the surrounding walls. Shinso Hitoshi glanced at the corner of the video, squatted down and wiped the ground with his hands. His fingertips were stained with dust. No one has been here for a long time. Shinso Hitoshi observed that the locker in the room was also locked, and he set his eyes on the triangular horse in the corner. This Trojan has also appeared in the video. But there is always something wrong. Report, there is a goal in the southwest corner. Report, no target was found in the southeast corner. A glance over, empty. Inos and the Amamiya Haruyama he hijacked are not here. Shinso Hitoshi's face sank. He thought that the worst possibility was that Inos himself had copied the exact same place as the local one. One of the purposes of this was to divert the police's attention. The time he won was enough to kill Amamiya Haruyama 30 or 40 times. In the video, tragic scenes have appeared, and the number of viewers has continued to rise, with the nightmare questioning, a big adventure or the truth? I don't know. Another finger broke out of thin air. Did you see it? The barrage crowd took a crazy screenshot, slow moving. I can't cut it. Inos has been single for 30 years. This hand speed is really awesome and it's empty. Go upstairs, don't make trouble, this is a quirk, don't you understand, your mind is empty. At first glance, people who don't understand the anchor's quirk is so strange that it is still a mystery. Long live Inos. There are so many monsters on the barrage, everyone has them. Quanyue was used to it a long time ago. He looked at Amamiya Haruyama under his feet. Now that he has thrown the words of being well dressed in the corner, and after his clothes are almost torn, Quanyue finally changed his tone, and he asked softly, do you know why I want to catch you? Advertisement Haruyama Amamiya shook his head. Quanyue tilted his head and smiled, guess. His tone was finally a little cheerful, like a spring popping candy, bouncing up and down in his mouth, making people want to cry. Okay if you let go. Amamiya Haruyama nodded faster than a chicken picking at rice, for fear that the person in front of him would be different in the next second. He had realized that this demon with the appearance of a girl was moody. As he was about to speak, Quanyue put his finger on his lips and gave a small, shish. Haruyama Amamiya didn't understand the meaning of what he did, and the pain made him keep making noises. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Haruyama Amamiya tried to calm himself down, his face pressed to the ground, and the camera was on the tip of his nose. From the viewer's point of view, the whole picture is blurred. What are you doing, this picture? The anchor is poor and can't even afford a stand. Fall. Haruyama Amamiya couldn't see the picture, he could only hear his own breathing and cramped heartbeat. He raised his eyes to look at Quanyue, and he noticed that the girl had a happy and sad expression. The smile that couldn't be expressed in words was like a sword slowly beginning to reveal his true sharpness. In the room, Shinso Hitoshi and the police began to check the small parts. They put away all the unclean objects one by one. Some young curious ghosts turned the switch on, and there was a sudden humming noise in the room. Compared with those people's blushing face, Shinso Hitoshi calmly went too far. Over the years, Shinso Hitoshi has participated in more than a dozen secret missions. This time the mission came in a hurry, and even the target person's information was not complete. Focus on the captain. Yeah. Shinso Hitoshi walked over to look at the live room screen and drew a stroke on the floor. This point, these points, compare them. Report the situation and apply to expand the search range. He compared the video and drew out Amamiya Haruyama's approximate S-position. Look, I'm going to talk to Mrs. Amamiya. Watching not only means watching the scene, but also watching the live broadcast. The crowd hadn't nodded their heads, they only heard a bit of a bang. Suddenly a person appeared from top to bottom, and he fell heavily on the ground. The blood fell into a flower. Shinso Hitoshi took a step back. He looked at Amamiya Haruyama's wide-open eyes and closed his eyes. What just happened? Did you see it? A group of people looked at each other, feeling a little weird. They looked up at the ceiling and the incandescent lamp, thinking about a serious question. Where did the body come from? Inos. Who the hell is it? How did he do that? Advertisement. Not only the Shinso Hitoshi people were surprised, but almost everyone who watched the live broadcast was surprised. There are many people who have just entered the live broadcast room, and most of them are elderly people in the live broadcast room. It is not surprising that Enos uses various quirks. Except for a small number of psychopaths who like to watch bloody scenes, more people are in a state of research and discussion. I am curious about Enos's purpose and mental state. A small number of them show a fanatical attitude towards Enos' quirk. The existence of these people is basically the same as the number of psychopaths. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at HotMTL novel for free. After falling from a high place, the white changed to red, and everything looked red in the past. No one responded to him. In the space, the figure of a little girl appeared on the ground. She was wearing a white dress, only a rough outline was drawn. Quanyue knelt down and said with a smile, "Happy?" He could clearly see a pair of red eyes appearing in the white space. Quanyue watched the noise of the people on the barrage. He turned off the video and sat in the room silently. The cabinets and various props that belonged to the basement in the room slowly disappeared, and finally a white space appeared. How many quirks does this guy have? All right. The two did not show their faces, but their voices came over. Next we are going to make a big move, you can prepare. The space department is definitely a new quirk of the space department. The wind blew on his face and there was nothing left. The characteristic is that every time Enos uses a suspected new quirk, they will go up and study it. Absolutely different. Japan has an AFO, Enos and him are two similar quirks. I did everything I promised you. He saw the snow and two figures emerging from the snow. You use one line of sky. How can you open another line of sky at will? The two elders dressed like a miner, and one of them chattered, "You don't know how much I want to maintain so many record points of one line of sky. Isn't it easy? You still use it, just borrow one." In an instant, the person disappeared. Heroes Enos, the scar that has been silent for almost half a year, should be awake. Quanyue reached out and put his hand on the girl's head. He seemed to have done this many times. Under the cold palm, those red pupils slowly closed, and finally, as if melting in the background, snow began to fall into space. Chapter 279. At 3:10 in the morning today, the victim Haruyama Amamiya was confirmed dead. The murderer's cruelty is chilling, and the level of arrogance is unprecedented. Here, the national wanted order is issued. Shoto Todoroki opened the morning news and heard this passage, news. Now he has lost his quirk and has slowly got rid of his job as a professional heroes. He rented a shop to concentrate on soba noodles. In the past 6 months, he also has some regular customers of his own. Boss, the same way. Shoto Todoroki sorted out the ingredients, and the customer sat down and started ordering. He happened to hear the news and exclaimed. This world is the same. You are the boss. You are quieter here. Put more tahini, yours. Shoto Todoroki's hands and feet are neat. He poured the noodles in a bowl. When he was still in UA High School, he was the head of the Culinary Association. Because quirk is half cold and half burning, he has a talent that is far beyond ordinary people in controlling temperature. Speaking of which, you used to be a professional heroes, little boss. Okay. Why not do it? Can't do it. Shoto Todoroki didn't want to continue talking about this issue. He turned off the subject and said, I studied another flavor. Would you like to try it? He talks less, always giving everyone a cold illusion. The guest smiled and nodded, obviously familiar with who Boss Boom is. He promised to try the dishes and left contentedly. The wind chime at the door was knocked by the rolling shutter, and it smashed. Todoroki, it seems that you can still live here? My brother, Sha Shang, who was supposed to be doing closed research, found a seat and sat down. He had long heard about his brother's loss of quirk, but it was the first time he came to the small shop opened by his brother. I was shocked when Dong Mai said it. The old man really let you out to open the shop? Yeah. Shoto Todoroki nodded and made a snack for his brother. After learning cooking, he often cooks for his family in his spare time, and has an understanding of personal tastes over time. Tisk, you are so indifferent. Do you really don't care about the old man's property? Hong Xiashong leaned over and laughed, although my older brothers and sisters will also raise you. Shoto Todoroki pushed away his elder brother's face in disgust, and his disgust was beyond words. It's boring. It's rare for me to come once. Hong Xiashong put away his hippie smile and started talking about business. You should have heard today's news. Any thoughts? Shoto Todoroki washed his hands and said, it's probably a person. I think so too. After comparing the murderer who killed Amamiya Haruyama and the person who caused you to lose the quirk, the coincidence rate is judged to be as high as 83%. If we can find that person, maybe we can get you back, quirk. Xiao Xiashong came over and said, I know you don't want to rely on the old man these years, but Todoroki, he is your father after all. Although the family said that the relationship between father and son is good, Shoto Todoroki is always unwilling to lose. He is 22 years old and wants to completely free himself from the stereotype of professional heroes Endeavor's son. Advertisement, the old man knows that you have an accident and he blames himself. Hong Xiashong persuaded. And Todoroki, you also want to return to the professional heroes world. Shoto Todoroki knocked the noodle bowl hard in front of Konatsuo, and put his chopsticks on it. Mom misses you too. Xiao Xiashong said, Todoroki, go home. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In Hongwu's ambition headquarters, Yuzuki Inuichiro had dinner in the morning and listened to the news before he knew what had happened. He yawned and saw Quanyue coming out of the room. not expressing or disclosing his behavior last night, upholding the principle that silence is golden. What a joke, he was known, and he was like a pervert. Staying at the girl's door without sleeping at night, sneaking up without sleeping. No, it's really the same as neuropathy. Yasuki Inuichiro took a bite of the steamed bun and looked at Izumi. Unlike his own malaise, Quanyue is in good spirits. Today she wore a turtleneck sweater with her long hair draped over her shoulders. She ordered a can of Old Godmother and white porridge. What kind of Old Godmother eats with white porridge? Here in Quanyue, Lao Gan Ma is the main dish. Many people in the cafeteria are paying attention to the incident of Haruyama Amamiya. Among them, the grape juice heroes Mineta Minoru and Wushiangu are the most excited. I'm going to send a pennant to that or something. Wushiangu exaggeratedly said. Good job in seconds, quack quack. Yuzuki Inuichiro glared at him. The Wushin dog covered his mouth and sat down to eat the buns. Scar's Heroes Enos is now a global criminal, and the first person to possess several quirks besides the AFO in prison. Compared with the original quirk that AFO almost made public, Enos' original quirk is still a mystery. The name Enos means the goddess of life in the myth. Tang Zi naturally took a plate and sat next to Quanyue. It's obviously a pseudonym. Not necessarily. Quanyue put a bite of the Old Godmother into his mouth, and shook his tongue. Maybe the other party is his real name. Foreigners like this mythical name when they choose their name. He tidied up his things and prepared to return to himself. The room is not safe outside, and Hongwu's ambition is at least safe. Yuzuki Inuichiro dealt with the food in 2 of 3 and caught up. He didn't speak, but followed Quanyue quietly, until Quanyue walked to the door of the room. Neither of them spoke. Yuzuki Inuichiro watched the door closed, sighed, and resignedly went back to correct the document. He is also the decision-maker of Hongwu's ambition, and it is impossible to follow Quanyue all day. But he was sincerely worried that Quanyue couldn't think of doing something silly, and after hesitating again and again, he decided to let Wushingu help to take a look at Quanyue. Unexpectedly, this time, Wu Tiangu refused. Advertisement. I want to take Mineta Minoru to the airport. He's leaving? Yuzuki Inuichiro didn't hear the wind, just left. Wu Tiangu didn't understand very well. He said, everyone is dead. Mineta Minoru said he should go. Yuzuki Inuichiro felt guilty in his heart. This matter should have been their ambition to bear most of the responsibility, but he was overly worried about Quanyue and ignored the other party. In all fairness, in terms of emotions, Mineta Minoru is the one who suffers the most. Fog Tengu. Yuzuki Inuichiro's voice amplified unconsciously. He wanted to call out Quanyue's name, but suddenly felt dry. Unknowingly, he had suppressed the foggy Tengu on the wall, his expression as if he wanted to kill. You take this to him. Yuzuki Inuichiro saw himself in his pupils and slowly let go of his hand. He couldn't control his tears from falling. Yuzuki Inuichiro opened a small room and took out a box from the shelf. These are the things in front of Amamiya peanuts. The clothes inside are basically the flowers picked by Mineta Minoru for Amamiya. Open the top one as Amamiya. Spend the homework and test papers. Quanyue is dead. The evidence is solid, you should put it down. He was the first to discover the truth about Amamiya Ka, and he was the first to stand up to protect Amamiya Ka from the tragedy, and in the end he watched the child he wanted to protect die in front of him. He burst into tears like a child. The girl's handwriting is clean and tidy, and the font looks a little round. Yuzuki Inuichiro sighed, and he said, then you go. The Wushin dog only walked a few steps, and was stalked by Yuzuki Inuichiro again. Witnessing people is a soft sword, that kind of pain. You're welcome. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at Hot MTL Novel for free. He understands. Suddenly, Wushingu closed his eyes and said, young master, your illness is not all right, right? He seemed to guard his bones, exposing all his fangs and claws. Young master. Wushiangu smirked, I think it hurts even more. Yuzuki Kenichiro sighed helplessly. Anyway. His voice became smaller and smaller, and he suddenly smiled dryly. Forget it. He put the box back on the shelf. I will keep it for Amamiya. When he wants it, come to Hongwu to get it with ambition. Wu Tiangu came over, and he said, the day the young master, did you think about 7 years ago again? Yuzuki Inuichiro gave a pause, and he was a little unhappy, no. Chapter 280 Followers of Enos. Wu Tiangu has long known that his young master suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder, but it is the first time that he has seen the young master's emotional breakdown due to illness. There is no doubt that it was the death of Amamiya Flower and Azumuki-related events that stimulated him. Post-traumatic stress disorder, also known as PTSD, refers to a delayed and persistent mental disorder caused by an individual experiencing, witnessing or encountering one or more actual deaths involving himself or others, or more serious threats. To put it simply, the past stimulation caused him to have psychological problems. The family tragedy that happened 7 years ago or even longer has become a seed quietly planted in the soul of Yuzuki Inuichiro. Wu Tiangu came here to find tranquilizers and soothing pills. He waited until Yuzuki Inuichiro's mood stabilized before he left. Fungno stood at the door and asked nervously, I'm going to contact the doctor. It's not the first time that Yuzuki Inuichiro has fallen ill. It's just that he has fallen less and less in recent years, and everyone feels that he is recovering. But in fact, he just hides too well, he won't be able to take it anymore. Wu Tiangu said softly, how about Uncle Qing Yuan, can you let him come back and see? Qing Yuan has been outside as a martial arts coach all these years, not working in Honghu Ambition headquarters. Qing Yuan is an old subordinate of Hara Honghu's Ambition, and half the elder of Yuzuki Inuichiro. I'll try to contact. Feng Nu nodded and said, thinking of the young master's last illness, she trembled and said, did you say something that shouldn't be said again? You also think I said something that shouldn't be said? Wu Tiangu covered his face and said, but isn't it true? For so many years. Feng Nu interrupted him, Fog Tiangu, Quanyue is different from us. They should have understood that he and the young master are brothers. And Quanyue is his emotional sustenance. But he is dead. Wu Xiangu said coldly, he will die sooner or later. Even if he didn't die in the North Sea 7 years ago, it will take 3 years or so enough for the medicine to evaporate where he died. It's better than letting the young master realize that death is in his own plan. Feng Nu don't start, she gently pushed a foggy dog, rather helpless. Wu Tiangu turned sideways and said, Feng Nu, are you suspicious of me? I just think you are a little taken for granted. If Feng Nu was not injured because of the Dahe Dao incident, the quirk potential was weakened, and now the highest combat power of Honghu's Ambition might be. She opened the door and gently persuaded, you should also send the heroes grape juice, it's not early. Advertisement. The room was silent and lonely. Wu Tiangu stared at the do not disturb sign on the doorknob, angrily burst into his eyes. He hammered the wall heavily with his hand, turned and left. Downstairs, Heroes Mineta Minoru got in a taxi. Tang Zetian handed him a letter of recommendation from Honghu's Ambition and said, please accept it. With this letter, Mineta Minoru would be less obstructed in finding a job related to professional heroes. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Mineta Minoru accepted the letter. He sat in the car and looked at the flowers and trees on the road, and looked at the antenna and the house from the car window. He didn't speak, and he didn't even leave a drop of tears. The airport is in front. Sir, your letter is lost. The driver shouted after receiving the money. Mineta Minoru didn't look back. He dragged his suitcase through the security checkpoint, and sat down in the waiting hall casually. He stared at the marble on the floor blankly, and didn't even notice Ant Cleaner's broom. Mr. Mineta Minoru? Mr. Mineta Minoru? The stewardess in uniform hurried over, holding a small box in her hand. Mineta Minoru looked over and didn't recognize what the box looked like. The stewardess said, Mr. Mineta Minoru, someone asks me to give this to you. Mineta Minoru was a little irritable, but he was too tired to speak, and assumed that the stewardess kept the box beside him. There is still an hour and a half before boarding. He didn't know why he came out so early. Mineta Minoru drank some water to regain his strength. He looked at the box and opened it after hesitating for a long time. There is a rabbit doll in the box. The doll has been cleaned, and it can be seen that there is a faint red color on the half of the body. Mineta Minoru tried hard to remember one or two, and finally matched a certain gadget in his memory. He once gave Amamiya a doll. He turned the rabbit doll over. A post-it note is posted on the back of the doll. Open. Mineta Minoru tore off the post-it note and saw a crooked stitch on the back of the doll. Advertisement. Amamiya. Quanyue removed the white rabbit hair tie from his wrist. He snorted coldly, and while walking toward the street, he tied up his hair with the white rabbit hair tie. Mineta Minoru touched it with her hand, and there was a small hard bump inside the doll. He tore a hole in the rabbit doll along the stitches, and took out the hard bumps inside. He wandered around the passageway 3 or 4 times up and down, and finally pulled his sunglasses down and stared at Quanyue. Little sister, where's your grown-up? His smile was teasing a mature man. But then he ran around for a lawsuit, and he hadn't talked with Amamiya for a long time. It was a lot of fun. Amamiya. The man in the white suit smiled, climbed over the railing, and carried Quanyue's suitcase to catch up. He said, I'm angry if you just say a few words. There is no hole the size of the previous pinky finger on that neck. Okay. The man in the suit stretched out his hand, then let me introduce it again. My name is Ying Chenshi. Scars. A fanatic follower of Heroes Enos. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Quanyue was standing at the airport with a suitcase dragged. He changed into a stewardess uniform and scattered around. In the crowd, he is like the most ordinary traveler, without attracting anyone's attention. The flight attendant left the waiting hall with the suitcase long ago. She walked out of the airport gate and walked around the corner into the bathroom to tear off the artificial leather on her face, revealing the face of a 15-year-old. It's a ball of paper. Mineta Minoru didn't dare to continue thinking. He was afraid that what he thought would become true. His heart convulsed at the thought of that possibility. Quanyue looked over with a cold face, and he felt like he would kill with more teasing. The flight SDF 13329 from the United States has arrived, and the flight SDF 13329 from the United States has arrived. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the passengers of this flight were greeted at the door. The man walking in the front didn't even bring any luggage. He was wearing star-shaped brown sunglasses, a polite, white suit with a light brown scarf, and he looked very gentleman. The tall ponytail showed a white neck. He almost couldn't hold the ball of paper, and almost broke the paper clumsily. After opening it completely, Mineta Minoru didn't say a word. He silently held the paper in his palm and said nothing. Chapter 281 Scars Heroes Enos. The name used to be mediocre in Japan, and even no one paid attention to it. However, with the death of Amamiya Haruyama, the whole of Japan has learned about this dark heroes, which was frantically tortured and tortured. Quanyue acquiesced to Ying Chenshi's getting in the car, He looked out the window and listened to Ying Chenxi's praise of his little white rabbit hair tie and makeup, and his heart was upset. Ying Chen, what kind of existence do you think Heroes is? Quanyue asked. I don't feel confused, I just want to hear your opinion. The death of Amamiya Hana still had a certain impact on him. In the past, he only chose those murderers to kill. Haruyama Amamiya did not cause Amamiya death before, so he was not included in Quanyue's kill list. At that time, he chose to stand by and stick to his own principles, which indirectly led to Amamiya's death. Heroes. It should be the kind of fool who knows that there is a tragedy ahead and will rush forward. Ying Chenxi smiled. I think anyone who can work hard for their ideals can be called heroes. It sounds like the same thing. But now heroes should be a person who selflessly contributes to the people and works hard for the benefit of the people. Quanyue said an idea he saw on the internet, and he pointed out, but I often find it very contradictory, because I always feel that not everyone is worthy of my protection. Protect is a very simple verb, but who to protect? How to protect? No one clearly pointed this out. That's why there is the emergence of professional heroes, right? Ying Chen continued to follow the topic, their occupations, and we don't have any objection to them.
They take taxpayers' money to protect all taxpayers.
They're evildoers. As long as they don't show up, they must protect each other. For example, Amamiya Haruyama. Quanyue felt that he was a little hypocritical, and he didn't want to talk about it anymore. He hastily inquired about Ying Chenxi's work in the United States, and then said his plans. I want to take the UA High School. Quanyue said. 7 years ago, the UA High School Games were comparable to contemporary Olympic competitions. After reforms, the UA Games has now expanded into the All Japan Heroes Division Reserve competition. Regardless of the ratings or the proportion of entries, it is setting new highs every year. After the Quirk self-defense regulations were passed, the proportion of people learning and controlling Quirk has greatly increased. In addition to student reserve competitions, there are also national-level public entertainment competitions. I understand, follow the plan. Ying Chen compared with an okay, and said, it is a problem of realistic proportional coordination. I will try my best to help you make it. I have brought the American data and samples. Quanyue has to say that the people introduced to him by the elders back then are quite reliable. Advertisement Ying Chenxi has nothing to do with the Quanyue family in terms of blood relationship and has two extremes with Quanyue's current Quan family. According to his own account, he yearned for the ideal world of the Quanyue family and joined it. Quanyue doesn't believe this argument. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. But he is also willing to believe this kind of argument for the sake of ideals, because the Quanyue family plan itself is a kind of arrogant dream. Ying Chenxi leaned in, he twisted a pinch of Quanyue's long hair, and smiled. I didn't expect you to look pretty in a skirt. Quanyue shot Ying Chenxi directly on the waist, and he said coldly. It's not funny. Ying Chenxi turned the muzzle off, and said, it's not good to wipe the gun and misfire. If this person wasn't really capable, Quanyue would like to blow his head with a shot. Speaking of which, how did you think of asking me about heroes? Ying Chenxi guessed. The live broadcast looks like you were really angry. Enos used to be an indifferent killing machine, at least in Ying Chenxi's view, this guy is not enough to be called a human. He can be a treasure, a machine, but definitely not a human being. But judging from the small details of the latest live broadcast, Enos has a richer mood swing than before. This kind of long-lost human temperature should be even more curious about what happened in the past 6 months. Angry? I won't be angry. Quanyue avoided talking. He was about to reach his destination. He put his 2 fingers together and waved at the sweaty driver. Pound. He said an onomatopoeia, and several big holes suddenly appeared on the driver's face. Ying Chenxi's eyelids jumped. He grabbed Quanyue's hand and yelled, are you crazy? 3 years ago, on June 12, Autumn Mingshan. Drunk driving caused death in the middle of the night. Quanyue smiled at Ying Chenxi. Quirk, pain memory. Wrapped Ying Chenxi's arm and quickly spread to his face. The touch of the glass slag pierced his face, making Ying Chenxi's hair horrified. He threw Quanyue's hand away and rushed to the corner with a strange expression. Isn't it a normal thing to kill for a life? Quanyue's tone was calm, returning to the icy appearance of an executor for 7 years. I think you like me more. No, I think it's better for you to be a student girl. Ying Chenxi frantically swiped the screen. He watched the driver slowly fall to the ground, and said with a smile. I just want to ask, you killed someone, what should I do if you drive? Know that they are still on their way to their destination. Quanyue knew it naturally. He snapped his fingers softly, and suddenly the wound on the driver's body quickly recovered. Through the interior mirror, Ying Chenxi could clearly see the driver's eyes for help. Advertisement. Just as he was about to speak, Quanyue made a zipper movement. In the next second, the wound on the driver's face quickly moved to his lips. As if the driver had realized something, he let go of a hand and began to scratch his mouth. If one day, I also kill someone, will Quanyue do it to me? Ying Chenxi thought of this with an excited smile. He knows that it is not just killing, there are more deaths waiting for him. Quanyue was extremely quiet. The wound quietly glued his upper and lower lips together. The abrasions on the face moved to the lips, and then quickly recovered, which was inseparable. Enos, what kind of perverted quirk did you receive? Ying Chenxi was amazed by the effect of this quirk, and he praised. It's amazing. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. However, the other hand is glued to the steering wheel. He turned his head and looked out the window. The sky was gray and it was almost the snowy season. The premise of this impermanence is based on the premise that Quanyue has a strong quirk. Too late. The mountain wind blew on his face. Ying Chenshi stretched out his hand to catch the raindrops. He regretted. It's not snowing. Quanyue looked at the car under the cliff and pinched it with his hand. The driver in the car was completely cut off from life. But his first quirk was based on treatment. Let's go. Quanyue turned around and said, I will introduce you to where you work. Quanyue didn't answer him. He continued to control the wound, letting it move to the palm of his hand. The driver had no way to contend with the fast-healing wound with one hand, and he planned to completely let go of the steering wheel. The speed of the car was getting slower and slower, so Quanyue directly opened the car and got off. Ying Chenshi followed. The two of them watched the car and the driver slowly drove towards the cliff, and listened to the whimper from the car, indifferent. Save people, but also kill people. Now he has a lot of quirks and a lot of methods to become powerful and unscrupulous. A long time ago, someone told him that if his first quirk was not abandoned, he would definitely develop a powerful force. Quanyue didn't believe it 7 years ago. His narrow vision and imagination limited his ability to use the quirk, and was squeezed out of his quirk's potential in advance. This quirk is really powerful. Ying Chenshi lowered his eyes. It would not be good for him if Quanyue's temperament becomes impermanent. Chapter 282 Quirk is too suitable. Wait. Here. Ying Chenshi suddenly looked around and said, aren't you kidding me? There's only a winding road around, and a chaotic grave on the top. You can't even see a bus station phone booth when you walk for 15 minutes, too. In winter, I can only sing along with the phrase, thousands of mountains and birds will fly away, and all paths will disappear. Enos, don't joke with me. How can I stand in the mountains? Quanyue ignored him and walked straight up the path. Ying Chenshi was completely sluggish, and when Quanyue was almost out of sight, he chased up and said, don't, Enos, do you tell me there is a net here? No, then you can find me a beautiful female assistant. No, I want to go back to America. Quanyue's gun was about to move. Ying Chenshi was also a little unhappy. He said, no wonder you can't find anyone to help you. You can't get rid of the small family workshop model. There is no entertainment if you hire outsiders without food or drink. It's a contemporary week. Peel the skin, ask the cow to milk but not feed the cow. Do you only know now? Ying Chenshi was a little aggrieved. Hey, besides an idealist like me, who else will sponsor you? He and Quanyue came to a tomb. In between, Quanyue made 2 strokes on it and the tomb sank, revealing a small section of stairs. You are not going to bury me alive, do you? Quanyue smiled and said, you can try it. The two walked down the stairs. Ying Chen touched the stone wall with his hands and found that there were all water drops on it, and the dry soil under his feet turned into a water channel. Quanyue walked ahead. He walked freely in the dark, and his fingers were clearly visible even if he didn't light the lamp. Ying Chenshi could tolerate it at first, but when the humidity got heavier and the vapor pressure made people difficult to breathe, he couldn't bear to use his quirk and followed Quanyue. The two walked for a little half an hour before the water gradually disappeared. What you saw was a huge jar covered with moss, a thin layer of ash on the bluestone slab, and various bottles and jars were placed in a carved stone cave. Ying Chenshi picked up one at will, barely recognizing the writing on it. Revocation, 10%? Don't mess around, I'll take you to recognize it first. Quanyue introduced all the medicines and equipment in the entire space to Ying Chenshi. Most of the equipment in the middle has been protected for 10 or even 20 years, and some of them have been molded and scrapped because of water vapor. Advertisement, but Quanyue still takes their role one by one with the past very seriously. Don't mess with other things. I will help you strengthen some places. Quanyue said in response to Chenshi. If you want to go out, there is a straight rope here. The simple thing is simpler. This is a bit cruder. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Quanyue smiled and said, I'll give you the space anyway, you can do the rest yourself. He pointed to a few holes. This mountain was hollowed out a long time ago, but only a small piece of it was remodeled back then. There are still many places behind, you can toss as you like. He actually doesn't like managing people and things, so let go where he can let go. Ying Chenshi complained a few words. In fact, apart from the lack of internet, it is a good place because it has a large space and strong concealment, and it is warm in winter and cool in summer. However, he was still worried that there was no internet here, and when Quanyue left, he grabbed and said, I want internet, or you can find me a female assistant. Quanyue perfunctorily came out by himself. After he came out, he didn't know where to go, so he simply returned to Honghu's ambition. Tang Zi is naturally exercising quirk in a specific training ground, and she is sweating all over her body in sports shorts. When Quanyue passed by, it happened to be that she was honing her new skills. Unlike 7 years ago, with the continuous development of quirk self-defense activities, the public also began to enjoy the rights and opportunities of quirk exercise. In addition to normal classes, children now go back to the special quirk development organization to exercise. Some wealthy families hire professional heroes to be quirk teachers for their children. Quirk education is officially included as an important part of the education of primary and secondary school students. Everyone must recognize the existence of their own quirk and learn to control the quirk to ensure that their quirk does not harm people. Among them, those who have achieved good results in quirk training will be expected to become the reserve of professional heroes and participate in the selection of heroes in various schools. Quanyue carefully observed Tang Zi Tianren and he found that Tang Zi Tianren's quirk's intensity has increased compared to 7 years ago. Because her quirk is in the form of gas, Quanyue can only see the flames being compressed and then released continuously, and the load-bearing wall in front of her has been burnt black. With an explosion, the center of the load-bearing wall was blasted with a large hole by natural gas. Tang Zi naturally wiped off a sweat. She sat down and took a drink, as if she was fishing out of the water. Quanyue can easily judge Tang Zi's natural level, which can definitely enter the heroes section. But Tang Zi naturally didn't grab the number of recommended students. There are at least 5 young people who are stronger than her. This is the result of the continuous advancement of society and individuals over the past 7 years. The waves behind push the waves forward. Anyone who slackens a little will be shot to death on the sofa. Tang Zi naturally rested for a while, noticed Quanyue, and waved. Quanyue, are you here to train too? Advertisement Quanyue came to Honghu for almost half a year with ambition. Everyone only knows that his quirk is the treatment department, but no one knows what the specific quirk is, what its role is, and how big it can be. At first, Yuzuki Inuichiro wanted to ask clearly, but Izumi resolutely disagreed, and the matter was over. Okay. Instead of borrowing, damage replacement, quirk, wound movement. From the use of special effects and internal principles, wound movement is a low-level version of damage replacement. But the effect is much lower than the complete damage replacement. It makes sense for Quanyue's family to choose this quirk for Quanyue. Firstly, it can make Quanyue get used to the quirk's fighting style, and secondly, it is not easy to attract attention. Let's form a team for the actual combat of UA High School, Tang Zi said eagerly. Your quirk is really suitable, too suitable. The proportion of this group of people in society has increased year by year, and the disadvantaged quirk group accounted for the majority. They are called hidden by society, meaning people who want to hide quirks. Quanyue thinks it's okay. The warm white light immediately enveloped Tang Zetian. The small abrasions and wear on her body moved quickly in one direction, and finally gathered into a piece of dead skin, which slowly fell from her hand. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Tang Zi naturally guessed that Quanyue was such a concealer, and he was extremely fancy about his quirk privacy. Otherwise, it is impossible not to let people know what their quirk is for half a year. He stretched out his hand from his cuff and breathed a sigh of relief. The white mist curled away. Quanyue put his hand on Tang Zi's natural forehead. I am a therapy department after all. The hidden person refuses to expose his quirk, and resists being a hero subjectively. What is suitable for? Quanyue was confused. Quanyue smiled and said, no need. He put down his hand and was about to say something, when Tang Zi naturally beamed his eyes forward and grabbed Quanyue's hand and said, Quanyue, let's team up. With the development of quirk's self-defense, people's awareness of the protection of quirk's privacy has improved a lot compared to 7 years ago. A small number of people have begun to fight for the right to silence, and they cannot accept that their quirk information is exposed. If you want to train, I'll take you to the physical fitness classroom. You can also take a personality test first, here. Tang Zi naturally looked at the messy rocks on the floor, a little embarrassed. It's too messy here. Tang Zitian didn't treat Quanyue as a competitor. In her mind, Quanyue just wanted to go to UA High School for a day trip. Chapter 283 Candidates Without Quirk. The exam at UA High School is very difficult. Tang Zi naturally expressed regret. I was careless and failed the exam last time, but the heroes exam. She talked about the excitement and held Quanyue's hand. Said, if there is you, there is absolutely no problem. Hey, in Quanyue's impression, the treatment department is not the best candidate for the heroes department. After all, the treatment department is recognized as a logistics heroes. A high school has always been dominated by competitions, right? The treatment department seems to be useless. Although he tried hard to use the rescue points to get to the passing line, it was a pity that he did not achieve his wish. Later, I learned that it was because someone maliciously damaged his grades, which led to his failure to enter the heroes division of UA High School. At that time, Quanyue, who was supposed to be angry, was unexpectedly calm. For him, at that time, the news had no meaning. Tang Zetian was obviously caught up in the exploration of Quanyue quirk. She asked, what is your quirk, can it transfer wounds? Non-living bodies are not allowed. Quanyue explained, and the injury caused by the wound cannot exceed the total capacity of my body. At the same time, this quirk can only transfer wounds on a single living body. For example, transfer the fatal injury of the chest to the epidermis to alleviate the patient's pain and gain time for rescue. If Quanyue had used this quirk at the time, Amamiya might have survived. Tang Zetian felt sorry, but she still told Quanyue about the changes in the heroes section of UA High School over the years. The current exams are changing every year. Because the quirk self-defense regulations are passed and implemented, the current UA High School pays more attention to the coordination of students. Teamwork ability. This point will be prominent during the exam. I was a bit too nervous before. How to put it, I'm always afraid that I will accidentally hurt my teammates. Tang Zi naturally played haha. She said to Quanyue, the exam is about to take place in a few days. If the two of us are the same examination room, can we two form a team? The advantage of teaming up with the treatment department is that you can use the quirk without any scruples, and you don't have to worry about the existence of the quirk's attributes. Many people like to act together in a therapy department. In addition to an extra layer of protection for life, it is also because the operation can be more convenient, and there is no scruples about opening up and closing together. Quanyue did not agree. He is currently not interested in cooperating with others. Advertisement. If there is no team, it's past, but let's put it this way. Now Heroes is more focused on teamwork. Going alone may reduce the impression score. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Is there any such thing? It is also a skill to quickly reach an agreement with anyone and complete the exam content perfectly. But there is never a lack of struggle in the exam. The examination room is the battlefield. Once again, Quanyue, standing in front of the gate of UA High School, looked back at the students in various school uniforms with various abilities. Being among the young students, I seem to have become the 15-year-old boy. Yuzuki Inuichiro specially drove the two of them over, and when he saw Quanyue staring at the gate, he thought he was shocked. He rubbed Quanyue's head like a joke, and said, "Take the test well and don't panic." Quanyue gave him a blank look and walked directly into the door. He and Tang Zi naturally walked to the teaching building and couldn't help but look back at Yuzuki Inuichiro. Yuzuki Inuichiro waved to him, and surrounded him with twittering parents. Admitted to UA High School, and turned into a dragon. Quanyue was originally wearing loose sportswear. Instead of going to the changing room like the other students, he was sitting downstairs. The teacher in charge of the narration is still the noisy microphone Heroes, and even those few English sentences and mantras are exactly the same as 7 years ago. The walls of UA High School have been refurbished in 7 years, with portraits of outstanding graduates hung up. Quanyue stood in the column of Heroes and looked at the heads of Midoriya Izuku, Shoto Todoroki, and Bakugo Katsuki quietly. Under the portraits of the three, it is marked that they were the unquestioned Big Three in that year. In the column of excellent general graduates next door, the head of Yuzuki Inuichiro is hung. Advertisement hanging on the wall is a group photo of students from previous generations. The group photos of these students are basically changed every 10th year. Quanyue took a closer look in it, and he didn't realize his existence. He was about to identify if there were anyone he knew well, when the sound of arguing came from the end of the corridor. "Classmate, isn't your device a bit too exaggerated?" "Teacher, the school allows students to bring their own equipment into the examination room." "I mean, your device is a bit too exaggerated, do you understand? It's the kind of surprise exaggeration." Many students around who changed their clothes were watching this rare and interesting event with great interest, and more people were. Race against time to warm up. "Teacher, if you don't believe that I did it myself, I can disassemble it on the spot and show it to you. I still have the original manuscript here." The teacher in charge of leading the way was a little embarrassed. "Classmate, I don't believe you." It was a gloomy boy. The two dull hairs on his hair were probably the liveliest presence on the whole body. The hair covered his right eye and his face was not good. "Teacher, if you delay any longer, you will miss the exam." In desperation, the teacher in charge of leading the way had to pack his so-called absurd equipment one by one and load them into the car. As a kind reminder, the teacher said to the boy, "The time to change clothes is running out. You won't have time to put on the equipment wherever you go." "Thank you, teacher." The boy tucked a suitcase onto the shelf and thanked him. Quanyue followed the crowd into the car, and he observed that the boy was surrounded by boxes with equipment. He only occupies one seat, but his equipment occupies almost 5 or 6 seats. And the trunk of the car is also full of his equipment. It is indeed a bit exaggerated. "Classmate, did you go beyond the regulations?" A student couldn't stand it anymore, and he and some others had no seats to do it. Examination rules clearly stipulate that each person can only carry one quirk auxiliary equipment. This auxiliary equipment that can be carried into the examination room requires strict examination and minor modification by the examination office in all aspects before it can enter the examination room. Quanyue probably guessed a little. He stood on the side, watching the fun. The gloomy boy said, "These are not quirk aids." To make his rhetoric more reliable, he paused and said, "I don't have quirk." Chapter 284 No Quirk, Heroes section. The last person to link these two words together has become a well-known professional heroes. However, it was later proved that he was not without quirk, but because the power of quirk was too strong, and it was mistaken that he did not use quirk if he didn't use it. How big the gimmick of no quirk admitted to the hero's subject was and how big the hope it gave, it hit the real quirk-free crowd. The non-quirk that everyone thinks is actually a quirk with great potential. This is called at best, quirk successfully developed. In the past 7 years, countless people have tried to reconnect the terms, no quirk, and heroes, but they all failed without exception. The most successful person is actually Yuzuki Inuichiro. Although he is not standing in the heroes world as a professional hero, he is the quirk-free first person in the professional heroes world anyway. Most of the quirk-free people have no relationship with the professional heroes from the moment they are born. Inspiring to maintain social peace, no quirk can only choose to engage in occupations with innate honors such as police and doctors. But compared to heroes, these two types of occupations are slightly eclipsed. But now a question arises, does the non-quirk auxiliary equipment carried without the quirk comply with the rules? When the team leader was at a loss, the school leader issued a notice, agreeing to bring a lot of equipment to take the exam. And also sent a small van to load these machinery and equipment. "It's really unfair," an examinee said. "Who knows whether those equipment will have great lethality. Although they have the quirk, a student's powerful thermal weapon in front of them will inevitably fall behind." Quanyue closed his eyes and regained consciousness. He recalled the actual combat data that Tang Zetian had found over the years. From the killing mode of destroying robots to observe the comprehensive combat index of students on the battlefield such as observation power and explosive power, to the group fighting mode of saving hostages to observe students' temporary organization, adaptability and decision-making ability, to last year's escape from the room. In the limited time maze mode, the actual test questions of Oulu High School are changing every year. Some exams have to face harsh conditions in the first second, and there is no time to equip them. The original intention of other exams is to remove the external factors of the students and throw each child into desperation. It is absolutely impossible to pass this test with the expectation of external forces. If this young man wants to use the lethality of his equipment to pass the exam, he will inevitably fail. But Quanyue didn't think it was that simple. He watched the young man pack his things and sat down beside him. His face didn't seem to be bright, he was always gloomy. Are you really quirk-free? Advertisement, okay? Quanyue smiled and said, your idol won't be Honghu's ambitious Mr. Yaoi. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The boy looked over and said softly, no. He stopped talking and started to open his backpack and put on his sportswear in the car. Quanyue saw a small line embroidered on the chest of that middle school sportswear, Chigu Yunhai. His name is Chigu Yunhai. Seeing that Yunhai Akia had no desire to speak, Quanyue closed his mouth directly. After driving for about 20 minutes, the group of them finally arrived at the entrance of UA High School's examination room. But the car didn't stop, instead it drove towards the inside of the examination room. This is the test room of the simulated city. Quanyue, at any rate, studied in UA High School and is a little familiar with the mock examination rooms in these cities. The rest of the students saw such a magnificent practice field for the first time, and kept, wow, and, oh. Chigu Yunhai also stared at the city outside the window with a little excitement, spreading out his palms and constantly writing on it with a marker. Quanyue glanced at it and didn't understand, and gave up. He is not a genius with high IQ, and the truth can be derived from the details. Okay, students get off the bus. The leading teacher clapped his hands and drove all the students out of the bus, explaining. The following is the official reading of the test content. The test content this time is still a battle. With the wide application of quirk self-defense, the freedom of national quirk has been greatly improved, and everyone has the opportunity to exercise quirk and quirk self-protection. But at the same time, some people use dangerous quirk in unknown corners of the city. Some people conceal the quirk, and some exaggerate the quirk. All the students below will come to me to draw lots, divided into 1, 2, and 3 groups. You will be taken by robots to different places to take the exam. The leading teacher took out a small mailbox, and he asked each student to explore inside the box. There will be a sticker attached to the back of the candidate's hand. Villain will never appear in front of you openly. What you have to do is to defeat those unknown villains under the premise of protecting yourself. The lead teacher looked at his watch and said after telling the time, the same examination room will only be left. 10 people, the examination room is over. After 15 minutes, the examination officially begins. People in the same examination room have been divided into 3 categories by stickers. Quanyue found himself on the same team as Chigu Yunhai. On the other hand, Chia Yunhai was talking to the teacher about the equipment. I heard that these equipment can only be placed in the parking lot. As for how to use and transport, it is Chia Yunhai's own business. In Quanyue's view, these machines should not be of much use. As a kind of auxiliary weapon, how can mechanical equipment compare to the quirk that you can come up with? Advertisement. The small robot slowly led everyone into a building, and Quanyue walked in the front. He followed the 4 boys from left to right, and Chigu Yunhai fell to the back because of the slightly slower loading speed. Be quick. They took the elevator up and went all the way up to the 5th floor. Wow, it looks too realistic. It is more detailed than the indoor competition that Quanyue has experienced, and actually produced a very detailed office scene. Lamps, desks, printers, folders and cabinets for storing various documents. Quanyue picked out a book and found it was a very simple decorative book with no content at all. Isn't this handwriting a bit too exaggerated just to simulate a scene for an exam? Quanyue shoved the book back. He opened the gap with one hand and shoved the decorative book back. The air conditioner suddenly turned on, and the students who were observing shuddered. Who turned on the air conditioner? Isn't it surprising that this works? A bold boy stepped forward and slapped the air conditioner twice with a smile. The school is still very considerate. He stood too close for a while and didn't notice something wrong. The windows were locked and there was no one at the door. According to the robot's instructions, there were only their group of students in this building. When will the examiner come and when? Some people can't wait. He fanned and said, but the smell in the room was a bit weird. Quanyue shoved the book back. He pulled out his hand, glanced at the bookshelf and frowned. A small mushroom grew on the bookshelf. Chigu Yunhai tidied his equipment, and he stepped forward to open the window, but was stopped by the other 2. There's air conditioning. Yeah, it's super cold outside. I only wore 1 piece for a good activity, the man said, closing the half-open window. As if he had discovered something, he said jokingly, there are still mushrooms in winter? Mushrooms like to grow in hot and humid conditions. As spores, they have a strong ability to multiply and survive. But it's winter, and it snowed a few days ago. Where would the mushrooms grow normally at this time? Chapter 285. The Long-Lost Reunion Battle. Akakaya Yunhai pulled off his sportswear, took out something and threw it to Quanyue, combining the order of UA inviting examiners over the years and the recent public itinerary of Heroes' offices. I'll be the subject. Quanyue took the thing, turned it over and saw 5 simple and crude characters. Moisture-proof desiccant. Mushrooms generally grow in damp and dry places and hate dryness and light. If you want to curb the growth of mushrooms, you must curb it from the source. Holding this palm-sized desiccant, Quanyue has a sense of vicissitudes that he can't keep up with the times. Are all the children's school entrance exams so hardcore nowadays? When he took the exams, he was just brushing up the questions and rehabilitating well. If it wasn't for the situation, Quanyue wanted to ask this guy, how did he think that this group would get mushrooms, and also brought the desiccant? Akakaya Yunhai quickly removed part of the equipment from his arm, and he ran in the direction of Quanyue. Pull out the straps on both sides of the equipment. Directly disassemble the desiccant and guide it in to complete a simple gas mask in minutes.
This kind of mushroom can invade the lungs, you'd better wear it. Shigu Yunhai kindly reminded. Tear off the clothes. I have mixed the same proportion of activated carbon in the desiccant. You can wrap the cloth strips directly. It's better to have a bottle.
Quanyue's hands-on ability is not bad, and a simplified version was prepared for an examinee. Are you okay? I said I was in the treatment department. The treatment department should also pay attention. According to the current quirk exercise rules, the treatment department is one of the 5 most difficult to exercise. Shigu Yunhai carried the remaining 2 people on his shoulders, and he divided the remaining mechanical parts into 2 sections. Some of the joints were removed by him to remove the chain, a steel tube with the length of a small arm, and several wires. He jammed the chain in part of it, and took out some small particles from his sportswear to fill it in. Quanyue glanced twice, but was speechless. He can only ask Akiya Yunhai, did you really do this yourself? The production method left over from the ancient war in Daxia. Akiya Yunhai said with peace of mind, how to make earth mines, earth artillery, and the essence of tunnel warfare suits me very well. Quanyue was no longer polite with this strange candidate, he directly took the stool and broke the window. Looking down from the window, the wall is bare and there is no trace of mushroom growth. Quanyue considered the height of the 5th floor. He said to Akiya Yunhai, how do you plan to go? Up or down? Advertisement: if they go down, they must pass through mushroom-filled stairs and corridors, and they will undoubtedly have to face the unfavorable situation of the enemy and the enemy. If they go up, their fastest way is to go up through the bumps on the outer wall of the building, and everything above is unknown to them. The mushrooms have begun to grow towards the room. Shigu Yunhai and Quanyue are being forced to the window step by step with the unconscious candidates. For Akiya Yunhai, this was his first actual battle, and he had not experienced any battle before. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. His strength lies in his knowledge and knowledge. Kanoko Komori, a student of Heroes Class B 4 years ago. The quirk mushroom can grow anywhere, including buildings, creatures, and human bodies. Although it is a mushroom, but in essence, her quirk is more like a spore. If you want to crack her quirk. Quanyue kicked him unbearably, please, here is the exam. The exam doesn't need to consider too many questions, all they need to do is earn more points. Kanoko Komori, as a professional hero, is not a level that students can deal with. Her appearance is definitely not for students to fight. Calculated based on the battle points and rescue points in the early years, we should now earn enough rescue points, Quanyue said. Guaranteeing the safety of personnel may be the best choice. When they talked, mushrooms had begun to grow on the walls. A small mushroom grew on the back of Akiya Yunhai's hand. He cut the mushroom off with a small blade and gave up the dispute with Quanyue. Quanyue sighed, feeling that this level was simply suffering. I had known that he might as well have a black box, and was naturally in the same examination room with Tang Zi. At least as soon as Tang's natural gas is released, the mushrooms can be directly made into grilled mushrooms. But now, he is together with Shigu Yunhai, and he has to work hard to pass the level. Chia Yunhai discussed with Quanyue, and went to the outside of the air conditioner. He used the cloth strip on Quanyue as a lifting device, and climbed to the top floor to make a lifting device. You come up, I go down. Quanyue is not nonsense, the mushrooms have begun to grow on a classmate. Bakugo Katsuki squeezed the communicator with no expression on his face, and a puff of black smoke ignited in the palm of his hand. He was expressionless, looking like Shira, it's so noisy. That tone, that expression and that unpretentious gesture. Quanyue thought, sure enough, Bakugo is still the same Bakugo back then. Advertisement, Bakugo Katsuki, what are you going to do? A voice came from the communicator on his waist, you are disturbing the order of the examination room by doing this, you can't. However, all the top 10 Blast Kings appeared in the entrance exam, even if they were not necessarily candidates in his own group. Quanyue did not dare to be careless. Classmates, Akakani's sea of clouds? The arrogant tone gave Quanyue a long-lost mood of beating people. Hey, come up quickly. Quanyue carried the last person up to the top floor. He said to the window on the 5th floor. Classmate, hurry up and grab the rope. The growth rate of mushrooms was much slower than Quanyue expected. From his perspective, he could only see the normal face of Shigu Yunhai. Above the 5th floor is the top floor. Some light snow has fallen on the top floor. The surrounding temperature is not suitable for the rapid growth of spores, so it is a good resting place for candidates. However, it's up to now. Bakugo Katsuki sat on the sideboard, playing with a small grenade. Shigu Yunhai has been captured by mushrooms. Quanyue tied the cloth around his waist and was about to go down. With an explosion, the railings tied to the cloth strips were blown to pieces. The ground was scorched and Quanyue secretly spurned, turning his head to look at the new villain. He is now appearing in the examination room as a candidate for the treatment department. If placed at other times, Quanyue can naturally use its other quirks to quickly contain the spore growth at the scene and rescue the injured. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Come here, let me beat you 3 strokes. He noticed Quanyue's gaze and smiled at him like a villain. Sure enough, there is still a new life. It even comes with a porphyrin sound effect. Bakugo Katsuki jumped up and jumped to the water tower on the top of the building where Quanyue was. Quanyue shouted several times, but he could only see Chigu Yunhai's hand stiffly on the edge of the window. Between the gaps in his fingers, Quanyue saw a little cute mushroom emerge slowly. Chapter 286 Bakugo Katsuki is in a bad mood. Recently, various conferences have been bombarded repeatedly, and Shoto Todoroki's loss of quirk was used as a case to repeat it over and over again. What? This Scar Heroes Enos especially likes to find the strong to start. Everyone, don't act rashly, it's better to go together for a mission. At the moment of crisis, every professional heroes is a rare combat power. For Bakugo Katsuki, there is nothing in the world that cannot be solved by a violent beating. If it is not resolved, it is not that the fight is not hard enough, or the fight is not hard enough. To deal with real thugs, only use violence to let them understand what is called the iron fist of justice. Kirishima Eijiro's sorry voice came from the headset. I'm sorry, I should have been there, but it turned out like this. The principal who hadn't grown tall for 7 years laughed. It's okay. Bakugo is also very good. Heroes. And this is UA Bakugo Katsuki will stop. He just took the place of the assistant examiner qualification originally belonging to Hidechi Saruta, and cleaned up some of the nets of fish that ran out. A high school only enrolls 40 new students in the heroes section in each class. This has not changed for more than a decade. Starting from the mechanical combat in the last year of 7 years ago, as the teaching example developed by Eraserhead Heroes and its students as the representative non-combat specialty heroes in the school was recognized, UA High School completely eliminated the robotic combat mode in the following year. At this point, the entrance exam for heroes has gradually changed to a richer and more diversified man-machine dual exam mode. He looked at the male and female boy in front of him, and he felt as if he had seen each other somewhere. Boom! Bakugo Katsuki moved first. In the headset, Kirishima Eijiro was surprised by his action. Hey, you guy, that student. It's the treatment department. With the sound of violent friction with the ground, Quanyue's body quickly lowered. The whole person was almost stuck to the ground. His long hair was hit by that loud punch before he even fell. It should have been a straight punch. Bakugo Katsuki's moves have always been simple and neat, and his characteristic is the whole body's initiative. It's a bit different from Midoriya Izuku's going straight. After he failed, his vacated hind legs stepped down suddenly. Quanyue leaned on the ground with one hand, and the whole person passed that foot, rolling away from the place. Because of the heat from the explosion, his long hair has already started to burn. Bakugo Katsuki freed his feet from the pile of broken bricks. It was just a trick. In his heart, the child was already on the pass line. Advertisement. The ability to respond to changes is strong, and the physical fitness is good. Aizawa Shota made a brief evaluation. This skill should have been specially trained. Bakugo Katsuki's fast break is one of the best in the heroes world. He is just a student, and it's pretty good to be able to do this. Just in case, let the school doctor prepare first. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. From the surveillance video, the child's long hair has burned 1/5. The speed of the flames rising unexpectedly, Quanyue grabbed his hair with his backhand. Quirk, Scar Transfer, is activated. The flames in the tail continued, but the hair in Quanyue's hands fell one after another. Clear scorch marks can be seen from the fracture. Transfer a wound from one place to another place and use it on only one carrier at a time. This is the quirk currently registered by Quanyue. In this exam, he can only rely on this quirk. With the release of the hand, the original long hair fell to the ground. Quanyue stood in front of Bakugo Katsuki with a pitted short hair. Transfer the burning of the hairtail to the part of the hair you choose. It doesn't look like an application of the treatment department. The principal laughed and drank a cup of black tea. Sure enough, how to use quirk depends on people. But quirk is still limited. The healing girl really can't use it like that. Maybe it depends on the specific environment. The principal put down the teacup and said, this freshman class is very interesting. On the screen, there are people who use body tree to hide traces and try to fight back when the professional heroes don't pay attention. There are teenagers who are using the props in the existing space to make chemicals by themselves. There are girls who create confined spaces and play big bangs. This time, I didn't tell the students directly about the scoring items. Aizawa Shota actually did not approve of this year's test question innovation. This year is the farthest UA innovation has gone through, even to the extent of exaggeration. This is for students. Said that it has been out of the purpose of the assessment. More like instinct. What kind of power will a person burst out in desperation? When faced with a powerful villain, what would he choose? Is it to move forward with a teammate who has lost combat effectiveness? Or leave the preservation force alone? Is it desperate to face the impossible villain? These are all choices. It's like the words left by those long famous career heroes who became famous in their student days. I don't know what's going on, the body moves on its own. Advertisement: this kind of examination is dangerous. For teachers, schools, and candidates, their choices and future are unknown. On the rooftop. The snow is still falling. Long hair can temporarily block the view as an obstacle, but this will soon be reduced to ashes under the flames of the explosion. Bakugo Katsuki only thinks this behavior is a bit similar. The closer he gets to Quanyue, the more he feels that this person has really seen him. This is also the only close technique that Quanyue can protect himself in the future. He has incorporated this set of things into his flesh and blood for countless 7 years. Bakugo Katsuki exploded subconsciously, and his fighting instinct would always be one step ahead of him. A moment of raising his knees. Quanyue's legs started to move with him. Bakugo Katsuki coldly looked at the short-haired boy in front of him, and the more he looked at it, the more familiar he became. But he couldn't figure out where he had seen this person. He simply exploded and accelerated, and rushed towards Quanyue's face from top to bottom in an instant. The shards left by broken glass, he understands everything. Huh? A student from Honghu Martial Arts Hall. Honghu's ambition is that in addition to Heroes affairs and logistics, he also has a large industry as a source of income. Yaoi's old line of business. The corners of the clothes broke into the air. Bakugo Katsuki heard it. He leaned back quickly and stroked his chest with a palm. Snow and glass slag intertwined, showing a cool color. A long time ago, he and a man and a teacher learned the method of getting close to each other. Punch. When to play what position. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Pound. Quanyue grabbed the hair on the ground and threw it in the face of Bakugo Katsuki. Martial Arts Hall. Close your feet. Kirishima Eijiro was planning to go to the scene to stop it. When he saw this scene, he said strangely, "Isn't this a Honghu ambition trick?" Chapter 287. Complicated emotions, and today, it should not be. Qing Yuan is now the head of the Honghu Jige Martial Arts Hall. Aizawa Shota fought him more than once when he was young. It can be said that part of Aizawa Shota's physical skills was practiced against Qing Yuan, which was touched out in uninterrupted actual combat. He could see the weirdness of these tricks at a glance. It seems to be or not, it looks like it at first glance, but people who have a deep understanding will never confuse these two routines. Aizawa Shota narrowed his eyes and said, "I have an impression of this trick." Quanyue pressed the upper 3% of Bakugo Katsuki's knee with one hand, exerting force in his palm, and the whole person was as light as a swallow and jumped up. Then the glass slag in his hand pierced Bakugo Katsuki's cheek sideways. Pounds. Where does Bakugo Katsuki let him succeed, directly violently break through the glass slag and grind it all up? The broken glass did not reduce his hardness, and suddenly turned into small steel eggs and leapt towards Bakugo Katsuki. Bakugo Katsuki moved his hands forward and let out a soft voice. At the end, the glass shards were guided towards Quanyue by the airflow. Ended. Bakugo Katsuki recalled that strange set of moves. In fact, these movements seem to have a solid basic skills when taken apart, and anyone can use them. But in essence, this is not the case. Contemporary Japanese martial arts families keep top-secret moves in a family style. With the development of quirk from generation to generation, the martial arts of each family has unique characteristics. For example, Oshiro's fighting skills must be applied to his quirk tail. This is the martial arts that their family has developed and evolved from generation to generation. It is definitely not easy to incorporate the extra quirk of the tail into the fighting. In Hagakure Toru, for example, although she can't see her, she has acquired extraordinary fighting skills. It is said that she was instructed by an old man at home and gained an epiphany. She combined quirk and fighting more skillfully. The hero's ranking, which rose to 70 places in one fell swoop, was also blessed by this fighting technique. And the fighting martial arts of the kid in front of him is definitely not suitable for his own quirk. There is an indescribable sense of twisting in the middle. It seems that it is just covered with a layer of skin, and the wild fist is still in the bone. Painting a tiger is not an anti-dog. Quanyue watched the broken glass fly towards him, and quickly leapt behind the rooftop water tower. Papa. As the broken glass flew, several small pits appeared on the water tower. Water trickles out of it, and the mixing of ice and water is even more uncomfortable in cold weather. "Hey, what's your name?" Bakugo Katsuki puts his hands around his chest, and from the posture, he has given up fighting Quanyue. "Advertisement," he said. "The aptitude is good, use your quirk." As the famous villain heroes on the ranking list, he naturally spoke with a kind of contempt that ordinary people can't understand. "Today, you can meet me, give you an internship place. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In the surveillance room, Kirishima Eijiro wowed, thinking it was a big deal. Every heroes firm can call out outstanding students from UA High School for internships every year. This internship is not only to cultivate fresh blood, but also to provide students with practical links. Bakugo Katsuki established the Heroes Office, and most of the key members are outstanding students in the same class. Insiders jokingly call them Bakugo Gate Valve. Adhering to the style and philosophy of being the first, Bakugo's office has moved toward the top taxpayer from the very beginning. So far, its performance has not shown a downward curve, and it can be said to be a rocket-like move forward. On top of them, the former number 2 and the current number 2, which operate in a family mode, coexist with the booming firm. After losing the mainstay of Shoto Todoroki this year, it can be expected that Bakugo will become the well-deserved number 1 firm. The promise made by a top firm to a student who did not enroll. Who can not be heartbroken? Several UA students who were examination admins began to be jealous, and they wished to take the exam instead of Quanyue. The number of people sent to the office each year is limited, and there are only 2 people each. The 2 people who are sent to top offices are generally the best of the top students. Especially now that firms all over Japan are beginning to engage with colleges and universities to connect with the whole alliance, UA high school students no longer face intra-school competition. From the beginning of high school, they have to compete with high school heroes students across the country for internships. Qualifications, grab various resources and exams. The competition is exciting year by year. One can imagine how generous Bakugo Katsuki is willing to give Quanyue a place. Just meet you. If it weren't for the ubiquitous cameras and surveillance robots in the entire examination room, Quanyue would have launched his most frequently used quirk, and went up to the pain package first. He believes that Bakugo Katsuki can definitely recall the pain of 7 years ago. But now, Quanyue squeezed his finger hard and said with a smile, "Who are you looking down on?" Advertisement: the ice under my feet has begun to freeze. There is no constant temperature in the assessment of UA High School this time. Everything is fluid, that is, everything is constantly changing. Quanyue punched violently. He hit the ice. The sharp edges and corners can easily stab people's skin, and blood flows out slowly. Your quirk should be to transfer some kind of existence. For example, hurt. Bakugo Katsuki looked at all this and sneered. 7 years ago, there was a person who was very similar to your quirk, even in some places. Quanyue was taken aback. He realized who this person was. 7 years ago, he used damage to replace this quirk in front of Bakugo Katsuki and Midoriya Izuku. Wound transfers to imitate injury replacement. Bakugo Katsuki's face has never been so indifferent. He slowly raised his hands, as if the teacher was looking at a stupid student who handed in a 0-point paper. Even stupid places are exactly the same. Boom, the blood in the ice cube instantly drives the ice to form a sharp sword. He hadn't exerted his power yet, and even couldn't leave the place where he was. The sound of explosions and fireworks drowned everything. Bakugo Katsuki stood still, with a hint of smoke on the palm of his hand. By the time Bakugo Katsuki's current level of professional heroes, he can easily retract the quirk, not to mention the blue smoke. If necessary, he can use the explosion in the dark without emitting a little spark. Your quirk is very interesting, but you didn't play well, he said coldly. But you didn't play your quirk well at all. You're the same as that person, obviously. The cold wind blew on his face. He saw a white light. Shining, like the white light in a haunted house that year. Chapter 288. Bakugo Katsuki. Back then, this is made by reflecting the light of the sun from the ice. Quanyue's ability to act is definitely faster than his mind. This is a truth that has been confirmed in countless actual battles. In addition to constantly reminding himself not to show off, he now regards Bakugo Katsuki as his serious opponent. From another perspective, from the perspective of the examination, the more he takes Bakugo Katsuki seriously, the higher his final score will be. If you lose, a student will beat the current Bakugo Katsuki, which is normal. If he won, it was not his Quanyue's face that was lost. And what he needs to do next, he needs more reputable names. How to come from it? For a middle school student, the UA high school entrance exam can be said to be a stepping stone to fame. Bakugo Katsuki reacted quickly. His eyes closed for only about half a second. In the following time, he quickly adapted to the impact of this white bright light, and cleverly used the angle to avoid direct confrontation with the bright light. Quanyue thought that the presence of ice would distort Bakugo Katsuki's actions. As a result, he forgot that Bakugo Katsuki used his quirk to fly and jump at low altitude in most cases. This time, Quanyue was in a low position. You still haven't used your quirk. Bakugo Katsuki stood high, looking down at Quanyue, and said, use your quirk to fight. Quanyue wanted to scold me at the time. I defined myself as a support. Feelings, do you have to support the singles as a wild shield? But he resisted. He still remembered that this was in the examination room. My quirk is special. Quanyue said, you must be in contact with talents to be useful. Okay. So, can you come down? Bakugo Katsuki looked at him as if looking at a fool. Quanyue rolled his eyes and turned to take care of the candidates who had been frozen on the edge for a while. These candidates were originally in a slight coma, but there was no way to get better quickly under such a bad link as the rooftop. Quanyue put his hands on a boy's head, and a white light emerged from the palm of his hand. Bakugo Katsuki's pupils shrank suddenly. White light. Okay. He changed his mind to understand what Bakugo Katsuki said about the quirk. Since it is the treatment department, he conforms to the following treatment department settings. Quanyue slowly transferred the symptoms of their slight frostbite to the outermost dead skin, and then only a gentle tear. The dead skin peeled off to the ground. Those who were not seriously injured moved quickly. In less than a while, Quanyue completed the wound transfer of everyone present. In the monitoring room, only Kirishima Eijiro paid attention to the movement here. Other teachers have gone to observe other candidates. Kirishima Eijiro originally hesitated about Bakugo's decision to give a quota. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but praised. It's Bakugo. A person's vision is accurate. The level of physical skills is acceptable, but it seems that the child's physical skills can only dominate among his peers. However, at this level of quirk, Kirishima Eijiro is absolutely sure that most of the professional heroes do not necessarily do as good as this kid. Advertisement: think about whether a group of rough men in their office were hospitalized violently. The scene really lacked a first aid type of treatment heroes. Aren't you coming to fight? Bakugo Katsuki said, is your quirk's name called damage replacement? Quanyue smiled. No, now think about it. He, a healer who locates the crowd, will go up and hit something. Phew, the exploding fist rubbed Quanyue's cheek past. Bakugo Katsuki attacked again. His fists were unceremonious, and sparks appeared in a row. A string of broken little liaisons was insignificant in the explosion. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. He dropped his hands and raised a flick of snowflakes. Snow mixed with this nitroglycerin mixture, suddenly lowering the temperature. Quanyue leapt up on the spot, holding a 15-centimeter ice stick in his hand. Ice mixed with water hardly melts in winter. Even Bakugo Katsuki's quirk, facing a piece of ice of this size, it is difficult to melt it instantly. To the maximum, he can only fry this piece of ice into an equal amount of ice powder. What I said. It's useless, this kind of clever use of the weather. Before Bakugo Katsuki finished speaking, his body moved first. Because, what he saw. Quanyue's leg suddenly froze, and that leg seemed to be hit by something, and it sank from the kneecap. Quanyue himself did not expect this scene at all. His body was out of control, and even such a strange phenomenon appeared on his wrist. Coupled with the slippery ground, the ice in Quanyue's hand slid down quickly, and Quanyue was about to penetrate Quanyue's throat. Blood dripped on Quanyue's face. Bakugo Katsuki put the ice sticks aside. This time his violent temper came out completely, regardless of whether this is the examination room, and even more that the rest of the candidates are here, cursing. I'm so stupid, I can't even handle anything. I don't know my physical condition. Next time someone makes an unreasonable request like me, just tell him, sign, to die. Still stunned like a silly donkey, what are you doing? Go to the school infirmary. Quanyue seems to have returned to his school days, but he feels that so many years of school experience and social torture have actually made Bakugo Katsuki much gentler. He looked at the bleeding hand and subconsciously wanted to attach his own hands. Bakugo Katsuki's attitude dropped sharply. He said, just your broken skills, get out. I'm the treatment department. Roll. Bakugo Katsuki was not calm anymore. The more he watched, the more he felt that he put the child and the 7-year-old on the same platform, which made Bakugo Katsuki very uncomfortable. 7 years ago, he and Midoriya Izuku escaped from the abandoned haunted house, and then witnessed an incredible scene in a short time. The huge white light almost enveloped half of the building, and no one was visible in it, only some brick fragments could be seen. The surrounding police protected them, and a yellow cordon around them illuminated 1, 2, 3, or 4 lanes in the Baeguangxia. A hot wave with countless dust pounced on Bakugo Katsuki's face. At that time, he heard someone next to him say, that kid did it. There is another child. Advertisement for the first time, he knew that besides All Might, there are people in the world who possess such a powerful force. Even if it is Quirk Runaway. Quanyue, a treatment department. Heir to the Heroes family that is regarded as desolate by everyone. That night, he couldn't sleep, he was still hanging a small blanket with water, and checked all the information about Quanyue's family on the internet. He knew that this was a life-consuming treatment family. He knew it was a family of heroes known as Cursed. However, this family is very strong. Their strength lies on the real level, but also on another level. At that time, when he looked at the white light and heard what Midoriya Izuku said, he suddenly felt a strange feeling. Quanyue will become heroes. He must be a very good heroes. When I get to school, I must have a try with him. Bakugo Katsuki has been waiting. He is waiting for a suitable and public scene. Seeing the actual combat class passed, the sports meeting passed, and the forest day passed. He finally waited. It was the news of that person's death. Do you know why there are so few therapy departments? Aizawa Shota said to him. Therapy departments are not rare quirks, the ones that are grown up are rare. Not every treatment department is the same as the treatment girl. Kissing can heal other people's wounds. More people are relying on fate to achieve another way of treatment, and more people pay a heavier price than the Quanyue family. Most of them will die when they're young, because of internal reasons or external reasons. This is the first time that someone has disappeared from Bakugo Katsuki's life. Since then, he will subconsciously pay attention to some children who have the quirk of the treatment department. It was also the first time that he finally understood how fragile life was. Not as lucky as he was back then, there was no All Might who fell from the sky, there was no Midoriya Izuku who was willing to buy time for him, and there were no professional heroes swarming. In the blink of an eye, the person is gone, gone. Chapter 289 Destro Quanyue always felt that he was stuck in an anticlimactic situation. What happened to him from a young age will end up like this. He watched Bakugo Katsuki being taken away by the medical staff and watched as he was carried on a stretcher. I'm fine. Classmate, your legs are like this. How could he let the medical staff really check his body? Regardless of his appearance, he was a 15-year-old boy, but in essence Quanyue was already dead. A more detailed inspection can reveal something wrong. Surrounded by many professional heroes, Quanyue dare not use other quirks rashly. He was about to say something when Bakugo Katsuki came over and gave him a meaningful look. The exam is over. The medical staff provided emergency treatment for the injured students. Most of them were small wounds such as abrasions. There were few serious injuries like Quanyue. This kind of wound is usually called the treatment girl to come and help. Compared with 7 years ago, the treatment girl was more haggard, her hand holding the cane was trembling slightly, and a woman in a white coat next to her held a small bag and freed her hand to support her. It's been a long time since I saw such a desperate student. The treatment girl squinted her eyes, and her eyesight has gradually declined over the years, seeing things pale. She spent a long time in her pocket, and finally caught a candy. She pushed the candy aside, stuffed it into Quanyue's mouth, and said, "Come on, just eat the candy." The old man's kiss fell on Quanyue's arm. "It'll be fine in a while." The treatment girl vaguely remembered that the last time she encountered a student with a broken hand and foot in the entrance exam was 7 years ago. The arm that was supposed to recover did not move. It's useless, Quanyue knew in his heart. The quirk of the treatment girl is essentially to activate the cells and accelerate the growth of the cells to achieve a rapid healing effect. But for a dead person, this is useless. He retracted his arm in a weird manner, feeling as if he owed something. "Hey, people are getting old and they are no longer useful," the treatment girl said softly, turning her head to look to the woman in the white coat and nodding for her to come forward for treatment. The woman lifted the white lab coat away, and saw that it was covered with scissors and scalpels. There are all kinds of small sword and saws. Quanyue shuddered and was pressed to the ground before he could refute. Advertisement. Wait a minute. It didn't take long for him to renew his body. If he changes again, the transition period will be longer than it is now, and his strength will be further weakened. The woman didn't say much, she just started to do it. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. She took Quanyue's arm in her hand, held it in place, and clicked twice. Before Quanyue could react, she heard the bone crackling twice. At least, the twisted place is coming back. The treatment girl stepped forward to check a few times, nodded in satisfaction, and said, "Niece, good, well handled." On the other side, Bakugo Katsuki didn't know what had happened, and Kirishima Ejiro talked loudly. The treatment girl patted Quanyue on the shoulder and smiled. "Okay, let's go home." Then she asked the follow-up precautions and wrote a few taboos for Quanyue to remember. Off campus. Yuzuki Inuichiro squatted on the ground with a cigarette in his butt. The Wushin dog squatted on the wall on top of him and said, "Young master, as for." "Okay. Isn't it the UA exam?" Wushingu didn't care. He was born in a wild road, so he had a prejudice against most of the heroes of the science class. It's a big deal that there are heroes subjects in other schools. If we don't help, we can learn with our own people. You are poor. Yuzuki Inuichiro smashed the smoke out. He said to the Wushin dog, "Do you remember the Supernatural Army?" Ability Army, full name. Ability Solution, Release Army. It is a long-established organization that has existed since the early development of Quirk in Japan, and its core is Quirk and freedom. Promote Quirk talent, everyone has the right to use Quirk. But this organization was annihilated by the government and violent organizations about 30 years ago. Then the son of the founder reformed the prototype of the Superpower Army and joined the Villain Alliance 7 years ago. There is no Power Army in Japan now, only the Villain Alliance. Wu Tiangu has heard a little about this matter, but he thought of someone. Quirk freedom, you don't want to talk about that person, right? Wu Tiangu's face changed. He is still alive? For so many years, Honghu's ambition has not given up looking for that person. Whereabouts? Yuzuki Inuichiro stood up and patted the gray of his pants. Some quirks say that the single release ability is not strong, and the effect is also very weak. But the horror is the endurance. The so-called dripping water and stone, it means him. Advertisement, hey, but the side effects will become more and more serious over time. Wu Tiangu will be forced to learn a lot of theoretical knowledge. Well, maybe. No matter how many years, Quanyue is his most affectionate junior. The new generation of students has slowly grown up. Destro himself is the son of 4 Bridges, founder of the Ability Army. According to the law of conservation of quality and the law of causality, the stronger the effect and the more terrifying the endurance of the quirk, the easier it is to accumulate the cause of the disease in the later stage and wait for a suitable time to explode. One wears a headgear and a black tights, with a Huxia character, 2, written on the chest with a white line. The other person is wearing a casual suit and looks very tired. They have grown into the pillars of this society. The hooded man, Ah Liang, smiled and blew a whistle. The man in the distance placed the telescope in his hand. He rubbed his eyes and said, "I heard that he has gone out and tempered a lot in the past 7 years. I thought he became even more powerful. I didn't expect, not much." Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Young master looks very relieved. Wu Tiangu also relaxed. That's right, we are at the peak, no matter who he is, we will fight back. Destro gave a gentle smile. That smile was like the setting sun, full of light without stabbing people. Of course he is my favorite nephew. Xiao Yi looks very similar to you. The strong man in the suit said with his consciousness. He doesn't look disfigured, he really looks alike. 2 people stood behind him. Sure enough, it's still the same. The talking man has a hooked nose. If there is a villain alliance, he will recognize it at a glance. Isn't this the former leader of the Power Army Destro? Yuzuki Inuichiro saw the candidates walking out of the school with their school bags on their backs, and smiled. It's all over. It's different now. Before being merged by the Villain Alliance, Destro owned the largest quirk auxiliary prop production company in Daxia. Specially made auxiliary props for some people whose lives are affected by quirk. Chapter 290. Quanyue returned to Honghu's ambition with his injuries. He took it out when he was supposed to take a break and reviewed the culture class. He is not the kind of arrogant person, but he is also not a naturally intelligent person. If he doesn't review it, he will inevitably make mistakes like actual combat. Actually, I think you did well in the exam. Tang Zi naturally leaned against the wall with his books and backed his words. The law of injury pressure in the UA examination room is said to be very mysterious. What is this again? In Quanyue's time, there was no such rumors at all. However, considering that he didn't know much about UA high school before entering school, Quanyue did not make a conclusion. Tang Zetian explained. The same thing as metaphysics, probably is that the more serious the injury in the examination room, the greater the probability of entering the school at the end. Doesn't it sound reliable at all? However, Quanyue recalled his UA high school entrance exam, and he thought it was a bit strange. But it is not ruled out that Tang Zi naturally talked nonsense and used it to comfort him. Speaking of, Quanyue, are you free tomorrow? Tang Zetian took the book off her head, her eyes sparkling, and she smiled. My father, I will be released from prison tomorrow. Tang Zetian's father is an ordinary street vendor. The reason why he was arrested that year was to destroy public property. My dad would be very happy if I knew that I could go to UA. Tang Zi naturally opened the door, and suddenly narrowed his mouth, saying, Fog Tengu, you are eavesdropping on me again. Hey, I'm also your godfather in name. The Wushan dog drew his ears and didn't care. Besides, am I eavesdropping? I'm just right. He blew the ashes on his fingertips, nodded to Quanyue, and said, Is your body okay? It is an undeniable fact that Quanyue's arms and legs suddenly twisted. Although Yuzuki and Ichiro wanted to take him to the big hospital for an examination again, Quanyue refused on the grounds that he wanted to review and that the treatment girl had recovered. No one knows what Quanyue's body is all about right now. Quanyue didn't understand it himself. It's okay. How could he go to the hospital? Quanyue smiled and said, The exam is about to come, I'm still not going. Tang Zi naturally didn't care. She had great enthusiasm for her father's coming out, which made people wonder if she could read the book in. It's okay. The foggy dog dragged his voice and hooked his hand, but I still ask you to come. He patted his hand on Quanyue's shoulder and pressed twice suggestively on his shoulder. He seemed to be deciding something. A smile appeared on Quanyue's face. He withdrew Wu Tiangu's hand and said, Let's go. Is it Mr. Yui looking for me? Wu Tiangu did not answer. He took Quanyue all the way to the top conference room. The four sides are full floor-to-ceiling glass, and the entire city can be seen from any angle in the 26-seat conference room. Advertisement at this moment, it is already dusk. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the entire room red. Do you know the hero's killer? Yuzuki Inuichiro sat on one of the swivel chairs. In his hand, he turned a mock-up model of Taito. The small Taito was like a butterfly in his hand, like a piece of falling red. Quanyue shook his head. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Have you heard the name Yayue Hishan? Quanyue shook his head again. The long silence made Quanyue wonder if the other party had discovered something, but he couldn't find out where he was wrong. Sorry. Yuzuki Inuichiro bowed his head to him. Maybe I made a mistake. After he said this, let the Wuxiangu take Quanyue away. He sat on the swivel chair alone, creaking and turning. The blood-colored sunset flowed over his face. Maybe. Yuzuki Inuichiro threw the model of Taito in his hand. With a pounding sound the model of Taito was plunged into the table halfway. Yuzuki Inuichiro hugged his head and muttered, I owe favors. The office where Bakugo's gate valve is located. The pain in Bakugo Katsuki's palm has begun to scab. He put the coat on his shoulders, showing strong muscles. It's weird. How did you see that the child is related to Honghu? Kirishima Eijiro recalled the child's movements, and he did a different gesture. Just rely on this? Bakugo Katsuki gave him a blank look. Do you remember our second grade sports meet? That was the last UA sports meet before the reform. By the third year, the UA High School sports meet was expanded to the All Japan High School Heroes sports meet, and many events have also changed. Bakugo Katsuki and Midoriya Izuku competed for the #1 title. It was also from that time that Midoriya Izuku began to shine in the entire Heroes world. Kirishima Eijiro naturally remembered. He said, What happened to that session? The pure physique guy who stopped in the top 15, do you remember? Bakugo Katsuki seemed to recall something terrible. He threw his clothes on the sofa, tightened his lower abdomen, and made a starting pose. He hadn't weighed yet. Kirishima Eijiro recalled, squeezing twice, punching out the wind, and a sharp fist stopped in front of Kirishima Eijiro's forehead. Kirishima Eijiro really did not remember with a set of punches. Bakugo Katsuki changed his words, the time that Kamui was beaten. Ah, I remember this. That guy is amazing, but what does this have to do with the kid this time? That person was in the ordinary class back then, and the current Honghu has the ambition to be in charge of his family, and his name is Yuzuki Inuichiro. Kirishima Eijiro is not stupid. He immediately remembered the abilities and divisions of the main staff of Honghu's ambition, and questioned, this is not certain. Even if Yuzuki Inichiro's physical skills are very good, but Honghu's physical skills are like fighting. Isn't the person in charge of Qingyuan? Advertisement? The default in the industry is the dual force of Honghu and ambition. Quirk is a flashing foggy dog. With the rapid cooperation of swordsmanship and Quirk flashing, it can be regarded as the top 3 in the domestic fast break. The other is a non-Quirk propagandist, the 50-year-old uncle Qingyuan. The latter has retreated to the second line in recent years, and its main job is to teach students in open martial arts schools. Bakugo Katsuki moved his lower joints, so, you are optimistic. Although he has a wound on his hand, his movements are not at all ambiguous. The whole figure seems to be a perfect reproduction of Quanyue's strike action today. Before Kirishima Ejiro could remember clearly, Bakugo Katsuki quickly played another set of starting points. Although it cannot be said that the force is exactly the same, at least the shape is similar. The starting hand style is the same. Kirishima Ejiro touched his head and directly turned on the computer to find their second-year game video materials. You do it again. You can't understand it if you do it. Bakugo Katsuki couldn't wait to give him a chestnut to eat. He said, the starting styles of Honghu Martial Arts Hall are similar. The problem lies in the joints and details of the force. He grabbed the mouse, directly pulled the progress bar, and said, look at this muscle's force movement and foot movement. Pay attention to the problem and pay attention to the details. Let me just say it straight. When the video is down, you will know how similar their actions and habits are when you compare them. Bakugo Katsuki no longer wants to talk, but considering that this is Kirishima Ejiro, he is still resistant. He continued to explain, Yuzuki's family is an ancient family of physical skills in Aomori. You are watching their martial arts teaching videos. These are two ways of exerting force, but it is obvious that the one that Yuzuki and Ichiro uses is the purest. There is no quirk family to learn the force method. In the quirk era, in order to match the quirk, the fighting force will be slightly adapted. The location of the force will determine the strength, speed and decisiveness of the attack. No quirk basically follows the method handed down in ancient times, and modifies this method to be more extreme and cruel. The fighting technique suitable for quirk is to continuously modify the angle of force and the method of force. The more popular the fighting method is suitable for everyone to learn. The force will take into account the differences of everyone and find one that everyone can learn. Accept the common ground. As far as I know, this child has been abroad as a treatment department. All the people in the Yui family who knew this method died cleanly 17 years ago. Bakugo Katsuki clicked on the screen. Tasuki Inuichiro said, if this kid was taught by Yuzuki Inuichiro himself, why did her tricks be completely wild? Kirishima Ejiro looked at the screen, looked at Bakugo Katsuki, and then looked at the time on the phone. When did you realize that something was wrong? I have doubts in the examination room. I found something wrong after half an hour out of the examination room to find a video. Bakugo Katsuki met Kirishima Ejiro's eyes, and said, what to look at? Kirishima Ejiro took a deep breath, feeling mixed. I should be grateful that you are professional heroes. Who can remember the starting moves used by the opponents of the classmates 7 years ago, and at the moment when they encounter similar moves, quickly recall them and compare them? Bakugo Katsuki sneered, the voice decisively mocking. He pointed at himself with his thumb, cracked his mouth to show a standard villain smile. Lousy is a genius. Chapter 291. The sky dimmed quickly. Quanyue feels that his perception of time has slowed down. There was a bad guess in his heart, and this kind of guessing slowly expanded with the passage of time, and finally his thoughts were blown to pieces by a pound. Rarely, Quanyue used the quirk in the quirk warehouse once. He went to Yang Chenshi, who was doing research. Yang Chenshi himself is a full professor at the top quirk institute in the United States. He has been studying the side effects of quirk on the human body for so many years. His project is to create a drug that can suppress the leakage and indecent appearance of human quirks. Quanyue has always felt that this good professor would not do it, and he would be a little nervous about people who come to be illusory and dreamy with him. Although he himself is not qualified to talk about others. Quanyue kicked the beer bottle on the ground with one foot. He suddenly felt a click on his calf knee. But there was no sound around, just a nervous feeling. It was broken. Really rare. Would you like some red wine? Yang Chenshi shook the red wine glass, his eyes naturally falling on Quanyue's injured hands and feet. Are you drinking? Yang Chenshi took a sip and smiled. Don't you want some? Haha, forget it, the patient can't drink. He changed the subject and said, I recently bought some super hot sauce online. Would you like to have some? Quanyue wanted to talk business, but when he interrupted him, he didn't know how to speak. He is not the kind of person who is good at scientific research and calculation, nor is he very smart. However, the plan of Pianchenyu's family largely relies on some scientific research algorithms. Okay. Quanyue brought the spoon, he brought the hot sauce and opened the lid. The shape of the jar took time to make it look like a small flower. The outer circle of wrapping paper was torn off, leaving only the red lid. Quanyue has always been able to eat spicy food, and also likes spicy food. The next step is to explain things to Yang Chenshi while stuffing chili sauce in his mouth. Ordinary people rub their noses and wipe their tears with one bite, with their mouths glowing red, and they have to fill with water and fan-style hot sauce. Quanyue is like eating white rice. Advertisement, suddenly twisted, it sounds interesting. Yang Chenshi, like a doctor, wrote down what Quanyue said one by one. He pulled the board with his hand and said, take off your clothes and I will check it for you. Quanyue did not hesitate to eat the last spoonful of hot sauce and take off his clothes. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The body of the teenager is completely different from that of 7 years ago. There were no scars on the whole body, and even the distortion on the day of the actual combat test did not leave any scars on the surface. Under the light, the messy short hair cast a small shadow on Quanyue's face. Draw some more blood. Yang Chenshi retracted his hand, and he took out 3 blood packs. You can supply as much as you can now. I will find some synthetics for you first, and draw them in 3 times. You need to compare them. A bit. You really have no scruples about the dead. Ha ha ha, you won't hang up because of anemia. Ying Chenshi put the bottle on the table. He mixed 2 or 3 liquids into a small bottle, shook it evenly, and turned it upside down. Quanyue really couldn't understand. His talent in pharmaceutical research and development is about zero. 2 bottles of medicine, one of which is golden, looks like gold with glitter and bling under the light, and the other is aqua blue, which is a bit more transparent than the color Quanyue has seen. Ying Chenshi pointed to the 2 medicines and said, "Drink the golden first, then the blue." He gave an okay gesture. Add a sentence. The interval is more than an hour. I will sort out the information first. Quanyue watched his dark red blood flow into the blood bag. The blood flowed out intermittently, stuck in the tube from time to time. Quanyue pushed the gears to adjust the speed by himself. He lay on the recliner, constantly adjusting the flow rate, looking like he was playing. "Aren't you uncomfortable? Are you talking about this?" Quanyue turned to look at Ying Chenshi and found that he was putting away the pot of hot sauce after eating. He waved his arms and laughed. "It's okay." Advertisement. In fact, Quanyue really didn't feel this kind of pain hurts. After all, he was used to it, and the pain caused by some small wounds was always ignored by him subconsciously. Ying Chenshi didn't persuade him. He threw the hot sauce jar into the box under the laboratory table. In the box, there are still several full jars. The red sauce is also placed in the same flower-shaped jar as the hot sauce jar. However, on the outside of their wrapping paper, there are sweet words such as nectar of alien poppies, super sweet, and rare red flower honey, written in cute fonts. Even the red lid is affixed with a flower label. That's not hot sauce at all. Ying Chenshi's eyes were strange. He pushed the box deeper with his feet. Quanyue outside had already pulled out the needle by himself. His face was much paler than before, with a bulging blood bag in his hand. He asked, "Where to put it?" "Oh, you put it here. You don't need to smoke so much below, you can use less." Commander Ying Chenshi didn't hesitate at all, but Joe also showed some warmth while peeling the skin. "Enos, do you think that hot sauce is delicious?" Quanyue said vaguely. "It's okay." Ying Chenshi smiled. "That's it. When you leave, please bring more." He meant something. If you like, eat more. Quanyue did not answer, but still took 2 bottles when he left. He put the jar in the drawer and put on his pajamas. Without sleeping all night, Quanyue did not feel sleepy at all. He took the scissors and trimmed the ends of his hair a little bit, then turned on the TV. The morning news has already begun. This is the only program that will not disappear over time and the only program Quanyue is willing to watch on TV. He opened the safety latch on the door of the room, and there was already a cleaning door outside the door, replacing the trash can and wiping the dust on the edge of the window. "Now we will broadcast the morning news for you. At 23 o'clock yesterday evening, the prison holding the heinous criminal AFO was breached. The relevant personnel have been investigated, and the AFO has confirmed that they have escaped from prison. The police will release the relevant information below. I hope that the people concerned will protect their own safety and call heroes for help in an emergency." Chapter 292. This is big news. Until Quanyue walked out of the cultural examination room, all the people around to pick up the candidates and patrol people discussed the matter. Of the 3 famous crimes in Japanese history, 2 of them have long been unknown. The resurgence of the Power Army has long been annexed by the Villain Alliance, and the spiritual leader of the Villain Alliance, the backing AFO, should be the only remaining crime that has survived since the inception of Quirk. The so-called legacy crime is the legacy of the crime era, throughout the whole process, which is the abbreviation for the crimes of the Quirk chaotic period by netizens. In those days, it is considered to be able to live to this day. It seems that there is only AFO. Quanyue muttered while swiping his mobile phone. It's really a man like a living fossil. Eliminate the grievances between the AFO and the Quanyue family, and look at it from an objective perspective. AFO can be called a generation of heroes. The age of crime in the eyes of netizens specifically refers to the 20 to 40 years in which the Quirk appeared. The details can be detailed from the middle of the development of the first generation of Quirk to before the complete establishment of the Quirk Society. The establishment of the professional heroes system marked the end of the era of crime. Since then, the crime rate has dropped drastically, and the number of people employed by heroes has shown an upward trend. After decades of hard work, they have finally built a complete social system that they now live in. The follow-up news of the escape from prison is being broadcast on the big screen in the square. The host and several experts are worried about who can become the next Oulu Might among the current heroes. The small subtitles below are scrolling several lines of small print. It is reported that 3 criminal agencies have claimed responsibility for the AFO escape. The Villain Alliance has not issued any statement. 4 days after the escape, the National Police Agency has issued high-risk warnings. Please take personal safety as your first priority. 1. The gathering place of Villain Alliance. The dead-handle wooden hanger shut the remote control board and threw it on the sofa. He put his severed hand on his face and let out a long sigh. Is this what you want to show me? Hey, it's very tiring to work hard. The smiling man sat on the sofa and kicked the coffee table. His smile was arrogant. Just ask you for someone. Don't be so stingy. The deadwood hanger stopped his eyes on the scalpel in his hand and said, Destro is a talented man. Besides, I never do business with people I hate. The man smiled. He pressed the moth mask that was about to fall on his face, and turned to ask the man in the black robe sitting next to him. Only one of his hands was exposed in the dark robe. The most amazing thing was that he couldn't see his joints, let alone hear his breathing and heartbeat. Then one more person? The deadlock snorted. He thought the people in front of him were really funny, and he simply showed off. To be honest, I am planning to go to the prison, recently, but you have already done it, so I am not interested in doing it. He has done it since he was young, since I didn't like to eat cold rice fried by others. All must be the latest and greatest, advertisement. Especially to destroy this thing, you must have intentions and new ideas. It really is a bad person. The masked man wanted to say something, but was pulled by the black robe. A muffled voice came from the black robe. Excuse me today. Mr. Shigaraki will come to visit if we have any novel ideas in the future. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The dead handle wooden hanger looked at the two people in front of him, waved, and was too lazy to get up to see off the guests. He put his hands on the sofa where the masked man and the black robe man had sat, and suddenly the sofa turned into quicksand and fell on the ground, forming a small spire of gravel. Teacher, he said softly, breaking his fingers one by one. Creaking squeaking the gears slowly turned, and the eyes of the dead handle wooden hanger lit up little by little. Sure enough, I still have to stimulate a little. I always play with guys like heroes. I'm tired of it. The strength of the dead handle wooden hanger is unearthed step by step with age. It is almost his golden years now. At this time, his development of quirk and his use of quirk are at an unprecedented peak. His thoughts and consciousness have slowly grown in these 7 years. The chaos is the real beginning now. The latest intelligence, in the prison where the AFO is being held, the technicians found a hidden tunnel through quirk investigation special equipment. The female news anchor handed the microphone to the reporter on the scene. Hello everyone, now we are communicating with the police. At present, it is determined that the other party is a group committing the crime. Judging from the quirk, it should be a large group of more than 15 people. The photographer shot the site of the tunnel excavation. We can see that this is a one. Judging from the soil quality, the excavation time for the 5-meter wide tunnel that leads directly to the bottom of the sea is very short, and it should not exceed 7 hours. I haven't found another authentic exit yet, but according to the latest situation on the scene, the other party has planned to liberate crimes. In addition to AFO, they also liberated other heavyweight crimes held in this prison on 5 continents. The shot went back to the studio again. There is no AFO's whereabouts yet. I have invited the quirk history research professor who works at a certain university on my platform. Now I invite him to express his views on this incident. AFO is the unique quirk owner in the history of Japanese quirks and even human quirks. Although we all say that human quirks are similar, such as water, fire, upgraded hands and feet, etc. These quirks all present a tree-like family tree. Continuity, and AFO should have no heirs, and his immediate family members also have no heirs. This may be why his quirk has such a strong independence. Quanyue sat barefoot in the room. He pressed several tables, all of which were talking about this. Simply, he left the remote control board in the corner and listened to the news while playing on his mobile phone. It wasn't until Yuzuki Inichiro walked over and took his mobile phone away that Quanyue stopped his Krypton Gold movement. Advertisement. He raised his head to meet Yuzuki Inuichiro's suppressed anger eyes. Yuzuki Inuichiro poked his head with his finger, hating iron for not becoming a steel track. I will float after the exam. There is still a final exam. Don't go to review. What's wrong with borrowing me so much money for 10 consecutive draws? Starting in the afternoon, Yuzuki Inichiro's cell phone burned money at an average rate of 2 text messages per minute. Just in time for his ambitious financial meeting, he switched his mobile phone directly to Shizune. When he finished the meeting, he found that his credit card had been spent 33,078 yuan. 33,078 yuan. For the first time, Yuzuki Inuichiro wanted to press the bear boy in front of him on the bed and beat him up. Although he is the young master of Honghu's ambition, it does not mean that he is a rich man. 7 years ago, Yuzuki Inuichiro was still a child who relied on food delivery to feed his organization. Quanyue didn't understand this problem. Although he grew up in an orphanage, his cat mother-in-law was never materially stingy. On New Year's and holidays, we also give everyone in the hospital their favorite New Year gifts. When Quanyue left the orphanage, he even owned the Quanyue family's huge fortune. The money was taken out and let him take a bath 3 times a day for a lifetime. Sniff, can't you take out this money? Quanyue muttered, going forward to grab the phone. You don't like me using your account, you open one for me. Yuzuki Inuichiro squeaked his hand, thinking about his own 33,078 yuan, barely squeezing a smile. Tangzi's father is here today. There is a banquet below. Do you want to go? What am I going to do? I'm not familiar. Quanyue opened his hand and smiled and said, you can finish the molotong for me. I will play games obediently on it. Really, I only have 2 pieces to have an SSR, up. Yuzuki Inuichiro looked at this face that made him tempted, and he thought hard about his 30,000 yuan. No, he picked Quanyue up and put it directly on his shoulders, gritted his teeth. You want to go? By the way, Yuzuki Inuichiro turned off the light and TV in the room. He decided to increase revenue and reduce expenditure starting today. Hey, hello, you old rascal. Quanyue hammered his shoulder a few times angrily and suddenly realized, this is my pajamas, let me down. Chapter 293 The Cat in the Alley. Quanyue wore printed bunny pajamas and was thrown into the deck. He just opened his mouth when he was about to argue with Yuzuki Inuichiro, and the macaron was stuffed by the opponent. Quanyue hadn't realized what was in his mouth, and Yuzuki Inuichiro had a spoonful of cream brought in. He stuffed his phone into the lining of his suit, smiled and filled the table with cakes. Girl, it's better to have some sweets, right? Quanyue gave him a roll of eyes. He wanted to talk, but his mouth was full of soft cream and cake dough. On the main table in the distance is a simple lemon yellow cake, decorated with flowers and candles. The Wuxiangu cut off the wax oil that hadn't solidified from the candle, put it in his hand and quickly rubbed it into various shapes, whether it breathed out his fingers. Standing next to him were two twin girls in gothic costumes, each holding a child's hand. Big Tengu, are you alright? Big Tengo, are you capable of it? Of course I do this kind of thing. Isn't it just a gadget pinched up by wax? The Wuxian dog pulled a small fork from the plate. Look at me. Oh. The fork in his hand was knocked off, and Tangzi naturally looked uneven. Fog dog, go there and get it. Don't touch my dad. She put on light makeup today, and although she is still wearing school uniform, her hair has been carefully groomed. Up. She threw the fork into the trash can, cut a new piece of cake and handed it to the man standing next to her, shouting, Dad. Compared with ordinary middle-aged men, Tangzi's father, Tangzime, had a lot of burns all over his body. His face and neck have two color differences, and a stitch that has not faded can be seen on his face. Dad, this is really delicious. Tangzime touched the head of his daughter. He brought the cake over, took 2 bites, and set it aside. His eyes followed the children who were running and clamoring for balloons. When he entered, Tangzi was naturally only as old as those children. Now, the children are in high school. Nest tonic. Quanyue's cheeks were bulging. He couldn't bear to hold both sides of the sofa and kick Yuzuki Inuichiro's chest. Guy. Quanyue couldn't speak clearly because his mouth was filled with desserts that had to be stuffed. Yuzuki Inuichiro poured back and rubbed the cream of the cake directly on his face, which made his curiosity and enthusiasm show up. He picked up the plate and covered the remaining cream on Quanyue's cheek. Ah, you are really annoying. Quanyue grabbed the pillow and shouted directly at Yuzuki Inuichiro's face, isn't it 30,000 yuan? Can I pay you back, stingy? Stingy? Ghost? Yuzuki Inuichiro was beaten up and laughed loudly. Advertisement. He suddenly grabbed Quanyue by the collar, turned the whole body of the 15-year-old boy over, and directly pressed him under him. I want to charge interest. Quanyue looked at the face that suddenly came over, was taken aback, then kicked it again. Go away, miser. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Wow, angry? Quanyue grabbed a cushion casually and threw it at him. Yuzuki Inuichiro is a B*******************. He knows that he likes spicy food and hates sweet things the most, so he has to stuff himself with sweets. Absolutely revenge. This is naked revenge. Quanyue didn't even need slippers. He jumped off the sofa and walked out the door. He was not that wayward before, but now there is no task, and there is nothing to be embarrassed about. Quanyue was annoyed by his indulgence in the hall just now, and he figured out what to do next. Did he go back and apologize? Or go back and apologize? Go back and apologize. What do I want to apologize for? He forced me out first. Quanyue comforted himself, feeling guilty again. I'm annoying, I'm annoying, I'm annoying. He didn't wait for Yuzuki and Ichiro behind to catch up, crashed into his room and locked the door behind him. After taking a shower, gargled several times in a row, changing clothes, and going out secretly, Quanyue decided to eat something spicy. During those 7 years, his strength became stronger, but he hardly communicated with others. Besides Quanyue's undead ancestors beside Quanyue, there is only Villain's corpse. His greatest joy is to go to a hot pot restaurant alone. No matter where the hot pot restaurant is, when a person arrives at a meal, he orders a lot of ingredients, eats slowly, and is blushed by the heat. It's always a bit unsatisfactory to eat hot pot or sukiyaki in Japan. Especially after Quanyue went to Sichuan, he always felt that he was not strong enough. If it weren't for the mission, Quanyue must live in Sichuan, Daxia. Let me see. Quanyue subconsciously wanted to dig out his pocket to find the phone and pat his body. He later realized that his phone had been taken away by Yuzuki Inuichiro. He could only sigh and walk around with his instinct. The bun shop in the big night. It's so spicy. Hey. Quanyue found the last Malatang and learned that today's explosive spicy flavor was sold out. He kicked the can on the ground in frustration. Unlucky. Advertisement. The bright moon shines on the ground, the surrounding garbage bags are blown up by the wind, and there are ripples in the sewage. He picked up the can on the ground and was about to walk over to put it in the correct trash can. It seems that Quanyue really did what it did. Quanyue put down his hands in a weird manner. He looked around, climbed the wall and walked in. The kitten's buttocks kept shrinking back, and it wailed, wailing more than wailing. Really, I won't hurt you. Quanyue knelt down, and he gently shook the kitten's paws in a gentle tone. Let go. Let me go and I will take you to eat something delicious, okay? Quanyue lifted the kitten up. The white light in his hand exploded. The whole alley suddenly fell into a short-term blindness. The trousers were bitten by something. Quanyue lifted his foot a lot harder. In the alley, there was only one incandescent lamp that was crumbling. Many corpses of moths have accumulated in the incandescent bulb. There is only one family with a light on around the bulb, and its warm yellow light is strangely mixed in this scene, making people a little bit dumbfounded. The wind is not worthy of this moonlight. It was an unusually thin cat with dirty water and mud on its fur, making it difficult to see the color of the fur. It shivered all over, refused to let go of its teeth, and its claws pulled the ground and made a gurgling sound. 3 or 4 kittens fled hurriedly, and in this total whiteness, he did not hesitate to move towards Quanyue's eyebrows. The can with a force rises high in a parabolic arc and falls quickly. Clang! A shrill meow came out in the falling darkness. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. I'm just going to throw out the trash. Quanyue smiled and put his hand on the kitten's head. I won't hurt you. Quanyue stuffed the kitten into his pocket, pressed its head with one finger, and said softly, be ready. Sorry. Quanyue folded his hands together and bowed to the trash can. I didn't know you were eating here. And I was just in a bad mood, not littering. He smiled apologetically. I really am. The cat won't answer. There are several dirty trash cans visible to the naked eye, and plastic bags and disposable lunchboxes that have been pulled by wild cats on the ground. Quanyue just kicked the can and leftovers. Chapter 294. You recognize me. There are so many people in the world who want to kill Quanyue, so many that he doesn't bother to count. The kitten in the pocket meowed, and two small pointed ears appeared. As a soft animal, it seemed as if a pool of water had flowed in the pocket and then lost a little carelessly. The rumors are rising. The moment Quanyue pressed the kitten down, the tip of the opponent's sword had already forced Quanyue's cheek. The icy sword exposed a concave print under the slightly yellowed light. Before he could see clearly, Quanyue kicked back quickly to separate each other. It may be that this period of time is too easy to live, always let him forget, he should be a natural shooter. The fingers were slightly bent, and the mechanical parts were shot out of the sleeves at the moment the wrist was exerted. Quanyue took out the magazine from his pants pocket and hit him with a car light. In just 1 second, breathing stopped suddenly, and the two suddenly stopped. Long lost tacit understanding, after the light passed, an uncle carrying a garbage bag swayed drunkenly and walked in front of him. The light bulb flickered twice, sticking Quanyue to the wall, and it was terrible. The uncle's nose was flushed, he rubbed his hands and sneezed. He squinted and said, the lamp is broken. He walked towards the alley. As soon as the front foot stepped out, the rear foot heard a faint sound of breaking wind. After a sudden crash, all kinds of discarded debris were poured out. The swill and cardboard were mixed together, and there was something more in the puddle on the ground. The uncle retracted his foot hesitantly, and walked inside while complaining, and said, who is there, who is there? He was vague, and went to the back to curse. Meow. The kitten called. The uncle squinted his eyes and saw a kitten emerge from the alley. The sound just now was probably caused by this kitten. Go, go, don't stay here anymore. He waved, arched and left. If the uncle can see clearly, you should be able to see the real big cat that divides the trash can into two parts. Quanyue looked at the Japanese sword on his neck, the gun in his hand was pressed against the opponent's chin, and he smiled without speaking. So far, this person has not used quirk. It is likely that his quirk is too iconic, so it is not intended to be used. Thinking of the scene just now, Quanyue raised his eyes and let out a soft chuck. Don't move. The other party raised the sword and exerted a little force. Soon, the sword ate a thread of bloodshot eyes. Unlike Quanyue, who kept guessing where he came from. Yuzuki Inichiro's palms were numb. After he went back, he searched the information collected from various parties and felt that something was wrong. Even the clues brought by Bakugo Katsuki at the end made him fall into panic. Suppose, Quanyue is really 15 years old. When many things happened 7 years ago, he was just an 8-year-old child. But a little further away, by 17 years ago, those who were likely to teach a child with such a decisive character had died before the child was born. The more he explored, the more frightened he felt. To this day, at the moment Quanyue took out the gun and quickly assembled it. Advertisement, he was convinced. Quanyue, no, he changed his tone and said firmly, I should call you Yi. What are you saying? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Quanyue, this is your real name, right? Yuzuki Inuichiro's sword went deeper, and blood began to flow slowly along the pattern of the sword. From Quanyue's perspective, every drop of blood is his precious wealth. However, he couldn't kill Yuzuki Inuichiro at this time. I don't understand what you are talking about. Quanyue replied with a smile, but I have heard of the name Quanyue. Yuzuki Inuichiro looked at him, and for a moment he wished he would hack this guy to death in this small alley. Also installed. Still installing. If he hadn't died that year, then what kind of stupid would he have spent the past 7 years with such a mood? But I didn't expect that Mr. Yui would know Mr. Quanyue. After all, you two are completely different. Quanyue's words contained a hint of sarcasm. Why does Mr. Yui think I am Mr. Quanyue? Yuzuki Inuichiro didn't speak. He wanted to move Quanyue's clothes, but he was shot back directly. The culprit even smiled and persuaded him, it's too shameful to be an adult man who strips off underage clothes. Quanyue, stop making trouble. Yuzuki Inuichiro took off his mask. He put the sword away and stretched out his hand to Quanyue, come on, I'll treat you to dinner. But Quanyue did not put away his gun. He even took a step closer, leaning half of his body into the arms of Yuzuki Inuichiro, bringing the muzzle closer, and said, eating? Quanyue's face plummeted, are you saying, burning paper money? Hey, I've heard that the young master of Honghu's ambition will put incense sticks, the best tributes and Buddhist scriptures to someone of his own every month. It looks like a very good look. Quanyue leaned over, you said I was the dead guy, then shouldn't it be eating the dead if you invite me to dinner? This person is too strange. For Yuzuki Inuichiro, it seemed that the devil's switch was turned on at a certain moment. The Quanyue in front of him was not the Quanyue who needed his comfort 7 years ago, and regarded him as a fetter and relying on. What nonsense are you talking about? I'll take you to eat something. Advertisement. Quanyue squeezed his fingers slightly, what does that mean? His tone returned to an extremely indifferent state. Although there was a smile on his face, the smile was like a permanent mask. It can't be broken, it can't be broken, what who? Quanyue buckled the gun deeper, and he whispered a word softly. That sentence, even if Yuzuki Inuichiro got closer, he didn't hear it. There was a buzzing in his ears, all blasting gunshots. After a breath, he felt a warm liquid flowing from his head, his eyelashes were heavy, and his eyes were covered with red bit by bit. The contrast he can think of is the heavy snow in Beihai 7 years ago. Quanyue, 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 listen to me. Yuzuki Inuichiro muttered softly and became louder and louder, and finally he hugged his head like a roar, half-person leaning on the wall. Quanyue, Xiao Yi, Xiao Yi. What are you doing, Xiao Yi, are you coming back? The hot muzzle scalded his throat into a small circle. Yuzuki Inuichiro. Quanyue suddenly said something very inexplicable to him. It's so good, you have grown up. The moment he fired the shot, snow came across the sky. White. He couldn't see anything, it was white and cold. There was only a small string of small footprints under his feet, and a dark little person in front of him. He walked strenuously, like falling down in the snow, getting up again after falling down. Yuzuki Inuichiro couldn't remember how many times he saw that little black spot stood up, walked a few steps, and fell over. I stood up, walked a few steps, and fell down again. I don't know how many times it has cycled. When the wind and snow shook Yuzuki Inuichiro from the cold, the villain fell off with a thump and never got up again. Hey, wake up. Yuzuki Inuichiro took a step subconsciously. The footprints that had originally guided him forward were blown away by a strong wind and helpless. There is snow all around. White, little lord? Young master? Are you okay? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Doctor, he is awake. Chapter 295. In a mess in the ward, Wu Tiangu excitedly grabbed the doctor's collar and asked what was going on. Feng Nu was holding the waist of the foggy dog with her hands and trying to pull the mad dog out. Tang Zi naturally stood behind the curtains anxiously, and everyone else surrounded the man's wall to protect the only seedlings of Honghu's aspiring family. I said, it's good for him to survive now. The doctor cleared his throat with a cough, and said, it looks like a gunshot wound, but none of them is fatal. The murderer avoided the vital point, instead, he gave it to him. The fatal blow should be some kind of hallucinogen. It's okay, it's all scattered, and the lack of air circulation will not benefit the patient at all. With the joint efforts of doctors and nurses, everyone was blasted out of the ward. Including the foggy dog that keeps barking constantly. It may cause amnesia. Of course, we don't know which memory it is. More detailed investigation is needed. In view of the patient's psychiatric history, the doctor's voice became smaller and smaller, and finally Yuzuki Inuichiro couldn't hear anything. He suddenly realized that the snow he just saw might be the ceiling. The snowfield may be water stains and white paint on the ceiling. How can my imagination be so rich? Inuichiro Yuzuki came up with a strange thought, and subconsciously looked for the small black spot on the ceiling that looked like a human. What are you looking for? I'm looking for someone, Yuzuki Inuichiro replied subconsciously. When he was wondering who he was looking for, the other party gave him a strange, huh, and gave him a rabbit apple. After being cleaned, the red apples that are cut into bunny-like shapes are popular with children in various restaurants and bento boxes. Eat it. Yuzuki Inuichiro saw her hands first, with her nails cut completely, but there were marks left by homework on her fingers. The haircut was particularly scribbled, unexpectedly giving her a boyish look. Maybe because it hasn't been opened yet, with some baby fat, it can't be mistaken for a boy. Don't eat it, the other party asked again. Yuzuki Inuichiro opened his mouth and twisted his body to bite, leaving a blank space. Ha 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 ha, the other party is chewing happily in his own mouth. Quanyue. Tang Zi naturally opened the door, and first greeted Yuzuki Inuichiro, hello young master. Quanyue, let's go back together. The bus is about to get off work. Quanyue ate another rabbit apple, and he nodded and got down from above. Only then did Yuzuki Inuichiro realize that the child had been sitting on the back of the chair. Advertisement, goodbye young master, goodbye, Mr. Yui. Yuzuki Inuichiro waved his hand, unable to say hello. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. He has managed Honghu's ambition since he was a child, and almost everything will be reported here. Talented and clever, he never forgets. There are few things that he doesn't know about Honghu's ambition. Why doesn't he remember the child named Quanyue at all? Doctors. The car was driving towards Honghu's ambition. The doctor said that you want to rest, and rest, don't you understand? If Feng Nu is not for the quirk, she will definitely beat the foggy dog on the spot. Also, where are you responsible for the safety of the young master? Up. Wu Tiangu originally wanted to argue a few more words, but was beaten up by the last question. Young master himself will not let me follow. Can there be no one to follow in this world now? Feng Nuo pressed the head of Wu Tiangu in front of the small car TV. Look, now it is playing AFO Escape, Scars Running, Villain Alliance Destruction, and recent events in turn 24 hours a day. A general election, political reshuffle. What a joke, you were so courageous when you let the young master go out at night by yourself. However, it was also because of the fast movement of the foggy Tengu, the injured Yuzuki Inuichiro was retrieved for the first time. It is not known how the situation will deteriorate. Oh, I'm so angry. Compared with the previous few days, Feng Nu saw that the young master woke up and her mood was much calmer today. A few days ago, she directly used a feather duster to pull the foggy Tengu so much. You sigh as if we are broke. Fog Tiangu, shut up your mouth. Feng Nu was trembling with anger. No, I have to work overtime to calm my mood. Next, don't talk to me except for business. The wronged foggy dog felt he was innocent. He didn't seem to take the initiative to provoke the topic during the whole process. It was Feng Nu's unilateral snarling. Alas, there is no way anyone can tell that this matter is originally within the scope of his work. If you don't do it well, you will be beaten. Tangzi, Quanyue, UA school will start tomorrow. Can you two by yourself? Some other people began to chat. For them, it was a great thing for Yuzuki Inuichiro to wake up. Do you need us to send it? Advertisement. Tangzi naturally shook his head and said carelessly. You is already living in school now, okay. And there are robots to carry boxes, so you are completely useless. Really, I still want to see it by sending my sister to school. It's okay, are they both academics? After all, they're UA. Whether it is an ambitious reserve cadre or a UA high school freshman, if they are found to be involved in these political groups, they will be caught by the tabloids to stir up trouble. Not to mention how much trouble it will cause, but it will definitely bring confusion to those dealing with the funeral. Those irresponsible tabloid reporters. The last time the young master and Quanyue had a meal were photographed. Do you know how they write? What kind of ambition young master to raise underage girls? How ugly. A member vomited. I don't have eyes when I write, do I rely on my face to roll the keyboard? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Everyone may have their own opinions in private, but at least you have to maintain a posture of hanging up high. In particular, Honghu's most ambitious spokesperson, Yuzuki Inichiro, was seriously injured at the moment of hospitalization. Anyway, when you see a long spear running, you should go first. A group of people laughed happily, and with the awakening of Yuzuki Inuichiro today, everyone was happy. Quanyue opened the window and the wind poured into the car, suddenly bringing a completely different new breath. On both sides of the road where the car drove, there were more people coming and going than before. Many people in uniforms held up signs, and as a car came over, they started shouting slogans towards the car. Talent Quirk. There is absolutely a gap between academics and self-taught talents, okay? But it's hard to say now. You see, in addition to schools, science courses and training syllabuses have begun to be allowed in the form of extracurricular tutoring classes. Someone in a nearby mall was giving a speech with a microphone. Quanyue only heard one or two sentences that probably supported the view that Japan implements a nationwide *****, and then another person put forward that the unreasonable quirk release is one of the reasons for social unrest. Yes, UA high school was my goal when I was young. Until the car drove far, Quanyue still turned to look at the crowds from time to time. Everything will be better. Feng Nu concluded, everything will be better. Talent Quirk. Tang Zi naturally noticed Quanyue's gaze, pulled his clothes, and explained, we will just take a look at those things. I will go to UA in the future and we must not join in. Honghu aspiration and UA high school cannot have their own political inclinations. Chapter 296. Soon, it was the day of school. Everything is so ordinary and beautiful. But what is different from before is that this time Quanyue was admitted to UA High School Heroes Class A of the first year. Tang Zetian was assigned to the second shift. Before leaving, Tang Zi was naturally worried that Quanyue would not be able to deal with it alone. He took a long time in his pocket and found a spicy beef cube for her. In fact, Quanyue doesn't really want to eat what other people give him. After continuous problems with his body, he will feel the illusion of security disappearing from time to time. The school has a special column for current affairs in the newspaper of the day. When Quanyue walked to the column, he found that many seniors were talking about things here. Scar Heroes Enos. Who is this? No matter who he is, since he publicly stated that he and AFO are in the same group. Oops, hurry up and hand in the homework today. For a while, there were a lot less people. Quanyue squeezed over with his school bag, not unexpectedly seeing himself what I'm not happy to think about. Scar Heroes Enos publicly invaded the national television station and issued a statement attempting to broadcast nationwide. It's a pity. It was a recording. After the police confirmed, Scar Heroes Enos was determined to be one of the important suspects of the prison robbery. 1. Quanyue couldn't help covering his face, complaining inwardly about what kind of human suffering this is. As the executor, he is responsible for everything in the end. And the national live broadcast is the national live broadcast. It sounds very interesting, quite in line with my previous hard work to get the personality. The results of it, just after pondering the two grandfather-level seniors, this persona seemed a bit strange. However, Quanyue has no way to blame these two grandpas. In different ages, they may not know how to do webcasting, and it is really the result of a layman who knows nothing about broadcasting and TV. Quanyue sighed, feeling that he has a long way to go. He opened the door and looked around the classroom, found his place, and then he unbuttoned his school bag when he heard the boy next to him greet him. Hey, you are in this class too. Chigu Yunhai was a little embarrassed. He raised his hand halfway and put it down. Are you hurt? Quanyue nodded, not wanting to communicate too much. He came to UA High School to study at most because of his feelings, and he also entrained a little personal selfishness. But in the face of family interests, Quanyue must destroy the rights and interests of UA High School. As a real UA high school student, everyone in this class or even the entire school will be his villain. Quanyue stuffed the school bag into the drawer, but he tucked it twice and didn't put it in. In desperation, he had to reach out and explore. Advertisement: it is a dark red box with a piece of paper pasted with transparent glue on the bottom of the box. Several sets of numbers are written on the paper: 127, 516, 339, 008. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. A boring trick. Quanyue hadn't opened yet, only heard the door snap open. The whole class calmed down, and they immediately sat in their seats, showing the appearance of good children. The backs of the few people in the front row were straighter. Quanyue quietly put the box away. He raised his head and looked at the young man who walked in. He blinked his eyes sharply and swallowed hard. Hello. The man with the iron voice changer rubbed his dark circles under his eyes, with special bandages wrapped around his neck and wrist, and said, I am your head teacher Shinso Hitoshi. There is no extra nonsense, except for the polite words at the beginning of hello. It perfectly replicates the teaching style of Aizawa Shota. The whole class now change into sportswear and go to the playground with me. Quanyue suddenly had a strong sense of sight. He whispered, this time it won't be Quirk's test. A chalk head suddenly hit his forehead, and Quanyue squeezed his hand tightly so that he would not slap the thing back. Shinso Hitoshi said blankly to him, very smart. Hurry up and change clothes. The surroundings were empty. The students had already left the classroom and went to the changing room. Quanyue was the only one who was still stupidly in place. Quanyue was sluggish for a while, took out his sportswear, and walked towards the boys' changing room. Before taking a few steps, his collar was lifted up and he changed the direction directly. It's a boy over there. Shinso Hitoshi pointed away to Quanyue. It's a girl. Quanyue opened his mouth to argue, but was speechless. He almost forgot, in order to do a more thorough disguise, he filled his gender with female on the boat. Female. Why didn't I think of this situation? Shinso Hitoshi, as the head teacher of the Heroes Division A class, must have seen all the students' information. If you fool the teacher at this time. Quanyue gritted his teeth and smiled naturally at Shinso Hitoshi. Thank you, teacher. Advertisement: the whole class heard a terrible cracking sound. He patted his hands and feet, took a deep breath and walked out of the bathroom. The basic items have not changed. The treatment classmates who were still telling them that they were in poor health since childhood crushed the gripper into pieces. Shinso Hitoshi's eyes were full of dislike. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free.
Sprinting, throwing, repeated horizontal jumping, grip strength, sitting on the back.
He is not afraid of Shinso Hitoshi, but he is really afraid of Shinso Hitoshi using quirk on himself. In the case of being manipulated, Quanyue cannot guarantee that he will not be exposed. It is very important for you to understand your limits. This is also the prerequisite for us to make reasonable planning and training for your quirks in the future. Shinso Hitoshi tapped the notebook and named several people. Special quirks will do a special quirk limit test, but no one can escape physically. Downstairs, this year's Class A has gathered. Quanyue moved his hand joints. He took the gripper of the previous one, took a deep breath, and told himself, letting out water, letting out water, letting out water, our key is to let out the water. Gently Quanyue gritted his teeth and blushed, making a difficult one. Look like. Crackling. Don't tell me that the following is really a throwing grip test. What age is this? Quanyue locked the toilet door, quickly took off his skirt and changed into sportswear, and muttered quietly, maybe this guy just put it on. Bring the lesson plans of the previous generation? Take the personal settings of the treatment department, and don't expose it. Quanyue flushed his face with cold water, and pumped himself up in the mirror. Make a note of it, let it out, let it out. Next, Quanyue, grip strength. Although Shinso Hitoshi in Quanyue's mind is a hero's boy who is active, earnest and studious, it does not prevent people from being lazy about this stone hammer thing. Not far away, a young man from Class B suddenly ran over, waving his hands and shouting. Quanyue from Class A. Student Quanyue from Class A. Your father brought your forgotten bra. Your father forgot you. Bring your bra. Quanyue smiled and left the scene like flying. Chapter 297. Yuzuki Inuichiro stood in the guard room waiting, innocently holding the corset bag. He doesn't know anything. This is impossible. The moment when Fungno took a bag of clothes and told him that Quanyue pulled down the things and entrusted herself to bring them. Yuzuki Inuichiro refused. Then, he appeared at the gate of UA High School and stupidly asked a good-hearted person passing by to inform Sha Quanyue. Finally, the above tragedies and the following tragedies occurred. You are not allowed to come to school to find me in the future. Quanyue took a deep breath and almost dropped the bag of clothes on Yuzuki Inuichiro's head. But he finally remembered that he should set himself up in front of his classmates and behave like a beautiful treatment department, which was his first step in UA High School. So Quanyue smiled and said, I can get things by myself. Although UA High School has implemented student boarding since 7 years ago, this type of boarding does not care where you go after school in the afternoon. It only requires students to be in the evening, back to school before closing. You make me embarrassed like this. Quanyue subconsciously grasped the button of Yuzuki Inuichiro's shirt, and the two whispered in the corner, next time I will try to tell you that you forgot to wear underwear when you have a meeting. Yuzuki Inuichiro looked at the short-haired girl in front of him, and several times mistakenly thought that the child was a boy. Hearing such a cruel speech, he pressed his temple and pulled Quanyue's hand away, saying, That way, the tabloid reporter has something to write. He took out a craft paper bag from the document bag and, by the way, I have something to ask you to bring in. Nothing was written on the document, and no labels were signed. Yuzuki Inuichiro put the file in Izuki's underwear bag, patted him on the shoulder and said in a long way to go, bring this to your head teacher. Quanyue was stunned. He looked at the bag of underwear, and then at the craft paper bag mixed in the underwear, and felt that he should get rid of the stinky man on the spot in that small alley. Living bad his heart. Quanyue wanted to complain a few more words, but a whistle was heard from a distance. Shinso Hitoshi, the head teacher of Class A, has started to gather students. Yuzuki Inuichiro gave a light push. Quanyue motioned for him to go too. On the playground, the students stood in a semicircle in 2s and 3s. Quanyue walked to one side and stood quietly by himself. In the center of the circle, Shinso Hitoshi poked the paper with a pen and clicked the names of 2 people, Akaya Unkai, Izumi. Get out. The others disbanded. He speaks with a military demeanor. Quanyue has dealt with various services in the world, and is inexplicably familiar with this decisive and firm tone. He suddenly became curious about what Shinso Hitoshi has experienced over the years. Advertisement after Akaya Yunhai put on his sportswear, he still looked gloomy. However, his body is a little weaker than his classmates, and even Quanyue looks a little tougher than him. Shinso Hitoshi walked over and squeezed his brows on the back of Akaya Yunkai's neck and shoulders twice. You used to exercise alone? Yes, it is. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Izumi also looked over, because he hadn't touched it with his hands. He didn't know much about Akaya Yunkai's physical condition, but from Shinso Hitoshi's attitude, the situation was a bit bad. Stop your current training and continue to practice, you will be abolished. Without professional guidance, blindly conducting high power and long-term training, the first effect you see is knee wear. Shinso Hitoshi showed Akaya Yunhai a way, and told him to go to the medical room first, and then turned his head to look at Quanyue. He said, what is the limit of damage your therapy quirk can do to yourself? Quanyue considered the language and said, it's not too serious. Your training methods are different from those of others. Wait for a while to stay. Shinso Hitoshi spread out his hands and said, reach out. Because Quanyue was delayed by Yuzuki Inuichiro, he has several items that he hasn't tested yet. It looks like it might really not need to be tested. Quanyue was still letting go of his imagination, and a medal was dropped on the palm of his hand. He was slightly taken aback, holding the thing in his palm and looking at it over and over again. Teacher. Invented and improved the localization rescue device developed by the police department. You can hang it on your chest or don't wear it on your short sleeves. It can monitor your heart rate and automatically send an alert when your heart rate is too low. Shinso Hitoshi saw Quanyue dumb. Look dazed, don't open your eyes. Quanyue couldn't laugh or cry while looking at this smiley face metal positioning rescuer, and said to his heart, isn't this an improved version of mine back then? Back then, my uncle's colleague asked the R&D department to make a simple version. Quanyue would still be worn at the beginning, but then I don't know where to throw it when things get too busy. He turned the reverse side of the smiling face metal in his hand, and he saw a hand engraved crooked, Yi, on the back. Thank you, teacher, I like it very much. Quanyue put the distress locator away and smiled. Teacher, is this the only person who has it? Shinso Hitoshi quickened his pace, and he didn't know what to do. Kaido, there will be both internships and accommodation. That's right. Quanyue had to catch up with it, the teacher will give it to me with everyone then. Shinso Hitoshi stopped, his face was full of displeasure, don't be affectionate. Advertisement, oh, they are also candidates for the cadres in Honghu's ambition. They are twin sisters, this is sister Kangmu Deku, quirk is Deku. This is sister Kangmu Wuwa, her quirk is a curse. Tang Zi is the natural first. The excitement has not yet eased when I enter the school in the next day, they are all in the second grade of general subjects, but sister Kangmu broke into the top 50 of the sports meeting last year. On either side of her, a pair of twin sisters pulled out their chairs and sat down simultaneously. Quanyue. Tang Zi Tianren sat opposite him with a plate, and said enthusiastically, does your class do physical exams in the morning? How do you feel? Since Tang Zi Tianren's father was released from prison, Tang Zi Tianren has also she became more able to talk, and she became more and more like a real little girl. These two sisters have killed people. I can't recognize it anymore, how can others recognize it? After the reform, the sports meet can be included in the top 50, which is very good for a general student. Quanyue's smile stagnated. Is it? Did he recognize himself? Quanyue looked at the two sisters in front of him, stretched out his hands, and said with a smile, hello, my name is Quanyue, and I am a quirk from the treatment department. Until the meal, Quanyue was still thinking about this smiling rescuer. Considering that he is now a dead person, if he really wears it, he will be exposed every minute. Quanyue now mainly guesses one thing. Why did Shinso Hitoshi remake his previous smiley face medal and give it to himself? Quanyue. I'm afraid you will die in a place I don't know, so I'm giving you this so that you can be called to the police if you are in danger. Quanyue shook his head to make himself a little more awake. He looked at his reflection on the glass, and his face and body without any scars in it couldn't match the bruised himself 7 years ago. It was given to you purely because you were weak. Quanyue's gaze lingered on these two, then shifted to Tang Zetian's face, and asked, what are these two? Chapter 298. Judging from the past two of their murders, they both contributed to the rise of Honghu's ambition. In addition to the necessary tasks in the killings of Sister Karaki Deku, she had a slight antisocial tendency, but was forcibly suppressed for a while after being discovered by Yuzuki and Ichiro. Her sister Kangmu Voodoo's quirk is not strong enough to kill directly. But it's not much better. Quanyue briefly chatted with them, finished the food on the plate, and the four of them packed up the table and let it go. Quanyue returned to the classroom to rest for a while. Several boys around him were discussing news from Heroes magazine and Heroes forum. I checked the head teacher's news today. One of them whispered, he is actually the big disciple of Eraser Head Heroes. I thought he was an ordinary professional heroes. It's not just ordinary people who can graduate from UA. The environment is now more relaxed than it was 7 years ago, and the quality of students' quirk is much stronger than it was 7 years ago. However, the standard for graduating from the UA Heroes subject is getting higher every year. In the context of the urgent need for a large number of heroes after All Might retired, this well-known nationally established Heroes Academy did not relax the talent export, but instead focused more on the road to building top heroes. This is also the reason why UA High School has been able to stand so much. This is why UA High School's international reputation is getting stronger and stronger every year. In terms of the ranking of the success rate of professional heroes in the world, the first place is the Sky Military Academy, jointly organized by Daxia's Military and Political Affairs. It builds a batch of mid to high-end combat capabilities every year with militarized standardization in a rich Huxia socialist training method. The second place is the neutral state private academies that Europe and the United States have invested in. With the help of high-tech training and scientific growth methods, more than half of the fresh blood flows into several regions in Europe and the United States every year. The third place is UA High School in Japan. Especially after the education reform, UA High School has vaguely continued to climb up. It is no longer a high school confined to Japan. The number of foreign students has doubled from 7 years ago. In the corridor, you can see teenagers and girls of different skin colors communicating about quirk about fighting. In the classroom, the late foreign exchange students are finding seats to settle down with the help of enthusiastic classmates. A high school is maintaining its sense of security, trust and honor in the international community. This is why Quanyue is coming back, because you can't get into the Sky Military Academy in Daxia. The neutral state private academy is experiencing extremely complicated capital financing. A voice came from behind Quanyue. Are you trying to destroy UA High School? Quanyue smiled and moved the opponent's hand away from his neck, and said, it seems that you are much smarter than before. The dead-handle wooden hanger was wearing a black suit, and he allowed his fingers to be moved by Quanyue. He has washed his face today, and the black gaps in his fingers have also been shaved. After trimming his chin and beard, he looks a little more energetic. I didn't expect you to dare to return to Japan. The dead-handle wooden hanger said softly, raising his eyes and asking the question he had been hiding in his heart, where is Kurogiri? Quanyue smiled and looked at him, avoiding talking. 7 years have passed, UA High School security measures are still useless to you. What about Kurogiri? Advertisement, looking at you, the villain alliance is developing well. Quanyue leaned closer, and he stood on tiptoe and looked at the pupils of the dead-handled wooden hanger carefully. The dead-handled wooden hanger was forced to look at those dark eyes, and being frequently ignored made him feel anxious. Unlike 7 years ago, he has already possessed a powerful force these years, and he has shaped his personality and built an organization of his own. In contrast, Quanyue. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. He is just a person. I'll ask you something again. The deadwood hanger's voice sank. Where is Kurogiri? Is he still alive? Quanyue laughed ha ha ha. He felt that this was the first time he knew the dead-handled wooden hanger. Are you talking about the black guy? Quanyue's tone changed. If Yuzuki Inuichiro stood here, he would not recognize him as that naughty person. The guy who loves to be angry with others. I have crushed it a long time ago and ate it cleanly. After speaking, Quanyue fumbled his pocket and threw a dirty tie at the feet of the deadwood hanger. This is what he left behind. The only thing about it. The dead-handle wooden hanger, it's time to talk about business? The tie was probably stained by something, and the whole thing became dark and invisible to the original style. The dead-handle wooden hanger turned the clean side out with his feet, and was stunned when he saw the familiar black, green and gray stripes. There are also traces of brown bloodline that can't be washed off and sewage soaked on it. Kurogiri. Papa. The applause interrupted the memories that hadn't started yet. Okay, Mr. Shiganmu, I am not reminiscing about the past with you. Quanyue opened his hands, innocent. Evil Land is like a child, I'm still a student, and my lunch break is limited. Once the class bell rings, I have to go to cultural classes. So, if you have something, hurry up. Everyone is responsible for cherishing time. The dead-handle wooden hanger picked up the dirty tie. He wanted to put the tie on his hand, but he was afraid that his quirk would accidentally break the only relic to the bone. Did you rob the AFO? Of course. Quanyue said solemnly, isn't my goal clear enough? AFO is the teacher of the dead-handed wooden crane. The plan to hijack the AFO does consider the desire to owe favor to the villain alliance. But more, they hope that AFO can make the whole world more chaotic. There are no fish when the water is clear, let alone fish in troubled waters. Because of the AFO hijacking incident, Heroes Enos has been marked by the industry and the public as the villain alliance. Even if it is not an internal member of the villain alliance, it is assumed to be an alliance of the villain alliance. The core location of the villain alliance where the dead-handle wooden hanger is located has been checked 5 times in a row, and he is very irritable to move these days. Scar's Heroes Enos is hunting down by an international organization, and AFO is rescued by Enos. The leader of the Villain Alliance is himself a disciple of AFO. Advertisement: this relationship is actually not fatal. The dead-handle wooden sling twisted the tie in his hand tighter. If it weren't for him that he really stayed in Japan all these years, and there is a clear alibi, I would like to say whether Enos is him or not. Companion complained. Speaking of which, we have been observing him. Nothing was observed. Excuse me, can you check someone for me? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fan fiction second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. His name is Quanyue. The legal counsel of Dehedao Pharmaceutical Factory is surnamed Yu. This is very easy to check. I applied to search for information on the government's intranet and checked the family pedigree. Chen Tien quickly saw the familiar name. Yuzuki Inuichiro. Chen Tien interrupted the discussion. The problem is that Yuzuki Inuichiro has no quirk. He presented the files extracted from the computer to everyone. There are very few data storage places. I heard that a large number of paper files were burned directly because of the fire. At that time I was still reading and was not directly involved in this incident, so can't provide a lot of first-hand information. It's the same with the girl next to him. I didn't notice anything unusual. That's the problem. The time is not right, unless you say Enos has clone technique. Well, it's not impossible. Let me ask a question. Chen Tien raised his hand and compared the dosage of the medicine. You Japanese surnamed Yu? Are there many? Maybe you can discover the unknown secrets of the two? If it is a medicine, the Villain Alliance has a copy. Midoriya Izuku called up his computer and started searching for the file. 7 years ago, a Dehedao pharmaceutical factory specializing in black medicine was taken by the Villain Alliance and passed through 2 professional production lines. He asked the deepest question in his heart: how many people's quirks can you disappear? If you want to say something strange, yes. In the latest appearance of Enos, about the abnormal Amamiya, he was tried for the murder of his own daughter. It just so happened that his daughter Amamiya spent that time living in Honghu Ambition. It can be said that Yuzuki Inuichiro participated in most of the important court trials. Midoriya Izuku kept zooming in and zooming out the only few pictures on the computer, and he suddenly made a request to the person in charge, Chen Tien. Really very few, only a few photos of the ruins and the past information of Dehedao Pharmaceutical Factory. It was also covered with several chapters to be verified. At least it's good news. The comparison between the analysis of the seawater in the island incident and Shoto Todoroki's blood shows that their causes are all due to medicine. Midoriya Izuku is now slowly participating in the long-term tracking of Scar Heroes. The upper level thinks that the relationship between Scar Heroes and Villain Alliance is very intriguing, and this aspect can be handed over to Deku Heroes Midoriya Izuku, who has been dealing with Villain Alliance. In the Japanese waters, Chen Tien feels that he has a fever recently. He threw a few copies of blood samples on the table, and said with a grin, 3,000 person times, including the thousands of deaths on the Japanese islands, the probability of disappearing quirk by Enos is 90%. 8. Including the blood samples of the recent survivors, Todoroki heroes and the drug-modified infants, the recombination score now analyzed is only 7 out of 10. Chapter 299. Villains Information Exchange. Quanyue. Chen Tien called up the information and found that this person had been dead for 7 years. He wondered why Midoriya Izuku would mention this person. Is he related to the Great River? The earliest data is more than 20 years ago, but there is no existence directly related to Quanyue. However, it does not exclude the possibility that Quanyue was recorded in the burned part of the data. Midoriya Izuku rubbed his temples and said, I just care a little bit about this time. In the photo, he felt like he was seeing Quanyue's back. Unfortunately, zooming in and looking at the details can only see a vague shadow. The big fit coat makes it even more difficult to judge the body shape. Quanyue. Chen Tien briefly reported the incident involving him. The Beihai car corpse case. So small? Then the haunted house incident. You met at that time. I haven't touched it anymore. What Midoriya Izuku cares about is the huge white light he saw on the island, and there was such a white light deep in his memory. The huge white beam of light, the haunted house incident, Quanyue, the Scar Heroes Enos that appeared 7 years ago. Countless small clues unfolded in front of Midoriya Izuku. He always felt that he saw the subtle lines in it, but in the blink of an eye, I can't find the source of the thread anymore. Chen Tien frowned. He clicked on Quanyue's profile page and said, it's strange. The treatment department is a scarce type of talent in the world. If it is a complete treatment family, it should receive more attention than it is now. The Quanyue family seemed to be operated by an invisible hand, dying in strange ways from generation to generation. What is even more strange is that the real culprit has never been found. Take the last 3 people as an example. Quanyue's father died in the Beihai car corpse case, and the murderers at large so far. Quanyue's uncle died in the Dahei Road case more than 20 years ago, and the murderer column is still blank. Quanyue himself even more. It's bizarre and got a headshot in Beihai Pharmaceutical Factory. Judging from the perspective of God and eliminating all emotional factors, this is obviously a regular crime. But from the cognition of normal people, the modus operandi, the length of the time interval, and the degree of cruelty all exceed the limits of human beings. Chen Tien was even more curious. Why did Midoriya Izuku suddenly mention this treatment department that has been dead for many years? He asked. How did you suddenly think of him? Midoriya Izuku repeated the white light he saw near the island in Chen Tien, and talked about the white light he saw in the haunted house incident 7 years ago. Although the functions of the two lights are different, they're too similar. That kind of light. The light also makes a very familiar feeling in the light. It's hard to tell by feeling. Advertisement Chen Tian took the matter down and asked, what do you think is the possibility that this movement will be led by the Villain Alliance? A high school. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. After the dead-handle wooden hanger asked his own question, he moved his joints gently. His eyes have been looking at the harmless young man in front of him. Quanyue is definitely not the Quanyue of 7 years ago. Until it is not clear how many hands and hole cards the opponent has, the deadlock hanger does not mean that it will not directly conflict with Quanyue. Because compared to the current conflict, the dead-handle wooden hanger is more worried about his purpose of taking AFO away from prison. Now almost everyone talks about the Scars Heroes Enos is under the flag of the dead-handle wooden hanger, and even his direct subordinates have asked about it. But both of them know that this is a cooperation without greeting. I can't tell you about the medicine. Quanyue clapped his hands lightly, thoughtfully. Let me do the math, maybe there are only 100 bottles. As soon as the dead-handle wooden crane was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he heard Quanyue slowly mending a unit. With million as the unit, it's almost the same number. The dead-handle wooden sling hand is itchy, and his fingers are broken one by one, and then broken down. The creaking bones seem to be the most wonderful collaboration. According to previous estimates, Quanyue would only have 1,000 bottles of potions even if the entire family accumulates. But now it is told that there is 1,000,000 bottle. As long as Quanyue wants to, he can pour all the medicine into the water plants and all the rivers in Japan. Within 3 days, the tragedy of the island case will recur in the whole of Japan. It's tragic, and there are bones everywhere. The salted fish is in your hands, right? Quanyue's smile gradually widened, becoming more innocent and pure. Why didn't I cut him a few more times and completely killed him? Really? Advertisement Quanyue will deceive it too naturally. 2 figures sprang out of the grass subconsciously. At the poker table, each family has a different mindset, and the cards in their hands are their only chips. Mr. Shigaraki, this is your second question. Quanyue likes to see this guy trying to kill himself, but he can't kill himself. He stretched out 2 fingers to draw a stroke, and went on with the mind of the dead wood hanger. Of course I don't have the conditions to produce potions. What I just said was a lie to you. The dead-handle wooden hanger raised his hand and motioned to them not to come. He finally noticed a trace of real emotion from Quanyue. This feeling of anger and silence like 7 years ago gave the dead-handle wooden hanger an illusion of mastering Quanyue. Actually, all the potions in my hand are basically consumed on the island. I also carry 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 bottles now. Quanyue gently rubbed the magazine in the palm of his hand and smiled. But one question is over. Now it's up to me to ask. Before, Quanyue said that the number of medicines was out of 10 and 2 of them were fake. How could a person like them spread all the cards in their hands in front of others? Suddenly he put a gun against the forehead of the dead-handle wooden hanger. The trigger was slightly lowered, and the spring of the muzzle burst sharply. Instead, the dead-handle wooden hanger suspected that the data he said for the first time was true. This generation, who is the undercover lurking in UA High School? You didn't tell me the truth. The death handle denied Quanyue's number, with killing intent in his eyes. Where did you come from to produce potions? Quanyue was not surprised at all that he was rejected. The guess in his heart was not confirmed. There was no annoyed look on his face. He just took a step forward. Okay, change another. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. He heard the other person asking the question in his mind. The deadwood hanger smiled. Change another one. Chapter 300. The grudge between Shonkuyu and Quanyue is big or small, but not small. He also killed the heroes who had been protecting him in front of Quanyue. Although his starting point was for Quanyue's good, and was ordered by Quanyue's biological father, Quanyue still wanted to kill him. Quanyue after death is a willful and extreme existence. For Quanyue after his death, the most influential thing is his unfinished obsession. For example, past appointments, people who have been let down, and delicacies that have not been eaten. Like the ghosts in the legends, he became extremely persistent in certain places, but this obsession gradually deteriorated in the past few years and finally survived by relying on the Quanyue family's ideals and ideals. Shonkuyu was one of his rare obsessions by coincidence. People die like a lamp. The past life was not like smoke, but turned into a candle of tears, and when it was extinguished, it could not be burnt dry, and it was naturally indelible. Yes. The dead-handle wooden hanger admitted, but did not say whether the person was alive or dead. He clenched the muzzle with his hand, and the barrel turned into dust and fell to the ground. He opened his hands generously, looked at Quanyue's eyes and said, "It's me." He didn't tell the truth. Quanyue knew, but didn't break it. He condensed a brief killing intent and said to the deadwood, "I'm going to class." The dead-handle wooden hanger made a gentleman's action and asked people to go back. Before leaving, he asked Quanyue again, "Are you really dead?" The dead-handle wooden hanger asked this not to get any answer. Quanyue didn't need to answer, and he left by himself. For people like them, death is not important. Whether the benefits brought can help them achieve the ultimate goal is important. Bell 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 class bell, it rang. In the classroom, the students sat in their seats. Quanyue straightened his hair and took out the book. What is this class? Reading was incidental, and Quanyue didn't even copy the class schedule. He simply asked Shigu Yunhai, a good student around him. Guidance for freshman admission. A senior and senior sister will explain the precautions in the practical link. Shitani Yunhai spread out the notes. According to the law of previous years, this year will also be the direct senior of Class A to explain to us. It is a different course from 7 years ago. In terms of time, 7 years ago, Midoriya Izuku started contacting seniors a while after school started. Advertisement. It's a lot ahead now. What about after enrollment guidance? Is school over? Akiya Yunhai took out a piece of paper from the drawer and handed it to him. The policy states that freshmen must stay and listen to the lecture. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It's a new thing again. Quanyue can still accept admissions guidance, but this kind of policy shows that he is really impatient. Must stay? He didn't have time to continue asking. A chalk tip hit Quanyue's forehead accurately, and the force attached to the chalk directly left a mark on Quanyue. Izumi. Shinso Hitoshi said coldly, "What are you doing?" Old Shinso Hitoshi walked over, picked up the chalk head that had fallen under Quanyue's feet, carefully opened the distance between the chair and the table, and said, "It's class time. If you don't feel comfortable sitting, let me stand." Quanyue's eyes widened, but he wanted to speak but couldn't say it, and his heart was directly depressed. Shinso Hitoshi, quirk, brainwashing. As long as the other party answers his words, he will be brainwashed successfully. This trick used to work well before. Now with the identity of this class teacher, it is simply the best weapon to deal with mischievous students. Okay. If you are asked to stop, you will be fined. If you are asked to face the wall, you will face the wall. Any squat is a matter of one sentence. Quanyue silently wrote this matter in his notebook. Shinso Hitoshi walked to the podium, put the chalk away, and said, "Every year after entering the school, freshmen have to face the process of sports games and extracurricular internships. Taking into account the reform of sports games in recent years, in order to prevent some students from being uncomfortable. Enroll in high-level projects with your ability. Starting from last year, we will ask seniors and sisters to explain the sports events and precautions for you. The sports meet will affect a series of issues such as the number of internships and qualifications for your subsequent internships in the office. Now it is not the past. The school does not have an average policy. Everyone has to fight for internships at the sports meet. Even in the second grade, the third grade is the same. Although Ua High School is the top heroes college in Daxia and even in the world, it does not mean that everyone in this school is top-notch. The originally curious students were vented by these words, and sat sullenly one by one. There was a knock on the door, and a male voice said, "Teacher, I am a student from Class A of the third year." With a flick of the chalk in Shinso Hitoshi's hand, it rattled slightly. There is another chalk mark on Quanyue's forehead. Suddenly he was released from control. Quanyue sat down on the chair and leaned forward and pressed his face against the table. He is too difficult. Advertisement tired. Who knew that Shinso Hitoshi was the head teacher? No, when Quanyue was thinking about going to the ordinary class, the seniors who enrolled in Class A for 1 year had already stepped onto the stage. The two of them wore UA high school uniforms, not to mention handsome, at least energetic. Quanyue raised his head. He saw 2 words written on Saruta's face. It is really a catastrophic fuse. Hello everyone, I'm Izawa Tetsuo, a third-year Class A student in Ua High School. The vocal boy was a little taller. When his voice was loud and loud, Quanyue's face lying on the table was shocked by him. It's numb. He smiled very honestly, his cheeks flushed. Hello everyone, my name is Hidechi Saruta, a third-year Class A student in Ua High School. Saruta's eloquence is very good, coupled with Nozawa Tetsuo's simple supplementary explanation. The atmosphere of the whole class is active. The students directly took out their notebooks and wrote down some things in the notebook. He really didn't have much interest in the sports meeting. He didn't participate in it 7 years ago. As a logistics staff, he diligently faced an explosive student who could explode at any time. It was a disaster. And later, he saw his father an enemy killer at the sports meeting, which triggered a series of events. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Ah, speaking of Quanyue, short hair is also very good. Saruta Shu stepped on the landmine, taking risks and taking a test, but I still think long hair is more suitable for girls. 2 words. Suffocated. Court death. This also makes Quanyue lack of interest in large-scale events. For a moment, Quanyue wanted to change classes. He even felt that he should be a little too close to the exam and go fishing in troubled waters in the ordinary class. Although the combat effectiveness is weaker, it is better than facing the stinky face of childhood sweetheart every day, and having to be controlled by the other side every day, to experience something like, "I am your father," and "I am your head teacher." Such a sad ethical feeling and unbalanced taste. Classmate Quanyue. Suichi Saruta suddenly approached, squinting his eyes and asked humbly, "Is there anything else you can't understand?" Everyone listened with gusto, except Quanyue. In the next period of time, the two of us will be responsible for the explanation of the sports meeting registration matters for Class A classmates for 1 year. Everyone, until the end of the sports meeting, if you have any questions about sports events and exercises, please consult us. In fact, the head teacher can do it at this point. He couldn't describe in detail the feeling of the game and some of the subtle parts of the opponent like the students who directly participated in the games. He wanted to end it now so that he could peek at what was in the paper he found in the desk in the morning.